This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome. A mechanical electronic sound came from the door, pulling Yenrui's confused thoughts back to the present. A total of 18.5 yuan. Just scan the code. Yenrui smiled stiffly, and the action of scanning the code of the product was a little sluggish. After sending the customer away in a hurry, he fell on the seat in front of the cashier and slowly got used to the current situation. The electronic clock on the wall showed that it was May 20th, 392. Valentine's Day. The flowers placed at the door were the holiday products that he got up early and snatched from the flower market. The laughter of children outside, the smiles of lovers inside the store, and the voices of passers-by passing by the door all proved one thing: Yenrui, really reborn from the 10th year of the apocalypse to the first year of the apocalypse. He pinched the back of his left hand with his right hand, and he hissed in pain. The pain on the back of his hand and the slightly red wound made his eyes red. Today is the third day since he came back, and he still can't believe that such a lucky thing will happen to him. Even when he just came back on the first day, Yenrui didn't even dare to close his eyes, fearing that this was a dream he imagined before his death. On the morning of the third day, he finally let go of his hanging heart. He was really reborn back to 10 years ago, when there was no natural disaster, no mutation, and nothing had happened. Yenrui didn't rest well these 2 nights. Even though he had returned to the peaceful times where he didn't have to worry about the invasion of wild beasts and the attacks of some evil-minded thugs, he still lay in bed with his eyes open and couldn't sleep. So he simply got up and went to the desk to calm down and write down the changes in the past 10 years and the measures to deal with them. The turning point of the out-of-control started with a seemingly ordinary typhoon. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary typhoon at first, but the floods across the country a few days later caught everyone off guard. This situation not only happened in the area where Yenrui lived, but also in the world. Different natural disasters occurred at the same time. Extreme cold and heat, drought and frost, and the shadow of natural disaster shrouded every inch of land on this planet. Yenrui wrote on the white paper without stopping, recording all the major events of various changes in the past 10 years. Yenrui recorded the floods and earthquakes after the typhoon, extreme cold and heat, animal mutations, and the areas that he remembered to be relatively stable one by one. In just a moment, he filled up a whole sheet of white paper. After filling up a page, Yenrui was still not satisfied. He turned the page and continued to write. This time, he wrote about the preparations he would make before the disaster came. The preparations were not complete. The main thing was to prepare the materials for survival. In his previous life, he was like a headless fly. He made mistakes one after another. He had the opportunity to live a little easier, but because of his own choices, the difficulty of survival in the end times increased by several levels. First of all, he could not live in the house he lived in now, but should move to a small supermarket. In his previous life, he closed the store because he felt comfortable at home and wanted to take a good vacation because of the weather. As a result, his small supermarket was deprived of the right to operate, and his house was not saved. This time, he must not make the same mistake. His small supermarket is in a good location, with high terrain, and it was not affected much during floods. In addition, there is a school behind it. Later, this school became the command center of the entire can. Not only is the public security good, but even the building reinforcement will include the building where his supermarket is located. In his previous life, before he died, his supermarket was even in good operation. Yenrui is going to renovate the supermarket in the next 2 days. The supermarket has 2 floors above ground and 1 underground. Originally, he wanted to transform the second floor into a chess and card room, but now he decided to transform the entire second floor into his own residence. The first floor of the supermarket is 100 square meters. The second floor is 80 square meters, and the basement is larger, 120 square meters. There is also a small garage next to it for parking. When his parents bought this house, they thought of doing some small business. As a result, an accident happened before they could start. Yenrui felt bitter, but he thought that maybe his rebirth this time was blessed by his parents, and he must live. Forget it. Let's think about how to fill his stomach in 3 months. If you want to fill your stomach, you must have supplies. Although his supermarket does not have everything, it can be said that it is rich in supplies. It is the type that will be targeted when you are at the end of your rope. So the first thing is to strengthen the protection of the supermarket. Secondly, the goods in the supermarket are not very suitable for sustainable survival. Although there are food and drinks, they are not easy to preserve. 6 months after the disaster, the power supply has completely collapsed. After 3 years, it can only be distributed to specific areas according to time. So you have to buy more sealed foods that can be stored for a long time. Yen-Rui opened the wholesale website where he often bought goods and found a wholesale store specializing in emergency food. This store has special food packages. One package can provide a single person with 7 days of energy supply, which contains compressed biscuits, 2 canned meats, 1 canned fish and 1 canned salad, with a shelf life of 5 years. And the factory direct price is guaranteed to be the lowest on the internet. This made Yen-Rui very happy. He directly placed an order for 300 copies, and bought cereal bars and canned fruits of various flavors, as well as chocolate that can replenish energy in the same store, and placed an order for 100 copies each. He spent about 120,000 yuan in the first store, and Yen-Rui felt a little painful. But thinking about the days to come, he still felt that the money was well spent. Money will be paper at that time. If you don't spend it now, when will you spend it? Looking at his bank card balance of more than 100,000 yuan, Yen-Rui scratched his hair. He still had to leave some money to renovate the second floor and reinforce the supermarket. There was not much money left to buy things. If he relied on the supermarket, he would not make much money in 3 months. Besides, he only wanted to use the supermarket to stock up, and making money was no longer his top priority. Yen-Rui put down his phone, looked around, and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Sell the house. This is a small 3-bedroom apartment. He and his parents have lived there for a long time. The house is a bit old, but because it is located in the city center and has convenient transportation, the price of the house has remained high. This place carries many of his memories. If it is not necessary, he will definitely not sell it. But the situation is urgent, and there is really no way. He wrote and calculated on paper all night, and when Yen-Rui reacted, it was already slightly bright outside. He quickly packed up his things and rushed to the supermarket. After preparing all the breakfast in the supermarket, he started his day's work. It's just that after work, Yen-Rui always can't help wanting to eat. If a customer buys a bun, he can't help eating one. If a customer buys soy milk, he also has to have a cup for himself. Not to mention potato chips, cola and instant noodles. Yen-Rui spent the whole day eating and working. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yen-Rui was about to close the store. He stood up from the counter, touched his swollen belly, then stood up and turned off the cash register. At this time, the sound of the door opening came again. Welcome. Yen-Rui raised his head, but after seeing the visitor, a bigger smile appeared on his face. Jian-Anqi, why are you here? Yen-Rui jumped over the cash register, jumped in front of Jian-Anqi, and gave him a big hug. Jian-Anqi was a little at a loss for what to do by Yen-Rui's sudden action. He raised his hand in disbelief. But before he could pat Yen-Rui on the back, Yen-Rui left his arms. Jian-Anqi put down his hand with some regret. Nothing. I just came back, passed by your place, and saw that the light was still on. So I thought of coming in to see if you want to have a midnight snack. Yes. Yen-Rui grabbed his phone and turned off the light to leave, but was stopped by Jian-Anqi before leaving. Your machine is not turned off. Yen-Rui looked back and found that the cash register was still emitting a faint light. He slapped his forehead. Look at me. I'm anxious to have a midnight snack. After saying that, he turned around and closed the cash register again. But he vaguely felt that he seemed to have repeated this action just now. What do you want to eat tonight? Grilled skewers or crayfish? After getting in the car, Jian-Anqi asked. Or go to the snack street? Let's go to the snack street. Yen-Rui licked his lips. I want to eat more. After the apocalypse, there is no such condition. Yen-Rui feels very sorry. But he is also glad that he has the opportunity to eat these things again. Asterisk. Can you finish all this? Even Jian-Anqi, who has always indulged Yen-Rui, couldn't help but persuade him when he saw the table full of food. Eating too much at night is not good for the stomach. Then you should eat more too. Yen-Rui disagreed. If you can't finish it, pack it up and go home to eat tomorrow. Jian-Anqi looked left and right, but didn't see anything wrong with Yen-Rui. He just thought he was a little too cheerful today. After watching Yen-Rui finish a whole portion of crayfish, Jian Anqi pretended to be calm and said, "Do you have any recommended investments recently? I have some spare money, but I don't know what to do with it. It won't be your retirement pay." Yan Rui joked. "If you want to spend money, why not buy more food to store at home?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Jian Anqi frowned slightly where Yan Rui couldn't see. After returning home, Yan Rui checked his phone and found that the agent he contacted today had actually responded. "Mr. Yan, someone is very interested in your house. But he is not in a position to come forward. He just said that he wants to close the deal quickly." Yan Rui's inner alarm bells were ringing. "Is he a scammer?" The agent on the other side immediately replied. "You have lowered the price of your house. Others are asking for 180 yuan. But you only want 150 yuan. Besides, he had seen several houses nearby before, but failed to get one. His child is about to go to school and wants to register his household registration." Seeing that Yan Rui did not answer for a long time, the agent on the other side was afraid of missing this deal. The buyer said that they don't need to vacate the house immediately. They have a place to live in this city. As long as the deal can be closed quickly, it's fine. Yan Rui understood the parents who were anxious to send their children to school, so he immediately agreed to go through the formalities the next day. Since he was about to get 1.5 million, Yan Rui opened the wholesale website again. This time he was not looking at food, but various survival supplies. Buy 20 of the most cold-resistant down jackets, and cotton pants and cotton boots must not be left out. 30 of each. And 5 boxes of thermal underwear and wool socks. Buy everything for him and Jian Anqi. In addition to clothes, he also found a store online that specializes in selling charcoal fire. But this store does not deliver to the door, but only to a fixed transfer station in the city. If you want it, go pick it up yourself. Although it is a bit troublesome, the price is the cheapest. Yan Rui put this little trouble behind him and directly ordered 1,000 honeycomb coal, because the purchase quantity is not small. The store also agreed to give 3 coal stoves, but Yan Rui felt that it was not enough, so he bought 3 more. In this way, he spent nearly 40,000 yuan in this store, and his savings were reduced again. Looking at the bank's reminder with the number decreasing, Yan Rui felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This time, he and Jian Anqi would not be like in their previous life, freezing to the point of huddling together under a quilt for warmth. "Oh, by the way, buy 10 more quilts. Thicker ones." Chapter 2. The next day, Yan Rui came to the real estate agency early, and the agent smiled as soon as he saw him. "The money has been deposited into our company account. As long as you agree, you can sign the contract now." The agent grabbed Yan Rui's hand and sighed. "I have never sold a house so smoothly in my life." Yan Rui was also a little dizzy. If the agent hadn't taken him directly to the bank to transfer the money to his card, he would never have thought that such a smooth thing would happen to him in this world. "Okay, brother." The other party said that you only need to collect the money, and we will settle the rest with the buyer. The agent wiped the sweat from his head and smiled brightly while holding the contract. "You don't have to rush to move, but I may have to trouble you to go again in a few days to handle the procedures." "Okay. Okay." Yan Rui felt that he was indeed the son of God, and he could be reborn and do things smoothly. It couldn't be better. He covered his chest and looked at the balance of more than 1.2 million in the text message, and began to jump for joy again. "With this money, at least I can improve my quality of life. I'll go back and buy some candy." Yan Rui happily returned to the supermarket. The store opened a little late today and missed the peak period. There was no one in the store now. When he opened the cash register and prepared to start business, he found something wrong. The interface was still the same, but there was an extra line of words in the lower right corner. Plain selection? What plain selection? Did the software add a branch system? Unfortunately, he couldn't use it. Yan Rui didn't think much about it, but he was a little curious when he saw the prompt. Anyway, there was no one in the store, so he just clicked it to take a look. Program starting. Host verification in progress. Program started. Host verification completed. Host binding successful. The words on the screen confused Yan Rui. He squinted his eyes and stared at the screen motionlessly. The next second, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost consciousness immediately. After an unknown amount of time, Yan Rui opened his eyes, but what he saw made him sweat. Who? Could it be that someone knew that he was reborn? It was pitch black all around, and he couldn't even find the door. It was obvious that they wanted to imprison him. Host, please enter your username. After entering, the program will officially start. The cold machine sound ended, and a light board appeared in front of Yenrui, showing an interface similar to the username input interface in the game. Yenrui didn't want to enter. This situation was too weird. Although he had experienced rebirth, he classified rebirth as metaphysics. This looked like aliens invading the Earth. What will happen if I don't sign? Yenrui was afraid that after signing, even the 3-month buffer period would disappear. The machine didn't seem to expect Yenrui to ask such a question. Yenrui felt that the other party seemed to be stunned for a moment. And then the word Yenrui automatically appeared in the bar after the username on the screen in front of him. What do you mean? Are you doing it on purpose? Yenrui was a little angry. It's not fair. You know me very well. And I know nothing about you. Yenrui pinched his waist, like a small firecracker. If you have anything to say, please say it quickly. My time is precious now. Yenrui, who had not slept for 8 hours in 3 days, was qualified to say this. The cold machine voice did not answer, but the system operation manual appeared on the screen in front of Yenrui. Yenrui flipped through it for a long time, then closed it silently. Host, please decide whether to continue binding. Yenrui didn't say anything. After a long time, the electronic voice couldn't help it. Does the host have any questions? I'm making a decision. Yenrui frowned. His expression was very tangled. Give me a stool. Yenrui spoke tentatively, and the stool that appeared the next second confirmed Yenrui's guess. So you're already bound? It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. Yenrui sat on the stool after he finished speaking, crossed his legs. Now tell me, what's your use? Yenrui just flipped through the first page of the user manual and learned that this system came from a planet called Amoin Star. Because of some reasons, it needs to expand outward. So a system that can cross galaxies has been developed. This system will randomly select hosts on each planet, and the cooperation between the two parties is only to promote the development of Amoin Star. What Yenrui encountered was the management system. In addition to the management system, there are also game systems, combat systems, live broadcast systems, etc. In addition to operating in this plane, this business system can also be developed in other planes. As for which plane to go to, the host can choose it. It's not that I want to reject you, but I really don't have time. Yenrui shrugged. I won't hide it from you. In 3 months, I will be trapped in this small supermarket and can't move. I can't solve what you want. Even eating will become a problem. Do you want to charge? When the power is gone, you can't turn on the machine. I advise you to change the planet and change the host. It won't work here. Host has been bound. Please choose from the following worlds. Yenrui, you are so obsessed with the system. It's okay to come. Yenrui looked at the display screen in front of him. The display screen has 8 options. Yenrui considered it and asked, what can I bring when I go to these places? The whole supermarket. Yenrui pondered for a while and continued to ask, do I have any newbie benefits? Like a newbie gift package or something. As soon as Yenrui finished speaking, 3 more lines of words appeared on the screen. System User Manual. Static Stereo 10 square meters. Points 100. Yenrui took a look and was attracted by the bottom line of words. Host can choose the time to enter the plane. Seeing this sentence, Yenrui was less resistant to this system. In that case, after I prepare the materials to survive, I will decide whether to go to another plane to deal with your management system. Yenrui was relieved and then asked his own question. How to use that static 3-dimensional space. Yenrui was not keen on novels, but he had heard of space and was very interested in this artifact. Is it a space where things will not go bad if they are placed in it for sale? The system responded. After the host selects the location to place the space, the function can be unlocked. The rest of the questions can be found in the user manual. Yenrui looked at the user manual with only 3 pages and rolled his eyes inwardly. I'm a little busy now. The supermarket outside is waiting for me to open. If I lose something, can you take responsibility? I wanted to threaten the system with this sentence, but I heard the system speak coldly. In this space dimension, you have surpassed the time control. The time you enter this space will be the same as the time you leave. Since this is the case, Yenrui finally became interested in this user manual of only 3 pages. The user manual stated that as long as the business system he obtained has business flow, he can get system points there, and the points can be used to shop in the system mall. Opening the system panel, he found that the system mall has a wide variety of products. But they are all things Yenrui has never seen in his life, such as Ray Spirit Cannon Dragon and Tiger Talisman Snow Cold Essence Space Transfer Device, Demon King Appearing Card Strong Combat Mecha, and other products that seem to be impossible to put in the same channel in Xia. Yenrui changed his posture, and was no longer in a hurry to go out. "Can I buy all these things?" he asked with interest. "As long as the points are enough?" "As long as the points are enough." Feeling Yenrui's attitude, the system's tone was also relaxed. "With enough points, you can not only buy all the items in the system mall, but also unlock other hidden functions." Hearing this, Yenrui was really tempted. He thought carefully. Since he could choose the time to enter the plane by himself, it would not prevent him from stocking up. "By the way, if I open a store in another plane, will the time flow rate be the same as this plane? It's impossible for him to go to another plane, and this plane will close. What should Jian Anqi do? The host can buy a time converter in the mall." Yenrui opened the mall and found the time converter. He found that this thing is a one-time tool with different levels. The higher the ratio, the more expensive it is. For example, if you set it to 10:1, you will spend 10 days in other planes, but only 1 day in this plane. This requires 100,000 points. The advanced time converter can also be set to take 1 minute in this plane regardless of how long it takes in other planes. Of course, this is more expensive, requiring 1.5 million points. Yenrui suddenly felt a little confused. But just put it aside for now. "Okay, I have a general understanding. How do I leave now?" "Just choose to leave on the watch." Yenrui looked at the watch that appeared on his hand at some point, and was a little speechless. He didn't know when this system was put on him. Presumably, this watch, like the cash register, is a carrier of the system. Back in the familiar supermarket, Yenrui was stunned. He subconsciously looked up at the electronic clock on the wall. Sure enough, he had just stayed in the secret space for so long. But the real time didn't move at all. Yenrui suddenly felt that his lifeline was stretched, and he was in a trance for a moment. And then he immediately became excited. His first thought was that with this system, the safety performance was greatly increased. For example, there were many types of protective shields. It's a pity that natural foods like rice, vegetables and meat are very expensive. A bag of 20 kilograms of rice costs 20,000 points, and fresh vegetables cost 5,000 points per kilogram, not to mention pure drinking water. However, some products are unimaginably cheap in the system. For example, a computer marked a random new civilian computer in the plane only costs 10 points. Yenrui sat in a chair, flipping through his phone, thinking about how to maximize the use of money and points. Then he suddenly thought of something, raised his wrist and asked, "Where is my static space?" "The host can set it, it will." Yenrui rubbed his ears somewhat uncomfortably. He thought for a while, and decided to arrange the 10 square meters in the basement. One reason was that the basement was originally a warehouse, and the other was that if there was any disaster, the basement was a very suitable area for hiding. Yenrui came to the basement and selected the innermost corner as the location of the space on the thumbnail of the basement in the watch. Then 2 plain cement walls that blended with the surrounding environment appeared. On one of the walls, there was a wooden door that looked a bit old. Yenrui pulled the door handle. The space was empty, and there was nothing special. He closed the door and asked the system, "Can it be set so that only I can enter and exit at will?" The space is initially set to only allow the host to enter, and the additional list is also determined by the host. Yenrui nodded, went upstairs to get an ice cream and threw it into the space, ready to measure the effectiveness of this static space. After most of the day, Yenrui had some free time and came to the static space again. He opened the door and found that the ice cream had not changed at all, and he became excited again. With trembling fingers, he opened the shopping website, thinking of the floods that were raging during the typhoon. He bought 3 rubber motorboats for emergency use, and also arranged for an electric pump to inflate the motorboats and matching life jackets. The same store also had a lot of outdoor supplies, and he bought 3 tents, which were enough for earthquakes. The more important ones were the gas stove and the gas tank. Although he bought the stove yesterday, the memory of soaking noodles in cold water in his previous life still made him prepare more. After buying 5 gas stoves and 10 gas tanks, he also bought some toolboxes and buckets in the store, as well as various camping lights and flashlights. In his previous life, Jian'anqi had to work hard to get him a tent so that they wouldn't have to sit outdoors. In this life, he prepared early. At least Jian'anqi didn't have to get hurt to grab things for him this time. Thinking of this, Yanrui was even more generous and prepared 2 or 3 sets of air mattresses, air sofas, inflatable pillows, and sleeping bags in the store. He definitely couldn't save this money. After negotiating a very satisfactory discount with the store, Yanrui found that he had missed a message from Jian'anqi. Before he could click it, he heard a familiar voice above his head. Arui, why don't you reply to my message? Chapter 3. Yanrui looked up and saw Jian'anqi, who was frowning and lowering his head. Looking at him breathlessly, Yanrui subconsciously glanced at the watch, then blinked and asked in confusion, why did you come here at this time? It was just 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jian'anqi should be working on his security company at this time. In his previous life, Jian'anqi had been preparing after he retired from the army. But he didn't have enough time to complete the plan. Why do you look so bad? Didn't you have a good rest these days? Jian'anqi didn't answer Yanrui's question, but raised his hand and gently stroked his lower eyelid with his thumb. Dark circles are coming out. What did you eat for lunch? Yanrui patted the back of Jian'anqi's hand a little embarrassedly, and then asked himself, you haven't answered me yet. Why are you here at this time? Jian'anqi didn't say anything, staring at Yanrui, without any intention of answering. Yanrui couldn't help but feel guilty when he saw the sharp eyes. He pursed his lips and his brain turned rapidly. But he couldn't find a good reason to answer. Fortunately, a customer came to pay the bill and broke the weird atmosphere. Jian'anqi took a step back and noticed Yanrui's glowing eyes. After Yanrui finished paying for the customer's drinks, he saw the upper right corner of the cash register showing points +3. It seemed that as long as there was a flow, points could be exchanged. Jian'anqi noticed the change in Yanrui's mood, but he really didn't understand what was comforting about a checkout page with a revenue of 3 yuan. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll bring it to you. Jian'anqi felt that he couldn't ask anything, so he had to give up, thinking that if he came more often in the near future, he could find a way to solve any problems as soon as possible. I want to eat. Yanrui licked his lips. I want to eat xiaomai, both meat and glutinous rice fillings. Buy more because I want to eat it tomorrow morning. He hasn't eaten xiaomai since the disaster. And today, he can't control his saliva when he mentions it. Okay. Jian'anqi smiled. I'll send it to you at 6 o'clock. Looking at Jian'anqi's back as he left, Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know how to talk to Jian'anqi yet. Whether it was rebirth or the system, it was hard to explain to Jian'anqi. A materialist. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Now that he has the system, he can at least make Jian'anqi's life not as hard as in his previous life. And he is no longer the one who drags his feet. This time, he opened the shopping website to buy some things that can be bought in the system mall. But it is more cost-effective to buy with money. Now that we have a static space, we should make good use of it. Yanrui first found a supplier and asked him to help contact the wholesaler of fresh produce. He wanted to buy some vegetables and fruits on the pretext that he wanted to add new categories to the store. Even if vitamins can supplement the body's nutrition, how can they be compared with real fruits and vegetables? Yanrui soon contacted the supplier. Yanrui and the supplier agreed to deliver the freshest fruits and vegetables every morning, whether they were off-season or in season. For example, tomorrow, he asked the supplier to deliver 2 boxes of each kind of vegetables and fruits. The supplier implicitly said that the quantity was a bit too much, and he explained that he had just started and wanted to do some activities at a low price. After dealing with vegetables and fruits, Yanrui doubled the weekly purchase quantity. Even the supplier was implicitly reminding him that with such a purchase volume, there might be a backlog of goods. But Yanrui insisted that he had his own plan, and the supplier did not delve into it. Instead, he was happy to think that he could make more money. How many points are needed to upgrade the space? Yanrui turned on his watch and saw the answer to the question directly displayed on the screen. 20,000 points per square meter for static space, which can be expanded infinitely, beyond the original space range. 40,000 points per square meter. Oh! This means that this space can be expanded infinitely, and can be larger than his basement. It's just that these points are not easy to earn. There is only an old community near Yanrui's convenience store, and the flow of people is not small. The daily turnover can be about 3,000. In this way, he can have 3,000 points every day. But these 3,000 points are not enough. Yin Rui saw a high-star protective cover in the system mall. After opening the protective cover, the area inside the protective cover can become an independent space and resist all external damage. Good things are expensive, and the entry level requires 600,000 points. Even if he works diligently every day, there is no way to buy all the points before the disaster comes. Not to mention that in addition to the protective cover, he has other things to prepare. Yin Rui thought about it, took out a piece of paper, wrote a poster recruiting part-time workers and hung it up, and then began to contact suppliers, saying that they would need a large amount of rice, flour, grains and soybean oil tomorrow, and they would provide him with goods worth 30,000 yuan. Then Yin Rui took out a discount label and wrote buy 10 kilograms of rice/grains and get toothpaste for free, buy soybean oil and get soy sauce for free. In addition, there are buy 1 get 1 free for potato chips, buy 3 get 1 free for drinks, buy 5 get 2 free for ice cream and other preferential activities, striving to cover all age groups. Busy and busy. It was 6 o'clock. Jian Anqi brought 2 large boxes of packaging bags to deliver dinner to Yin Rui. After he put the things on the table, he looked at the yellow explosion-shaped special offer on the table, and the question mark in his mind almost became real. You are here. Yin Rui smiled and welcomed. What do you want to drink? Go to the refrigerator and take it. I will treat you. Jian Anqi took 2 bottles of Coke and unscrewed them and handed them to Yin Rui. What do you want to find a part-time job for? Didn't you say that you can do it yourself and don't want to share the money with others? Jian Anqi hinted. And Yin Rui laughed and replied, nothing. Just too tired. I have insomnia at night recently. The doctor told me not to work so hard. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he was impressed by his quick wit. But he just raised his head and looked at Jian Anqi's worried eyes, and felt a little sorry. It's nothing. Just find a part-time job. Take a good rest, and it will be fine in a while. 3 months is enough. Yin Rui picked up a piece of steamed buns and handed it to Jian Anqi's mouth. I'll open your mouth. Jian Anqi opened his mouth helplessly, swallowed the steamed buns, and still worriedly said, if there is any problem, you must find me first. Yin Rui thought for a while. Then you can help me watch the store tomorrow. If someone comes to apply for the job, you can help me decide. I will help you watch the store. Jian Anqi blurted out. Anyway, I don't have anything to do recently. Yin Rui thought for a while. Okay. You are more reliable than others. Anyway, Jian Anqi's security company didn't open in the end, so this time is not a waste. The next morning, after Yin Rui put the fresh fruits on the shelves he had just cleaned up, he said goodbye to Jian Anqi and left. After leaving, Yin Rui drove while asking the system, Jian Anqi won't find anything, right? No. Even if Jian Anqi opens the door, he can't see anything special inside. The system guaranteed. That's good. Yin Rui didn't know what he was nervous about. It might be because he had never concealed anything from Jian Anqi since he met him. So he was relieved to hear the system's guarantee. Yin Rui drove out today, and his first choice was the wholesale market on the edge of the city. Even if he opened a small supermarket, he couldn't replenish stocks in large quantities as he pleased. Otherwise it would be troublesome if the supplier became suspicious. His experience in the end times made him more and more suspicious. He didn't want to have any risk of attracting the attention of others, so he only trusted Jian Anqi. The wholesale market has 5 floors, from food to furniture and appliances to daily necessities. Yin Rui started buying from the clothing wholesale market on the first floor. The clothes in the system mall are very expensive, especially the pure cotton clothes. Some clothes are said to be able to be worn for 60 years, but Yin Rui declined because of the ugly style. He had bought cold-resistant clothes before, and now he can buy summer clothes. He and Jian Anqi bought 200 pieces of pure cotton t-shirts, vests and shorts in the same size, long sleeves and short sleeves. Socks and underwear were bought by the box, and they were bought 30 boxes each. When the water resources are tight, it will be difficult to change and wash these things. Young man, which warehouse should I send it to? The stall owner's question made Yin Rui stun for a moment. He realized that he bought so much that his pickup truck could not carry so many goods. Seeing Yin Rui embarrassed, the stall owner immediately said, "Don't you rent it? It's not too late to rent it now. There are not many other things here, but there are many warehouses. I'll take you there." The stall owner enthusiastically took Yin Rui to rent a small warehouse for a week. The warehouse was 20 square meters, about the size of a garage, which was enough for Yin Rui to use temporarily. With the warehouse, Yin Rui was more relaxed. He bought several large boxes of comfortable and stretchable jackets and trousers. He also bought 100 pairs of sneakers and boots according to the sizes of the two people, so that the two people would not have to worry about having no clothes to wear for at least 10 years. He didn't want to repeat the thing of stripping clothes from the dead in his previous life. After running for most of the day, Yin Rui bought almost all the clothes and went to the basement to buy food again. This time, he was eyeing frozen fast food. There were still a few varieties in his supermarket, and the varieties in the wholesale market dazzled him. There were beef and mutton rolls, steaks, barbecue skewers, lamb chops, chicken wings and chicken legs, crayfish of various flavors, scallops, oysters, hairy crabs, hairtail, crucian carp, and yellow croaker. As long as he saw it and thought it was delicious, he would order 2 boxes. You said your system looks high-end, but there are not even crayfish in the mall. Do you think it is high-end or low-end? System. It's just that the system was not entered when it was shipped. If it was not entered, it proved that this was the first time the system logged into this plane. Yin Rui guessed that the factory plane of this system was to send various systems to collect information in different planes and finally integrate them together. Yin Rui did not believe that wormhole thruster, Ellen Golden Grass, and Xiantian Bagua formation could appear in the same plane. Then if I help you enter these things, can I get points as a reward? Chapter 4. This time the system did not reply immediately. Yin Rui knew that his proposal was feasible. If you want to explore this plane, you must ask the local natives for help. Yin Rui does not know what the forces behind the system want to do, but it will not be worse than the situation 3 months later. He found that in the system mall, the prices of various seemingly advanced products were not high, but the prices of pure natural products on the earth were high and the variety was small, which must be due to the shortage of natural resources. Okay, one product can be counted as 30 points. After about a minute, the system replied, "Did you ask your superior for instructions?" Yin Rui was particularly curious about this small system. He felt that it was an extremely high-level AI with emotions. At least, he could sometimes feel the system's hesitation. Yes. The system answered every question. At this time, Yin Rui stood in front of the warehouse waiting for the boss to deliver the goods to him. When he was free, he chatted with the system. What counts as one product? Are 2 flavors the same product or 2 different products? Do I get to set the price? Also, can I put the things I bought up for sale? Answer me these 3 questions first. Yin Rui was afraid that people around him would hear him, so he could only communicate with the system in a low voice. But he knew that the system could hear him. 2 flavors can only be counted as 1, and different brands can only be counted as 1. Pricing is determined by the back end, not by the host. After accumulating points to a certain level, you can also open an affiliated store in the mall. Yin Rui. There is also an unexpected gain. I didn't expect that I could really put my own things up, although the demand for points must be large. Since this function exists, he must make good use of it. It happened that the goods had been delivered at this time. After finishing the sorting, Yin Rui looked at the text messages in his mobile phone. At this time, he had less than 800,000 yuan left, and there was still a lot of room. After returning to the wholesale market, Yin Rui bought several boxes of wontons and dumplings with various fillings. He was not picky about this, but Jian Anqi had a favorite brand, so Yin Rui bought all of them with one brand. In addition to these 2, there were also milk-flavored steamed buns, steamed dumplings, scallion-flavored flour rolls, pumpkin cakes and sweet potato balls. He bought a box of everything he saw. If he was not worried that frozen food would not be well preserved in the warehouse, he would definitely stock up more. Unfortunately, although he opened a supermarket, he still could not purchase goods as he pleased. The supplier who delivered the goods this morning was already curious about why he bought so much. In addition to frozen food, self-heating hot pot and self-heating lunch boxes are also indispensable. He still remembered that one night in the extreme cold, he and Jian Anqi were in a broken quilt and said that it would be great if they could have a hot pot now, even if it was a self-heating small hot pot. Thinking of this, Yin Rui took out his phone. Brother, let's have hot pot tonight. Jian Anqi replied immediately, okay. After Yin Rui put down his phone, he bought 5 more boxes of self-heating hot pot, instant rice noodles, instant noodles, a treasure porridge, etc. He bought at least 1 box, and at most 5 boxes of all the instant food products of different brands that he could see. Okay. Let's buy this much today. After Yen-Rui carried the frozen food he bought today into the car by himself, he seemed to say to himself, why are other systems in novels omnipotent? You can put things in your portable space with just a scan. Please don't question the ability of the system. Hearing this, the system sounded a little unconvinced. And reminded, by the way, here is a reminder. The price of entering literary works is 10 points per book. Yen-Rui smiled. Okay. I'll go back and find you some novels about this. Can you connect to the internet? I'll charge you to read them. Of course. Yen-Rui didn't expect that the system had this side, and suddenly found it a little interesting. Today, I'll store the frozen things in the space. Fortunately, they give a lot of ice packs, so it's okay to keep them in the car for a longer time. Yen-Rui parked the car in the garage, and then went to find Jian-Anqi to have dinner together. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jian-Anqi with a frosty face, frowning and reading the names of various additives in potato chips to an elderly aunt. Auntie, there must be a lot of additives in these potato chips, but the ones made at home must not have this taste. It's okay to eat them occasionally to satisfy the children's cravings. After hearing this, the aunt felt that Yen-Rui made sense, so she let Jian-Anqi pay the bill. If you want to do business, you still need to learn more. Yen-Rui smiled and said, let's go to the store in front. I haven't eaten there for a long time and I miss it. Didn't we just eat there last week? The feeling in Jian-Anqi's heart reappeared, and Yen-Rui could only casually say, it's delicious. It's a pity to miss a meal. Jian-Anqi sighed, and looked at Yen-Rui, who had a bigger appetite than before, at the table, and felt a little more relaxed. Before leaving, Yen-Rui did not forget to pack 2 servings of the soup base, and told Jian-Anqi that it would be more cost-effective for the 2 of them to eat at home in the future. After sending Jian-Anqi away, Yen-Rui hurried back to the car to look at the frozen fast food he brought back today. Fortunately, the sellers had experience and heard that he couldn't put it in the freezer immediately, so they gave him enough ice packs. But he didn't throw away the ice pack, because it can be used when it's extremely hot. After moving the extra shelves in the warehouse to the space, Yen-Rui placed each item neatly. Although it felt like he bought a lot, it only filled 2 shelves. These are not enough. I have to go tomorrow, Yen-Rui muttered to himself, and drove to the warehouse twice to move the things, and then moved all the things he bought today back. Can I enter it now? Yen-Rui asked the system, but the system did not answer. But a small light lit up on the edge of the watch. Use this to scan the products you want to enter. Yen-Rui picked up a box of self-heating hot pot, and when he was about to take action, he asked, you won't collect information and invade our planet? No. Amwen is 370 million light-years away from this planet. The system exists only to learn the development process of other planets. Note, the technological level of this plane is 3 centuries behind that of Amwen. Oh, it's far away, and looks down on it. Such a realistic reason. Yen-Rui believed it. But he didn't understand why such a high-tech planet didn't even have a self-heating hot pot. And the system, that seemed aloof and mysterious, could actually read a 50 yuan novel in a day. I can top up 50 yuan a week at most, so you can read it sparingly. He himself doesn't even use 50 yuan a month. Yen-Rui chatted with the system while entering the product. Have you been to other planes before? Or do you know what other planes look like? No. You are my first host. The system answered honestly. But before being deployed, the information collected by the previous system will be recorded to avoid damage crisis. What planes have you seen? For example, I saw the martial arts plane. Is it like what is written in the novel? I didn't read the martial arts category today. The system said honestly. I read the infinite flow. Yen-Rui didn't answer. After a while, the system couldn't hold it back. It whispered weakly but a little excitedly. The systems of those protagonists are so handsome. You record this chicken leg for me first. Chicken wings and chicken wing roots are not the same thing. Count them as 2. Yen-Rui looked at the flashing screen on his wrist and said proudly, it seems that besides the poor food, the cultural and entertainment development in your place is not very good. Work hard and give me more points. I will charge you 100 points a week in the future. The system immediately became excited. As long as Yen-Rui waved his hand, all the things in front of him were fully recorded. He didn't even need to open the box. Even the fact that different flavors were counted as 1 was changed. The braised beef flavor and spicy beef flavor were counted as 2 by the system. Wow! This system authority is higher than I thought. Yin Rui was not stingy. He happily charged the system 200 yuan. This kind of smart AI reads books quickly. He knows. If he flatters it a little, maybe there will be some unexpected benefits in the future. Sure enough, after seeing the balance arrive, the system flashed twice happily and sent a document to Yin Rui. You can connect to the computer to see it. If you have any questions, ask me tomorrow. Yin Rui looked at the document in front of him, and after going upstairs to import it into the computer, he found that it was an introduction to each plane. There are dozens of planes recorded here, and the danger level of each plane has been marked according to ABCD, with A level being the most dangerous and D level being the safest. However, there are secret files above A level, which can only be opened after he successfully passes the assessment of several planes. Yin Rui looked at the martial arts plane that he felt more familiar with, and it turned out to be C level, while the zombie apocalypse was actually the safer D level. Among the D level, there is a plane with recommended for newbies written in the upper right corner. This interface is named Extreme Continent by the system. As for what is extreme, Yin Rui opened it and found that the introduction of this plane is only a short line of words. The extreme weather has slowed down the development of Planet 146, and the host's mental state and mental health need to be paid attention to. Yin Rui suddenly became curious. He changed his posture and continued to look down. The temperature of this plane is kept between 70 degrees and minus 70 degrees all year round. Ecological resources are scarce, and the level of science and technology is backward. Plane specialty, ice crystal fire essence. The temperature difference in this place is a bit big, but it doesn't look that unbearable. Yin Rui looked through a few photos, and it was similar to some of the northernmost countries he had seen on the internet before, except that the snow looked thicker. Thick snow proves that there is no shortage of water, which is good. When I go to this plane, I can store more water. After preparing the supermarket for a while, he will go to this plane to take a look. By the way, he will study how to earn these points. Chapter 5. Come so early. When Yin Rui arrived at the supermarket in the morning, he saw that Jian Anqi had already prepared breakfast, and students had come to buy breakfast one after another. Well, I can't sleep. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui and smiled. How about it? Can you increase the bonus? Of course. Yin Rui stepped forward and patted Jian Anqi on the shoulder. Put out the special price list today and see how much it can sell. Are you going out today? Jian Anqi's tone was calm, as if he was really chatting with ordinary people. Yin Rui nodded. Yes, I'll go to the wholesale market to have a look. The supermarket has not been doing well recently. I'll see if there are any new things to stock up. It's not enough to just point to the supplier. Jian Anqi nodded. Let's have lunch together at noon. I'll buy it back. Yin Rui left this sentence before leaving. After leaving the supermarket, I heard the system's voice. He looks stronger than you. Of course he is stronger than me. He just came back from 5 years of military service. He is the kind of soldier who cannot be contacted casually. His body is stronger than most men in the world. Ah, the system sighed, and Yin Rui immediately recognized his voiceover. If you like him, you should quickly open the subsidiary authority, and I will bind him to you directly. Anyway, there is no one else I trust around me. You can only bind a subsidiary when your points reach 500,000. It is recommended that the host work hard. Yin Rui rolled his eyes. Yesterday, he scanned so many new things for the system, and even scanned in the goods in the supermarket one by one. But he only accumulated more than 80,000 points. And it is still a long way to reach 500,000 points. Wait a minute. Can you scan the goods in the wholesale market? Yin Rui suddenly thought of the key point. You don't have to scan only the goods I own. Theoretically, you can. The system replied coldly. Yin Rui promised without hesitation. I will give you an extra 200 today. Sure. The system was happy. Just expose the scanner. Yin Rui, who succeeded, came to the wholesale market happily. He first walked through all 5 floors, and then looked at the watch screen with confidence. As a result, the amount of points on it not only made his blood boil. Why is it just this little? It only increased by 20,000. Yesterday night, he increased by 80,000. There are too many homogeneous products, and too few special products. The system answered briefly. But after a brief disappointment, Yin Rui regained his consciousness. It was a pleasant surprise to have these 100,000 points. Okay. I'll see what else I can buy and bring back more. Yin-Rui had almost bought all the food and clothes in the past 2 days. Today he was going to buy some fruits and some inconspicuous gadgets. Jian-Anqi liked to eat grapes. So Yin-Rui bought 20 boxes of all kinds of grapes, as well as 200 kilograms of watermelons, cantaloupes, and rose melons. These things were not afraid of spoiling in a static space. For many years before his death, he had not eaten such sweet fruits. Yin-Rui bought a large portion of fruit slices and ate them while walking. While eating, he did not forget to place an order with the stall owner. 50 boxes of bananas, 50 boxes of apples, and 30 boxes of cherries. Yes, I'm buying wholesale for the unit. Yin-Rui laughed as he placed the order. 20 boxes of mangoes are enough, and 50 boxes of blueberries and strawberries each. In addition, Yin-Rui bought at least 20 boxes of seasonal fruits, regardless of whether he and Jian-Anqi liked to eat them. As for the off-season fruits, they might be a little expensive, but Yin-Rui also bought 10 boxes. He could only do so even if the price was a little expensive. Thinking of this, Yin-Rui couldn't help but complain about the system. Look at other people's systems. They can kill people and create things out of thin air. But why can't you even buy fruits here? The system has read novels for 2 days and realized that it might not be very good. And it felt a little guilty at this time. But the host can buy physical enhancers. And one person will not feel tired when carrying today's goods. Good guy. He even started selling. Why didn't you say it yesterday? Yin-Rui took a look and found that one bottle only cost 1 point, which could solve the difficulty, he realized later. He just bought too much. And if he did it himself, he might not be able to move it. Yin-Rui thought that he couldn't waste this 1 point. So he bought more big items today. Thinking of this, he moved his eyes to the auto parts area next door. Yin-Rui bought a lot of replacement parts for his and Jian-Anqi's cars, including 5 tires, jack, cross screwdriver, rubber pad, toolbox. Yin-Rui checked off everything on his memo. Antifreeze. Give me a few more barrels of antifreeze. In his previous life, his and Jian-Anqi's car caught fire in extremely cold weather, and they had to rely on their legs to go out, which caused them so much suffering. And skis and snowmobiles. These cars are so expensive. Buy 2 for. The extreme cold lasted for a long time, and he still had to go out during that time. He was not afraid of others targeting his car. After all, Jian-Anqi could easily drive away 4 or 5 people. After buying the necessary tools, Yin-Rui came to the daily necessities area again. He also had to buy a few more boxes of hand cream and lubricant, as frostbite was not pleasant. In addition, Yin-Rui did not forget to buy a water purifier and bleaching powder, and even bought several large boxes of water purification tablets, which could be very useful in flood disasters. The daily necessities area made Yin-Rui walk and stop, and every time he saw something, he couldn't help but buy a few boxes. Tissues are essential, and good quality rolls of paper and tissues should be bought in 100 boxes. And wet wipes should also be stocked up, which can be used to wipe sweat when it is extremely hot. Toothpaste and toothbrushes should also be bought in sufficient quantities. 20 boxes should be enough for him and Jian-Anqi to use for decades. And soap and laundry detergent. Find cheap and easy-to-use domestic brands and buy 50 boxes each. These things can also be used for activities in the store. He also bought more facial cleansers, shampoos, and conditioners, and stocked up now while he had the conditions. He also bought 10 boxes of mosquito coils, insect repellents, insecticides, and mothballs. Compared with humans, the insects of the end of the world are more like the masters of this world. Yin-Rui was careful. Many things were not available in the system mall. The system would be upgraded in the future. Maybe these things could be put on the shelves in the system mall, which would definitely earn him a lot of points. 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 He really needed points now. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yin-Rui hurried to the snack area to pick out a few snacks, such as various chocolates and candies of different flavors, all of which he bought 2 boxes. A few boxes of new flavors of yogurt, and milk and cheese. When he went out and saw a noodle shop with many people queuing, Yin-Rui thought about it and bought another 20 servings of noodles to take back. Jian-Anqi, go out and help me bring some things back. Yin-Rui poked his head into the store and said anxiously, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm starving. Jian-Anqi heard this and went out without thinking. Yin-Rui took the opportunity to send the 18 servings of noodles in his hand to the space in the basement, and then pretended to bring up a self-heating hot pot and put it on the table. It's okay. Take this as a side dish. Yenrui took the box from Jin Anchi, piled it aside casually, and then invited him to eat. Not in a hurry? Jin Anchi asked casually. And Yenrui nodded, not in a hurry. I'm more anxious to eat. Yenrui has become accustomed to Jin Anchi's exploratory questions in the past 2 days. He was guilty before, but now he can deal with it calmly. After dinner, Jin Anchi stopped Yenrui, who was about to go out. Business is good today. Maybe we need to restock. Yenrui looked around and didn't expect that the small supermarket that used to have a turnover of 3,000 a day had already made 2,500 in half a day today. It's still an event. Yenrui sighed. We have to keep doing this event. Do we need to restock? Jin Anchi continued to ask. No. By the way, I'm moving. I plan to live on the second floor in the future. Yenrui just remembered that he forgot to tell Jin Anchi that he was moving. After selling almost all the things in the past 2 days, I plan to close the store and renovate it. The second floor can't be lived without renovation. When the time comes, you can help me look after the renovation. You don't even keep an eye on the renovation? Yenrui nodded. I'm going to go out of town and get together with my friend for a wedding. About 7 days. What friends? How come I didn't know that your friends were getting married? Jin Anchi had a blank expression on his face, which made Yenrui feel uneasy. My college friends? You don't know them. If you had called me often or come to see me at school before, you would know them now. Yenrui straightened his chest and said confidently, I'll introduce them to you next time. Jin Anchi nodded without saying a word. Yenrui added reluctantly, Then let's go out for dinner tonight. Yeah. Yenrui sighed silently in his heart and complained to the system after going out. I don't know when I can tell him everything. It's so tiring to hide it from him. It doesn't matter. Even if you tell him about the system, he can't receive the signal. This system has special hidden technology. Who told you this? It's obviously about rebirth and the end of the world. By the way, how many points do I have now? Yenrui asked. There are about 120,000 in total, which can be used to buy a primary time converter. You know I want to buy a time converter. Yenrui was a little unsure. He had just laid the groundwork with Jin Anchi, but he didn't know the specific situation over there. A time converter can last for 10 days, and it can be interrupted during use to return to the original plane. After the system finished speaking, it added, The new plane is a copy of the original plane supermarket, and the operation of the new plane does not affect the original plane. I know all this. It's all written in the manual. Yenrui curled his lips. You are much cuter now than the cold look on the first day. The system immediately fell silent, and Yenrui didn't say much. At this time, he drove to a gas station. Hello. 95 full. Thank you. Chapter 6 Extreme Weather begins. Aren't you tired? We have the most advanced means of transportation on Amon Star, which can be transported only by lightweight particles in the air. Shut up. Yenrui sat on the ground, tightened the lid of the oil drum in front of him, and then said indignantly, You think it's embarrassing for me to suck gasoline with a pipe? Then give me the most advanced means of transportation on your Amon Star. Yenrui pulled the pipe out of the fuel tank. Do you know how tight the gasoline pipe is now? If I don't do this, I can't save it at all. Yenrui repeated the action of refueling this day, and went to all the gas stations in the city. In the end, he saved half a car of gasoline, and he felt a little relieved. Yenrui had almost finished stockpiling things, so he started looking for a decoration company. He didn't have any requirements for the style. The only requirement was that it was durable. As a bachelor, I don't have any requirements, but I can't live here after I get married, and I'm also afraid that there will be some petty thieves robbing at night. Please help me reinforce the windows and other things, preferably bulletproof. Little brother. You are really good at joking. The person in charge of the decoration company that Yenrui found was named Lee. Don't worry. I will definitely install the thickest glass for you and install 2 cameras for you. Thank you, Brotherly. Yenrui gave Brotherly a cigarette. The insulation layer and floor heating must be the best. Please also help me waterproof the basement and the top floor, and try to use them for 50 to 60 years. No problem. Brotherly happily accepted the cigarette and staggered away. Jin Anchi, thank you for your hard work these days. Yenrui turned around and patted Jin Anchi on the shoulder. I will transfer the salary to you later. Didn't you rest well these days? Jian Anqi looked at Yan Rui's increasingly haggard face and felt a little distressed. He has been observing Yan Rui closely these days, but he didn't find anything unusual. Knowing that he was going to sell the house, Jian Anqi bought it as soon as possible and asked his friends to help check whether Yan Rui had borrowed money outside or offended anyone. But he didn't find any relevant records. Yan Rui was just more excited than usual, like a little deer ready to fight at any time. But his condition was getting worse day by day, as if he had experienced some major setbacks, which made Jian Anqi anxious. Yan Rui touched his face and found that there was indeed no meat. He really didn't sleep well these days. Sometimes he could think of the scenes of his previous life with his eyes closed while lying in bed. He didn't want to think about the life like purgatory, but the bloody scenes always appeared in front of him. But he was glad that he was reborn and had a system. He was the luckiest person in the world. What was he dissatisfied with? It was just that he couldn't sleep. He saved time to read the system manual several times and sort out the things in the space. The 10 square meters that originally looked a bit empty were now crowded with Yan Rui. There was even a shelf dedicated to the snacks he had stockpiled in the snack street. And there was no place to put his feet. I have to make money, Yan Rui said. It has been half a month since he came back. There are still 2.5 months before the real end of the world. Time waits for no one. I told Jian Anqi that I have a ticket for 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, so he doesn't need to pick me up. Yan Rui packed up his things and came to the small house he had rented in another part of the city. The owner of that house was abroad, and the agent promised not to disturb him. If Jian Anqi calls me, I can receive it. Right? Yan Rui confirmed again and again. If he can't contact me, he will really come to my house to find me. And call the police, by the way. When he was a sophomore, he was drunk and couldn't answer the phone. Jian Anqi called the police directly and ran out during training. After finding him and confirming that he was fine, he hurried away. The two met for less than 3 minutes. Don't worry. You will definitely receive it. The system guaranteed. The supermarket is also copied from the state of May 30th. There is absolutely no problem. Okay. Yan Rui took a long breath. Then let's start now. Yan Rui raised his watch and selected plane 146, extreme weather, from the 6 options on the screen. Please ask the host whether to confirm this plane. It cannot be changed after selection. Confirm. Yan Rui no longer hesitated and clicked OK. The next second, he felt the scenery in front of him change, and he was already in his own supermarket. But the scenery outside was different from the world Yan Rui lived in. It was bright at this time, but there was no one in sight. Such thick snow. Yan Rui stood there inside. Fortunately, the temperature in the supermarket was not affected by the outside world. Otherwise, he would be frozen to death in his short sleeves. Plane 146. The temperature today is minus 62 degrees Celsius during the day and minus 82 degrees Celsius at night. Please prepare to keep warm. Didn't the previous plane introduction say that it was 70 degrees above zero or below zero? How come it's 82 degrees now? Such a problem just after arriving in the new plane made him a little crazy. The host's survivable temperature will be guaranteed in the supermarket, so the host can operate it with confidence. Yan Rui panicked for a moment, then immediately returned to normal. The clothes I prepared may not be warm enough, so I can't go out to attract customers. Yan Rui scratched his head. Does your system have cold-proof clothes? Yes. The human body constant temperature underwear only costs 15,000 points per piece, and can be worn for 60 years. May I ask if the host chooses to buy it? No. No! Yan Rui waved his hand impatiently. Since he couldn't go out, Yan Rui immediately asked, can I connect to the internet in this plane? This is easy for the system. Yan Rui turned on the computer and opened the browser and found that the news on the page was very different from what he had seen before. Today the whole city is under martial law. The city gates are closed, and wandering in the city is prohibited. The lowest temperature in 80 years. Is it a punishment from heaven or a man-made disaster? What is the lowest temperature that the human body can withstand? Click the link below. Notification. Yan Rui curiously opened the notification, which said that starting at 8 o'clock, the patrol team will start distributing fire spirits. 10 per person. And no one should open the door except for the patrol team. Ah, what is a fire spirit? And where are we now? Will I get a share of the fire spirit distribution? Yan Rui looked at his wrist and looked at the system in silence. Why do you give the host so little information? Look at other systems. The screen on his wrist was full of question marks. He didn't need to look at it to know that he had just learned it from the novel. Plane 146 is divided into 3 continents. The host is located in Tiando continent, which covers an area of 6.76 million square kilometers, and has a total population of 8 million people. How much? 8 million people? Yenrui exclaimed. This is too few people. Just looking at the weather outside, Yenrui understood why the population was so small in such a large area. What about the fire essence? There is also an ice crystal, which is said to be a specialty of this plane. Each fire essence can increase the surrounding temperature by about 10 degrees, which lasts for 24 hours. The ice crystal is the opposite, and the temperature can be accumulated. That is, 5 fire essences can increase the temperature by 50 degrees, minus 80 degrees at night, and 10 are just enough for humans to use at one time. Since the host is not located in the residential area and has not been entered into the system by the patrol team, the host does not have a share of the fire essence distribution this time. Yenrui listened to his words and felt that the system was gloating a little. He made a mental note, then opened a map and found that he was in Tianjing district of Tiando continent. There were about 3 million people in Tianjing district, and all of them lived in the same building. This giant building not only accommodated 3 million people, but also had schools, hospitals, squares, restaurants, canteens, amusement parks, and other basic facilities. Residents living in it could even stay in the building for their entire lives. And his supermarket was in an abandoned small building next to the building. No way. They don't go out. Who can I sell things to? So what if they were close? The distance between the two sides was cut into a natural chasm by the wind and snow. Yenrui scratched his head in annoyance, then tore open a bag of potato chips in a depressed manner. Can I buy my own things? Thinking of this, Yenrui's eyes lit up. Can I do it? Host prohibits card bugs. The system was a little crazy. The background must have chosen such a location for you with good intentions. The host can wait patiently. What else can I do if I don't wait? Welcome? Asterisk. The nutrition bars are almost gone, and I don't know who will be sent to the central area to collect supplies. Anyway, I don't want to go. I almost died on the road last time I went there. Then I don't want to go either. I don't know when the snowmobile will break down. Quiet. A tall man in a yellow and black striped uniform had a serious expression. An unidentified object appeared 300 meters away from the residential area. Who is willing to go and find out the truth? The 7 or 8 young men in the room wearing the same color training uniforms looked at each other, but no one said a word. 2 bottles of plant nutrient solution as a reward. Then I'll go. 2 people spoke first, and the others took a step back when they saw the 2 people stepping forward. Han Lin and Chen Shu both have families to support. Han Lin has a paralyzed father, and the daily nursing fee is not small. Chen Shu's wife just got pregnant. Although all the medical expenses for childbirth have been waived, the nutrition fee is also a large amount. Okay, just the 2 of you. Drive my snowmobile later. As their team leader, Zhao Cheng still cares about the safety of his subordinates. After Han Lin and Chen Shu were fully armed, they drove the snowmobile slowly. What other unidentified objects are there? It can't be another meteorite. Back then, a meteorite flew from outer space and directly brought the entire planet back to the Ice Age. At that time, it was thought to be the Ice Age. But in fact, it was even more terrifying. So be it. I can still get a pension after I die. At least someone will take care of my wife. Chen Shu shrugged indifferently, and Han Lin did not comment. But the 2 came to the marked point and looked at the scene in front of them. And they were really confused. The scene that only appeared in the book appeared in front of the 2 of them at this time. There were no windows blocked by wind and snow, no roofs covered with snow, and lights that lit up the whole house without caring about the electricity bill. And the person, who was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt in the house. Did they have hallucinations before death? Otherwise, how could someone be so arrogant on the coldest day of the year? Chapter 7. Hello. 2. How can I help you? Yenrui smiled and looked at the 2 people whose only eyes and mouths were exposed. If it weren't for the system saying that people here would do this when they go out, and guaranteeing that he would never get hurt under the protection of the protective shield, he would really beat them out. Han Lin and Chen Shu looked at each other and raised their. Who are you? Yenrui smiled. I'm a supermarket owner. Supermarket? Don't you have one here? Yes. But there are so many things for sale in the supermarkets they have seen. And they are cucumbers. Right? How can they be piled up so openly without any precautions? What if they are stolen? The two people who didn't know that the supermarket had automatic protection measures were thinking about it. Seeing that the two were motionless, Yanrui didn't urge them. He sat at the table, took out a piece of chocolate, and ate it crunch. Crunch. Han Lin and Chen Shu were a little at a loss for a while. Their mission was to find out the truth here. But everything here made them not know how to report. Are you too hot? Yanrui couldn't help but speak after all. If you're hot, take off your coats. Han Lin and Chen Shu immediately became alert. Yanrui was speechless. How can I steal your clothes? The two looked at each other, and finally couldn't help but start fighting. The temperature in the room was indeed too high for them. The two took off one piece after another, and finally stopped when they were left with only a sweater and a coat. Yanrui finally saw the faces of the people who came. They looked about the same age as him, but their eyes were sharp and bloody. Yanrui was too familiar with this look. This was the look that most people had in order to survive after the apocalypse. You two can go shopping. There is a shopping basket over there. You can come here to pay after you have made your choice. Yanrui suddenly remembered that he didn't know the currency system here yet. He quickly tapped his watch and whispered, "How do I settle the bill?" The unified currency in this area is Tianheng coin. Put the goods into the settlement basket, and the system will automatically display the price of the goods. A plain-looking metal basket immediately appeared next to Yanrui, and then the pictures of several goods appeared on the cash register screen. The selling price of Tianheng Continent and Yanrui's purchase price were marked below the pictures. The host can refer to this price to price the sample goods. After the pricing is completed, the system will calculate the price of all goods in the background according to the proportion. If the host is not satisfied, it can be adjusted at any time. Yanrui looked at the example on the screen. A bottle of 1 liter of milk in Tianheng Continent costs 30 coins, and his purchase price is only 0.8 coins. There are also apples. In Tianheng Continent, a pound of apples costs 10 coins, while his purchase price is only 0.25 coins. The prices in this place, it is not much different from the prices in the world before his death. And the prices at that time were even higher. Then let's set the price at 80% of the original price. 24 coins per liter of milk, and 8 coins per pound of apples. Oh, by the way, is the cash register an adaptation program for the conversion cost interface? Yes. In this case, Yanrui has nothing to worry about. He happily puts his hands behind his back, waiting for the two to make their selections and pay the bill to earn his first pot of gold in the other world. It's a pity that the two stayed in the supermarket for more than half an hour, and finally took 2 small boxes of milk, 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes. Yanrui was a little disappointed, but he also understood the choice of the two people. He put everything in the settlement basket, and a string of numbers immediately appeared on the screen. A total of 66 Tianheng coins. Yanrui looked at the number, and took a breath of cold air in his heart. Such a small thing can be sold here for 600 yuan. 600 points are just in hand. Only 66? Han Lin and Chen Shu were also surprised. The price was much lower than they thought, and the quality of the vegetables was much higher than they had seen before. Such a juicy cucumber and such a fresh tomato should be doubled in price. After the two paid, they saw that the terrible situation they imagined did not happen, and they became bolder. "Boss, will you be there tomorrow?" Han Lin asked cautiously. "Of course. I won't leave until the things in the store are sold out." Yanrui smiled and replied, "Please help me promote it. The quality of my things is very good, and the shelf life is fresh. I will never cheat you." After getting Yanrui's assurance, Han Lin and Chen Shu put on their clothes as quickly as possible, and then ran back to the car, wanting to report back as soon as possible. "When we came, we felt that the speed was fast, and when we went back, we felt that the speed was slow. Do you think this thing is poisonous?" Han Lin held the bag in his hand with care. "My dad said that he was picky when he was a child, and didn't like to eat vegetables. Now it's a luxury to want to eat a bite. We will report back after we go back. And this thing must be handed in." Chen Shu pursed his lips. "Will you hand it in?" Han Lin hesitated. "Brother has lent us the car. If only their boss was an unforgivable bad boss. Then, they wouldn't be so entangled now. It's not that they are selfish, but the things in their arms are too precious. They can only eat a bowl of vegetable soup and a staple food during the festival every year. The staple food is sometimes rice, sometimes steamed buns, mainly depending on what is produced in the central area at that time. And the refrigerator in the supermarket just now was full of steamed buns and dumplings, as well as other things they had only seen in books, but had not eaten yet. Hand it over. We can't keep it. Chin Shu decided. This place is very strange. And there may be something we don't know about it. Recently, there was a notice from above that someone from other continents came to inquire about the news. People from other continents shouldn't be able to do what he did. Han Lin had some doubts. But he didn't have the courage to hide the things. Hand it over first. If there is no problem, we will buy it again. The news will not spread in a short time. After discussing, the two returned and handed all the things to Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng looked at the things in front of him, was silent for a while, then took out half a cigarette from the bottom of the drawer, put it in his mouth, and lit the lighter with a trembling hand. Are these things really bought from the supermarket that fell from the sky? And the goods are piled up? After getting the assurances of the two, Xiao Cheng put out the cigarette and carefully put the last half of the remaining cigarette back into the drawer. I will report it now. After that, he did not forget to hand the nutrient solution to the two of them. The news is blocked. Understand? Understood. Han Lin and Chen Shu looked determined. Xiao Cheng put the things in the bag into an inconspicuous box, thought about it, and took out half of the things. Just hand in one of each. Xiao Cheng put a tomato, a cucumber, and a box of milk on his desk. Don't let others see it when you go out later. Asterisk. Can't you really monitor their movements? I feel like I'm just checking for deficiencies in your system. Yin Rui sat on a chair, eating a freshly cooked self-heating hot pot and said, Before I asked about the price, you were not ready. The system was speechless, and could only pretend not to hear it at this moment. I want compensation. I want rewards. Yin Rui was dissatisfied. Other people's systems are omnipotent. And you even rely on me to improve the plane's situation bit by bit. What I know is almost a blank. And it's hard to carry out the work. Then, what do you want? The system vaguely felt that what Yin Rui said made sense. And this should be within the scope of reasonable conditions mentioned by the main control. Protective shield. I think this protective shield is pretty good, so that I can bring it back to the original plane after leaving this plane. The 600,000 points of the protective shield in the plane mall still made him feel scared. I will apply to the main control. Yin Rui was very satisfied with this answer. After dinner, he started to exercise out of boredom and learn self-defense from the video. This thing will be very useful after the end of the world. Little did he know how much shock he brought to the top management of Qingheng District. Asterisk. Safe and non-toxic. And the data is the same as 40 years ago? In a high-end conference room, a middle-aged man wearing high-end fur frowned and said, We have worked hard for so many years to restore 1/3 of the original state of the organisms. Could it be that the development of other continents has been faster than ours? Impossible. Another older man in the room knocked hard on the floor with his cane. And the whispers in the room stopped immediately. How much did we pay to protect the scientific researchers? If it was another continent. Don't worry, Elder Chung. My people have never brought back such news. Another woman with a resolute temperament and who looked to be in her early 30s said, The scientific research level of Tiando continent has not fallen behind. Elder Chung. Don't worry. After that, she looked at Xiao Cheng who was standing by the wall. Are you sure your men didn't lie to you? Xiao Cheng waved his hand and replied, No. The two of them will definitely not lie to me. This is my dereliction of duty. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. And I don't know what she was thinking. Captain Ren, the task of investigating this store will be handed over to the Enian team. However, in addition to keeping confidentiality during the investigation, we must also ensure that the store manager does not feel negative emotions. Don't worry, District Chief Liu. I know my limits, and will get it done within 3 days. Asterisk. Yin Rui waited for a long time, but no new customers came. He couldn't help but guess, maybe they don't trust me. Next time we go to other planes. Your system must solve this problem in advance. The system silently recorded Yin Rui's suggestions and sent them back to the main control. And then said, The main control has agreed to give you the protective shield as a reward for completing the plane information. Finally got some good news. Yin Rui looked outside and saw that it was already dark. He thought that there would be no more customers coming now. Forget it. Let's rest early. Jian Anqi can see that I'm not in a good mood. Just as he walked to the light switch to turn off the light, he suddenly got goosebumps from the cold air coming from outside the door. Yin Rui turned his head and saw a girl who was about the same height as him and had a temperament that was not easy to mess with standing at the door. Unlike the two people who came earlier, the clothes this girl wore were not so bloated, but more capable. Boss, are you still open now? Chapter 8. Welcome. Yin-Rui turned around and looked at the person who came. The person asked if the store was still open, but his eyes were always on him, which made Yin-Rui feel uneasy. You can take a look at what you want. The prices are on the price tags. After you choose, come to pay for it. Yin-Rui walked back to the cashier. Please help yourself. Rinshan looked at Yin-Rui's harmless appearance and did not dare to take it lightly. Now the periphery of this store has been surrounded by her team. As long as Yin-Rui dares to make any move, this place will immediately turn into ashes. Rinshan, who always believes in iron-blooded tactics, looked at the goods in the supermarket and quietly sent a message to the outside of the door: try not to cause any damage to the goods in the house unless it is absolutely necessary. Boss, how long has your store been open? Rinshan took the shopping basket and picked the goods casually. Why is there no production date and expiration date on this packaging bag? Yin-Rui was absent-minded. It's a trade secret, but I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem. Rinshan knew this very well. She glanced at Yin-Rui with her peripheral vision and found that he looked completely unwary. Was he really not afraid that outsiders would have any bad intentions about this? In this supermarket, there may be some killer weapon that can kill with one blow to ensure the safety of the store manager and make the store manager so fearless. That's right. If you don't have two brushes, how dare you put these treasures in front of people so ostentatiously? Boss, these fruits should be freshly picked. And did you install fluorescent lights in the basement? Rinshan continued, trying to analyze Yin-Rui's background from a few words. But Yin-Rui didn't respond at all. He only heard Rinshan seem to be asking him something. He said it casually, and then sat on the chair and anxiously looked through his phone. Rinshan was even more certain of her guess. This person must have a bigger force behind him, with means beyond her cognition. Although the other party did not show any aggressiveness now, once he took action, everyone present would be unable to resist. Rinshan's expression became more solemn. Yin-Rui, who had completely forgotten that there were still people picking things in the store, looked at the message from Jian Anqi on his phone and scratched his head anxiously. He asked me to take photos back, but I don't have any photos. What should I do? Yin-Rui was so anxious that he complained to the system. What if he finds out that I lied to him and ignores me? The system had never seen this before. Although he read a lot of novels, he only read the plot-based ones, which didn't teach this. Or you said it's hard to take photos with luggage in your hands, and you can talk about it when you have time. It can only be like this. Yin-Rui replied to Jian Anqi, and deliberately wrote two wrong words to show that he was in a hurry, but still took him to heart. After that, Jian Anqi sent an emoticon package in seconds, and Yin-Rui was relieved. At the same time, Rinshan also picked out the things and prepared to check out. Unlike the two people just now, Rinshan took a full basket, but she only picked one of each item, and she took the small package if there was a small package. Boss, check out. Rinshan observed Yin-Rui's expression carefully from a close distance, and found that after he said this, his fingers tapped on the screen a few times, and then he relaxed. Let me see. Yin-Rui poured all the things into the settlement basket, and then the numbers appeared on the screen. Yin-Rui glanced at it casually, and then said, a total of 472 coins. Do you need a shopping bag? A shopping bag adds 1 coin. Yes. Yin-Rui nodded, and then said the same thing as before with Han Lin and Chen Shu. If there is a chance, please help me promote it. Understood. Rinshan looked at Yin-Rui, and was a little unwilling to get nothing this time. She struggled for a while, and still risked offending Yin-Rui and asked, you here? Yin-Rui raised his head and looked into Rinshan's eyes. Rinshan suddenly woke up. Restock tomorrow? What do you want? You don't have to wait for tomorrow's replenishment. I'll go to the warehouse to get it for you. Yin-Rui shrugged indifferently. It's not a big deal. Rinshan, who carried another box of apples back to the car, couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She finally understood why the two soldiers didn't know anything about it. They were afraid. She was afraid too. If she is sure that he is someone with bad intentions, she can take action at any time, or capture him for investigation regardless of the cost. But what this person has is too precious. She is afraid that this person can really bring changes to Tianheng district. After offending him, She will take back all the rewards he has given to this district. Rinshan has unilaterally regarded what Yin Rui has as a reward from God. But she cannot say this idea out loud. Adhering to the attitude of being responsible for everyone, she will continue to explore. Tomorrow, all members of the Hidden Swallow team, who are not on a mission, will come here to spend money and pass the news to the guard team. Explain the actual situation to them, and let them decide whether to come or not. After Rinshan went back, she first checked whether the supermarket circuit and water source were connected to Tianjing district, but found nothing as expected. The next morning, Yin Rui came down from upstairs, rubbing his stiff waist. Because the copied supermarket had not been renovated yet, Yin Rui could only sleep in the sleeping bag he bought. He tossed and turned all night, which put a great test on his waist. I must prepare the air mattress tonight. The ground is too hard. Yin Rui turned on the power. It was already 8 o'clock. But there was still no light outside. It was so dark that it seemed to swallow people. Yin Rui washed his face, filled the breakfast machine with buns and steamed buns with various fillings, cooked a whole pot of oden, and placed the sausages in the sausage machine. At the same time, he put the pre-cooked eggs into the tea egg marinade to heat them. Then he checked whether there was any soy milk powder in the soy milk machine. Finally, after turning on the water machine, he made sure that there was nothing missing. Then he sat back on the stool in front of the cash register, waiting for his breakfast. Yin Rui thought that there should be customers today, but they would definitely not come so early. So he just felt at ease to fish for a while, and then opened his phone to check the chat box with Jian Anqi. They are already discussing who to send for shopping today. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Yin Rui's ears. The main control can already detect the situation in Tianjing district in a small range. So fast? Yin Rui opened his mouth. You are really checking for deficiencies and filling in the gaps. The system was anxious. Didn't you say you wanted to see the situation in Tianjing district? It's me. It's me. Yin Rui spoke to comfort. Thank you for your help. The system then returned to calm. They are going to send 15 people in the morning and 15 people in the afternoon, including both the guards and the Hidden Swallow team. They will draw lots to decide whether the members will go together or individually. Also, there were 19 people monitoring next to the supermarket last night. Yin Rui was not surprised by what the system said, and was even a little excited after hearing the news. Great! Doesn't this prove that their leaders already know about my existence? It's easier to talk about cooperation directly with the most influential person. After speaking, Yin Rui walked to the window and put his hands together to pray to the sky. His lips moved slightly, and he murmured softly, Buddha and Bodhisattva bless me. I hope their leaders can come to discuss cooperation with me today. I can get points and money tomorrow, and leave this hellhole as soon as possible. After making a wish, Yin Rui also bowed solemnly. Not long after, 2 cars stopped at the corner about 5 meters away from the supermarket, and Rinshan in the car began to receive reports from the members of the Hidden Swallow team who were responsible for monitoring last night. Nothing unusual happened last night. It was just that when the supermarket opened this morning, the owner seemed to send some information to the sky. Time is urgent, and we have not been able to decipher it yet. Rinshan looked at the image coming from the front and stared at Yin Rui's actions thoughtfully. The cultures of the 2 planes are still slightly different. Rinshan didn't understand what Yin Rui was doing at all. She simply didn't think much about it, and sent the video back to the special team. Then she got warm and ran to the supermarket after getting out of the car. As soon as she opened the door of the supermarket, Rinshan was shocked by the aroma that came to her face. She couldn't help but look at the source of the fragrance. And then she saw the store manager yesterday eating the buns in his hand. It's steamed buns. Right? Rinshan had eaten it a few times. In the past, when she came back from any thrilling mission, she would always get rewards from the central area, and steamed buns and dumplings were one of them. As for the others, she was not familiar with them. Rinshan, who was born after the disaster, had never seen the breakfast that was everywhere before. For a moment, she was stunned and didn't know how to react. Welcome. Yin Rui saw someone coming in, threw the steamed buns in his hand aside casually, and then stood up. Are the customers satisfied with the goods yesterday? Rinshan, who handed everything to the upper level, didn't know how to answer for a while. Yin Rui didn't ask any more questions. He pointed to the steamed bun machine in front of him. Have you had breakfast? Do you want 2 steamed buns? There are pickled mustard greens and meat fillings, as well as purple potato buns and lava buns. They are all delicious. Are these for sale? Rinshan stood in front of the steamed bun machine, trying her best not to lose her composure. What about this? Rinshan pointed to the sausage grill. The smell from the machine made her dizzy and addicted. Of course I sell it. The things I put out in my supermarket are meant to be sold. Yenrui smiled and said, Give you one? Come on. Rinshan said without hesitation. Give me one of each. After saying that, she pointed to the various machines nearby. Everything. Yenrui smiled happily. Okay. Go sit over there and wait for a while. He has a good eye. This customer knows the price and ordered so many things without asking the price. He went all in without blinking. It's obvious that he has skills. After Yenrui filled 3 trays in front of Rinshan, he carefully reminded her. If you can't finish it, I can provide a takeaway service. It's better not to waste things. Yenrui took 2 steps back after reminding her. What he said next froze Rinshan's blood in her warm body. Or just let the 19 people who monitored me last night come in and have a hot meal. Chapter 9. What? The bun in Rinshan's mouth suddenly lost its taste. She didn't even dare to look back and look at Yenrui. This man's power was completely beyond her imagination. 19 people. Even 19 people can be clearly stated. Who is monitoring whom? Yenrui looked at Rinshan's reaction and was satisfied. 19 people monitored him. And so many people didn't say they came in to consume. If he didn't push them like this, he didn't know how long they would drag it out. Rinshan paused for a long time, and finally made a gesture to the outside. In less than a minute, 19 people wearing uniform and heavy uniforms entered the supermarket. Yenrui smiled and greeted, You didn't rest well last night. Would you like a cup of hot soy milk? The monitors who didn't know why Rinshan called them all in immediately realized that they had been exposed after hearing Yenrui's words. They were horrified and took 2 steps back involuntarily, ready to attack. Seeing this, Yenrui tapped the table twice with his fingers, tilted his head slightly, raised his eyes, and looked across. His eyes faintly passed over the shoulders of the people in front of him, and went straight to Rinshan. Don't buy? If you don't want to buy, just go. Yenrui's tone suddenly changed. Don't block my business. Buy! Rinshan suddenly ordered loudly. Buy them all for me. Yenrui nodded with satisfaction. Not eating well in the morning is not good for the stomach. Not to mention that you worked all night last night. 2 buns per person may not be enough. We can wait. Rinshan strode forward. Or does the store manager have any other recommendations? Yenrui introduced carefully. There are bread and noodles. Noodles can be boiled in boiling water. Or you can wait for me to steam another pot of buns. Rinshan was relieved to see that Yenrui didn't seem to be annoyed. You can order whatever you want to eat. If it's out of stock, you can ask the store manager to restock it. The most important thing is to eat more. Do you understand? It was the first time that the team members saw Rinshan show this attitude. They immediately obeyed the order and lined up neatly, ready to follow the next instruction. What do you want to eat? Yenrui looked at the first person, who was covered tightly with a kind look. These things are all good things. 19 people bought out the breakfast prepared by Yenrui. Half of the bread and various instant noodles on the shelf were gone. Yenrui looked at the large amount of points on the system and smiled from ear to ear. And these people also experienced for the first time how comfortable it was to eat a hot breakfast in the morning. Before, they all ate a nutrition bar to fill their stomachs in the morning. Now, in comparison, in addition to the taste being difficult to reach, this kind of satisfaction is something that tasteless nutrition bars cannot give. Teammates who were close to each other would taste each other's food. Rinshan shared what she couldn't eat with others, but everyone finished it in a short while. What else do you want to buy? Yenrui looked at the team members who were standing in the aisle and didn't know what to do, and said, in addition to food, you can also buy daily necessities. After that, he took 2 pieces of toilet paper and gave them to the person closest to him. Use this to wipe your mouth. The people who got the toilet paper looked at the things in their hands at a loss. They had no shortage of toilet paper, but they couldn't afford such soft toilet paper without paper scraps, not to mention using it to wipe your mouth casually. Don't you still have tasks? Rinshan said slowly. Let's go when we're full. Yenrui immediately looked at Rinshan with some reproach. Why are you still chasing customers away? Can't you see that they all want to stay? Before you leave, hurry up and buy anything you want. Rinshan added, don't cause trouble for the store manager. After sending everyone away, Yin Rui was free and looked at the cash register in front of him. This morning alone, we collected 2,800 coins. Young people who do manual labor can really eat. Yin Rui said to the system happily. When do you think she can't help but come to me for questioning? The system guessed. 3 days. Yin Rui nodded. I guess so. At most 3 days. They can't help it. And I just pointed out the fact that they are monitoring me. They should be more nervous. Indeed. Renshan was more nervous. Renshan hurried back to the headquarters and reported everything she had just seen and heard to the district chief truthfully. After hearing this, the district chief's face became solemn. If we just said we were monitoring him, it might be his guess. But since we even told him the exact number of people, then the district chief's unspoken words were self-evident. Yin Rui and his supermarket must have power that they could not detect. We can only cooperate with him in a gentle way. And the cooperation must be successful. You said he cares a lot about whether anyone buys things? The district chief looked at Renshan, who stood up and paced back and forth in the empty conference room. Didn't he see any other needs? Renshan was also a little unsure. The time she spent investigating was too short. But she had a hunch that no matter how long she investigated, she would not be able to find out anything from Yin Rui. Go today and talk to him about cooperation. Ask him if he wants anything. Such a person cannot just want money. The district chief made the final decision. We must keep him stable. Yin Rui, who was waiting for the spy set by Renshan to come in, was counting on his fingers out of boredom. If I were at home, 15 people would come to the supermarket in the morning, and I would have gone bankrupt long ago. Yin Rui said to the system. If I had known that when Renshan left just now, I would have told her that I wanted to cooperate with the people behind her. I'd better replenish the goods first. The 19 people bought as if there were 190 people, and each of them bought a lot, which significantly increased the overall customer unit price of the supermarket. After going back and forth in the warehouse several times, he finally replenished the goods. He found that the best-selling thing here was fresh fruit, but he didn't have that much inventory. Yin Rui asked the system, if I go back to replenish the stock, is there any way to avoid Jian Anqi? You could open a plain channel in the warehouse near the wholesale market. The plain channel costs 5,000 points at a time and can last for 1 hour in the original plane. It's expensive. Black-hearted merchants. But this method is really good. It solves his problem. Besides, the Tiannan coins earned here can be converted into money by the system and deposited into his bank card. If he can reach a cooperation with the official here to conduct large-scale wholesale business, then he will not lack money. Yin Rui happily imagined the future, and then heard the sound of the door opening. Welcome. Yin Rui stood up, and it turned out that it was Renshan who came in from outside. Seeing the familiar face, Yin Rui blinked. Captain Run, are you here to discuss cooperation with me this time? If you just walk around the supermarket and pick up some dispensable small things, I won't accompany you. Renshan was ready for this store manager to know everything, but her heart still trembled when Yin Rui called out her name. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Renshan quickly adjusted her state and acted calmly. I want to know. What can you provide? Store manager. Yin Rui sat back in his seat. What do you want? Fresh fruits and vegetables. And rice and flour. This is what we want. Renshan stood in front of Yin Rui and looked directly into his eyes. Can provide 3 million people. No. Yin Rui refused categorically. I'm doing business. Not Aladdin's magic lamp. You are making a wish here? Are you kidding? As soon as you come in, you are asked to support these 3 million people. What is this? Responsibility transfer system? Besides, he won't stay here for long. After he leaves, he can't provide so many things. And they are not afraid of violence. Chaos. However, Renshan was relieved for some reason after hearing Yin Rui's refusal. Then how much can you provide? Store manager? 5,000 kilograms in 10 days. Regardless of category. As for the others, you buy first. I will buy them when I run out of stock. Yin Rui hugged his shoulders and looked up at Renshan. I forgot to introduce myself. My last name is Yin. Yin Rui. Renshan's breathing was a little rapid. She had to admit that she had just gambled. But she didn't expect Yin Rui to be able to provide fresh food continuously. Okay. Renshan made the decision. Then can you sign a contract with us? Yin Rui accepted all offers. Sure. You go and prepare first. 5,000 kilograms in 10 days. 30 coins per kilogram. I can't guarantee anything else. It was the first time that Yin Rui felt the trouble caused by the different speed of time. He didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. When Renshan returned to the headquarters, her steps were still a little shaky. As soon as she returned, the district chief and other leaders came up to her and asked, "How is it?" Renshan recounted her conversation with Yin Rui. After she finished, everyone else couldn't believe it. That's it? Renshan also felt unbelievable. But it was really that. No negotiation skills. No intrigue. No bargaining back and forth. To be honest, 30 coins per kilogram. Everyone present thought it was cheap. Could it be that he is really here to do business? I don't believe it. An old man with a dark face said in a loud voice. What does he do with so much money? Can he spend it? Once he asked this question, the others were silent. But Renshan said, maybe we have something he wants here? Don't make it public yet. Don't let the people know that there is such a place. Every time he provides something, take it for inspection to confirm that there is no problem before taking action. The district chief made the final decision. What can we do about what he wants? We need him more now. The research in the laboratory has reached a bottleneck. The natural disaster came too suddenly, and the seeds that could not be properly preserved gradually lost their activity. If this continues, even nutrition bars can no longer be provided to residents. The scene at that time is simply unimaginable. That's it. Besides, didn't you say that he cares more about making money? Send people to his supermarket to buy things every day. He wants money. So we must make him earn enough. Chapter 10. Yin Rui was a little speechless as he looked at the familiar faces coming and going in the supermarket. These people didn't know how to act more realistically. He could see that there were only a few people in Tianjing district who could move around freely. I will open the door later tomorrow night. Tell Renshan to pick up the goods at noon. Yin Rui grabbed a person and said, "Ah?" The man wanted to play dumb, but he thought it was unnecessary. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll contact Sister Rin in a while." At night, Yin Rui said to the system, "Let's get started." The system understood, and the next second, Yin Rui finally heard the long-lost bustling voices. Finally, Yin Rui felt that he was going crazy in that plane. Every day he faced the vast snow outside, and a bunch of soldiers who dared not say a word. He was really lonely like snow. It was still the fireworks in this world that made people feel comfortable. Otherwise, the system could obviously pause time. But he did not agree. When he couldn't go out in his previous life, at least he had Jian Anqi to accompany him. 5,000 kilograms of fresh fruits and vegetables were not conspicuous in this huge wholesale market. Yin Rui found a stall that he had never bought before. "Boss, what vegetables are fresh today?" "Our vegetables are all fresh. Just pulled from the greenhouse this morning. If there is anything that is not fresh, come to me." The stall owner looked at Yin Rui's fair complexion, guessed, and changed his tone. "Young man, you are purchasing for the factory, right? How many people are there in your factory?" The stall owner's words opened Yin Rui's mind. So he half-truthfully said that he was doing purchasing in a factory with nearly 1,000 people. And in addition to vegetables, he also bought fruits. And bought 5 days' worth at a time. The stall owner thought this way of buying was a bit strange. But she didn't ask any more questions. After all, who cares if they can sell it? Choose more green leafy vegetables. Yin Rui thought about the weather and environment there, and recalled his past life. Choose 3,000 kilograms of green leafy vegetables, and another 1,000 kilograms of carrots, potatoes and sweet potatoes. For the remaining fruits, choose juicy ones. Yin Rui licked his lips, and then added, "It must be sweet. If it's not sweet, I won't buy it next time." "Don't worry." The stall owner patted his chest and promised. While the stall owner was preparing the goods, Yin Rui took the opportunity to rent a large warehouse. According to the system, the plane channel also needs sufficient space. The stall owner transported all the goods to them in a short while. Yin Rui, who had been monitored by the system, naturally knew that the stall owner did not do anything tricky. So he paid the money readily. How to open the channel? Yin Rui closed the warehouse door, confirmed that no one around noticed him, and turned on the lights in the house and asked, "Just choose a location. Do you want a stamina enhancer? I think you'll need it soon." Yin Rui waved his hand. "No. I'll talk to you when I'm tired. This is called taking time to exercise." And time is not wasted at all. The connecting channel of the plane leads directly to the first floor. Yin Rui originally thought that he could at least hold on for half an hour for such a small thing as moving goods. But in the end, he only held on for less than 10 minutes. After Yin Rui drank the stamina enhancer without hesitation, he felt that the system was hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Your channel can only be connected for an hour. And you still blame me for using a plug-in? Of course not. The system gave Yin Rui an extra bottle of physical enhancer. It's true that the time is too short. Yin Rui's hands trembled. What's wrong with you? If you have any requests, please let me know. Give me some more money. The novel I'm following has been updated. Yin Rui, give me another 50. This system reads books faster than he drinks water. An hour later, Yin Rui lay on the air mattress in a sweat, feeling lucky that he had already prepared the air mattress before. Otherwise he would have collapsed on the cold concrete floor and couldn't move. Everyone is waiting downstairs, the system reminded. Renshan is in the co-pilot seat of the second car, and there is another man sitting in the back seat, who seems to be the leader in charge of Tianjing District safety. There are 5 more cars behind, and there are many people in the cars. Don't worry about them. The protective shield will definitely work anyway. Yin Rui is still quite confident in the system. Anyway, we can just eject them if they take action. Of course, if the system had a physical body, it would definitely be proudly holding its chest high now. Yin Rui was suddenly amused by the scene he imagined. The system didn't understand why. So it continued, when are you going to go down? Now. Yin Rui rolled over and climbed out of bed. Get it done early, and go back early. He went downstairs and turned on the light. After only half a minute, he greeted Renshan. Welcome, Yin Rui said. Renshan wanted to greet Yin Rui politely, but she couldn't control her surprise. Her eyes couldn't help but look at the box on the ground. Everything is here. Let's check the goods first. Yin Rui crossed his arms. 5,000 kilograms of genuine goods. Do you have a scale? Renshan nodded vigorously, and she waved outside. And an ancient huge table iron scale that could only be lifted by 2 people appeared in front of him. This scale is probably older than the old man in the car. Yin Rui made a gesture to Renshan, and then sat on the chair behind the cashier and watched them move. When he watched them put the goods on the weighing table one by one, and then weighed the weight with a weight, he couldn't help but feel some empathy in his heart. Before the disaster, he had never seen such antiques. But after the end of the world, these forgotten antiques were reused to prevent society from becoming a mess. At this time, Renshan was in a state of constant shock. After making an agreement with Yin Rui, she went back and found a book to make up for the lessons, and at the same time remembered the form of each vegetable to avoid making a fool of herself. I didn't expect that I almost lost my composure before I even used it in the negotiation with Yin Rui. Spinach, cabbage, kohlrabi, coriander, lettuce, potato, lettuce and sweet potato. It was not just a single vegetable, but a combination of many kinds of vegetables, some of which were so fresh that there were still drops of water on them. Not only that, there were 7 or 8 kinds of fruits, each of which made Renshan swallow her saliva. Yin Rui and the others were drowsy, and before they were about to finish their actions, the system reminded them, Yin Rui, they are almost done. Yin Rui then opened his slightly red eyes, patted his cheeks, and forced himself to cheer up. Have you waited? Renshan walked up to Yin Rui. She was already impressed by him. Thank you for your gift. After saying that, everyone in the room bowed deeply to Yin Rui. Yin Rui took a step back in shock. As a seller, he really couldn't accept such a gift. The next second, Renshan took out a card. All the Tianjing coins are in it. And my boss also personally added some to thank you for your help to Tianjing District. Yin Rui accepted it without hesitation. But he knew the meaning of the money in his heart. Your boss has been waiting outside for a long time. Renshan was in awe. As expected, Boss Yen knew everything. She simply confessed. This time, it was Director Huang from the Special Security Department of our Tianjing District. Director Huang is responsible for the security and armament of the entire Tianjing District. But he has some physical inconvenience. I hope Boss Yen will not blame him. Yin Rui waved his hand. I'm just doing business. And the rest is up to you. Renshan breathed a sigh of relief after making arrangements in advance. After arranging the people who moved the goods in the supermarket, she hurried back to the car at the door. Minister Huang. This time, Boss Yen gave us 5,000 kilograms. Renshan carefully reported the goods prepared by Yan Rui one by one. Even though Minister Huang had seen many storms, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart when he heard Renshan's description. He was calm and unmoved. No one was watching him last night. According to your instructions, I didn't send anyone to watch. Minister Huang nodded. Okay. Don't anger him. Not only him, but all those who knew about it had a hunch that this might be a turning point for his Tianjin district. Even the Tiando continent, or even the entire human race. Minister Huang put on his coat and opened the door. Renshan immediately stepped forward to support him. Yin Rui watched the two through the window, raised his eyebrows, and continued to write and draw on the paper. After the two entered the supermarket, everyone except Yin Rui saluted Minister Huang spontaneously, and then continued their work. After the two approached, Yin Rui looked up and noticed that Minister Huang was missing a leg. Hello, Boss Yin. Wang Dingjun stretched out a hand to Yin Rui, and Yin Rui hurriedly shook it. Hello, Minister Huang. Wang Dingjun smiled kindly at Yin Rui, and Renshan immediately handed the crutches to him, so that he could stand up with his own strength. Boss Yin, the weather is cold and energy is precious, so I'll get straight to the point. Wang Dingjun stood tall, his temperament neither humble nor arrogant. We need more than just these things. What else do you want? Yin Rui became interested. You make the request first. I can't guarantee that I can meet it. Seeds. Wang Dingjun was concise. We need seeds, fertilizers, live livestock, and everything that can keep my citizens alive. Wang Dingjun did not hide his needs. To be honest, although our scientific research team is still working hard on research, the raw materials are insufficient and the results are non-ideal. Hearing this, Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He could easily solve these problems. But this time, he didn't want Tianjin coins. Then what can you give us? Yin Rui said. In addition to money, you have to give me something that can make my heart beat. Wang Dingjun raised his hand to stop Renshan from coming forward to support him, and then took out a booklet from his arms. Boss Yin, this is all we can offer in Tianjin district. Yin Rui took it and flipped it open. Even though he had been trying to keep a calm attitude, his eyes lit up at this moment. You guys have such good stuff. Chapter 11. Yin Rui looked at the booklet in his hand and was distracted for a moment. Wang Dingjun keenly caught this and calmed down. Boss Yin, please take a look first. This is a communicator. If you have any needs, you can contact me directly. Wang Dingjun took out a black object the size of a palm. Yin Rui took it and found that it was a communication device with only 2 buttons, which looked very old. Just press the button on the left, and I can directly receive the message from Boss Yin. Yin Rui nodded and watched the 2 people leave. At this time, the goods Yin Rui brought back had been moved away by their people. Minister Huang. Renshan entered the car with an anxious tone. It's a bit. Didn't you notice? Wang Dingjun interrupted Renshan. Just now. In order to move the goods, the door was opened and closed. But did the temperature inside change a little? Did you feel a little cool breeze? Renshan was stunned for a moment. And Wang Dingjun continued, when communicating with people like him, the most important thing is sincerity. All negotiation methods will not work in front of him. Wang Dingjun closed his eyes tiredly. What's more? What choice do we have now? At this time, Yin Rui was carefully studying the book in his hand. He originally only wanted to bring some fire spirits and ice crystals back. But now he feels that he is still narrow-minded. Although the technology here seems to be very backward due to the weather restrictions, there are more experiences in this kind of extreme weather than he imagined. The first is the snowmobile. This snowmobile is different from the car he bought online before they can travel in the snow. The car he bought can only accommodate 1 or 2 people and is very simple. And the fuel requirements are also very high. However, the car developed by Tianjin District can use solar energy to ensure a week's travel volume. Its size is the same as that of an ordinary car, but some improvements have been made to the inside of the machine. While increasing the horsepower, it also reduces its own weight, and at the same time prevents the inside of the machine from collapsing at any time. And its durability is enhanced. Finally, it does not forget to lower the center of gravity and reduce the chance of rollover. The description of this car is that it can travel smoothly regardless of extreme cold or extreme heat. This car is also great. I want to buy 10, just buy 2. This car is good in everything. But the price is too expensive. But Yin Rui recognized it. This car should be the car that Rinshan drives every time she comes. So it should be a top-level car in this world. In addition to the car, there are also cotton clothes that can automatically heat up, water purifiers that can instantly filter snow and water impurities, sprays that can cool the human body, ointments that can immediately recover people with heat stroke, and other things that he can use in the future in his own world. This Tianjin district is really good. Yin Rui took out a pen and wrote, and drew more than 10 things he needed in the booklet. With these, he and Jian Anqi will definitely be able to survive the extreme cold and heat in the original world. Thinking of this, Yin Rui picked up his phone and sent a message to Jian Anqi. It should be almost noon in the original plane, which is a busy time. Yin Rui seized the opportunity to send a message to Jian Anqi, telling him that he had a lot of fun here and brought him a small gift when he returned. But I didn't expect Jian Anqi to reply okay in such a busy situation. Alas. Yin Rui scratched his head. Forget it. It will be fine after a while. You can take a photo and send it to him. And then I will help you Photoshop it. And I guarantee that he can't see the clues. The system volunteered. I have learned a lot of new things. Oh! Yin Rui didn't expect the system to have this technology. He immediately took a selfie wearing a straw hat and asked the system to Photoshop him into playing at the beach. When Jian Anqi received the photo, his eyebrows and eyes softened. But after he enlarged Jian Anqi's photo, he noticed the scenery behind him and couldn't help frowning again. Yin Rui was estimating the price of the things he wanted to buy, and he had no idea of Jian Anqi's expression. He said with some embarrassment, "These things together will cost at least 20 million Tianjin coins. How many seeds should I prepare?" As far as he knew, the price of seeds was not expensive, and most of the ones he could buy were improved seeds. The first year of planting was the best, but in the second and third years, the harvest would decline step by step. So most people would choose to buy new seeds every year. There was also fertilizer. He was very worried that after he left, there would not be enough fertilizer, and there would be no way to fundamentally solve the problem. Forget it. Buy as much as you can. Yin Rui closed the booklet, picked up the communicator, pressed the button on the left, and the ringtone only rang once. And the other party had already picked up the phone, as if someone had been waiting. Prepare 20 million Tianjin coins, and come to the supermarket at 9 o'clock in the morning 2 days later to trade. Yin Rui put down the communicator. Go back. I'm going to buy seeds. Host, frequent dimension crossing will put a great burden on your body. Not crossing will put a greater burden on my soul. Yin Rui looked helpless. For the first time, I feel that doing business requires a healthy body. After the system reminded him once, he said no more. The next second, Yin Rui returned to the warehouse. This warehouse was rented for 1 day. It happened that he still had time. He hurried back to the wholesale market. There was a whole area in the wholesale market that sold seeds. He randomly chose the largest seed store and asked, "Boss, do you have any wheat seeds that can be saved?" The store owner answered honestly, "At most, you can save seeds for 3 years. No more than that. It will affect the yield. It's okay to save seeds for 3 years." After the two of them had a tug of war, Yin Rui directly bought 500 kilograms of wheat seeds. Then he went to the same store and bought 200 kilograms of corn seeds and rice seeds each. He also bought the best fertilizer according to the store manager's recommendation. A lot of seeds were sold, and the store owner was happy and gave away a lot of vegetable seeds. Yin Rui also took advantage of the situation to flatter and bought some vegetable and fruit seeds, saying that he would send them to his friends to plant. After collecting the goods in the warehouse, Yin Rui went to the seed store in another direction. This time he bought a lot of seeds in the same way. He cycled through several stores in this way. After he received the goods from the 10th store, he collapsed on the floor of the warehouse tiredly. Why don't you buy all at one store? Seeds are not contraband, right? The system looked at Yin Rui, who was panting, and asked in confusion. Yin Rui wiped his face. Because eggs cannot be put in one basket. Some seeds are of poor quality, but you can't see it at the first time. If we buy bad ones, wouldn't it be a rip-off? So that's how it was. The system quickly recorded it. I saw the hydroponic nutrient solution just now. Why didn't you buy it? The system continued to ask. In his calculations, this kind of thing seemed to be very suitable for Tianjin district. Huh? After hearing this, Yin Rui quickly took out his mobile phone to search for information about the hydroponic nutrient solution. and decided to buy another wave after reading it. After buying it, Yin Rui still complained to the system. Why didn't you remind me earlier? The system said, this system is initially set to prohibit interfering in any decision of the host, and can only be used as an auxiliary. Then you can give me more suggestions in the future. I am alone, and there will always be some places I can't think of. For some reason, after hearing these words, the system felt that its running speed was much faster. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but just when he wanted to continue to explore the answer, Yin Rui spoke. Hurry up. Open the plane channel now. Asterisk. After another exercise training, Yin Rui returned to Tianjin District. At this time, 2 days had passed in Tianjin District. It was exactly 7:30 in the morning. Although it was much earlier than the agreed time, the cars outside proved that these people had been waiting at the supermarket entrance long ago, and they didn't know how long they had been waiting. Yin Rui turned on the light, pushed open the door, waved outside, and then he looked back outside and saw Huang Dingjun leaning on a cane, but running towards him at a very fast speed. Yin Rui walked up to open the door for him. Minister Huang. I've been waiting for a long time. Not long. Not long. He had been waiting outside the door for the past 2 days. He was worried as long as the lights in Yin Rui's supermarket were turned off. Just now, when he saw the lights in the house turned on, he finally put his heart back in his stomach. I have prepared everything. Yin Rui opened a sack at random. Here are all wheat seeds. The seeds were packed when they left the factory, and each bag weighed 10 kilograms. They just had to count the number. I have prepared a lot of wheat, rice, corn, and barley, as well as vegetable and fruit seeds. The potatoes and sweet potatoes I gave you before can also be used. Anyway, I will not leave out any variety I can find. It's best to study them after you get them, because the ones I bought have a high yield but cannot be saved for seeds. There are different types of fertilizers. You can try more after you take them back. There is also hydroponic fertilizer. This is a new variety over there. I don't know if you can use it. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he looked at Huang Dingjun and saw that Huang Dingjun had been stunned. Looking more closely, he found that his eyes were red, and he was already a little incoherent with excitement. So much, really? How come you? Yin Rui did buy a lot. The total weight of the seeds he bought was almost as much as the weight of the vegetables he bought before, plus the fertilizer. Anyway, he drank 3 bottles of physical enhancer. Let's find someone to move the things away. These are a total of 20 million. Do you think the price is okay? Ah! Huang Dingjun finally reacted, and then looked a little embarrassed. This money is a little too little. After saying that, Huang Dingjun, who had always been experienced and steady, became at a loss. Seeing this, Yin Rui hurriedly took the card from Huang Dingjun's hand and swiped it on the cash register in a deaf ear. After seeing the 200 million points entered, he nodded with satisfaction. Minister Huang, do me a favor. Hearing this, Huang Dingjun's eyes lit up. Boss Yin, please speak. Yin Rui handed over the booklet. It has my mark and quantity on it. Please help me prepare it. After saying that, he shook the card he had just received from Huang Dingjun, and said proudly, I will pay now by swiping the card. Chapter 12. Whatever you want. We will definitely do our best to provide it. Huang Dingjun waved his hand. You don't need to pay. Yin Rui put the card in his hand back into Huang Dingjun's hand. We have rules, and I don't want to break the rules for the time being. Hearing this, Huang Dingjun immediately put the card away. Don't worry. I will prepare the items in the booklet and send them to you as quickly as possible. Huang Dingjun flipped through it and took a look. Everything else is easy to deal with, but this car may take a little longer. We also bought this car from Tianyuan District. Do you have contacts in various districts? Yin Rui said. How many days will it take? Huang Dingjun made a rough estimate. It will take about 10 days. We will contact them, and they will deliver the goods. They may also visit you after they come. Then let them come. Anyway, I am doing business, and it doesn't matter who I make money from. Yin Rui said indifferently. But if they want something, it's better to make an appointment with me in advance. Okay. Their needs should be similar to ours, but they are by the sea, so their demand for meat is a little less than ours. Yin Rui then remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to prepare meat for Tianjin District, and was busy preparing seeds and fertilizers. Meat is a bit troublesome, but I will find a way to get some fresh meat. Huang Dingjun hurriedly said, You have helped us a lot. You bought it with money. It's just a normal transaction. Yin Rui said nonchalantly. I will close the store starting tomorrow. And I will be back within 20 days. Yin Rui gave himself a buffer time. 20 days here is equivalent to 2 days in the original plane. The wholesale market does not sell living things. So he has to find a new channel for purchasing. Yin Rui could not bear Huang Dingjuan's grateful eyes. He promised that he would come back. And after sending him away, he closed the door and prepared to teleport again. Host. The system reminded weakly. Your body has. What's wrong with my body? My body is fine. Yin Rui urged. Take me back quickly. Maybe I can catch up with the time off work over there. The system hesitated. He turned the data around. And then said, it is more cost-effective for you to rest here according to the time. And it may be more urgent to rest back in time. Yin Rui thought about it, and felt that what the system said made sense. He accepted the system's suggestion, went upstairs, and lay on the air mattress. Anyway, he only sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day now. And it won't take too long. When he wakes up, he can just go to the night market to buy some snacks. He has eaten a lot in the past few days, and needs to replenish his food. But he was a little tossing and turning before going to bed. So he simply turned on his phone, and went to the Tianjin District's online forum to see if they had any tips for survival in harsh environments. As soon as he clicked in, he could feel the whole tire was filled with a festive atmosphere. I heard that the people in the cafeteria said that they would add 3 days of extra meals. Does anyone know the inside story? Is there something going on recently? It seems that the supervision has become stricter. New flavors of nutrition bars are about to be launched. My son said that he ate milk-flavored steamed buns in kindergarten at noon today. Is it true, or is the child talking nonsense again? Yin Rui clicked on every post and read it. These posts were pushed up to the top in just half a day. And there were endless discussions in them. Some said it was fake. Some said that others should wait for surprises. Some were full of hope for the future. Some expressed support for the efforts of the leaders of Tianjin District. And some made long speeches starting from the time when the disaster came and finally saying that the situation would only get worse. The topics were different. But the feeling that netizens gave him was the same. However, in the posts, what he felt most was that many people suddenly gave birth to a glimmer of joyful expectations in their boring lives. As if just a piece of news that had not yet been confirmed could make them burst into life again. Yin Rui looked at his phone like this and fell asleep unknowingly. Seeing Yin Rui like this, the system considerately raised the room temperature by 2 degrees. He forgot to cover himself with a quilt again. It was unknown how long it took before Yin Rui opened his eyes. He felt that the sky outside was bright. And he suddenly opened his eyes. And his eyes were stabbed. How long have I slept? Yin Rui stroked his hair. His voice still a little hoarse. Why do I feel so much pain in my back? You slept for 10 hours. The system said. It's already the next morning. How could it be? Yin Rui was surprised. He rubbed his temple. He had woken up naturally after sleeping for 3 hours before. But this time he slept for 10 hours. What time is it in the world over there? Yin Rui struggled to get up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. The cold water splashed on his face, which made him sober up a little. If you go to the night market, the time is just right, the system said. There are a lot of empty spaces on your shelves. Yin Rui sorted out his clothes while talking to the system. How do you sell your static space? Do I have enough points to expand it? Speaking of this, the system seemed a little excited. The space is 20,000 points per square meter. And the extra basement space is 40,000 per square meter. You now have more than 200 million points. And you can buy at least several thousand square meters of space. This sentence made Yin Rui completely sober up. What did you say? I have so many points. Yin Rui felt like a young boy who was hit on the head by a big prize. He collapsed twice in excitement. Then frowned and said in a serious tone, What are you buying so much space for? You really have no foresight. After that, Yin Rui said, fill up the static space for me according to the area of the basement first. From then on, the entire basement was his space. Keep the remaining points first. Has your system mall recently received any new goods? Check them out for me later. Yin Rui bit his lip. And the joy on his face could not be controlled. He patted his cheek hard. Go back first. Go back first. And talk about it when you get back. The system was also eager to try and said, then I will open the space for you first. Open! Yin Rui waved his hand. And in an instant, He felt that his supermarket seemed to have changed a little. System. Why do I have a kind of? Yenrui couldn't say it. I just feel a little floating. A little flash of inspiration. Because the host has bound a mental line wave with the supermarket. The host will feel any changes in the supermarket at the first time. So that's how it is. Then why can't I feel it when it's being renovated? System. Yenrui understood. This is a low-level change. He really doesn't understand your high-level plane. Then let's go back now. There's no finished product of the snack street in your system anyway. Based on Yenrui's needs, the system directly locates Yenrui to the snack street. Now that he has money, he doesn't have to calculate the price anymore. And he is no longer constrained when stocking up. 10 servings of spicy hot pot. 50 skewers of super large lamb. 50 bowls of snail noodles. Oops. I didn't drive out. What should I do? Do you have any solution? Yenrui occupied 2 crowded tables by himself, lowered his head, and covered his face to ask for help from the system. You really don't have that kind of portable space? I have reported your needs to the main control. And there is no reply yet. Yenrui was a little desperate. How could he be stuck at this step? And what luck did he have? He built a system, and it turned out to be a cultivation system. What are you doing? A familiar voice came to his ears. And Yenrui shuddered. It can't be that the house is leaking and it rains all night. Yenrui couldn't believe it. But he still slowly turned back and found that the guess in his mind came true. Damn it! How did Jian Anqi find out? Why didn't you tell me you were back? Jian Anqi said calmly, pretending to be indifferent, and sat next to Yenrui. Who are you with? Yenrui listened to Jian Anqi's voice and didn't dare to look at his expression. He knew Jian Anqi too well. At this moment, he was on the verge of a rage. If his answer didn't satisfy Jian Anqi would definitely disappear on the spot so that he couldn't find him. Yenrui gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and just went for it. He turned around abruptly, faced Jian Anqi, bowed his head, clasped his hands together, and bowed to him. Brother Jian, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yenrui finished speaking, raised his eyes, looked at Jian Anqi's frowning brows, put down his hands again, and shook his arms. Wait until I have a chance to explain to you. Okay. I will definitely not hide anything from you. So you hid it from me before? Jian Anqi's tone finally loosened a little. Did you do it on purpose? Not on purpose. Yenrui scratched his head. But I promise that even if I tell you about this matter, I will only tell you. Yenrui's tone was firm. You are the only one who... A person. Jian Anqi seemed pleased by this sentence. And the emotion that was about to explode just now finally eased down. Your photo is full of loopholes. Yenrui, next time, I will let the person who photoshopped the photo. There will be no next time. Looking at Jian Anqi's expression, Yenrui shut up embarrassedly. Are you driving? Put all the things I bought in the car. And then we continue shopping. And I will perform a magic trick for you when we go back. Jian Anqi certainly drove the car. When he knew that someone like Yenrui appeared in the snack street, he drove over without hesitation. But Yenrui dodged him with a few words after he came over. Then wait for me. With Jian Anqi joining, Yenrui's speed also increased. Crayfish, grilled oysters and scallops, red oil wonton, bobo chicken, charcoal grilled squid, pancakes. Anyway, he liked them. And at least 50 portions were ordered. In addition to these oily and spicy dishes, Yenrui also bought all the leftovers from a rice ball stall. These rice balls looked particularly suitable for breakfast. And Jian Anqi would probably like them too. Jian Anqi borrowed a small flatbed truck from somewhere. When transporting the food, Yenrui wanted to help. But Jian Anqi refused. He asked him to order the food, and he would be responsible for the transportation. What a good person. Yenrui sighed as he looked at Jian Anqi's back. He then thought of something. You are not well trained. Jian Anqi can find out even if you Photoshop a picture. The system also didn't understand why Jian Anqi could see the loophole when it was obviously very secretive. Please ask for me later. The system was a little unconvinced. My big data will not be wrong. Yenrui sneered. I don't know if there is a system upgrade installation package. If there is, I will definitely be willing to pay a huge amount of money to arrange it for you. Who are you talking to? Chapter 13. Yenrui was stunned for a moment, gritted his teeth, and simply gave up. I'll tell you later. Jian Anqi did not continue to ask. There is no room in the car. Shall we go back now? Yin-Rui took the fruit tea from Jian Anqi's hand, slurped, and drank a big mouthful. Then take me back to the supermarket. Arriving at the entrance of the supermarket, Yin-Rui got out of the car and looked at Jian Anqi's busy appearance. And he was very entangled in his heart. Where should I help you put it? The basement? Yin-Rui just stood there looking at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi knew that Yin-Rui might not be ready to tell the secret, but he didn't care. Anyway, Yin-Rui didn't seem to be hurt. You come in with me. Yin-Rui lifted a box, and the fragrance from the box almost made him dizzy. He quickly shook his head. You come down with me. Hurry up. Jian Anqi's whole body couldn't help but relax, and he replied concisely, okay. After Yin-Rui arrived in the basement, he assembled 2 more shelves, and then directed Jian Anqi. Put it here. This is the food area. Although Jian Anqi was still confused, he still followed Yin-Rui's instructions, and was busy. After finally sorting out all the results of tonight's battle, Yin-Rui took Jian Anqi's arm, and found a stool for him to sit down. Come. I'll tell you from the beginning. Jian Anqi listened to Yin-Rui talking about the natural disasters and man-made disasters in his previous life, the 2 people's dependence on each other, the desperate situation, and the dead end. When Yin-Rui's eyes were red, Jian Anqi raised his hand and gently stroked the end of his eyes with his thumb. Then are you sleeping well now? Jian Anqi asked the question he wanted to ask the most. You were not in the right state during Valentine's Day. Did you come back during those days? Yin-Rui shook off Jian Anqi's hand. That's what you want to ask. Why don't you ask something else? Jian Anqi smiled. You won't hide it from me. That being said, Yin-Rui still felt that Jian Anqi's reaction did not meet his psychological expectations, which made him feel a little depressed. Don't think about it. What do you need me to do? Jian Anqi couldn't help but rub Yin-Rui's hair. You bought these things back. There should be a way to preserve them. Do you want to freeze them? Yin-Rui shook his head, then held Jian Anqi's hand. I have other secrets that I haven't told you yet. Then Jian Anqi heard Yin-Rui say to someone. Subsidiary personnel are bound to Jian Anqi. Although Jian Anqi didn't show it on the surface, he was shocked to the extreme, especially when he heard the strange mechanical sound in his ears. The whole person became a little confused. Listen to him. Yin-Rui patted Jian Anqi's hand, and Jian Anqi was confused for a moment. The next second, his aura became much stronger, and he also had a black watch of the same style in his hand. Did you go into that small dark room? Yin-Rui was familiar with this. I also stayed there for a long time at the beginning, and came out only after I figured it all out. Jian Anqi sighed. Then were you scared? Yin-Rui nodded and pretended to be pitiful, a little bit. So I hope Brother Jian won't be angry with him. Everything is the fault of this world and this system. He was forced. It was rare to see Yin-Rui in such a state. Jian Anqi could not help but be stunned. He smiled at Yin-Rui and said, You have worked hard these days. Hearing this, Yin-Rui suddenly had an urge to cry. He blinked hard, took a deep breath, and then smiled at Jian Anqi. I am not tired. I am full of energy now. Then what else do you need to prepare? I can help you. Yin-Rui's eyes lit up. Do you know anyone who sells live chickens, ducks, and pigs? Jian Anqi was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Yin-Rui to ask this question. He thought for a while. I used to have a comrade in arms. His family lives in a nearby county town. There should be relatives who can have such a channel. Okay. You ask for me. Yin-Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He was not good at buying live things, for fear that he would have some diseases if he bought them back. If he bought them badly, it might make the situation in Tianjing district worse. However, it would be much easier if he had acquaintances. The people Jian Anqi knew must be reliable. The next morning, Jian Anqi was waiting downstairs of Yin-Rui's house. When the two were in the car, Yin-Rui was a little worried. I sold the house to a parent who wanted to prepare a school district house for their child. Do you think it's not good for me to do this? Why is it not good? When the end of the world just started, money was still easy to use, but things were very expensive. Even a pack of instant noodles could be sold for 100 yuan. What if the person who bought the house was starving because of lack of money, and there were children at home? The person who bought the house will not starve because of lack of money. Jian Anqi replied, Because I bought the house. Yin-Rui straightened his back immediately. Jian Anqi raised his right hand and pushed him back. How did you know I was going to sell the house? Because I saw you enter the real estate agency when I came to see you that day. Jian Anqi remained calm. You didn't tell me about such a big thing as selling the house? Then why didn't you tell me about such a big thing as buying a house? Yen Rui hugged his shoulders. We are even. Jian Anqi curled the corners of his lips. And not long after, the two of them arrived at the surrounding towns. Thinking back to the past life, the residents in the villages and towns lived much more easily than those in the city. Every family here had food stored, or they had relatives in the village. In short, Yen Rui was envious at that time. Huh? Isn't that Wang Jiaming? Yen Rui blurted out. This person had come to Jian Anqi with injuries in his previous life. But a few days later, he had to go to the next city to find someone. And he couldn't be persuaded. Yes, it's him. Don't forget to pretend you don't know him later. Yen Rui knew how to act. But when he looked at the sunny and honest man in front of him, he really couldn't connect him with the lifeless man he saw in his previous life. Captain Jian, why did you think of buying chickens? Wang Jiaming skillfully hit Jian Anqi's shoulder. Then you really found the right person. My friend A Rui. Jian Anqi briefly introduced. He wants to buy not only live chickens and ducks, but as long as they are alive. We want them. Ah? Wang Jiaming obviously had never seen anyone buy like this. Are you going to open a breeding farm? Now is not a good time to enter the market, Wang Jiaming advised. And if you don't have experience, you will definitely lose money in the first 3 years. Don't worry about that, Jian Anqi said. It won't cost much. The main thing is to deliver goods to the restaurant. We can act as a link. After saying that, he handed Wang Jiaming a cigarette. And Wang Jiaming immediately took it with both hands. Okay, Captain Jian, tell me how much you want. And I can definitely get it done for you. 2,000 for each live chicken and duck. 1,000 for live goose. 5,000 for various eggs. And you can find live pigs, cows, and sheep. The more the better. Wang Jiaming lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Okay, brother. I'll take care of it. By the way, Jian Anqi said, if there is fresh meat that has been cut up, please prepare some more for me. I want to give you a gift. After that, Jian Anqi took a bag from the back seat, which contained about 200,000 yuan. This is the deposit. Brother? Wang Jiaming looked up at Jian Anqi in confusion. Then immediately threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and twisted it vigorously with his foot. I know. I will prepare it in 1 week. Jian Anqi patted his shoulder, and then left with Yen Rui, who was confused. Actually, I don't want that much. Yen Rui was a little dazed. And does he really believe what the hotel said? Compared with the real big vendors, the quantity you want is not much. And, Jian Anqi paused. Of course he doesn't believe this reason. But he knows what to do. Yen Rui didn't understand the secret language of these brothers, who had shared weal and woe. But now he knew that with Jian Anqi, he would have less trouble. Let's go buy shelves first. Tidy up the basement. And then see how they are decorating. Arriving at the supermarket, Yen Rui was amazed at the decoration that was almost finished. He pulled Jian Anqi's sleeve. Why so fast? I paid more. Jian Anqi popped out his chest. A little proud? Since I will also live on the second floor in the future. Now I see that the money is well spent. Yen Rui gave Jian Anqi a thumbs up. Although he didn't know where he got so much money, he really admired him. Okay, then I'll go back there. Yen Rui walked towards the basement. When Wang Jiaming is ready, you send me a message. Jian Anqi nodded and said nothing until Yen Rui was about to close the door. He just said, be careful. Don't worry. Yen Rui smiled at Jian Anqi and closed the door. The next second, he rushed forward and pushed the door open, and found that Yen Rui was no longer there. He just stood there until someone called him. And then he came back to his senses. Back in Tianjing district, Yen Rui, who had just turned on the light, saw Ren Shan standing at the door. Come in. Yen Rui opened the door and smiled. I haven't prepared the meat yet. You need to wait a while. Ren Shan embarrassedly retracted her gaze to other places. Sorry. By the way, I wonder if you mind if we spread the news of the supermarket to ordinary people. Of course not, Yen Rui said. It's just that the weather is now. Can they go out? Ren Shan nodded. Don't worry about this. We have prepared the bus. There will be a fixed time every day in the city and the supermarket door. As long as you agree. We can start tomorrow. Then start tomorrow. Yen Rui made the decision. It's also good to feel the fun of business again while waiting. Chapter 14. Have you put on your clothes? Wang An's wife checked Wang An's clothes again and again. It's minus 47 degrees today. So you must not wear less just to leave a good impression. I'm all dressed. And I've brought my locator. Wang An patted his chest pocket. Don't worry. I will definitely come back safely. Wang An's wife wiped her eyes. I don't know whether it's true or not. Or whether it's safe. But you must remember that my children and I are waiting for you at home. Wang An smiled and hugged his wife in his arms. Even Minister Huang has guaranteed the authenticity of the news. He said that he has personally inspected it. Can you still not believe Minister Huang? It's not that I don't believe Minister Huang. I just don't believe. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Wang An pressed his wife's hand hard to reassure her. Then said goodbye to his wife and turned to leave home. Yesterday, the district issued a notice saying that a new item supply point was added near the urban area, with many replicas of pre-apocalyptic products. And residents in need could sign up to participate. Wang An was one of the first residents selected to experience the experience. He was eager to try it out. He also wanted to see the products before the end of the world and broaden his horizons. The bus started on time at 9 o'clock. Wang An looked at the scenery outside and felt a little nervous. 10 minutes later, the bus stopped. The bright shop outside the window caught his attention at the first time. On the door of this shop, for big characters Lee Sin Supermarket were written shiningly. Wang An suddenly felt a little dazed. He had seen this scene on TV before. Later, due to the shortage of electricity, TV became an unnecessary entertainment activity and was gradually abandoned. Seeing this sign now, it seems like going back to the time when the situation was not so bad. Don't forget after you get off the bus. No matter what happens, don't have any conflict with the boss in the store. Otherwise the high temperature subsidy for the second half of the year will be cancelled. Wang An remembered the rules deeply. And his first reaction after getting off the bus and entering the supermarket was warmth. The temperature of the bus had already made him enjoy a different kind of warmth in the ice and snow. But after entering the supermarket, the hot air blowing in his face made him feel suffocated for a moment. Especially the person standing at the door to greet them was not afraid of the severe cold. And he could open the door to face the wind and snow with only an ordinary sweatshirt. It should be because a lot of fire spirits were used to do this. Wang An secretly felt that it was a bit wasteful. But looking around, he didn't see the existence of fire spirits. Customers who want to shop. You can take a small basket on the left. Put the goods you want to buy in it. And then come to me to pay. Yin Rui looked at the full car. And his heart was a little excited. It was indeed profitable to cooperate with the official. But he was even more pleased to see the satisfied expressions of different customers after choosing the items they needed. The first batch of customers were a little reserved. But Yin Rui still saw shock in their expressions. He rubbed his hands excitedly and said to the system, "Please help me see where the shelves are empty, and I will restock them in advance." The system paused. "I estimate that if a few more cars come, your supermarket will be emptied." Huh? Yin Rui knew that these people who were already bound by the environment were likely to engage in revenge consumption. But he was still shocked by their madness through the surveillance. Everyone had 2 baskets in their hands. And most people had already filled both baskets. What surprised Yin Rui was that everyone chose toilet paper without exception. And the toilet paper on the shelf was the first to be emptied. Yin Rui hurriedly sent a message to Jian Anqi. Quick! Quick! Contact the supplier to get more toilet paper. Our toilet paper is almost sold out. Jian Anqi looked at the screen of the mobile phone and frowned. Just when he was about to reply to ask for the supplier's contact information, Yin Rui's new message came again. And milk. More milk. Jian Anqi quickly replied with a good. And just when he wanted to ask the next question, Yin Rui's new message came again. My shelves and inventory may not last for a day. Please ask the supplier to send more goods. Urgent. Jian Anqi waited for half a minute. And when he saw that Yin Rui had no new message, he asked for the supplier's contact information. After Yin Rui replied, he said Jian Anqi a big crying face. I have a feeling today will be very hard. But I am happy to make money. After replying to Jian Anqi's message, Yin Rui finally waited for the first customer to check out. Looking at the 4 slowly filling shopping baskets, Yin Rui couldn't hold back his smile. There were more than 50 people on each bus. And the Tianjin district bus ran once an hour. If everyone could buy things like the person in front of him, the money he earned today would be enough to catch up with his monthly income in the original plane. A total of 1,670 coins. Yin Rui smiled and took the money, while Wang An opposite him was already sweating profusely. But he was still in no hurry to leave. Hello. May I ask? Wang was a little nervous. Can I come tomorrow? The products in this supermarket really opened his eyes. In addition to expensive and rare fruits and vegetables, there are also daily necessities that they urgently need. His daughter's towel has not been changed since she was born. Even though it has been carefully maintained, it is still a little tattered. And the stainless steel basin looks better than the plastic basin at home that is missing a corner and even whitened. Even this plastic basin is an antique produced before the end of the world. That depends on whether you can draw a lot. Yin Rui smiled and bared his teeth. I heard that you draw a lot to get a number. If you draw a number, you can come. Wang Yin was overjoyed. What he meant was that this supermarket should be open in the next few days. Imagining the smiling faces of his wife and children after he returns home, Wang Yin couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. In this way, Yin Rui received guests from Tianheng District one by one. When closing the store at night, he collapsed in a chair and couldn't move. In order to have something to sell, he even put on the shelves the inventory he wanted to use after the end of the world. The system also reminded at this time, Jian Anqi has replenished the goods and put them in the basement. I have transferred them from the plane. The goods in the two planes are not interoperable. Except for the first day, when the original supermarket can be copied. The rest of the days have to be replenished by Yin Rui himself and the original plane. He even complained to the system about the loopholes in their system. But with Jian Anqi, Yin Rui felt as if his hands were freed and relaxed. But at this time, Rinshan pushed the door in from outside. Boss Yin, how is business today? Have they caused you any trouble? Does the flow of people need to be adjusted? Yin Rui pointed to the security guards, who had been standing at the door, as door gods. With them here, how could anyone dare to mess around? And there is no need to adjust. It's just right now. Rinshan looked back at the empty shelves inside. People here have been suppressed for too long. Yin Rui understood that although there was some chaos today, and two people were fighting for the same box of biscuits, it was calmed down in less than half a minute. Rinshan breathed a sigh of relief and brought a message to Yin Rui at the same time. The weather will turn around in 30 days. I wonder if you need to prepare in advance. Weather turning around? Yin Rui didn't react for a while. Oh, is it extremely hot weather? Seeing that Yin Rui was not surprised, Rinshan skipped the step of explaining. And she continued, yes. The weather will change very suddenly at that time. I hope you will accept this in case of emergency. Rinshan took out 2 large bags of ice crystals and put them on the table. Yin Rui thanked him and watched Rinshan and the 2 security guards leave before closing the door and officially ending the day's operation. By the way, did you ask Jian Anqi how he found out that we were faking it? After Yin Rui rested, he chatted with the system while replenishing the goods. The system was a little depressed. He said that he saw that the scenery behind you was inconsistent with the position you told him. About the lighting angle and so on. Alas, I still know too little about your plane. Otherwise, I would never make such a low-level mistake. Yin Rui was not surprised at all. It's normal for him to see through you. You might have fooled others. He knows a lot since he was a child. You can't ask him anything. After filling up the goods, Yin Rui finally had time to send a message to Jian Anqi. I'm done here and need to rest. Good night. Jian Anqi replied in seconds. Can I go to your place to see? Yin Rui agreed without hesitation. The next second, Jian Anqi appeared in front of Yin Rui. Why are you so fast? You didn't close the store, right? Aren't you afraid that things will be lost in the supermarket? I closed the store temporarily. Brother Li and the others are replacing the glass on the first floor. I said I was going to the bathroom. Jian Anqi looked around and saw the vast snow outside. He was still stunned for a moment. Will we experience such a big snowstorm in the future? Yin Rui sighed. Yes, but we are prepared in advance in this life, so we will definitely not be sad. Jian Anqi rubbed Yin Rui's head. Go upstairs. I'll leave when you fall asleep. Why is your request so strange? Yin Rui said, your mobile phone should be able to access the website here. Let's take a look at the content on the website and learn from it. Maybe it can be used in the future. Okay. After you fall asleep. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's simple residence, frowned and turned back to ask, is this how you sleep these days? Yin Rui didn't know where he felt guilty. It's actually pretty good. I'll just make do with it. Jian Anqi left a sentence. Wait. He ran downstairs quickly, and then saw him bring back a large bag of things. Finally, under Yin Rui's eyes, He made a bed that looked very comfortable for him on the ground. Jian Anqi stuffed Yan Rui into the sleeping bag. You bought a good brand of sleeping bag, but the moisture-proof pad is average. I will buy you another brand after I go back. Your waist is not good. This one is too soft and not suitable for you. Then go back and buy it quickly. Lying in the small nest that Jian Anqi had prepared for him, Yan Rui couldn't help his eyelids fighting. Jian Anqi raised his hand and gently touched his forehead. Go to sleep. I'm here. Then I'll sleep for an hour. Don't forget to wake me up to change shifts. Yan Rui was dazed, as if he had forgotten that he had been reborn, and reminded Jian Anqi. When Jian Anqi heard this, his breathing stagnated, and the huge sense of guilt seemed to drown him like a wave. He clenched his fists tightly and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. In his previous life, he couldn't even let Yan Rui sleep peacefully. Chapter 15. Yan Rui has been very busy these past 10 days, checking out and restocking every day. He even responded to the request of the residents of Tianjing District by changing the shuttle bus from 1 hour to one every half hour. Yan Rui was a little flustered at first, and his whole body ached after closing the door. But he gradually got used to the pain, and even felt that his body was getting stronger. Busy. Be busy. Yan Rui looked at his increasingly prominent arm muscles, and touched his more obvious abdominal muscles, and said with great satisfaction, System, who do you think has a better figure? Me or Jian Anqi? Jian Anqi does 200 push-ups and 200 pull-ups every day, and does a set of boxing after running 5 kilometers at night. Yan Rui immediately let go of his clothes. Who wants to compete with him? After saying that, he got into his sleeping bag. After a while, he couldn't help but take out his watch. Show me how many points I have now. The previous points are negligible. The transaction with Minister Huang alone has 200 million points. And the total number of points earned in the residence flow in the past few days is more than 8 million. Looking at the long string of numbers, Yan Rui's satisfaction is overflowing. Despite this, Yan Rui still said indifferently in front of the system, it's not hard to earn points. What do you think? The system was anxious. Why is it not hard to earn points? Because no one is dating. The dating system next door is now negative 2,000 points. And the live broadcast system, if you don't pay, there will be no promotion traffic. And now it owes the main control 80,000 yuan. And the rescue system is even worse. The host has been locked up by the villain and can't be contacted. The system suddenly stopped talking at this time. It's hard to earn points anyway. Don't be too proud. Yan Rui nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely work hard to make you stand up in front of your colleagues. But it seems that their systems can communicate with each other. And the main controller does not seem to be the terrible leader with a strict system of superiors and subordinates as he imagined. On the contrary, it is a bit like a new startup company that everyone discusses with each other. Another day passed. Before closing, Yan Rui saw a person standing in front of him. After looking at Yan Rui, this person lowered his head a little embarrassedly. What's wrong? Yan Rui asked gently. What's the matter? Yan Rui remembered this person, who was the first customer he received after the official opening. He has come 3 or 4 times in these days. So Yan Rui has a deep impression. Boss, there are some things that are not available in the store. Can I ask if you will have new goods here in the future? What? Yan Rui was a little surprised. He felt that the things in his supermarket were already complete enough. At least in this small supermarket, he was already in the forefront. But he didn't expect that the customer still found a loophole. Wang An scratched his head a little embarrassedly. My sister is pregnant recently. When the baby is born, I don't want him to drink only nutrient solution. I heard that the children in the past had milk powder. So I want to ask if your store will have milk powder in the future. Yan Rui then realized that he had indeed overlooked this point. In the past, people either bought these things in maternal and child stores, or bought them online. At worst, they bought them in various large supermarkets. Few people came to his supermarket to buy milk powder. But the situation here is different from that in the original plane. This is indeed my mistake. Yan Rui smiled and said, I should be able to get new goods here in about 10 days. You can come and take a look then. Okay. Okay. Wang An thanked him repeatedly. When his daughter was born, she could only drink nutrient solution. The fresh milk distributed by the center every day was not enough for her to drink. Her little face was thin and pointed. Although all her physical indicators were normal, he still felt very distressed. Because of this supermarket, their family no longer had to drink nutrient solution and eat nutrition bars. Wang also learned how to make steamed buns from a book. He succeeded after making 2 pots. In less than half a month, his daughter's face became round and looked more energetic. His wife's condition finally improved a little. These days, his soup has been cooked in a good way. Her complexion finally became ruddy. She no longer had to lie in bed for half a day every day because of lack of strength. Yanrui closed the door today and sent a message to Jian Anqi. Can you come over now? The next second, Jian Anqi appeared in front of Yanrui. Yanrui saw Jian Anqi's outfit and exclaimed, "Ah! Were you running at night just now?" Jian Anqi nodded. "I just ran halfway." "What happened?" Yanrui thought of what the system said. And he raised his hand involuntarily and pinched the biceps of Jian Anqi's arm. "Damn! It feels so good. He wants it too. What are you doing?" Jian Anqi's body stiffened, and there was some helplessness in his tone. "You called me here just to touch this?" "No. No." Yanrui reluctantly put his hand down and then started to talk about business. After Yanrui finished speaking, Jian Anqi said, "Okay. But you can discuss the milk powder with the leaders of Tianjing district in detail and distribute it as a welfare for residents. After all, this thing is quite special. Yes, we need to ask their central area to check it before selling it. After all, our 2 planes are different." Jian Anqi nodded, then looked at the clock on the wall. "Should you rest now?" Yanrui nodded. "Thank you. I slept on the bed you made for me last time, and my sleep quality has improved a lot." Jian Anqi couldn't help but think of Yanrui's murmurs when he was half asleep and half awake when he heard Yanrui's words. "I'll go back and exercise first. I'll send you a message after I contact the supplier." Looking at Jian Anqi, who suddenly disappeared in front of him, Yanrui was still a little confused. This guy loves exercise too much. "Do you want to exercise?" the system asked. "I want to sleep." Asterisk. The next morning, Yanrui just opened the door and saw that the bus parked at the door was not the familiar bus he was familiar with, but the bus he sat in when he first saw Huang Dingjun. The people in the car got off immediately when they saw Yanrui open the door. Among the people who got off, Renshan was one, and he had never seen the rest of the people. After estimating the date, they should be people from Tianyuan district and Tianjing district. Yanrui turned around and walked into the cashier area, hearing the electronic sound of welcome coming from the door. He turned around and smiled. "Sister Ren. Long time no see." Renshan was flattered, but her expression did not change. "Boss Yan, these are the guests from Tianyuan district and Tianjing district that I told you about." "Hello, Boss Yan. I'm from Tianjing district. My last name is Zhang. Zhang Conhuai." Even in such extremely cold weather, Zhang Conhuai still wore light clothes, which was out of place with the people around him. "Chai Yingwu from Tianjing district. The car outside was built by our district." Chai Yingwu finished speaking with some pride, glancing at Zhang Conhuai beside him. Yanrui felt a hint of hostility from this look, but he didn't care about the problems between the few people. He just smiled and asked, "You can go around my supermarket and see what you want and how much you want. Make a list and I will prepare the goods as soon as possible." "Can you really get them all?" Chai Yingwu was a little skeptical. "Have you checked all the things here? Are you sure there are no harmful substances in them? If you don't believe it, you can buy a small amount and take it back for inspection. These are all fine." Yanrui's expression did not fluctuate at all, and he still said kindly, "I should stay here for a while." "What?" Renshan suddenly spoke, startling everyone. She knew she was out of control and immediately stopped talking. "Sorry. It seems that Captain Ren doesn't know that Boss Yin is leaving." Zhang Conhuai pushed his glasses. "I'll skip the testing step. I want 100 boxes of everything in the supermarket. I also heard that Boss Yin can provide seeds. We want twice the amount of Tianjing district. It's just that I can't settle with currency. Tianjing district has abolished the currency mechanism for a long time. It's the same in Tianyuan district. We use cars in exchange." Chai Yingwu still raised his chin. "Then we won't test it either." Yanrui suddenly realized why the system put him near Tianjing district. It must be because of the currency problem. He underestimated the system. Tianyuan district uses vehicles in exchange. "I wonder what Tianjing district can provide?" Yanrui asked. "We have automatic heating warm clothes in Tianjing district." Zhang Conhuai took off his coat and handed it to his men, then took off his shirt. And then Yanrui saw that he was wearing an ordinary looking underwear, which was similar to the material of the autumn johns he wore in winter. He really couldn't see any mystery. This warm clothing can resist 95% of the cold wind, and it can automatically heat up when the human body temperature is detected to be below 36 degrees. No matter how long you stay in the cold wilderness, it will not cause harm to the human body due to hypothermia. Hearing this, Yen Rui's eyes lit up, and Rinshan and Chai Yingwu next to him also changed their faces slightly. I will give Boss Yen 2 sets first. You can try them at the door first. If it works, we will use this warm clothing to change. Yen Rui took it, and was a little moved. He wanted to change it now and run outside. After all, a snowy day that can freeze people to death, and a snowy day that can make snowmen mean a lot to him. Okay, wait for my news. After the others left, Yen Rui couldn't wait to put on the clothes. While changing, he said to the system, your human body constant temperature underwear is 15,000 yuan per piece. 30,000 points per set. Take a look at this. Is it worse than your underwear? The system hummed and stopped talking, but silently reported the situation to the main control. Not long after, the voice of the system came to Yen Rui's ears. Take a look. How much is our human body constant temperature underwear? Yen Rui looked at the 2 missing zeros on the price list and was a little speechless. So, you reacted so quickly. Why don't you quickly research the portable space? I really need it. The system didn't respond as if it didn't hear it. Yen Rui also snorted coldly, then pushed open the door, ready to play at the door while the shuttle bus didn't come to test the performance of this clothes. I put on the hat and gloves I bought 2 days ago, and put on the down jacket. Big snowman. Here I come. Chapter 16. The thermal suit was good. Yen Rui took it off and studied it for a long time. He looked up and down, left and right, but couldn't see anything special. In the end, he took out the scissors, but still didn't have the heart to cut it open to explore. This one was to be left for Jian Anqi. According to the news secretly passed by Rinshan, Tianyuan district prepared 50 vehicles, including 4-seater vehicles and buses, and the value was roughly the same as the value of the goods they proposed. However, they have not estimated the price of the thermal suits in Tianying district. They have never seen this thing before, and the two sides are still negotiating. Yen Rui stared at the situation in the supermarket and prepared to replenish the stock at any time, while receiving the news that the 2 people at the door passed to him from time to time, and suddenly felt a little funny. Rinshan should come to ask him when he will leave tonight. Yen Rui shook his head slightly. He tried his best to do everything he could. As for other things, he still had his own life to face. Sure enough, before closing today, Yen Rui waited for Rinshan and Huang Dingjun, who came in a hurry. Huang Dingjun, who was missing a leg, was sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed by Rinshan. Both of them were wearing thin clothes and seemed to be trying on the specialties of Tianying district. Boss Yen, I heard that you are leaving. Even though Huang Dingjun had prepared himself mentally before coming, he wanted to act more stable as usual, but some panic still leaked out from his tone. Yen Rui did not hide it. Yes, I can't stay for long, so you should tell me what you want as soon as possible. Otherwise you may not have a chance in the future. Huang Dingjun didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Even though he had made preparations, he still felt lost and suddenly worried about the future. Are you going to leave after preparing the goods for our 3rd district? Or, I want to see what the extreme heat is like here. After experiencing it, I may leave. Yen Rui estimated the time. I will probably be able to replenish all the goods by then. He originally planned to stay here for only 70 days, but now more than half of the time has passed. Moreover, with the help of Jian Anqi, he is more comfortable and can free his hands directly. Then, Boss Yen, we still want to order some more seeds, nutrient solution and fertilizer. Huang Dingjun said. It's twice the amount of last time. Okay, Yen Rui said. But there is one more thing. Today, your residents said they want to buy milk powder. I think it's better to cooperate with your official for this kind of thing. I don't know if you are willing. Of course, we are very happy that Boss Yen is willing to cooperate with us. Yen Rui felt that Jian Anqi was indeed thoughtful. Then I will prepare as much as possible. The live poultry should be ready in the next 2 days. After saying this, Yen Rui said, I still hope to trade with Tianhan currency. Of course, Huang Dingjun didn't know why Yen Rui liked money so much. But this was a good thing for them. Money was all they could take out recently. After Huang Dingjun talked with Yen Rui and got Yen Rui's guarantee, the big stone in his heart fell, and his expression was no longer serious. But after Huang Dingjun left, Rinshan stayed. Sister Ren, is there anything else you want to buy? Yen Rui smiled and said, I haven't finished restocking yet. Tell me if you need anything. Rinshan lowered her head. She wanted to persuade Yen Rui not to leave. But after thinking about it, she had no qualifications and no strength to keep him. She raised her head again. In this last time, let's cooperate well. Yen Rui also smiled. But seeing that Rinshan still didn't leave after she finished speaking, he also chatted with her. Sister Ren, I have a question. You tell me. Rinshan simply sat aside, unscrewed a bottle of drink and started drinking. As long as it's not confidential, I will answer you. I want to ask, why Tianning District and Tianyuan District no longer use currency, but Tianjing District still has currency transactions? Yen Rui was really curious. He originally thought that the economy would recover after the end of the world and restart the currency system. He asked the residents today and found out that Tianjing District has always had currency transactions. It's because of our district chief, Rinshan said. The district chief said that as long as there are currency transactions, it proves that this district is still active and liquid, and there is still hope to return to its original state. At this point, Rinshan looked at Yen Rui and smiled. Do you feel a little naive? Yen Rui shook his head. Not really. I think it's good this way. The most important thing in the end times is order. To a certain extent, currency has become a measure to ensure order. Yen Rui, who has lived in the end times, has a deep understanding of this. Now Tianning District and Tianyuan District have developed their own patented products. Are you anxious? Do you need my help? Yen Rui sat on a chair, took out a grilled sausage, and ate it with relish. That's not necessary, Rinshan said. We don't need to rush, because ice crystals and fire essences are mined by our Tianjing District, and they have to exchange them for large quantities of materials every year. Good guy. It turns out to be a resource giant. No wonder it's so easy. Yen Rui secretly gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. Then I want more fire essences and ice crystals. How much can you provide? Yen Rui asked. Rinshan did not hesitate. How much you want? We can provide as much as you want. But now the stock of fire essence is insufficient. We can only provide a large amount of ice crystals first. And we can only mine fire essence when the weather turns extremely hot. That's good. Yen Rui didn't expect there to be such a restriction. After Rinshan talked about a business deal with Yen Rui again, she left in a satisfied and hurried manner. After Yen Rui closed the door, he looked at his mobile phone and saw the message from Jian Anqi. The goods here are ready. If it's convenient, reply to my message and I'll come to you now. After Yen Rui replied, Jian Anqi immediately appeared in front of Yen Rui. Seeing Jian Anqi, Yen Rui couldn't help but smile. Why don't you ask me to go back? Yen Rui walked forward. I'll tell Rinshan now and ask them to pick up the goods tomorrow. Maybe there's a problem. Jian Anqi frowned, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. What? Yen Rui asked. Jian Anqi couldn't describe the current predicament of the two in words, so he simply took out his mobile phone and showed it directly with pictures. When Yen Rui saw the pictures, he also took a breath of cold air. Oh my god! So many! Jian Anqi nodded. Yes, I drove to see. That's all. Where are they now? Yen Rui struggled. We can't fit this stuff even if we empty the first floor. The live things in Jian Anqi's phone were the ones that Wang Jiaming prepared for the two of them. Yen Rui saw through Jian Anqi's phone that in a huge warehouse, the iron cages on the left were filled with live poultry with feathers, and they were facing the pigs, cattle and sheep in the cages on the right that were 3 sizes larger, and they were equally aggressive. The two sides faced each other, and neither of them was willing to give in. Yen Rui vaguely felt that his ears were surrounded by all kinds of shouting. It was really noisy. For this reason, Wang Jiaming also specially reminded Jian Anqi to quickly transfer them to a professional area. Otherwise they would easily get sick. Time is running out. What should we do? Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui and asked. There should be a place to put them here. Yes, there should be. Yen Rui looked at his head and felt a headache. He didn't expect there were so many. His current worry was how he and Jian Anqi could transfer these lively creatures here. Jian Anqi, who was always calm, couldn't help but sigh at this time. System, can you open a channel between 2 planes when the starting point and the end point are not supermarkets? Yes, but the points must be doubled. The system replied. and the time limit is within 1 hour. Enough. This was the first time Jian Anqi heard of the plane channel. After he reacted, he agreed to the condition. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi and disagreed. 1 hour. The two of us can't finish it at all. It's okay. I can do it. Seeing Jian Anqi agree so neatly, Yin Rui also inexplicably developed a little confidence. Well, I'll contact Huang Dingjun now. When Huang Dingjun received the news, he immediately turned over from the bed and sat up. He raised his hand, picked up the internal phone on the bedside, and called Rinshan. After listening to the whole story, Rinshan immediately flew out. Regardless of the dark night outside, she put on her clothes and drove to the door of Yin Rui's supermarket. At this time, Yin Rui was stuffing the warm clothes from Tianing district to Jian Anqi, asking him to change quickly to see if it fits. When he turned around, he saw Rinshan, who was always meticulous, knocking on the door with wrinkles on her cuffs. Boss Yin. Rinshan looked at Jian Anqi. She opened her mouth slightly, looking at Jian Anqi, and wanted to say hello to him, but she didn't know how to start. Rinshan has been responsible for information collection in Tianning district. She has also confronted the big figures in the other two districts. But the sense of oppression these people brought to her is far less than that of the man in front of her. Sister Ren. This is my friend. His last name is Jian. I asked him to help me transport the things over. Rinshan stretched out her hand. Jian Anqi shook her lightly. And then Yin Rui walked up to Jian Anqi and pushed him. Hurry up and put on your clothes. It's more than 40 degrees below zero outside. Rinshan felt that Jian Anqi's momentum eased up all of a sudden. He nodded, turned around and went upstairs. At this time Yin Rui and Rinshan asked what the warehouse they prepared looked like. Those living things are a little fragile. If the conditions are too bad, they will definitely not be able to reproduce. And all the previous efforts will be wasted. Hearing Yin Rui's words, Rinshan assured with a somewhat excited tone, there will definitely be no problem. We have done thousands of tests over the years. That's good. Yin Rui said no more. He believed that these people must value the hope of the future more than himself. Jian Anqi went downstairs and walked to Yin Rui's side. Yin Rui took out the down jacket, gloves and hat that had been prepared long ago and handed them to him. My size? Jian Anqi asked Yin Rui with some surprise after putting it on. Yin Rui looked puzzled. Of course it's your size. Otherwise who else can I buy it for? Chapter 17. Yin Rui felt that Jian Anqi was unusually excited. Although Jian Anqi did not say it, he always felt that it was a little strange. Rinshan took the two to a huge warehouse with few people and heavy guards around. However, the main door of this area was blocked by a yellow seal. The snow at the door was about to submerge the door. Only the side door next to it had signs of being cleaned up recently. I'll go in first. Jian Anqi raised his right hand slightly and blocked Yin Rui behind him. He bent down gently, stepped over the threshold and entered the empty warehouse. He turned on the light and looked around. Seeing that there was no visible danger, he stretched out his hand and pulled Yin Rui into the door. But after Yin Rui entered the door, he stopped Rinshan, who wanted to follow the two of them. We will open the door and call people after we are done. Please wait outside first. Rinshan glanced at Yin Rui and saw that Yin Rui was looking down at his watch. His attention was not on her at all. So she could only say, if you have anything, just call me. I'm outside the door. Jian Anqi nodded and mercilessly slammed the door in front of Rinshan. Jian Anqi walked to Yin Rui and asked in a low voice, can we start now? Yin Rui looked at the dial and felt unwilling. Damn system mall. This is more than doubling the calculation. This is simply robbery. The non-base plane channel for 1 hour actually costs 30,000 points, which is 6 times more expensive. I'll go back first. I'll send you a message after I choose a location on the other side. Jian Anqi rubbed Yin Rui's head, and Yin Rui pushed it away with his hand. Then hurry up. Jian Anqi smiled, and Yin Rui played games out of boredom. In less than 20 minutes, Jian Anqi sent a message. Ready. Ready. Just like military training. Yin Rui smiled, pointed to a middle position, and said to the system, open here. The system did not say anything, and set the door to 3 times the original size. Before Yin Rui could get close to see Jian Anqi on the other side, he saw a huge forklift rushing towards him. Yin Rui cried out awe and dodged in a hurry. When the car drove to his side, a man jumped out of the car. Are you okay? Yin Rui shook his head, then said with surprise, when did you learn to drive a forklift? Jian Anqi answered honestly. I made a mistake in the army and was sent to logistics. And I learned a little. Then you really learned a lot. Yanrui listened and said, You transport it here. I will carry the cage over there. You can't do it alone. Wait for me. I can drink the strength enhancer. Yanrui said indifferently. He looked up and saw the confusion on Jian Anqi's face. And explained, You can see it in the system mall. You haven't given him the permission to open the system mall. The system reminded quietly on the side. Yanrui said, Ah? And urged the system. Quick! Quick! Open! Open! He thought that all permissions would be automatically opened. The system quickly opened permissions for Jian Anqi and handed him the strength enhancer that Yanrui bought. Yanrui drank it all and threw a bottle to Jian Anqi. You drink it too. Jian Anqi put the strength enhancer in his pocket. Drink it later when I help you move it. Yanrui did not object. When the two were discussing how to speed up, Rinshan, who was waiting in the car outside the door, kept turning her fingers nervously for the first time, staring at the closed door without saying a word. After a while, Rinshan heard a squeak sound on the snow behind her. She immediately got out of the car, took out her weapon, and raised it high in the direction of the car. Huang Dingjun, who was in the car, saw this and hurriedly got out of the car. Rinshan was relieved to see that it was her own people. She put her weapon behind her and ran forward to support Huang Dingjun. As a result, she stood up immediately after seeing the other people in the car. District head. The person who came was the district head of Tianjing district. It was almost midnight. The university was flying outside, and the cold wind that kept rolling made everyone squint their eyes uncontrollably. Get in the car first. After Rinshan and Huang Dingjun got in the car and closed the door, the car door separated the car from the wind and snow outside into two worlds. District chief. Rinshan turned around in the passenger seat and leaned slightly towards the seat behind her. Why are you out at this time? Is he inside? LB Jimin closed his eyes and said calmly. Why don't you go in? Rinshan didn't dare to hide a word. They said they would ask us to come in after all the goods are sorted out. They? LB Jimin opened his eyes and asked in confusion. Isn't there only one person? Rinshan nodded and said, yes. Another person suddenly appeared in the supermarket today. The supermarket owner said he was his friend. How did you come to the supermarket without seeing him? After asking, LV Jimin felt that he had asked a stupid question. What kind of person is his companion? It should be because he has seen blood. Rinshan answered honestly. Jian Anqi gave Rinshan the same feeling as all the guards she had seen fighting outside. His temperament was cold and had a hint of blood that was not felt by people. It was unknown how many fights he had gone through to cultivate such a temperament. Lu Jimin nodded and closed his eyes again. Rinshan and Huang Dingjun looked at each other and did not say anything. The car returned to silence. In less than half a minute, Lu Jimin opened his eyes. What did he say when he contacted you just now? Repeat it to me? Yan Rui and Jian Anqi in the warehouse were immediately reminded by the system that someone was outside. Listening to the system's retelling, Yan Rui stuffed the chicken that had poked its head out of the cage back in, and chatted with Jian Anqi. Guess what they are thinking now? Should they be thinking about how to keep us? Jian Anqi said. Or maybe they will think about how to make us not help the other two districts. Yan Rui curled his lips. If that's the case, I don't want to give them these things. Yan Rui continued. I guess they are thinking about how to raise money, so we can sell more things to them. We can't give more. Jian Anqi unloaded the goods, and then got out of the car to help. These things are enough for them to start over. The intervention in the plane recovery process written in the plane crossing manual should also be moderate. Jian Anqi's words shocked Yan Rui's mind suddenly cleared up. He subconsciously asked back, what if there is too much? It's always bad. When Jian Anqi got on the car and prepared to return to the original plane to pull the last truck of goods, the system seemed to be electrocuted and shouted, be careful. Jian Anqi got out of the car without hesitation, jumped to Yan Rui and pressed him into his arms. Before Yan Rui could react, he saw the plane channel shaking continuously, shaking as if there was an earthquake. The channel was like a mosaic, crackling with pixels. Oh my god! Is this a demonstration for me? Or is it just a coincidence? After Yan Rui waited for the channel to completely stabilize, he walked forward cautiously and patted the outer wall of the channel. The system said, this is a real plane vibration. This is why the plane channel can only be open for 1 hour this time. Excessive transportation will become extremely unstable and will have unpredictable consequences. Yan Rui was still frightened. He turned around and looked at Jian Anqi, who was holding his hand tightly. He smiled and comforted him. It's okay. Don't be afraid. This is just the beginning. Jian Anqi stared at him, hummed softly, and let go of his hand. It seems that this last truck cannot be transported. Forget it. We will keep it for ourselves. Yin Rui said, we will kill it and store the meat when the time comes. Jian Anqi opened his mouth and said something. When Yin Rui leaned over to listen, a rooster with an exceptionally loud voice began to crow loudly. It didn't matter that he called out, but all the poultry and livestock in the warehouse began to howl. It's so noisy. Yin Rui covered his ears. Seeing this, Jian Anqi put his coat back on Yin Rui, then put on his hat and gloves, wrapped Yin Rui tightly, and then put on his clothes and pointed to the door. Yin Rui nodded quickly, and the two of them immediately rushed out the door. At this time, everyone waiting outside the door was so excited that they couldn't sit still in the car. LV Jimin, who was always called the stabilizing force, couldn't wait for Yin Rui to open the door. When he heard the sound of animals in the warehouse, he stood outside the door regardless of the wind and snow. So when Yin Rui opened the door, he saw that the people from Tianjing district surrounded the door. Yin Rui covered his nose, and Jian Anqi covered his ears. The two of them didn't care who was in front of them, and ran straight to Rinshan's car. Rinshan looked at the warehouse, then at Yin Rui, and finally gritted her teeth and turned around to follow Yin Rui's direction. LV Jimin and Huang Dingjun had already rushed into the door impatiently, looking at the vitality in the warehouse, the sources of various edible meats that they had only seen in books before. Their eyes were red at the same time. After Yin Rui and Jian Anqi got in the car, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's noisy and smelly. How can such a strong smell be produced in such a short time? Yin Rui opened the window and used the ice and snow outside to purify his nose. The tip of his nose was slightly red from the cold, and he was pulled back by the sharp-eyed Jian Anqi. Sister Ren, you can go in and take a look too. Looking at Rinshan, who kept glancing at the warehouse, Yin Rui said, it's quite lively inside. Rinshan thought about it and shook her head. No. Yin Rui didn't urge her. He patted Jian Anqi's leg, and the two of them looked at the system all together in the back seat. It was just that Jian Anqi opened his system manual and pushed Yin Rui. Yin Rui then noticed the 2 lines of small words at the bottom of the page that reminded him to use the right amount. Who can see this? Yin Rui waved his fist at the system, and the system silently turned off the screen. Jian Anqi smiled and pointed out the window again. Rinshan kept her eyes closed to prevent herself from seeing the interaction between Yin Rui and Jian Anqi until someone knocked on the window. Rinshan looked up and saw Lu Jimin's secretary pointing in the direction of the warehouse outside the window. Yin Rui noticed the exchange between the two, and when Rinshan turned around and was about to speak, he made a big cross with his arms in front of his chest. I don't want to go to the crazy breeding farm again. Chapter 18. In the huge empty conference room, only Yin Rui and Jian Anqi moved easily, while the 3 leaders who looked older sitting opposite them kept staring at the two with eager eyes that could not be ignored, as if they saw some rare treasures. But to them, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi were indeed rare treasures. There was no sound in the conference room for a long time. Only the old leaders opposite were staring at him, and Yin Rui felt uncomfortable all over. Everyone, are you satisfied with the goods we provide? Yin Rui gritted his teeth and spoke, and then heard several people say in unison, satisfied. Satisfied. Satisfied is enough. I can't interfere more. What I can give you now is all I am allowed, and I can't interfere more in the future. Seeing the 3 old men who looked respectable nodded solemnly, Yin Rui couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up. If there is nothing else, then we will leave first. He was about to get up after saying that. Seeing this, the 3 old men immediately stretched out their hands at the same time, spread their 5 fingers, and widened their eyes in horror. Don't go. Yin Rui looked at the familiar movements of the person in front of him and froze for a moment. Jian Anqi pulled his sleeve and said, sit back. Sitting back in his seat, Yin Rui's Adam's apple moved. Do you have anything to say? I'm a little pressed for time. The 3 old men looked at each other. Those who wanted to ask knew that they would not get an answer even if they asked. Those who wanted to ask also said in advance that they could only intervene so much. Those who wanted to compliment knew that the other party didn't want to listen. For a moment, they were really a little speechless. In this case, let's start with introducing ourselves. Yin Rui then realized that in addition to Huang Dingjun, the other 3 people were District Chief LV Jimin, and the other was Life Department Director Ganyu. We want to express our gratitude to Boss Yin. LV Jimin stood up, and together with Ganyu and Huang Dingjun beside him, he bowed deeply to Yin Rui. Yin Rui also hurriedly stood up, because Tang Huang's knee accidentally hit the corner of the table. Jian Anqi immediately pressed him back to the chair, and asked with a worried look if it hurt. Yin Rui waved his hand and looked across. Even though he was always thanked here, he still couldn't accept it with peace of mind. After thanking, Huang Dingjun said, Boss Yin, the value of these things far exceeds the value of what we provide. I heard from Rinshan that you want fire essence and ice crystals. We have been mining them in a hurry these days, and we will definitely give you the quantity you want in a few days. Thank you then. Yin Rui rubbed his fingers and fell into a speechless state for a while. I wonder if Mr. Yin is interested in our Tianheng district. If there is a chance, would you like to take a look around the Tianheng district and let us show our hospitality as a host? LV Jimin said with a smile. It's cold outside, but after so many years of construction, we have been able to reproduce 80% of the original living scenes, far ahead of the 3 districts. Hearing this, Yin Rui also became interested. He turned his head and looked at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi tilted his head, as if asking Yin Rui's thoughts. Yin Rui had an idea in his mind. Then let's take a look around here. But the time cannot be too long. We have to go back to prepare supplies for the other 2 districts. Okay. Then the 3 of us will accompany you. It's midnight now. The residents are all resting, and no one will disturb them. Hearing this, Yin Rui was also a little eager to move. But when he saw Huang Dingjun struggling to go out with him, Lu Jiming and Ganyu beside him had dark eyes and hurriedly stopped them. I'll ask Sister Ren to go with us. You 3 should go back and rest first. How to distribute these things tomorrow is the top priority. Yin Rui's words made sense. But these 3 people were determined to accompany him out even if they didn't sleep all night. They didn't doubt why Yin Rui still looked energetic and didn't look tired at all. Lu Jimin was about to speak when he was interrupted by Jian Anqi, who stood up. Jian Anqi took Yin Rui away and opened the door to Rinshan, who had been waiting outside, saying, The 3 leaders are going to go back to rest. You take us around here. Ah? Rinshan looked inside the room and saw that the 3 leaders nodded to her at the same time. So she agreed. Then let's start from the residence square on the 1st floor. After leaving the suffocating conference room, Yin Rui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm really not used to communicating with leaders. He knew that what he did could make all kinds of demands on these 3 men at the top of the power in this plane, or even ask for a sky-high price. But he really didn't even have the idea of a face-to-face conversation. Then don't communicate. Jian Anqi patted Yin Rui's hand gently. We'll go back in a while. Rinshan looked at the 2 of them, exploring in her heart. But her expression did not change at all. And she asked calmly, We have a residence square on the 1st floor, as well as a supermarket and a restaurant. If you come during the day, I can show you around. No. It's good to walk around like this. Yin Rui looked around curiously. This residential area is vast, and all the buildings are connected together to form a huge market town. After walking for a while, Yin Rui felt a little depressed. He couldn't see the sky and couldn't breathe fresh air. It was like he was moving forward aimlessly in the corridor of the hotel. This is the residence square. After crossing a door, Yin Rui's eyes suddenly opened up, and the sound of running water came to his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tropical jungle landscape with a huge palm tree rising into the sky as the center, and various green plants and water flows around it. Yin Rui had never seen such a spectacular scenery. He silently estimated in his mind that if he walked around the landscape area completely, it would take at least 40 minutes. This was completely beyond Yin Rui's imagination. He looked at the huge green plants and the seats, amusement facilities, and fountains that were exactly the same as before the end of the world, and sighed, You must have spent a lot of effort to maintain this place. This is the only safe green plant area in the entire Tianheng district. Rinshan looked at Yin Rui's reaction and said proudly, The scale of the other 2 areas is less than 1/3 of ours. Is there really no green plants outside? Yin Rui stood on tiptoe, touched the huge and thick leaves, and asked curiously. Rinshan replied, Of course there are outside. Plants are much more adaptable to the environment than humans. But compared with humans, they are more dangerous. When our team members go out, the most important thing they need to pay attention to is the plants and animals outside. Sometimes inconspicuous little things can take their lives. Renshawn turned around and continued. I still have to thank Boss Yin. Originally, due to lack of food, we had to go outside to raid a wild beast's nest. At that time, there would be no small losses. Now, we can still hold on for a while. Yin Rui felt a little sour when he heard this. He thought that he had gone out with Jian Anqi to look for prey for meat. But they were almost caught in the net. Fortunately, there are enough samples now. The disaster happened too suddenly. By the time we reacted, there were no samples to cultivate. Thanks to you, Boss Yin. Renshan's eyes were bright. The researchers in the central area promised that all residents would be able to eat a decent meal every day within a year. That's great. Yin Rui felt the same way. In the past, he had the right to be picky about food. But at the end of the world, he couldn't even afford a full meal. That's the supermarket in our Tianjing district. Of course, it can't be compared with your supermarket. This is just a stall where our team members will set up to sell small items when they collect a lot of small items from outside. So that's how it is. Yin Rui followed Renshan and walked around, listening to her explain the efforts made by Tianjing district to provide residents with a good living environment over the past few decades. The skylight above the school has always been clean, and you can see the sky. The fitness area has equipment suitable for all ages. Playgrounds, bookstores, and community service stations. Although they look simple, they are all clean and tidy, and there is no sign of decadent life. After visiting all the areas, Yin Rui was shocked by the huge vitality of Tianjing district, and even a little envious that they could maintain such a mentality in such an environment. Before leaving, Yin Rui looked at Renshan, pursed his lips and said, I can't do much. If there is anything I can help with, you have helped a lot. Renshan stopped Yin Rui from speaking. But there is one thing I think I should tell you in advance. What? Every time the 2 seasons change, there may be wild beasts attacking towns in search of prey. Renshan noticed Jian Anqi's frown and hurriedly continued. But it is very likely that they will not attack Tianjing district today. Last year, those wild beasts came to Tianjing district. This time, the other 2 districts are more dangerous. Renshan briefly described the situation of the beast tied to the 2. Although every beast tied will cause them heavy losses, the surrounding area will be much more stable after the beast tied. After hearing this news, Yin Rui returned to the supermarket a little absent-minded. At this time, Jian Anqi asked, before you came back, was the order of our world restored to this? Yin Rui opened his mouth, recalling the state at that time, and didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Jian Anqi turned around and started to organize the shelves. What if the beast tide really happens in Tianjing district? Then we can't do anything. We can only add another protective shield to the supermarket. No. Jian Anqi turned around and looked into Yin Rui's eyes. We can also buy weapons from the system and resell them to Tianjing district. Yin Rui. Why didn't he think of it? Chapter 19. Yin Rui opened the system and selected the weapons column, and found that the weapons list, which originally had only 3 pages, has now grown to 15 pages. Of course, the price is also staggering. An ordinary Browning costs 50,000 points. Why don't you go and grab it? Yin Rui exclaimed. This gun is almost in everyone's hands in American TV series. Then you can't buy it now. The system was justified. Our prices will be adjusted at any time. You can wait until the price drops before buying. Yin Rui was shocked by the shamelessness of the system. He waved at the electronic light screen, and found that he couldn't hit it, and he was so angry that he wanted to pinch his Renjong. It's okay. You can pick a few first. If Tianjing district can't use them, we can use them when we go back. Jian Anqi comforted. Don't be angry. I'm not angry either. Yin Rui took a deep breath, and still remembered the thermal clothing that suddenly dropped in price. Yin Rui should have realized that this system was black and casual. Yin Rui patted the seat beside him. I don't understand these. Let's take a look together. Buy whatever you like. Jian Anqi sat next to Yin Rui. When I was training before, I only knew a few specific ones. Yin Rui knew that Jian Anqi was modest. In his previous life, he could beat 6 or 7 people with knives with a wooden stick. If he had a weapon, he would definitely be able to take it like a fish in water and knock down a lot of people immediately. Just looking at the weapon interface in front of him, Yin Rui took back his previous thoughts. What's the matter with this bubble machine? Yin Rui asked the system. And this cardboard explosion bottle? How can you count the super fragrant and poisonous instant noodles as weapons? Have you joined a mad scientist? The system responded, since the main control center will put this thing in the mall. It must have been evaluated by the main control. Yin Rui frowned and skipped the first mall recommendation. And then, he saw the more normal weapons in his memory. Yin Rui pointed to one of them, and asked Jian Anqi what he meant. Jian Anqi nodded. And the two decided to officially purchase the goods from the mall through the selected location and start with this wooden warehouse. After deducting 50,000 points, the light screen in front of the two people turned into a supermarket floor plan with a line of words on it, prompting please select the receiving area. Warehouse. Yin Rui clicked on the location of the warehouse and checked the default address below. After submitting the confirmation, the two quietly waited for the arrival of the goods. What do you think it will look like? Yin Rui asked. Will it fall from the sky? It has arrived. Before Jian Anqi could answer, the system had already reminded loudly. The goods have arrived at the warehouse. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, and they immediately stood up and trotted to the warehouse. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a box with a white glow sitting safely on the shelf. Yin Rui stepped forward and opened the box cautiously, but was disappointed. There was only a wooden box inside, and nothing else. It was very ordinary. Jian Anqi saw the disappointment in Yin Rui's eyes, and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Do you think the things inside can also shine? Yin Rui pouted. This thing is not scientific in the first place, and it's not uncommon for it to emit some unscientific light. Jian Anqi was amused by Yin Rui, and he rubbed Yin Rui's head. Let me see what's different about this wooden box first, and then the two of us will buy something else. This time we will never miss the delivery. Yin Rui knew that Jian Anqi was coaxing him, and he felt a little embarrassed after realizing it. He said him twice casually, then turned around and fiddled with the light screen. Yin Rui read a few more pages. In addition to the unreliable weapons recommended by the system at the beginning, there were indeed many lethal weapons he had seen on TV. Not only that, he also saw the Jioshu sword that could break all the hardest things in the world, the photon gun that eradicated the reborn tentacles of the sea soul octopus, and the non-invasive high-frequency, mucus does not splash, electronic wave transmitter. Compared with these things, the poison dagger and the added flying knife were actually a bit mediocre. What on earth did the plane that developed these weapons experience? It's the same as what I used before, Jian Anqi said. It comes with 50 rounds of bullets, which is enough for a while. Yin Rui looked at the gun in Jian Anqi's hand. A little curious, Jian Anqi stuffed the gun into Yin Rui's hand. This can be used by you. Suitable for beginners. Yin Rui swallowed his saliva. Let's buy more and equip ourselves first. Yin Rui has a lot of points now, although he feels a little distressed. But he can't help but buy a lot. Special for long distance. Special for short distance. Various types of bullets. Special telescopes. Bulletproof vests. Helmets. All bought a lot. There are also some bombs that can be used. Yin Rui also bought some on Jian Anqi's recommendation. How long will these last for us? Yin Rui looked at the long shopping cart, his eyes shining. Do you want 2 more knives? He remembered that Jian Anqi was very good at using knives, and he taught him a lot of tricks to save his life. No, these are enough for us to use for a few years, Jian Anqi said. It's already a lot. He knew where Yin Rui's insecurity came from. While he was waiting, he had read some discussions about the end of the world on the internet, and read some novels about the end of the world, and learned about human thoughts and attitudes towards the end of the world. Then, he had to put himself into the environment of the end of the world, imagining how panicked and helpless Yin Rui would be at that time. He didn't have that memory in his mind, so he couldn't empathize with him. But he could vaguely guess the psychological state of people who had lived in the end of the world for 10 years. The supermarket has a protective shield, even if there are no weapons. We are safe, Jian Anqi comforted him, and Yin Rui was relieved after listening. I don't know what the scale of the beast tide here is, and what weapons we recommend to them is the most suitable. Yin Rui took out his mobile phone and logged into the forum here, and he really found the discussion post. The season change is coming again this year. Let's bet on whether the beast tide will come to Tianjing District. I hope it won't come to Tianjing District. When it came last year, my neighbor's youngest son died. My family still can't recover. Didn't they say they came last year but won't come this year? Tianjing District came for 3 consecutive years, and almost failed to defend the city and attacked the central area. Don't come. My sister was seriously injured in the guard team last year, and had to recover for 2 months before she could get out of bed. Yin Rui flipped down, and saw similar comments. Halfway through, he finally saw a photo. The photo said back from outside last year was too scary. Yin Rui clicked on it, and zoomed in to see that although the beast was terrifying, it was not as scary as he had imagined. It was not much different in size from ordinary jackals, tigers and leopards. It did not seem to be as lethal as the mutant beasts he had faced in his previous life. It seems that what they are facing is not as severe as I imagined. So just sell them some ordinary weapons. Looking at the photo of the birds and beasts with strong attack power all over the mountains and plains, Yin Rui actually said that it was not as severe as he had imagined. Jian Anqi once again reassessed the weight of the upcoming apocalypse. It will take some time before the beast tide. After we prepare the goods in the other 2 districts, we will directly ask the 3 companies. Jian Anqi told Yin Rui about his plan. You should open the door as usual these days, and don't tell them about the weapons. Okay. Yin Rui agreed immediately. Jian Anqi's eyes darkened, and he adjusted his expression in a moment. Smiled at Yin Rui. Then I'll go back. You be careful. Yin Rui shook his phone, watched Jian Anqi leave, then sat down on the chair, and said to the system, show me the weapon interface again. According to his experience, these beasts don't have any special abilities. At the beginning, he could deal with 1 or 2 of them with a knife. If he could provide firearms here, he would definitely make a lot of money. Looking at the guards in the photo, their weapons look broken and old. It is estimated that there is no extra material to update, and the weapons produced must be mainly bullets. System, can you give me a wholesale price if I buy too much? Yin Rui looked at the 0 behind the weapon and began to bargain. If I buy more, the shipment volume will be large, and you can stand up in front of your peers. Yin Rui persuaded. This kind of opportunity is rare. After all, the situation in each plane is different. It may be useful here, but it will not be useful in other places. There are other choices elsewhere. Please shop on your own and don't bargain. At this time, the system insisted on its own. We don't bargain here. Ha! Yin Rui laughed indifferently. It seems that you don't need me very much. Yin Rui paused and continued. Then I won't go to other planes after I go back. Anyway, the things I stockpile are enough for me to live for 10 years. After 10 years, I will earn 1 more day. No! The cold electronic sound of the system was anxious. He frantically searched for the words to deal with the host in the training manual provided by the main control. But he returned empty-handed after searching for a long time. I'm not asking you to lower the price. I just want a wholesale price. And it won't depreciate your stuff. If other hosts want the same price as mine, the master control can directly ask them if they can buy so many goods. Look at this wooden barracks. 50,000 per piece. You give me 40,000 for the wholesale price. I'll buy 100. You won't lose money. And this Yampi? You sell it for 150,000. It's too expensive. 100,000 for 1 piece, and I'll buy 100. Plus bullets. That's another big sum of money. I bought the weapon. Can I not buy the protective gear? You see, me and Jian Anqi were here just now. We bought less. Didn't we bargain with you? When has the system that just chose Yin Rui as the host seen this rhetoric? His data was running wildly. And he answered dizzily, Then I apply now. Chapter 20. Yin Rui listened to the prompt that the system was temporarily offline with satisfaction, and then continued to browse the mall. Now the mall has put on the shelves all kinds of vegetables and fruits he had previously entered. He bought an orange at random, and after receiving it, he found that this orange was exactly the same variety as the one he bought, and even the taste was almost the same. Perhaps this master control can copy the data records of all the items he entered. But why can't he enter those cooked foods? Yin Rui still doesn't understand. After a while, the system came back and said, the main control center has agreed to your request and can give you 20% off the total price. But the total amount cannot be less than 500. If it is less than 500, there will be no wholesale price. The system said proudly. The main control also said that I am doing a very good job as a bridge for communication between the two parties. After hearing the system's answer, Yin Rui also happily coaxed, of course. I can't save it without your points. If everything goes well, it will definitely be more than 500 pieces. 3 districts. Yin Rui thought he was going to get rich. When the time comes, he will wear 18 self-defense talismans on himself. Let him see how many points the talismans have. Oh, 2 talismans each for him and Jian Anqi are enough. What a dark system. The next day, Yen Rui opened the door as usual. When residents came to the supermarket to shop, Yen Rui could also listen to the residents' aftertaste of breakfast. Meat is added. I don't know what kind of meat it is. I heard it's chicken. And eggs. It's the first time I've eaten porridge with meat and eggs. Everyone does it. Even if you buy rice, flour, grain and oil at home, you don't do it this way. Yen Rui sat in front of the cashier, listening to them with a smile. It seems that the leader of Tianjing district is really good. The first thing he does when he gets something is to share it with everyone. I hope they can breed successfully. Today, people bought less grain and oil, but more snacks. Those who had money also bought a few bags. And those who had no money at least bought a few bags of sugar. At noon, Yen Rui did not expect that Zhang Konghui from Tianjing district and Chai Yingwu from Tianyuan district also appeared in his supermarket. These 2 people were followed by his own people. And Yen Rui did not care. He just watched. This time, the 2 people were not as calm as when they came with Rinshan before. Instead, they asked one of their men to take 2 baskets and began to sweep the supermarket. Seeing them like this, other customers in the supermarket also ignited their fighting spirit, and their state actually returned to the first day of opening. Although Yen Rui was happy to see this situation, he still conscientiously advised, "Why are you 2 joining in the fun? I have already prepared the goods for your 2 districts. This is not to be taken back." Zhang Konghui muttered. The people in Tianjing district were too mean. They said they would use the highest etiquette to receive them. In the past few years, they showed off their wealth by piling up fire spirits and ice crystals like a small mountain. This year, they directly made 9 small plates, each of which contained a snack they had never seen before. The plates contained 2 pieces of potato chips, 2 plums, 3 orange slices, a piece of apple, and other snacks of the same weight. Before they could savor them, they were gone. Gone! The 2 people had a deep resentment. So when they had a chance to come out, they ran to Yen Rui's small supermarket at the same time. Anyway, they took everything they could see. "Do you 2 have money?" Yen Rui asked. "I don't want to barter." The 2 were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. "No." Trouble. Yen Rui is short of points now. He wants to equip himself and Jian Anqi from head to toe to become indestructible before the end of the world. 200 million points are not enough. And he has to keep some floating points and system transactions. "I will give you another car for these things." Chai Yingwu said, "Our new car can float on the snow." Amphibious. Very expensive. Zhang Konghui glanced at Chai Yingwu, and Chai Yingwu straightened his chest. "Do you think you are the only ones who have made progress?" Yen Rui waved his hand. "For the last time. Next time you want something, you must pay." Zhang Konghui and Chai Yingwu left with big and small bags of things. Yen Rui looked at the time. It happened to be lunchtime, and he was a little hungry. He came to the shelf of cooked food in the warehouse, and saw a bowl of oil-splashed noodles that he had never made before. Where did this come from? The bowl looks familiar. Yen Rui approached and asked the system, "Do you have any clue?" It was made by Jian Anqi. He made it at home when he had nothing to do. He said you like it, and the food outside is not clean. These days, whenever he has time, he will cook and put it on top. He also asked me to help transfer it here. I said it. This bowl is from Jian Anqi's house. He had seen it before when he went to his house for a meal. After a nice meal, Yen Rui sent a message to Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi replied with a smile and looked up at the 3 people in front of him. "You will live in this house from now on. Food and accommodation are provided. Do whatever you are told to do. Don't ask any unnecessary questions. Do you understand?" Understood. The 3 people looked at the instructions they received on their phones and were a little confused. They looked at each other, wondering why Captain Jian, who was cold and taciturn in the army, suddenly asked them to start wholesale work. "Didn't you say you were going to open a security company?" A few days passed, and the season change day was getting closer and closer. The news that Jian Anqi had prepared the things finally arrived. Yen Rui jumped up immediately, sent the message to Rinshan, and then asked Jian Anqi to come quickly. Yen Rui, who saw Jian Anqi, first went up to give him a big hug. It didn't take 2 days to prepare. "Isn't it very hard?" Jian Anqi shook his head and told Yen Rui that he had asked his retired comrades in the army for help. After Yen Rui asked the names of these three people, he nodded and said, "Okay. It's no problem to keep them when the end of the world comes." This time, Yen Rui and Jian Anqi were familiar with the delivery. Yen Rui came to the warehouse last time, which had been cleaned up at this time. This warehouse and the warehouse next door have been sorted out, and a door has been opened in the middle. You can walk directly through the middle, Rinshan said. Shall I ask them to come over now? Come over. Yen Rui estimated the time. After receiving the goods, I want to talk to the people in your 3 districts. Okay. This was the first time Yen Rui took the initiative to ask them to talk. There must be something important to say, so she immediately sent the message back. Looking at the empty warehouse, Yen Rui stuffed Jian Anqi with a physical enhancer without thinking. Don't hold on. Save some energy if you can. Jian Anqi thought for a moment and nodded. But Yen Rui drank the enhancer in the bottle in his hand. This time, the 2 people cooperated more tacitly than last time. The 2 people fought hard and didn't dare to stop for a moment. Even though the cargo was more than twice as much as last time, the 2 still managed to control the time within an hour. And even though more cargo was lost this time, the plane channel showed no signs of collapse. There are many influencing factors, and our main control has no answer. But it may be because the actions of Tianjing district made the plane more tenacious. Or the plane recognized that the things were not given to one district alone. Yen Rui thought about it, and didn't want to delve into it. This world is not scientific. And he is not a scientist. He can't understand such profound things. After welcoming the 2 people in, Yen Rui rushed to the car at the fastest speed. This time, there was an extra driver in his car to teach them how to drive. The driving method of the car developed by Tianyuan district is a little different. And there are a lot of buttons. The 2 learned for a long time. And after learning everything, they drove around the neighborhood twice. After becoming experienced, they returned to the warehouse door. And the 2 hadn't seen them come out yet. This is too slow. What are they doing? Yen Rui leaned his head towards the warehouse. After a while, Rinshan hurried over and knocked on the car window. You 2 can go to the conference room you went to a few days ago. Or take a walk in the city. Yen Rui frowned. What's wrong? It took so long. Rinshan said helplessly. Chai Yingwu fainted because he was too excited. Yen Rui. Then I will go to the conference room to wait for him now. There were only him and Jian Anqi in the conference room. Yen Rui thought that Chai Yingwu, who was a little arrogant before, fainted because of excitement when he saw those things. It was a little funny. But he also understood it. It seems that the leaders of these 3 regions are pretty good. At least they really want to develop. What about our last life? Was it like this? Jian Anqi was curious. Yen Rui answered without hesitation, of course. Everyone is very united. It's just that they were unlucky and met a villain. But don't tell Jian Anqi about this for the time being. After all, they might not meet that person in this life. Yen Rui waited until he was drowsy. And those people appeared in front of Yen Rui with a chill all over their bodies. Chai Yingwu apologized first. Sorry. I was a little emotional just now. Yen Rui stood up. I understand this. What about the others? When will they arrive? I'm coming. Huang Dingjun also hurried over. And at this time, the representatives of the 3 districts were all present. I'll get straight to the point. Yen Rui waved to Jian Anqi. And Jian Anqi immediately stood up and unzipped his coat. He took out 2 wooden guns and spare magazines. A long cold steel knife. 3 daggers. 2 different types of grenades. And a submachine gun. Not only that, he also took out gauze bandages and anti-inflammatory drugs from the inner pocket of his clothes. And finally opened the small box he had been carrying. And assembled a sniper wooden gun in a few seconds in full view of everyone. Yen Rui was also shocked by Jian Anqi's move. He wanted Jian Anqi to shock him. But he didn't expect it to be such a shock. It wasn't until Jian Anqi winked at him that he came back to his senses. Folded his arms, and asked the few people. I wonder if you are interested in this deal. Chapter 21. Huang Dingjun originally thought that what Yen Rui could bring out was enough to shock him. But he didn't expect that Yen Rui could even get weapons. He had long known that Yen Rui was not an ordinary person. But today Yen Rui's image in his heart was several levels higher. He really came to save himself. How many can you sell to us? Huang Dingjun moved his Adam's apple and spoke before the 2 of them. There. After saying that, he pointed to the sky in a mysterious way. Is that okay? Quite rigorous. Yen Rui tapped his dial. And the system immediately understood and immediately replied, 500 is definitely okay. The main control room will not set numbers at will. 500. Yanrui stretched out his finger. A total of 500 weapons. Of course there may be more. But the first batch is only. There are 500. We want them all. Wang Dingjun slapped the table. In the past few decades, Tianjin District has suffered the most attacks and consumed the most weapons. Please don't fight over the first batch for the two of us. You are dreaming. Zhang Konghui, who was relatively calm in Yanrui's eyes, also spoke at this time. Are you trying to monopolize it? Tianjin District was attacked last year, and the probability of being attacked this year has greatly decreased. In any case, it should be given priority over our Tianjin District and Tianyuan District. Don't involve me. Chai Yingwu said, in this way. I don't want all. I want 2/3. And then our Tianyuan District will send people to station in the two places until this beast tide ends. The three people have their own thoughts, but the common wish is to protect their own residents. Yanrui saw that they were about to quarrel, and knocked on the table hard. Don't talk. I'll quote the price first, and you can do what you can. They might not even be able to afford 500 weapons. A wooden cannon costs 4,500. A submachine gun costs 13,000. And this? Yanrui pointed to the huge sniper rifle that Jian Anqi had just assembled. And Jian Anqi immediately replied, 50,000. Yanrui took a breath in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. A dagger costs 1,000. A long sword costs 3,000. And a box of bullets costs 500. As for medicine, the price of this medicine in the system is very low, and a set only costs 100 points. But for this plane, medicine seems to be a rare item. Yanrui sighed in his heart. This set of medical kits only costs 10 coins. Anyway, weapons make a lot of money, so just give them medicine as a bonus. Anyway, everyone has always cooperated happily. After hearing the price, only Huang Dingjun showed an attitude of determination to win. After all, he was the only one who had money in his pocket. Don't fight with me this time. Huang Dingjun laughed. 500 is not a lot. If you want it, you can bring more things next time and exchange them for Tianjin coins in my Tianjin district. We welcome you very much. He had heard that Boss Yen didn't want anything else but money. The two districts had changed back to barter. Where would they get the money? Tianwan's Tianjin district. I'm afraid that won't work. Yanrui waved his hand. You should exchange the Tianjin coins first. The total is 500. I can't sell them all to only one district. Yanrui also pointed to the sky symbolically. I don't agree. Huang Dingjun was a little disappointed. But since it was the rule there, he had no ability to break it. So he had to say with some regret, then let's prepare for the transaction today and go to the supermarket in the afternoon. How about it? Okay. Yanrui stood up and was about to leave with Jian Anqi. But before he left, he was stopped by a hand. Can you show me this gun first? Looking at Chai Yingwu who was holding him, he showed a different kind of excitement in his eyes. Can you give me a gun on credit first? Just one will do. No. Jian Anqi didn't wait for Yanrui to refuse, and slapped his hand down. We don't give credit. After saying that, he took Yanrui and left quickly. Yanrui could imagine the disappointment on Chai Yingwu's face. When they went back, Jian Anqi drove the car. Yanrui just wanted to say a few words, but saw Jian Anqi's gloomy face. Yanrui couldn't help but marvel. It's not just a matter of buying a gun on credit. But Jian Anqi was so angry. Yanrui was a little confused. After returning, he deliberately avoided this question and looked at Jian Anqi and said, I only bought a 10-day time converter. Now the time may be almost up, and I don't want to renew the time. Then don't renew it. It's too hard here. In the afternoon, many people appeared outside the door. Yanrui quickly put down the braised pork rice in his hand, wiped his mouth, stood up and said, So fast. Chai Yingwu, who pushed the door open at a trot, took out the card from his pocket without stopping. This is 2 million. We have already discussed and divided the 500 weapons equally. Each company will pay 2 million coins, and the rest will be made up by our Tianjin district. Huang Dingjun followed closely and explained to Yanrui, if Boss Yen has this kind of goods in the future, we will still follow the rule of equal division. That's the best. Yanrui has not forgotten that he felt that the three people were on edge in the conference room just now. 6 million can buy a lot of goods. Yanrui and Jian Anqi counted for a long time in the warehouse. and finally gave them 120 handguns and assault guns. They might not use snipers, so they prepared 6 in total. As for the miscellaneous and long knives, they bought all they could. He also prepared 500 new light and thin protective clothing recommended by the system. Yin Rui bought one more and found that it was impervious to water and fire, and could not be penetrated by guns. It was really good. He evenly distributed the remaining money to bullets and grenades. In the end, the little bit left was all replenished with medicines. The 3 groups waiting in the supermarket had their own thoughts at this time. Just now, when Yin Rui didn't know, the 3 city representatives, who had been helping each other, almost met each other. I think Chiangwu's plan is good. When the beast tide comes, we can pass on the news and help each other. Zhang Conwai was almost tempted by the Odin and grilled sausages in the house, and he quickly changed the topic to divert attention. Chiangwu snorted coldly. Stationing each other? You have a good plan. The trend of the beast tide cannot be predicted. Don't let the reinforcements be eaten before reaching the target area. Anyway, with this batch of weapons, we should be able to sacrifice fewer people this year. Huang Dingjun looked in the direction where Jian Anqi and Yin Rui left. I never thought that things would turn around. The previous plan should be brought up. Hearing Huang Dingjun's words, the other 2 fell silent at the same time. Yes, they also imagined that God would send someone to save the world. But when this day really came, they didn't know how to repay this gift. 6 million should be enough to buy these. Yin Rui discussed with Jian Anqi in the basement warehouse. How about we buy some more? See if there will be any abnormal fluctuations. Okay. The 2 continued to buy 100 hand wooden warehouses and 200 assault wooden warehouses. Everything was normal at this time, until they added 100 boxes of bullets. The lights in the basement suddenly began to flicker, and the interior of the supermarket began to shake abnormally. Yin Rui lost his balance and fell to Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi quickly hugged him, and Yin Rui also quickly adjusted the number back, and the vibration in the house slowly stopped. I didn't expect there really is. Yin Rui struggled to sit up and wiped his sweat. My hands are sweating. Jian Anqi pretended nothing happened. Sell these first. Buy fewer guns and more bullets. Bullets are more scarce for them. After a while, Yin Rui and Jian Anqi brought up boxes of goods. Several people wanted to help, but they didn't dare to ask to go to the basement. They could only stand aside at a loss and help the 2 people after they brought the boxes up. Yin Rui divided the boxes into 2 groups. One group was the goods worth 6 million that had been settled. He pointed to the piled boxes and said, I prepared them in multiples of 3. You can divide them up. As for these, Yin Rui pointed to the remaining wooden boxes in front of him and said, these are worth 2 million in total. Mainly bullets. I'll do it. Huang Dingjun spoke slowly and walked forward with a smile. We will divide them in proportion. You don't have to worry. It's easy to do things with people who understand. Yin Rui took the money and looked at the points on the screen. Feeling happy. Boss Yin, the 3 of us are here mainly to tell you that we may have to take the initiative to attack in a few days. Huang Ding said. We actually had this plan a long time ago. It was originally planned to be next year or the year after. But after receiving this batch of weapons, we changed the plan. Take the initiative to attack? Yin Rui didn't expect that. He just wanted to make some money and help out. But he would make these 3 districts change their plans. You should be more cautious. It's best to wait until the situation is stable before deciding whether to take direct action. We have been preparing for many years. Zhang Conhuai said, 10 years ago, we had a chance to take the initiative. But we were inexperienced at that time, and the whole army was wiped out. Only Minister Huang survived. And the price was also a missing leg. Rinshan has found out the bee's nests near Tianhing district clearly over the years. Originally, she wanted to integrate the weapons of the 3 districts after the bee's tide ended this year, and then defeat them one by one. I didn't expect Boss Yin to give us such a great gift. We are really grateful, Huang Dingjun said here. Tears welled up in his eyes. This time, we will definitely succeed. At least 10 years of peace must be guaranteed near the residential area. Yin Rui looked at the stacked wooden boxes in front of him. Feeling unhappy, he glanced at Jian Anqi and said, I can't do anything. I can only wish you success. You have done enough. It's just... Yin Rui thought for a moment, then spoke. Everyone was stunned in shock. And Jian Anqi gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words from his mouth. No. Yin Rui tilted his head. What's wrong? I am fully armed and go hunting with them. Why not? Chapter 22. Stop it. Jian Anqi pulled Yan Rui over. This is not an ordinary hunt. Yan Rui pushed Jian Anqi's hand away. You guys carry the things away first. If you go out, can you ask me in advance? Okay. Okay. Everyone immediately started to move, not even bothering to look through the things in the box, and hurriedly took turns to carry the box away. At the same time, Yan Rui hugged his arms, feeling the cold air emanating from Jian Anqi beside him. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to convince Jian Anqi, this tough guy. After everyone left, Yan Rui turned to Jian Anqi cautiously. I say, you go. Jian Anqi's expression was a little solemn. You go. But I want to go with you. It's dangerous. Yan Rui blurted out. You also know the danger. Jian Anqi's face turned cold in front of Yan Rui for the first time. Since you want to go, you have your reasons. But I also have my reasons. Yan Rui thought about it and agreed. It's okay. We go together. Just as an early experience of the end of the world. So the end of the world in our plane is also like this? Jian Anqi asked. It is also full of dangers. Yan Rui no longer concealed Jian Anqi, who had seen the end of the world. Yes. The end of the world in our plane is even more severe than it is now. At least at that time there was no order like the Tianjin district. And there could be 4 or 5 forces in a small area. The same is true for wild beasts. The wild beasts in this plane have not mutated yet. But the wild beasts in our plane will even mutate. Some have evolved human thoughts, and their physical strength has also been greatly enhanced. Jian Anqi's expression was solemn. Then let's go together. Let's go out together, and treat it as a practice in advance. Yan Rui finally let go of his worries. But at this time, he seemed to have returned to the past. And said with a bitter expression, I really don't want to go. Then don't go. Jian Anqi said, you have a supermarket, a system, and me. You can live in peace without going out in the future. That won't work. Yan Rui immediately retorted. It's not certain what the future will be like. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Besides, if you get married in the future, I can't wait for you to save me every day. I definitely didn't get married in my previous life. Jian Anqi said firmly. Don't try to deceive me with such words. Well, Jian Anqi really didn't get married. Not to mention getting married. He didn't even make friends. Yan Rui didn't know why he was so vigilant. Do you know how to use a gun? Jian Anqi took out his pistol and checked the magazine and safety skillfully. Have I taught you before? No. Yan Rui shook his head. At that time, we couldn't touch guns at all. We relied on cold weapons and homemade flame bombs. So we couldn't challenge powerful beasts and lived a tight life. But we are still lucky. After all, you are powerful, and we can still eat meat. Yan Rui thought of meat and swallowed his saliva again. Wait until the second floor is renovated. Can you cook more dishes and store them? Okay. Jian Anqi answered without hesitation. Where did we live in our previous life? Yan Rui was stunned for a moment and didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject and said, I forgot too. There were a lot of changes at that time. You teach me how to shoot. I want to learn. Jian Anqi lowered his eyes and picked a gun with the smallest recoil and the most suitable for novices and handed it to Yan Rui. Where are we going to train? Yan Rui thought for a moment. System. Do you have a training room? Other systems have it. I want one too. The system hesitated. Maybe in a few days there will be one. Anyway, there was none. So Yan Rui did not expect it. Portable space, training room, and what I told you before. I know. The system agreed hastily. Yan Rui heard his escaping tone and said to Jian Anqi, I thought he was the kind of cold electronic AI before. But it turned out that he was just like a child. He was cold? Jian Anqi couldn't imagine it. Let's go outside to practice shooting later. And let the system be alert to the surrounding area. Yan Rui put on his clothes without saying a word, covering himself tightly. Let's go. Let's go now. The two found an empty house nearby. And Jian Anqi carefully taught Yan Rui how to use a gun. Yan Rui was smart and quick to get started. After firing 2 clips of bullets, his accuracy improved a lot. At that time, we used slingshots as weapons. But now guns are nothing. Yan Rui looked at the glass bottle that he had shot in the head, feeling a little proud. You should practice it too. Jian Anqi shrugged and fired 5 shots in the direction of Yan Rui's finger, looking at the bullet holes gathered in one place. Yan Rui was speechless. Why are you showing off your skills? Yin Rui was almost familiar with it. So the two of them walked back. During this time, Jian Anqi told him that whenever he went out, he must follow him closely and not charge forward blindly. Yin Rui naturally agreed. He was still aware of his abilities, and he didn't think he had the aura of a protagonist. The next morning, Rinshan sent someone to pass on the message, saying that they were ready to set off tomorrow, and the people in the other two districts had been working day and night to meet directly in the nest area. We'll leave tomorrow. Yin Rui couldn't help but feel a little nervous about the upcoming departure. Jian Anqi comforted him. It's okay. I'll protect you. You don't need to protect me. Yin Rui sat down on the stool, then rummaged through his chest and pulled out a yellow triangle with a slight golden glow. I bought two. It will be fine. Yin Rui's face wrinkled. This thing is too expensive. One costs 2 million points. Deshang Temple Amulet can block 3 attacks with energy value below 100. One shot is 80, which is equivalent to 3 shots. We can't be so unlucky that we have to be shot 3 times. Don't talk nonsense. Jian Anqi stopped Yin Rui from talking. This is just to be prepared. It's best not to be shot once. Yin Rui hurriedly poo several times, then rubbed his chest. I always feel weird. As if I'm back to the past. In the past, he and Jian Anqi went out together. He was responsible for ensuring Jian Anqi's safety and finishing off the enemy. And Jian Anqi was responsible for charging. But now that the weapons are upgraded, it must be much safer than before. The next morning, the two drove to the gathering place early. At this time, everyone looked at the backpacks they carried with envy in their eyes. They must be envious of the delicious food in your backpack. The system had a strange accent that sounded a bit weird. Yin Rui was also blunt. If I had a portable space, they would be more envious of me with nothing in my hands. There will be news soon. The system disappeared after leaving such a long sentence. Yin Rui wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Rinshan, who came to him. Boss Yin, follow our car later. Here is the route map and compass, as well as flares. As for weapons, do you need us to provide them? Yin Rui smiled and patted his waist. We have enough weapons. Rinshan also smiled. With weapons, they are more confident. At this time of year, they have to protect themselves, build high walls, organize manpower, and ensure that the old weapons in their hands that have been passed down for decades will not fall apart at critical moments. They even have to take the people to conduct air raid shelter exercises, which is laborious and easy to cause panic. We go to the first valley, and it will take about 2 hours to reach the destination. If everything goes well, we can clear a wild beast point today. Jian Anqi and Yin Rui looked at the mark on the map together. This place is a wolf den. According to the investigation, there are about 2,000 wild wolves living here. 2,000 wolves. A bit scary. Yin Rui looked at the photos taken from the sky. The dense black spots in the valley made him gasp. And this was just one of the target points. Family members, Rinshan, dressed in black, stood on the roof of the front car, holding a flag and said loudly, "We have been trapped by the word beast tide for half our lives. Everyone here must know about the counterattack 10 years ago. We failed that time, but we also succeeded. That time, we gained 2 years of peace, and we let the residents live a stable life for 2 years. This time," Rinshan raised the flag in his hand high. "This time, we are different. We have advanced weapons and sufficient ammunition. At the same time, we have not forgotten the courage passed down by our predecessors. This time, I believe we will succeed in one fell swoop. Tianheng District will win." Rinshan's voice fell. Tianheng District will win. These 5 words echoed in the square for a long time. Yin Rui looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were surprisingly bright. He could see that they were all full of beautiful expectations for future life. "Let's go!" Rinshan jumped out of the car, and Yin Rui got in the car immediately. As soon as the door was closed, he rubbed his arms twice. This warm clothing is really good. I only felt a little bit of coolness after standing outside for so long. Let's buy a few more when we leave. Okay. I can sell it to my neighbors when the time comes. Yin Rui thought so too. This thing will definitely help a lot when the time comes. Buying one more back may save one more person. In the 2 hours in the car, Yin Rui finally took a good look at the surrounding scenery. The snow-capped mountains were vast and stretched for thousands of miles. The tall trees that still stood in the snow left only a majestic figure, and all the vitality was gone. looking vicissitudes and desolate. No wonder there are beast tides every year. In such an environment, wild beasts can't survive. Don't think too much. It's all for survival. The law of the jungle is more obvious in the end of the world. Even humans will be mixed with beasts in this situation. This time when I go back, you teach me fighting skills. I didn't have the chance to learn it properly in my previous life. Yin-Rui looked out the window and spoke softly, with a tone of melancholy that was hard to ignore. Okay. Jian Anqi spoke briefly. And the car fell into silence for a while. Ha ha. I'm back. The system suddenly spoke, scaring the two people. I'm back with good news. The system did not feel the low pressure of the two people, and there was complacency in its tone. Yen-Rui, who didn't know when the system left, asked casually, what good news? It's the Master Control, the system said. The Master Control said he would give you a reward. Reward? Hearing this, Yen-Rui's disappointment just now was swept away. What reward? Don't you want a portable space? You have a portable space? Yen-Rui was excited. No. There is a replacement. Yen-Rui, I have never seen a gold finger with such a slow development progress. Chapter 23. Come on. Tell me about substitution. Since they haven't reached their destination yet. Yen-Rui wants to see what tricks the system can come up with. It's just that the goods from other planes are new and have similar functions. The system didn't hear the sarcasm in Yen-Rui's tone at all. It's very useful. How much is the cheapest one first? Yen-Rui crossed his arms and didn't fall into the trap at all. The system said and then said, for you. It shouldn't be a lot. The system's voice became lower and lower. And Yen-Rui even heard the sizzling sound of electricity in the end. Hurry up. We'll be at our destination soon. Yen-Rui urged, and was also curious about what tricks he could come up with. The system could only say, there are 4 methods for you to choose from. Please listen to which option is suitable for you first. The last one should not be missed. The first one is the card space. A card can store 1 item, and the capacity is unlimited. The second one is a leather bag. The capacity is large and unlimited, but there is no way to guarantee the freshness of the items inside. There is also a third one. The third one is the space button of the interstellar plane. There are many shapes. It was snapped up by everyone as soon as it was launched online. Finally, it is the mustard seed space of the Xiaoxian plane. It is the most suitable for the host's identity among the 4. The space is large, and the internal time is completely still. There may be new upgrades in the future. This system sincerely recommends it. Isn't the 4th one the most expensive? Yen-Rui saw through the system's tricks at a glance. But it is expensive for a reason. Did you see it in the novel, and the main control suggested it? No. It's... The system stopped talking here, as if it was restricted by something. It immediately changed the subject. It's the experience gained by the master in many planes. Yen-Rui hooked his finger at the system. Please show me the product introduction of these 4 things. 4 electronic screens were immediately projected in front of Yen-Rui. Yen-Rui randomly clicked on one, and after taking a closer look, he felt a little unbelievable. He approached and looked at it again, and then asked in disbelief, what is the raw material of the second leather bag? It's cow's stomach. Seeing this, the system deliberately enlarged the product picture. That's it. Yen-Rui frowned instantly and waved his hands. Back off. Back off. He said why the shape was so weird. It turned out to be what he thought of. How did you come up with it? It's easy to smell if it's not cleaned up. Yen-Rui was a little disgusted. This thing is actually worth 3 million points. Which is really hard to understand. Then why don't you look at other things? They're not bad either. The system tactfully collected the product details of the leather bag, and Yen-Rui picked and chose the remaining 3. 1 card can only select 1 item, and 1 card costs 100,000 points. Although it is completely still, it has great restrictions. The space button cannot keep time still, and the space is not big. It has an area of 10 square meters, but it is small and stylish, and it is good for going out in an emergency. As for the mustard seed space, it needs blood to bind it. Yen-Rui feels more and more that this world is so familiar to him. Has your master really never read the novel? Do other planes have the same name as our novel? The system nodded in confirmation. Maybe the news from other planes has been transmitted here in a form you don't know. Don't think too much. Which one do you choose? I don't choose anything. A small mustard seed space costs 3 million. And it also says that there is a chance that rare features such as spiritual spring and spiritual field will be released in future updates. It's as unreliable as the game. Yanrui refused without thinking. Choose one. It's more convenient to take it with you. At this time, Jian Anji, who was sitting in the co-pilot, spoke up. We need to restock after we go back. And it will be more convenient to have one. Then let's buy the space button for now. Yanrui listened to Jian Anji's suggestion and immediately ordered 2 space buttons in the form of necklaces. You wear one too. At this time, they had just arrived at their destination. And Jian Anji stretched his neck towards the co-pilot. Put it on me. Yanrui did not hesitate. But Renshan, who came to find the two of them, put down her hand that was about to knock on the window after seeing the situation in the car. Renshan knocked on the window only after Jian Anji put on the necklace, lowered his head to admire it, and raised his head with satisfaction. After getting dressed, the two of them got out of the car like everyone else. After getting out of the car, they listened to Renshan's instructions. You two follow the team and cover the soldiers in front of us. Sometimes they may not be able to take care of the wolf pack sneak attack for a while. I'll be responsible for sniping. Jian Anji took down the assembled sniper rifle from behind, looked around, and then pointed to a commanding height and said, give the order when it starts. I'll be responsible for sniping the leader wolf. Ah? Renshan didn't understand Jian Anji's purpose for a moment. We have prepared snipers. They won't be better than me. Although Jian Anji stood still. Yanrui looked at Jian Anji like this, and always felt that he was different from the Jian Anji who just asked him to put a necklace on him. And Renshan also agreed to his request for some reason. She actually didn't have much confidence in her sniper. After all, they had fallen to the point of using cold weapons to fight the enemy, and didn't pay much attention to these high-tech firearms. Come with me. Jian Anji grabbed Yanrui. Snipers need an observer. Yanrui was pulled away by Jian Anji. After the two stood on a raised hillside, Jian Anji took out a sleeping bag, a blanket, and a bottle of hot water from his backpack. Why did you prepare these? I thought your big bag was full of weapons. After saying that, Yanrui suddenly realized. Did you prepare them a long time ago, but didn't plan to tell me? It's dangerous outside. I can take care of you here. Jian Anji pursed his lips. We don't have a chance to negotiate with the beasts. Yanrui understood what Jian Anji meant, but he was still indignant. He kicked the sleeping bag that Jian Anji had laid out angrily. Then thought about it, pulled the sleeping bag back, swept the snow on it, and lay down as if no one was around. You'll freeze in the snow by yourself. Yanrui didn't bring a sniper rifle, but he could buy one from the system. Jian Anji looked at Yanrui's system interface and whispered, in fact, just buy a scope. Yanrui gritted his teeth, but had to admit that what Jian Anji said made sense. He could only spend a huge amount of money to buy another scope. After installing it on the gun, he emphasized to Jian Anji, I don't need your protection. I can protect myself. Just as Jian Anji was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of Renshan's hand. He could only lie down, feeling the blanket that the people around him put on him, and explained, I know, but you have to allow me to worry about you. Yanrui was stunned for a moment, and just said yes. And then he heard Jian Anji's tone become sharp. I'm going to shoot. As soon as the voice fell, Yanrui heard a deafening sound of bullets ejected. Yanrui subconsciously looked towards the valley in front of him, and saw a gray wolf that looked strong and was still running fell to the ground. Is this the leader wolf? No. Is this the strength of Jian Anji? Yanrui didn't have time to be shocked, and heard bang 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 3 more times. Each gunshot was accompanied by the death of a wolf. Even though he had experienced Jian Anji's power in his previous life, he was still eye-opening today. You really shouldn't be so good. Yanrui admired from the bottom of his heart. Go back and teach me. This can't be learned in a short time. Jian Anji took the gun and put it in the newly bought space button, then took out 2 guns from his pocket. Don't you want to practice? There is a place below, with a moderate distance and a shelter. Yanrui didn't listen. He quickly followed Jian Anji to the position he said. At this time, the two sides had already fought. The human side had gained the upper hand in a short time because of the advantage of weapons. But the fighting power of the wolf pack should not be underestimated. Yanrui also stepped forward and fired a few shots at the target. He vaguely found some feel. And with Jian Anji's reminder, he also killed more than a dozen wolves. Stop! Just when Yanrui was exhausted and wanted to leave, he heard Renshan's voice ordering to retreat. He followed the team, And when everyone retreated to a safe place, he breathed a sigh of relief. So tired. Yanrui sat down on the ground. Is there another round? Jiananchi took out a telescope and looked. Shaking his head, there won't be another round. After this battle, the wolf pack has been seriously injured. And the remaining ones are some young wolves, and the old and weak. They didn't kill them all. If they killed them all, the balance of the environment would be destroyed. Boss Yin, are you okay? Rinshan trotted over and looked at the blood spots on her body. Yanrui immediately took out the bandage. Rinshan waved her hand. It's okay. It's not my blood. It's others. And there are wolves. Looking at the light displayed by Rinshan, Yanrui was also relieved. Should this be considered a great victory? Of course. Rinshan's tone was 1 degree higher than usual. As long as we can capture 2 more gathering places, there will be no problem this year. If we can capture 7, we will not be troubled by the beast tide for at least 5 years. Yanrui smiled and said, then I think I have to congratulate you in advance. Thank you. Rinshan congratulated this. Fu stayed. Then she looked around. Then pulled Yanrui aside and whispered, everyone was a little excited just now. And the bullets were used up a little quickly. Do you have any stock now? Yanrui looked at Jiananchi. Then looked at Rinshan. And said after thinking again and again, there are 2 boxes in the trunk of the car. Jiananchi, you go and get them. Jiananchi turned around and left. And Rinshan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yanrui's words. In the brief moment of peace, Rinshan and Yanrui chatted, you keep the account first. And go back to ask Minister Huang to reimburse you. That's for sure. I don't do business that loses money. Yanrui smiled. And he looked in the direction of Jiananchi. There were no bullets in the trunk. So Jiananchi needed to temporarily avoid the eyes and ears of others, and the system to place orders. Jiananchi could still do this. But just as he was waiting with his arms folded, he saw Jiananchi's movement stop for a moment. And then, he immediately closed the trunk door, and shouted in the direction of Yanrui, get in the car. The distance was a bit far, and Yanrui couldn't hear clearly. He took 2 steps forward, and saw Jiananchi running towards him, waving his hands to signal him to run in his direction. Oh no! Yanrui, who had seen Jiananchi like this in his previous life, immediately became serious. Get in the car. Yanrui and Rinshan said, there is something wrong with this place. Let's go! Chapter 24 begins with a reverse V. As Yanrui finished speaking, Rinshan also realized the severity of the problem. She ran away, shouting, get in the car! Get out of here! What? Some people didn't understand. But some experienced warriors immediately reacted and shouted to their companions according to Rinshan's gestures. Go! There is an enemy! Yanrui followed Jiananchi to the car. And Jiananchi started the car immediately. The 2 knew what might happen next without saying a word. What's wrong? When the car was already moving forward steadily, Yanrui spoke nervously. Jiananchi said in a serious tone, something is coming. Although he was not sure what it was. Based on his experience, the scale of the thing coming was not small. Could it be that another group of wolves that went out hunting found us and came to seek revenge? Yanrui guessed that if that was the case, the IQ of the wolf pack was higher than he thought. As Jiananchi left, the cars behind him followed him, and all of them stepped on the accelerator, not daring to fall behind. It's not a wolf pack, the system reminded him. And he opened the map and showed it to the 2 of them. These creatures that are chasing us are different from wolves. Yanrui took a look and was horrified. This? Yanrui looked at the map in front of him, and his heart sank. Good news, it's not a wolf pack. Bad news, except for wolves. All wild animals are there. The one running in the front is a smaller jackal, followed closely by tigers and leopards. And there are also a few lions, and elephants behind the lions. Behind the elephant, there were dense beasts. Yanrui couldn't see clearly for a while. He turned back to look at Jiananchi and said with a sense of survival, fortunately, you are alert. Jiananchi shook his head. It's not the end yet. What's not the end yet? Yanrui knew the answer before he asked the question. He looked at the map and found that the tail of the beast that was chasing them behind him slowly extended, and the circumference gradually expanded, slowly turning into a circle. They are going to surround us. Yanrui was a little panicked. Jiananchi looked ahead with a serious expression. It's okay. There is still a chance. But this opportunity didn't seem to come. Yanrui looked at the system map. Now those beasts have gathered from all directions, and the exit left for them has become narrower and narrower. Ah! Yin Rui was startled by the sudden break. He looked at Jian Anqi, and before he could speak, he saw Jian Anqi pointing at the map. The last exit has disappeared, and all of them are surrounded by beasts. Can you send us back to the original plane? Jian Anqi asked the system. The system nodded. Okay. Shall we leave this plane now? Let's go now. What about them? Yin Rui looked at the rearview mirror, and saw that the cars following them had stopped. The guards who got out of the cars one by one were looking around vigilantly. They trust us so much. If we leave now... Yin Rui hesitated to speak. Jian Anqi thought for a moment, and then continued, then you go. I will stay and fight with them. Impossible. Yin Rui refused without hesitation. I can't be separated from you again. There's no time now. Jian Anqi spoke faster. You go back first. I'll provide them with weapons and ammunition. We won't necessarily lose. Yin Rui pressed down Jian Anqi's hand, took a deep breath, pointed to the map and said, don't worry. Look, the encirclement has not continued to shrink. So what? Yin Rui patted the back of Jian Anqi's hand, and explained with words that he didn't quite believe. I always feel that in such an environment, humans will evolve to be more cold-resistant and heat-resistant, and wild animals will also have similar evolutions. Just like what I told you about the evolution of wild animals in our previous life. That won't work either. You must go now. Be careful. Before Yin Rui could continue to persuade him, he heard continuous bang-bang gunshots outside, and then saw a black eagle with a wingspan so huge that it seemed to cover the sky, and the sun rushing towards Yin Rui and Jian Anqi's car. Jian Anqi immediately took the gun and got out of the car, shooting at the eagle continuously. But to his surprise, the gun didn't even have any effect on him. Or maybe the gun didn't hit the eagle at all. Jian Anqi frowned and waved his hand back to signal everyone not to shoot. Then the eagle circled twice above Yin Rui and Jian Anqi's heads, loosened its claws in front of everyone, and then a black shadow fell from above. What is it? Jian Anqi and Yin Rui looked at the black shadow, not knowing why. Then they looked at the map again and found that the encirclement was still the same as before, and it didn't get smaller at all. The two people's hearts did not fall because of this. Yin Rui wanted to go forward to see what fell on the ground, but was stopped by Jian Anqi. Don't move. I'll go and see. Without waiting for Yin Rui to refuse, Jian Anqi had already walked forward quickly, and at this time Renshan also came to Yin Rui's side. She was still frightened by the situation just now. What's going on? Yin Rui controlled his voice, but his trembling tone still revealed his nervousness. We are surrounded by wild beasts. What? Renshan exclaimed, and Yin Rui immediately covered her mouth. At this time, Jian Anqi came back, holding a piece of paper in his hand. What is it? Yin Rui put down his hand and ran to Jian Anqi. Is this what the eagle just dropped? Jian Anqi nodded. Someone wants to talk to you. Who is it? Renshan said. Is it from Tianyuan City or Tianing City? Neither. Yin Rui looked at the letter, and the signature was Orc Cave. What is this? Yin Rui looked at Renshan. There is a forest city here? Renshan subconsciously retorted. No. There is definitely no forest city. What's going on? Thinking back to the information the system gave him, it also said that there were only 3 towns here, and there was no mention of the forest city. Yin Rui looked at the content of the letter and was a little confused. He clicked his watch and found that the system had no response. So it must have no clue about it. I'll go and see. The letter invited Jian Anqi and Yin Rui to visit. Although there were many wild beasts outside, they had no malicious intent. They just wanted to buy some things with Yin Rui, and said they had a valuable gift to thank him. The paper looked a little worn, but the words on the paper looked sharp and majestic, and there must be a hint of character. Yin Rui had already used this word to sketch out the image of a scholar with a beard in his mind, and he didn't seem to have much attack power. Jian Anqi prepared his gun and threw the key to Renshan at the same time. There are 2 boxes of bullets in the trunk. You prepare them. Don't shoot casually. Let's go and take a look. Renshan persuaded. Don't go. I don't know what the situation is on the other side. It's dangerous. There is no way to deal with the danger. Not to mention that in Renshan's eyes, she can't see the beasts surrounding them at all, and she still thinks there is a way to leave. There is no other way. Yin Rui pointed in a direction. And at this time everyone noticed that there was already a small group of beasts around them looking at them. These beasts looked ferocious. And whether in terms of number or attack power, they would definitely lose. Renshan's pupils trembled, and she wanted to ask Yanrui for help in a panic. At this time, other people also ran over and wanted to ask Renshan if they wanted to take action immediately. Everyone's expression was very serious. The moment they saw the herd of beasts, they were ready to never go back. It's okay. Wait a moment. Renshan didn't want to be exposed in front of her men. She took the key and opened the trunk of Yanrui's car. Distribute the bullets. Remember? Don't use the gun first. The others quickly moved. And Yanrui also told Renshan at this time. Don't do anything rashly later. I will definitely find a way to come back. After saying that, he thought for a while and added, if you leave, attack in the northwest direction. In comparison, there are some small animals in the northwest direction, and the attack power does not seem to be that strong. You must be careful. The worry in Renshan's eyes was real. Yanrui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, and then Yanrui whispered, don't worry about me. No matter who it is, we can't be stopped. Renshan understood and nodded. She looked at the backs of the two people leaving. At this time, Chai Yingwu also came over. What did you say? Renshan came back to her senses. Send the bullets first, and I'll tell you later. Yanrui and Jian Anqi walked forward. They didn't know which direction they should go at first, but every few steps, they could see a small animal leading them forward. Sometimes a squirrel, sometimes a fox. It's a little cute. Not as scary as they say. Yanrui wanted to bend down and touch the rabbit leading the way in front, but was pulled by Jian Anqi. Don't take it lightly. Yanrui was embarrassed. The two walked for more than 10 minutes and saw a small tent. The outside of the tent was made of various furs, which looked warm. The two looked at each other, and Yanrui shouted outside the tent. Is there anyone inside? Yes. 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 Come in. Jian Anqi held Yanrui. I'll go in first. Yanrui shook his head. Let's go together. If there's any danger, I can still help. Listen to me. Oh, you two should come in quickly. Don't let me freeze you to death. The voice in the house was loud and helpless. You two come in with guns. Hearing this, Jian Anqi stood in front of Yanrui, holding the gun in one hand, carefully opened the door curtain, and walked into the house. After the two entered the door, they saw a group. When they heard footsteps, this group suddenly stood up, and Yanrui realized that this was a human who was wearing thick fur all over his body and was almost buried in fur. You two are here. I saw you selling things to them. When this person saw Yanrui, his eyes radiated a huge light. He stared at Yanrui with his eyes, not caring about Jian Anqi's murderous eyes next to him, and only stretched out his hands, wanting to shake hands with Yanrui. Yanrui couldn't dodge in time, and was held by the person in front of him. He opened his mouth, and for a moment, he didn't know how to deal with this enthusiasm that came from nowhere. I want it too. Chapter 25. You want it too? Jian Anqi pulled the savage's hand away. You want nothing. Why can't I have it? You have something to sell. So why not sell it to anyone? Why not sell it to me? The man curled his lips. Why are you still discriminating? I don't discriminate. But I want money. I want currency. Do you have currency? Yanrui hugged his arms and took a step back slightly. Besides, you haven't said who you are. I don't sell my things to nameless people. Oh, I don't quite understand. The man put his palm down gently. He took 2 steps back, looked at Yanrui, and scratched his head. Then how can you believe? Believe it. Yanrui suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. This person looked like he was really questioning him, which made him feel helpless. Jian Anqi saw that Yanrui had a troubled expression. So he stepped forward and said, Tell me first. What's your name? My name is Shou-Yi. As soon as this person's name came out, Yanrui and Jian Anqi frowned at the same time. This name was a bit too fake. Then tell me, how did you know we have something to sell? If Tianning District had not taken the initiative to inform him, people from Tianyuan District and Tianning District might not have successfully traded with him in such a short time. Shou-Yi shrugged. Then I naturally have my own way. You are leaving here. So why bother so much? This person knows a lot. I don't know where you are going to use the things. If you want to buy them, just tell me what you want and what you want to do. What's more, The group of wild beasts you are surrounding outside make me feel that my safety is not guaranteed. Ah, that's why. Beast 1 waved his hands, as if he had just understood what Yanrui meant. They won't hurt you. They listen to me. What? Yanrui's eyes widened when he heard this. You can tame beasts? What do you mean by tame beasts? Beast 1's eyes widened, and he tilted his head. It means they listen to me. If you're scared, I won't let them surround you. After saying that, Beast 1 trotted out. He opened the door curtain, and the cold air poured in. Yanrui shivered. Then he heard a deep, heavy and steady singing voice coming from outside the door. The rhythm was gentle, and accompanied by the wind and snow outside. Yanrui couldn't help but feel dazed. Let's go! Before Yanrui could savor the thought, he saw Shoei coming back, rubbing his face. I'll ask them to pick me up later. Could that incomprehensible voice just now convey such accurate information? Can we talk about the deal now? The reason I know you're selling things is because someone came here to inspect. And the snow fox overheard their conversation. I really didn't step into their territory. Shoei said this with a bit of grievance. People in Tianjing district are always like this. Talking nonsense. What about the beast tide? Many people die in the beast tide every year. Do you control it? How is that possible? The beasts can listen to me. But not all of them listen to me. We are just neighbors. Who can control what neighbors do? Yanrui felt that Shoei's words were about to freeze his brain. He pinched his fingers heavily. What do you want to buy? What can you exchange with me? Let's find out his background first. I want a house. The kind in Tianjing district. Warm. Tents are always broken. And I have to repair them every year. Shoei excitedly gestured with his hands. And said a little depressed. The cave is always covered with dust. And I have to sweep it every day. It's so annoying. People in our tribe live in caves in summer, and tents in winter. We don't have time to hunt and gather. We don't have enough food in winter. Wait! Yanrui heard some clues. What did you say? Can you gather? The environment here has always given Yanrui a feeling of barrenness. The high temperature in summer makes people suffer from heat stroke and lack of water. And the extremely low temperature in winter makes people hypothermic. The food shortage is so severe that people have a survival crisis. But now the people in front of him actually said that they can hunt and gather? Where to collect? Are there any plants that are not dead? Even Rinshan didn't know this news. Of course we can collect. Otherwise we will all starve to death. Shoei shrugged and said nonchalantly, recently, women in the tribe don't like to have children. The weather is too bad, and it's hard to raise children, resulting in only more than 100 people left in the entire tribe. If there were houses, people wouldn't have to go out to repair tents every year. And there would be extra time to take care of children. Yanrui blinked, but still asked in confusion, then why don't you go to Tianjing district for help? They don't seem to know you exist. Of course we can't ask them for help. Shoei was shocked when he heard this suggestion. They want to kill us. We'll just die if we go. After hearing this, Yanrui realized that there must be a misunderstanding. But when he wanted to continue asking in depth, Shoei kept silent. And no matter how the two people guided him, he didn't say a word. So what do you want? A house? A house cannot be built in a short time. We also need books. Books about building a house. As long as we have books, we can achieve our goal as quickly as possible and try to finish building the house in the summer. Yanrui took a breath of cold air when he heard this. Are you building a house in this temperature? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? It should be fine. If you are afraid of heat stroke, just drink more water. Shoei didn't seem to take this extreme weather seriously. He even sighed at this time. I heard from the old people that the highest temperature was 40 degrees, and the lowest was only a dozen degrees. It's hard to imagine how people survived at that time. Have you always lived in the wild? Jian Anchi listened to Shoei's words that were completely inconsistent with other people in this plane, and couldn't help asking, doesn't this kind of weather affect your life? No. I've been used to it since I was a child. Shoei didn't think so. Do you want to sell it? I'll exchange it with you for animal skins. Or, Shoei turned around and searched around, and finally took out a handful of golden things from a cloth bag. It's gold, but it's too soft to be used for anything. I heard from the old people that this thing was very valuable in the past. Can I exchange it for this? Yanrui looked at a handful of unrefined gold and his breathing stopped. Where did this come from? It was dug out from the sand after the mountain collapsed. At that time, someone said that sand and something could be mixed together to make cement. But we didn't make it. But we saved a lot of this stuff. Shou-yi was a little worried. Tianning district is too strict. Otherwise we would have gone in to get 2 books. The previous books were burned to start the fire. Yin Rui was a little speechless. But for the sake of Jin Zi, he still agreed to the deal. Shou-yi didn't look educated. But according to him, there was a conflict between the tribe where he lived and Tianheng district. And the 2 sides did not communicate with each other. This also led to a fork in the road for the development of humans on both sides after the disaster. One side tried its best to maintain the status quo to prevent a sharp decline in population. The other side chose to adapt to nature. And everyone who survived could survive in this harsh environment. As for the skill of controlling, commanding wild beasts, are you the only one who knows it? After figuring out some questions, Yin Rui began to be curious at this time. Beast 1 shook his head. Yes, I'm the only one who can do it. But my sister's ability is much better than mine. She can tell which grass is medicine at a glance. She is the doctor of our tribe. She can also listen to the wind and has great strength. Anyway, my ability is just average. Hearing this, Yin Rui was shocked. If that's the case, the descendants of the group of surviving humans have actually evolved. If he didn't die in that battle in the original plane, would he also evolve new abilities in the future? Seeing that Yin Rui was a little distracted, Jian Anqi gently patted the back of his hand, and then said to Beast 1 who was looking forward to it, "How much gold do you have? You can use this as currency. There is still a lot. People in our tribe have more or less gold. You can ask them to send it over." After that, Beast 1 asked tentatively, "So you can really give me what I want?" "Yes." Yin Rui's tone was firm, which gave Beast 1 a lot of confidence. "As long as you can afford the price." Hearing this, Shou-yi also became happy. He turned around and threw his cloth bag directly to Yin Rui. "Are these enough to buy materials for building a courtyard house with 2 entrances? Others will send their gold to you in a while." After Shou-yi finished speaking, he took out a wrinkled blueprint that was well kept and looked like it was torn from a book before. "This is it." Yin Rui didn't know when Shou-yi notified the others. But since he could speak beast language, it didn't matter, and he was too lazy to pursue it. All he knew now was that he had earned points again. This bag of gold is not enough. At least 3 bags are enough. Jian Anqi weighed the bag in his hand. This is all natural gold. Too much impurities and worthless. 3 bags can prepare materials for the courtyard house. Plus books, materials and construction instructions. That's fine. Shou-yi didn't care. He had 5 or 6 bags of such gold at home. And it wouldn't be a loss to use 3 bags to build a house. Yin Rui laughed in his heart, but still looked at Shou-yi with a steady expression. "Shall we place the materials here? I'm different from you. I can't stand the cold." "Okay," Shou-yi said readily. "This is originally a temporary structure. I don't know when you can be ready, but you can also take a look at our tribe. Our tribe is going to celebrate the festival soon. It's very lively." Yin Rui glanced at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's slightly pleading expression, thought for a moment, but wanted to refuse first for safety. But before he nodded, he heard Yin Rui's slightly excited tone. "Okay. Then let's go now." Chapter 26. My car. Before Yin Rui could speak, Shou-yi rushed out of the door, whistled in a certain direction, and then said to Yin Rui excitedly, "We'll be here on horseback. We have to tell my friends first to avoid worrying them." Shou-yi understood, and waved his hand. "It will take them a while to get here anyway, so you can go back quickly." When they came, they felt heavy in their hearts, but they walked back briskly. But this briskness was mixed with some doubts. On the way, Yin Rui couldn't help sharing with Jian Anqi. "Do you think he will lie to us? Are you scared now?" Jian Anqi glanced at Yin Rui, and Yin Rui shrank his neck. I am really curious. How did they survive under such conditions? And the environment has only changed for 40 years. How could it develop so fast? It's okay. If there is any danger, let the system take us back directly. The system has been shrinking in silence. Yin Rui is very disappointed when there is a problem. You hide. Don't be silent. I know you can hear it. The system then glowed weakly. I have reported the loopholes in this plane. Humph. Yin Rui snorted coldly. You'd better start checking other planes for loopholes now. Fortunately, the beast I met today is not a bad guy. If I had chopped off my head as soon as I entered the door. Let's see what you can do. At this time, Rin Shan, who was constantly looking around in the car and waiting, could no longer sit still after seeing Yen Rui's figure. She immediately opened the door and rushed out, ran to Yen Rui and looked him up and down. Seeing that he was unharmed, she was relieved. I don't know why the herd just retreated. Forget it. Let's go back first. Rinshan wanted to take Yen Rui back, but was rejected by Yen Rui. We just came back to tell you now. I will go back later. Rinshan's face changed drastically. No! Yen Rui saw Rinshan's horrified expression and opened his mouth slightly. What's wrong? There are man-eating monsters over there. Rinshan blocked Yen Rui's way without saying a word. Don't go there. You can't go there. Why? Yen Rui gathered his coat. Even though he had tried to keep warm, he still couldn't chat calmly in this environment. Rinshan also shuddered. It's because there are mutant man-eating beasts over there. We found them when the weather just changed. They may be affected by the meteorite. Although they have human appearance, they have the habits of wild beasts. They are very dangerous. So that's it. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other. It's okay. We will drive away first, and we will contact you within 10 days. Rinshan felt a huge uneasiness in her heart, but she didn't know how to persuade them. In the end, she could only sigh and then instructed, those man-eating beasts don't understand human language. Leave as soon as you see them. The speed is not fast. As long as you don't face them head-on, there is no danger to your life. Okay. Jian Anqi took the car keys and said to Rinshan, you go back first. As for the beast tide, even if the beast tide comes, you can resist it with your current firepower. Rinshan didn't comment. She looked at the backs of the two driving away and waved her hand behind her. Let's go back. Jian Anqi and Yen Rui returned to the tent and saw Beast 1 biting his finger and looking in their direction expectantly, while wandering on a tiger. Looking bored. How do you take your tent? Yen Rui asked as he opened the window. Beast 1 said nonchalantly, just leave it there. Okay. Then leave it there. Yen Rui stretched his head back and sighed with Jian Anqi. This person was actually considered a mutant man-eating beast. I don't know how they communicated. You can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. You still have to be careful later. Jian Anqi was always alert and analyzed with Yen Rui. This Beast 1 seems to be able to eliminate your and my vigilance with just a few words. He is not a simple person, although they seem uneducated. It has only been more than 40 years since the disaster. It is not impossible for them to find the book. There must be other difficulties that are restraining them. Jian Anqi patted Yen Rui's hand comfortingly. It's okay. At least we have earned an extra bag now. Gold. When it comes to gold, Yen Rui's eyes light up. Yes. 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 How do you calculate the points for gold? The system popped up at this time. According to the average price of gold in your plane, 1 G of gold is 450 yuan. But the purity also has an impact. You could upgrade the system to scan and store it in the warehouse at that time. Wait a minute. Yen Rui frowned. When did the system upgrade start? It has always been there. The system's voice was a little weak, but the tone was justified. How could there be no upgraded system? After this, the system will be updated irregularly, and each time it will be improved according to user requirements. At the end, he did not forget to add, don't you update when you play games? Yen Rui was speechless, but he was in a good mood after hearing this news. When will it be updated? It can be updated now. 1 million points at a time. Let's talk about it later. Yen Rui sat upright in the chair and immediately put this matter behind him. The system wanted to continue to persuade them, and saw that the Beast 1 who had been walking in front of them stopped. I saw that the Beast 1 flipped down from the tiger's back and patted the tiger's head. The tiger yawned at the Beast 1, then turned around and left, running away quickly. Beast 1 also waved to the two of them. Jian Anqi and Yen Rui looked around and didn't find a scene suitable for human habitation. But here they come. They can only check their weapons rigorously, and then get off the car with a vigilant look. We live down there. Beast 1 pointed to a place, and Yen Rui looked in the direction of his finger, and then noticed that there was a tree that looked particularly neat in the vast snow. Yen Rui followed him doubtfully. The two followed Shoei to the tree. Shoei patted the branches of the tree. The next second, the branches of the tree began to shrink inward. Before Yen Rui could think deeply, he saw a small door that could accommodate one person opened at the root of the tree. I'll go in first. You two follow me. Shoei turned around and grinned at the two of them, then turned around and jumped into the small door. Yen Rui stretched his head to look inside the door, and found that behind the small door was a passage that stretched underground. After entering, he could only sit and slide down. It's a natural slide. Yanrui rubbed his hands excitedly, without waiting for Jian Anqi to stop him. Yanrui couldn't wait to pat Jian Anqi on the back. Then I'll go down first. Jian Anqi could only follow Yanrui closely. He didn't even feel the amazing feeling of weightlessness brought by the slide. On the contrary, Yanrui's cheers also showed his excitement. Jian Anqi looked at his watch and calculated that the landing time was 1 minute and 32 seconds. When he frowned and wanted to discuss the depth with Yanrui, he saw Yanrui's shining eyes and couldn't help swallowing the words he was about to blurt out, and asked instead, "Do you want to ride it again?" Yanrui took a deep breath to calm himself down, shook his head and said, "No. Let's do business first." Finally, seeing that Shou-Yi didn't pay attention to him, he hurriedly said, "I want to do it again if there is a chance." Jian Anqi pursed his lips, looked at Shou-Yi who brought people, and promised Yanrui in his ear, "I will take you to ride the big slide if there is a chance." 2 people followed Shou-Yi. One of them had a white beard and looked quite old, and the other was about 2 meters and 5 tall. Yanrui had to look up when he saw him. "This is my uncle Shoujun, and this is my cousin Huyun. Let my uncle talk business with you. My brother has a lot of strength and can be used to move goods." Shuyi said proudly, "I am very thoughtful. You go." Shuyi's uncle Shoujun held his forehead helplessly, and he hit Shuyi's back hard with his crutch, and then said, "You go to the back and stay." Shuyi retreated in dismay, not knowing that Yanrui was shocked that Shuyi's name was actually his real name. "Hello, both of you. Beast One has already told me the general idea. All the gold you need will be delivered later. I just want to ask, how do we deliver the goods?" Yanrui spread his hands. "Give me a spacious warehouse, and leave the rest to us. Let Huyun help. So many materials." Yanrui waved his hand to stop. "Uncle, let's be frank. There are many unscientific things in this world. You are not the only one who wants to explore my origins, but they all failed. Tianjing District is also cooperating with me now. I can see that you are the backbone of these 147 people, so you need to be cautious." Yanrui looked at the shocked Beast King, curled his lips, and gave a thumbs up to the system that reported the number in time, and continued, "I have come here at the risk of risk. Why don't you give us the same trust in return, so that both sides can quickly settle it?" Beast King was silent for a moment after hearing this. He still didn't trust the two, but since he could accurately say the number of people in his tribe, it proved that this person was still a bit capable. Even if Tianjing District had been monitoring him, it was impossible for the data to be correct. He had a newborn baby here. Otherwise, he would not have sent Beast One out, but would have gone there himself. The Beast King closed his eyes, and after much hesitation, he had to give in. "Well, let's go by the price that the Beast King and you have agreed on. 3 bags of gold and 1 set of materials. A total of 60 sets. Deal?" Yanrui was excited, and another large sum of gold came into his account. "When I was young, there were no natural disasters, and I couldn't save up money to buy a ring for my girlfriend. I didn't expect that gold can be found everywhere in our tribe now." While waiting for each family to hand over the gold, the Beast King chatted with Yanrui. "Is the price of gold in your place also very high?" Yanrui shrugged. "It's okay, but this is the most valuable thing you can take out. Isn't it?" The Beast King smiled. "Maybe." Yanrui crossed his arms and didn't respond to his words at all. The Beast King looked at the bags of gold being delivered, but Yanrui still had no curiosity about what he said. Finally, he moved his Adam's apple and couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. "Why don't you ask us what is more valuable than gold?" Chapter 27. Yanrui looked down at Shoujun, who was half a head shorter than him, with a bit of amusement, and asked a completely irrelevant question. "Is your family really surnamed Shou?" "Yes, it's our family surname. What's wrong?" Shoujun was confused. He saw the surprise in Yanrui's eyes, and was confused. Yanrui waved his hand. "Nothing. Just curious." During the process of everyone moving things, Yanrui noticed that the people here seemed to be more energetic than the residents of Tianjing District, and their mental states seemed to be healthier. As they were going back and forth, they were still in the mood to laugh and play, and they didn't seem to worry about the weather and situation outside. "I heard that you can get us some materials for building a house. Did you steal them from Tianjing District?" A thin child who looked only 15 or 16 years old patted Yanrui from behind and winked at him. Before Yanrui could answer, Shou Jun kicked the kid. What did I tell you? This must be kept secret. How can it be kept secret? The young man rubbed his kicked buttocks, smiling playfully. Brother Shou Yi has confessed. Shou Jun waved his hand, covered his forehead, and told him to leave quickly. Then turned to Yan Rui and said, Let's go inside and talk in detail. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi followed Shou Jun into a cave. Unlike Shou Yi's tent before, this cave had obvious signs of people living in it. Let's be frank. In addition to this gold, I have something to trade, Shou Jun said. But I don't believe you. Same here. It's just a transaction. Not making friends. Yan Rui crossed his arms and looked up at the Beast King opposite him. As long as you can afford the money, I am confident that I can get it. Beast King smiled. Even Renshan trusts you. Of course, I also believe that you have the ability. Do you know Renshan? Yan Rui raised his eyes. You two are interesting. One says that you were slaughtered, and the other says that the other party is a mutant man-eating beast. What mutant man-eating beast? Beast King slammed the table hard. His face flushed red in an instant. Nonsense. They robbed us indiscriminately, and we haven't taken revenge yet. Yan Rui saw. He held up his chin and asked, Tell me about it briefly. Shou Jun kept talking and cursing for half an hour, and finally said, You should have weapons too. I'll trade you diamonds. Yan Rui waved his hand and said, Come on. Let's not talk about this. Such a big misunderstanding. It turned out that when Shou Yi just discovered his ability, he sneaked out several times to verify his ability. As a result, because of his unstable ability, he scared several people from Tianheng District who came out for inspection. And he didn't see the environment clearly, which led to the misunderstanding. Is that why you didn't go to Tianheng District? Yan Rui picked up the diamond on Shou Jun's table and shook it in front of his eyes. This is good? Yan Rui pushed it back. But I still prefer gold. Diamonds are valuable. But in the end times, the easiest to distinguish true from false, and the most valuable currency in circulation is gold. Beast King was not surprised at all. He pushed the diamond back to Yan Rui and said, People in Tianheng District are timid and have no long-term vision. They are not worth making friends with. This is my gift to Boss Yan. Yan Rui thought about it and accepted it without hesitation. Jian Anqi leaned over to Yan Rui's ear and said, I'll go back and prepare the goods for him first. Okay. Yan Rui waved his hand. Shou Jun looked at Jian Anqi's back as he walked out, his expression calm. But Yan Rui said, It will take him a few days to prepare the goods. I can't be idle these days. Do you have a place for me to set up a stall? That's easy. Shou Jun also stood up and took Yan Rui out. As they walked on the road, Yan Rui said again, Do you really not need me to contact Tianheng District for you? Shou Jun snorted coldly. Even if it's a misunderstanding, Tianheng District has to contact us. After all, we are the ones who almost lost their lives. Yan Rui wanted to laugh. The two parties were actually angry with each other. The Beast King took him into a cave. This can be your temporary residence. There are beds and basic daily necessities. I'll have someone move some shells here. What else do you need besides these? Yan Rui shook his head. No. Just help me move the gold here. The Beast King nodded. Then I won't bother you anymore. After that, he turned and left. Yan Rui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the Beast King leave. At this time, the system spoke with a cunning tone. Do you want to see something interesting? Interesting? Of course I want to see it. Yan Rui looked up and saw two people beside the Beast King on the screen reporting to him with horror. We didn't see the big guy leave. Isn't he in the cave? The Beast King said firmly. He pushed the door out of the cave before. Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on him? Go. Go to the exit and look for him. He didn't even ask where the exit is. Yan Rui looked at the three confused natives and laughed. Why do they call Jian Anqi a big guy? That means you are short. The system answered quickly. And Yan Rui's face fell. I am 183 meters tall. How can I be short? Jian Anqi is just too tall. After saying that, Yan Rui turned around. Can you transport the goods in the supermarket here? Of course. The system said, you will get it when you upgrade. And there will be a goods list after the upgrade. You can directly select whatever you want on the page. No. You first move all the shelves on the far left to me. And also bring the same goods in the warehouse. Yan Rui asked the system to take out a piece of paper and swiped. Write a few words on it. Daily Necessities Day? The system read it out loud. And then admitted defeat. The conditions here are not good. But the people here are very rich. So we can only change the way of selling. After Yen Rui closed the door and confirmed that the people around could not monitor the inside of the room, he returned to the supermarket alone and moved the first large shelf by himself. I really admire you. You have to do something and upgrade. Is it so easy to earn my points? Yen Rui wiped the sweat from his head and said with some dissatisfaction, I will stop doing this. No. 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 What should I do if you stop doing it? The system blurted out. This time, I will definitely apply for more benefits for you. You just said that. Who knows what will happen? Yen Rui smiled in his heart. His goal was achieved. Without further delay. After moving the goods, Yen Rui found a picnic blanket and spread it on the ground. Then selected each of the goods and placed them on the ground. And then sat down in front of the door. Jianan. Forgetting that Jian Anqi was gone. Yen Rui pouted and struggled to get up, opened the door, and then took out a stainless steel basin and knocked hard on the door a few times. Selling goods. Selling goods. Those who want to buy come to line up. Those who don't want to buy don't join the fun. After shouting, Yen Rui threw the basin to the ground, sat back to his original position, and waited quietly for customers to come. The first person to come was the person who wanted to follow Jian Anqi just now. He was the fastest. Before Yen Rui finished speaking, he had already stood in front of the stall and started to select goods. What is this? The man asked. Yen Rui patiently answered, This is toilet paper. Used to wipe things. You? Yen Rui paused and continued, You should try one. I know what toilet paper is. We have made it. My God. It's so soft. The man was amazed and was quickly completely convinced by this small bag of Heart X prints. I'll take care of it. The man threw out a bag of gold. It should be enough. Yen Rui shook his head and threw the bag of gold back. I don't buy out here. And your gold is not enough to buy out. When the man heard this, he suddenly realized it. And then Yen Rui felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. The next second, he saw the man holding a full bag of animal skins. Is this gold enough? Yen Rui. Not so much. However, this man's special ability is obvious. It should be speed. No wonder he was sent by the Beast King to follow Jian Anqi. Yen Rui took all the gold without hesitation. And then said, Try something else. This gold is enough to buy a lot. You can choose first. And I will match all the goods for you tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Can Ma Yao hurry up? We're waiting in line behind us. Before this person finished choosing, the people behind him started to urge him. Don't hurry. Don't hurry. Ma Yao looked back, lowered his head to think for a while, and finally raised his head and said to Yen Rui, You decide. After that, without waiting for Yen Rui to greet him, the whole person disappeared in front of Yen Rui. Then, let's go to the next person. Yen Rui originally thought that it would be difficult to find people with the same personality as Ma Yao. But he found that the personalities of the people here were so eccentric. Not only did they not take gold seriously, but they also had 100% trust in Yen Rui. The naivety was nothing like a tribe that had lived in the end times for 40 years. Yen Rui, who emptied the goods in his warehouse and owed a lot of debts, made a lot of money on the first day. At night, he curiously found the Beast King and had a lot of questions to ask. But when he saw the Beast King himself, he didn't know how to start. You seem to have questions to ask. Go ahead. But I may not answer them. The Beast King, who was the only one in the tribe who had some sense in Yen Rui's heart, looked at Yen Rui arrogantly. That's right. We should be so vigilant in the end times. Yen Rui cleared his throat. His mind was in a state of confusion. But he finally asked hesitantly, Why is it here? Why is it that the environment is so harsh but no one looks sad? Why is everyone fearless even though they are at their wits' end? Why are they not afraid? Yen Rui asked all his questions in one go. And after he finished speaking, he looked at the Beast King's leisurely expression and couldn't help but feel discouraged. Forget it. I'm leaving. It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. Wait a minute. The Beast King called Yen Rui and looked at Yen Rui's expression. His face turned into a smile. Is the place you came from also the end of the world? Without waiting for Yen Rui to answer, Shou Jun continued, It's just the end of the world. It doesn't mean people will die. Shou Jun pointed outside. The end of the world started when I was 20 years old. And it's been exactly 40 years now. Children outside have never experienced the prosperity before the end of the world. And I don't have special abilities like them. Shou Jun laughed twice. I envy them, because they may become superheroes one day. But they have no chance to receive formal education. No chance to experience the advanced civilization of mankind. If they know what they have missed in the future. They all know it. Shou Jun was not angry at Yanrui's guess. They all know it. I have told them about the prosperity and advancement in the past. I have also found a small rechargeable TV to play videos and movies for them. They are not completely ignorant of their previous lives. I have never hidden anything from them. The only thing I did was to plant a seed in their hearts. What seed? Yanrui was curious. While looking back at the past, the seeds of longing for future life are formed. Chapter 28. After listening to the words of the Beast King, Yanrui was thoughtful. The Beast King patted his shoulder. What is the end of the world like in your place? Do you want me to share my experience with you? No need, Yanrui said. Sometimes you have to experience it yourself. The Beast King did not comment. He smiled and asked Yanrui, Today is Daily Necessities Day. What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow? Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Day. Yanrui recalled the inventory in his supermarket. There are a lot of fruits and vegetables, which should be enough for you to eat for a while. That's good. The Beast King narrowed his eyes. When is snack day? I haven't eaten cookies for a long time. Do you have chocolate? I really miss it. The day after tomorrow. Yanrui tilted his head. Why do I feel that you don't have any special feelings about fruits and vegetables? Idea. The residents of Tianjing District, and you have a different reaction. Speaking of Tianjing District, the Beast King looked contemptuous. What they want is the inventory before the replica, which is against the will of heaven. How can it last long? Did you sell them seeds? The people of Tianjing District tried their best to find seeds in the wild, and they almost found their nests several times, forcing them to stay in a small underground cave in the weather of 70 to 80 degrees above zero, and almost died of heat, even if it is a replica. So what? They can't hold on for long, Shou Jun said, although the food in the wild is unpalatable now. It's just like that after you get used to it. You'll see in 100 years. We are the only ones who can survive. Yanrui didn't think that far. But he was curious. Is there food to eat in the wild now? Of course. Shou Jun shouted to the outside. Bring me a portion of dinner. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Yao appeared in front of Yanrui with a bowl in each hand. Today's dinner is good, with meat and vegetables. Please try it. Yanrui looked at the appearance of the two bowls, which were really good. He took the bowls and smelled the smell. Hey! Really good. Of course. We have already found all the basic seasonings, so cooking is not a problem at all, Shou Jun said proudly. And Ma Yao was also proud of it. And he straightened his chest. Yanrui put the dishes on the table, thought about it, went back to his room, smuggled 2 steamed buns from the supermarket, and then returned to Shou Jun's room. Yanrui raised the steamed bun in his hand. Want one? Shou Jun, who hadn't eaten such fine grains for a long time. Then have one. Yanrui laughed out loud. No matter how satisfied he was with the current situation, he couldn't help but miss the fine rice and flour. Just like that. 5 days later, Jian Anqi returned to the cave. This time, his sudden appearance did not cause much splash. His sudden disappearance at that time made everyone talk for a while. You're back. Yanrui jumped to Jian Anqi's side, looked him up and down, and then asked in confusion, Why do you feel thinner? Jian Anqi smiled. Maybe I changed my clothes. I have prepared everything they need. Cement and bricks are easy to find, but wood is a bit troublesome. But I have found enough. I knew you were good. Yanrui pinched Jian Anqi's muscles. In just 2 days, you must have moved a lot of things. I will give you a good supplement after you go back. Beast King watched the two people mumbling, and he didn't dare to go forward until the two separated. He reminded them not far away. The warehouse is in the last room. I asked the system to explore that place, and there is definitely nothing else in it. The system also spoke. This time I checked it inside and out, and there must be nothing missed. I also observed that there is no one who can see through so many people. So you two can rest assured. People with superpowers are really a bit worrying. Yanrui whispered, I'm so envious. We will buy skills in the system in the future. Jian Anqi pulled Yanrui. Don't envy them. Drinking the strength enhancer can also be regarded as having superpowers for a short time. Yanrui and Jian Anqi swallowed a tube each, and then began to carry them with full energy. Do you think they can do it? After the door was closed, everyone gathered around and whispered. They don't look like they have any special abilities. Should we let someone in to help? Are you crazy? It's good that they didn't kick you out. They asked you to help. You're dreaming. Save your energy for transporting materials later. The things this guy sold these 2 days are delicious. I don't know if there will be stock in the future. If there is no stock, we won't starve to death. But I'll buy recipes from him for a rainy day. The chat was noisy. But after knowing that the two people would not sell anything after this, there was no reluctance and regret like in Tianheng district. Okay. Stop talking. We can expand the road while we have time. We won't go to the ground to get beaten in the future. Yanrui didn't know that the discussion outside was in full swing. He was sweating profusely in the cave and complained, "You have to teach me how to drive this after we go back. The Industrial Revolution is powerful. This is not difficult. I will teach you now, and you will learn it in a short time. I will help you carry it for a while." Jian Anqi jumped out of the car after saying this, and moved the bags of cement to the corner with Yanrui. In the future, if this happens again, we have to find a helper. Yanrui rested on the ground for a minute, and immediately stood up and continued to fight. We too can't bear it if we keep going like this. After the system is upgraded, the mall will also be greatly updated. Maybe you can find the service you want. The devil whisper of the system suddenly appeared in Yanrui's ears again. But Yanrui didn't take his words to heart at all. I can hire 2 laborers for 300 per hour, which is definitely cheaper than the things in your system mall. You can also find my former colleagues in the army. They are physically fit and don't talk much, so they can be trusted. Why did you betray me too? The system didn't expect Jian Anqi to stab him at this time. The products produced by the system are completely controlled by you. There won't be any accidents. Aren't you afraid that they will tell your secrets when you hire laborers? And you? Your comrades are flesh and blood. Can they be as strong as the robots produced by the system? So there are robots? Yanrui grasped the key point again. Show me. No. The system was furious. How could Yanrui be so cunning now? Hurry up. The season exchange day is coming soon. And you should go back. The system quickly changed the subject. The time converter is also coming. Yes. Yanrui immediately became nervous, and didn't bother to talk to the system, and hurriedly transported the goods. With the two of them drinking the strength supplement as if it were water, they finally moved all the goods within an hour. Looking at the high cement, Yanrui gritted his teeth, then shook his arm. It hurts. Jian Anqi immediately stepped forward and whispered, I'll rub it for you. Massage you now? Yanrui shook his head. Forget it. Let's finish this order first. I need to take a good rest after I go back. Yanrui pushed the door open, but was shocked by the scene outside. The original residents of the cave were now standing at the door. When they saw him open the door, the burning eyes almost burned Yanrui. No. Yanrui waved his hands hurriedly. You go in and collect the goods. After collecting the goods, I will leave. Leaving? Shou Jun slapped his thigh. Leaving now? I want to show you our new gathering place. There is also a new gathering place? That's right. Although the cave is large, there is no need to build a house in it. I guess they have found a new place to live. Wow. Before Yanrui could respond, there were exclamations coming from the cave behind him. Even though Yanrui had predicted their reactions, he couldn't help but feel an incomparable sense of satisfaction in his heart. We are going to move everything to the new gathering place. Would you like to go shopping with us? The Beast King invited again. Yanrui glanced at Jian Anqi and still couldn't help his curiosity. Then let's go and take a look. Hearing Yanrui accept the invitation, the Beast King's eyes narrowed with a smile. Just follow me. The journey is a bit far. If you are tired, you can take a break halfway. After saying that, Beast King also carried 2 large bags of cement, and then stood at the entrance of a tunnel in a corner, shaking his head at Yanrui. Let's go! Yanrui had not yet recovered from Beast King's performance, and saw that everyone, young or old, was extremely strong. Everyone could carry at least 1 bag of cement, and even a child could push a wheelbarrow full of bricks and trot alone. And the 2 of them had to drink strength supplements to achieve this level. Didn't Beast One say that there was another person in their tribe who was extremely strong? As soon as he looked up, he saw a tall man holding 5 or 6 bundled woods used as beams in his hands. He was humming a song while walking, and when he saw the 2 people looking at him, He smiled and nodded. Found it. The person with superpowers. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi suppressed their shock as they walked. The physical fitness of the people in this tribe changed too fast. And they were too different from the residents of Tianjing district. It even seemed like they were not living in the same world. It was unknown how long the tunnel was. But the two of them walked for about an hour before reaching their destination. At the end of the tunnel, the two saw a vast expanse of space. The two of them arrived at a place like an underground garden. Looking up, they could see the vast sky. The surroundings were blocked by mountains. And the strong wind outside had nothing to do with this place. And even though it was an open-air place, because it was underground, the temperature was not as bad as outside. The terrain here was flat, and there was snow all around. But the center was obviously tidied up. And the area was also very wide. 62-inch courtyards could occupy about 3/5 of it. Listening carefully to the sounds around him, Yin Rui could faintly hear the sound of running water. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Shou Jun waving at him and shouting, "Boss Yin, do you want to take a hot spring bath? Wow, the environment here is too good." Yin Rui waved his hand to refuse. And Shou Jun ran over and said, "How do you feel about our new territory? Is it better than Tianjing district? You two sides have different styles. If you are curious, do you want to go and see for yourself?" Shou Jun shook his head. "No, the beast tide is coming soon, so we won't go out." When Yin Rui heard this, Shou Jun's attitude seemed to be a little loose. "Then if the beast tide is over, do you want to meet each other? At least resolve the misunderstanding." Chapter 29. They must apologize to us. Beast Lord's bottom line was exposed. And we will not interfere with each other. And we will not accept their residence. Okay. I will make your attitude clear. Just as a good neighbor? Yin Rui saw that Beast Lord nodded. And his expression was somewhat relieved. At this time, Jian Anqi took Yin Rui's hand and winked at him. The two walked to the side. Jian Anqi said a little uneasily, "Is the Tianjing district trustworthy?" Yin Rui glanced at Beast Lord, then looked around, and whispered, "Whether it is trustworthy or not. If the two sides have similar military strength, they can sit at the negotiation table and talk. I think Beast Lord should know this." Sure enough, after a while, Beast Lord walked to the two of them. "I want to buy some weapons." Yin Rui nodded. "Okay. It's so simple. Didn't you still want to sell me before?" Beast Lord was surprised. And then his expression changed after a moment. "We don't have much gold for the time being. You can wait for me for a few days." Let's go. Your diamond is enough." Yin Rui stretched out his hand. "Give me the diamond from before, and we can start trading." Shou Jun hurriedly took out the diamond, fearing that Yin Rui would change his mind. After receiving the diamond, Yin Rui said, "After we go back, we will prepare weapons for you." 5 days? No. The weapons will be ready tonight. Hearing this, Shou Jun was in awe. Who can refuse a businessman who prepares guns faster than supplies? Jian Anqi and Yin Rui took another turn in this natural living place. The two of them even found some green plants and insects they had never seen before. Seeing these, Yin Rui felt more and more inclined to Shou Jun's way of survival. "Let's go back first." Yin Rui pulled Jian Anqi back to the cave and showed him the diamond. "See how much it can be sold for when we go back." "I don't know much, but it's big enough and looks transparent. I'll go back and ask someone to estimate its price." Jian Anqi put the diamond into his space button, and then asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will steal the diamond?" "Before stealing, don't forget to collect all the gold." Yin Rui pointed to the pile of gold in the corner. "By the way, refine it into gold bars and see." Jian Anqi could only obey the order resignedly, and Yin Rui had already bargained with the system at this time. How to calculate the points of diamonds? Diamonds cannot be entered into the system for the time being, and the system master control has not found the circulation value of such materials. The system is fair and impartial. We have no way. Damn it. Yin Rui shouldn't have expected too much from this system. However, he is not short of points for the time being. So Yin Rui made a plan based on the personnel composition of this tribe. More than 100 people do not need many weapons. This time he has experience. In addition to guns, bullets still account for the majority. Leave them more C4. Compared with offensive weapons, I feel that what they need more is the protection of their homes. Yin Rui understood. After using points to buy enough weapons, he wiped the sweat from his head. These points are really not worth spending. Although he made a lot of money here, He also spent a lot. In addition, the other two districts and this tribe did not have currency transactions at all. So he made at least 2/3 less money. After returning, he still had to use points to upgrade the supermarket and buy skills. It was really... Thinking of this, Yenrui hurriedly shook his head. What are you thinking about? It is a gift from God to have a golden finger. Don't be too greedy. It's okay. We can earn more. Jian'anqi was not panicked at all. Even if I don't have skills, I can protect you. This is true. Yenrui's panic immediately subsided. Let's contact Rinshan now. And then talk to Beast King. Let them negotiate. And try to end the misunderstanding between the two parties before the Beast Tide. Jian'anqi agreed. And the two took out the communicator provided by Rinshan before. And Rinshan, who finally received the message from Yenrui, answered the call as quickly as possible. Boss Yen, you finally. It's like this. Yenrui didn't wait to greet Rinshan, and briefly told them about Beast King's situation. But there were some privacy issues that were not discussed in detail. And this made Rinshan confirm again and again. Are you serious? They really have some special abilities. Didn't you give them some special gifts? Yenrui laughed. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth. We were surrounded before because one of them could command all the beasts. The Beast Tide. The Beast Tide won't work. His ability is not yet at that level. Yenrui broke Rinshan's expectations. So are you willing to meet? I may not be able to make the decision on this matter. Rinshan confessed. I will give you an answer before tomorrow. Yenrui agreed. He and Jian'anqi could just count the results they got here this time. They got 200 bags of gold alone. The bags were as big as an adult school bag. Even if there were a lot of impurities in the gold. If all of them were refined, it would definitely be a considerable income. Fortunately, there is gold. If it were diamonds, it would be wasted. Yenrui complained. This system is simply a calculator in the system. I don't know when it will evolve into a computer. The system recommends that the host upgrade. The system's voice reached the ears of both people at the same time. But Yenrui turned a deaf ear to it. A bag of gold weighs about 14 or 15 pounds. Jian'anqi weighed it with his hand. This is ore gold. The density is not high. But it is not bad either. It is of high quality among natural gold. It can be refined into about 2% of pure gold. He could come to this conclusion just by weighing it with his hand. Yenrui was still thinking about checking it online. Then these 200 bags can refine about 60 pounds of gold in total. According to the 451 grams given by the system. Excluding the loss. 12 million should be no problem. How much? Yenrui's tone rose. 12 million. Jian'anqi looked at Yenrui's surprised expression and was a little surprised. Why are you so surprised? The transaction with Tianjing District is much higher than this number. But he always felt like he was playing a business game in the transaction with Tianjing District. The points of the system were his currency in the game. As for the money he spent, it was all considered as the gold he spent on playing the game. Now tell him that playing games made you earn 12 million in a flash. Who can bear this? You haven't checked your bank account for a long time. You will be shocked if you see your bank account. The system also popped up at this time. Our system is still very humane. As long as you pay, you will get something. I'd better not check it for now. Yenrui covered his chest. He was still a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming a rich man. By the way, I can pay you back first. Yenrui looked at Jian'anqi and said, I can pay you back the money you used to buy the house. Jian'anqi's expression tightened. Why do you need to pay me back? I'm not short of money. You're definitely not as rich as me anyway. Yenrui bared his teeth, not noticing the helplessness on Jian'anqi's face. Then you can use my money to store supplies for me. Jian'anqi could only say, if the end of the world really comes in 3 months, I won't have much to spend money on. That's fine. Yenrui covered his heart that was constantly beating because of his sudden wealth. It would be great if the points could be as much as the money. Unfortunately, the system price is too expensive. He has more points. But the things are more expensive. It's okay. Let's take it slowly. After the two of them were ready, they were ready to go out for a walk. He wanted to find out why the temperature here was suitable. As far as he could see, he didn't see any traces of ice crystals and fire spirits. Wait a minute. The two looked at the beeping communicator in their hands and couldn't help wondering. This was too fast. Shouldn't Tianjing District hold a meeting before replying? Yenrui answered the message with some doubts. And then heard Huang Dingjuan's trembling voice from the other side. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you can talk to the residents here. Seeing is believing. Okay. Let's go now. Where is the address? Yenrui thought about it, and then decided to negotiate in the tent of Beast 1. After waiting for the answer from the other side, Yenrui immediately put down the communicator and pulled Jian Anqi to run towards the new gathering place. According to their speed, they can probably wait in the tent even before night. Don't let those old leaders get frozen at night. Jian Anqi looked at Yenrui, who was already a little out of breath after running a few steps, and suggested, "Why don't I go and you wait here? Then you go." Yenrui agreed without thinking. He sat on the ground and waved to Jian Anqi. "Go quickly. He must exercise first when he goes back." After Yenrui returned to the cave where he lived and rested for a while, he saw Shoujun being carried by Ma Yao to him. Yenrui looked behind the two and asked, "Where is my friend?" "He has gone to the exit. Our exit is a bit roundabout." Seeing this, Yenrui also trotted and followed the two people to the exit. At this time, Jian Anqi had already driven the car to the door. After Yenrui got in the car, he found that in addition to Jian Anqi, Shui and the strongman were sitting in the back seat. It must be the bodyguard's duty. The back seat of the car can only accommodate 3 people. Yenrui looked at Jian Anqi in confusion. At this time, he saw the Beast King sitting in the car leisurely, and then waved to Ma Yao outside the door. "Run. Good guy." Ma Yao is still self-reliant. Yenrui secretly gave Ma Yao a thumbs up in his heart, and then talked to the Beast King about business. The other side has sent the highest leader to negotiate with you. If the two sides can reach an agreement again, it will definitely be good for the residents of your tribe. Is it Huang Dingjun or Lu Ximing? If only Rinshan, the little girl, comes, I won't buy it. The Beast King put his hands in his pockets and said leisurely, "No matter who it is, they will definitely be curious about your superpowers. But if there is a fight between the two sides, I will definitely stop it in the first time. And there will never be any injuries." Yenrui glanced at the back seat of the car, then turned his head back, pursed his lips into a line, and spoke slowly. "You ask him to loosen his fist. I am nervous just watching it." Chapter 30. Arriving at the negotiation site, Jian Anqi and Yenrui saw Rinshan standing at the door of the tent looking forward to it. Yenrui opened the window and waved to Rinshan, and Rinshan turned around, and her eyes lit up immediately. After getting off the car, Yenrui introduced a few people to Rinshan. Rinshan rubbed her hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go into the tent first. Our representatives from Tianjing district are waiting for you." Shoujun stood still, and Rinshan was not in a hurry, so she waited with him. Today the weather is not very good. The gray sky faintly releases a signal of depression, and the cold wind is much stronger. Yenrui stood outside and shivered with cold. Jian Anqi noticed Yenrui's movements and immediately pulled him to his side. The two of them got closer to keep warm. Yenrui didn't know what Shoujun was waiting for, but today might be an opportunity for the two parties to break the ice, and Yenrui couldn't rush anyway. "Here it comes," Shoujun spoke. Hearing this, Rinshan's heart was instantly lifted. She thought of the small beast tide that was artificially controlled before. Could it be that this person wanted to catch all the main leaders of Tianjing district in one fell swoop? But she didn't hear any sound, so she couldn't speak suddenly. If the cooperation was destroyed, the future of Tianjing district would probably be ruined in her hands. Unlike Rinshan, who was entangled, Yenrui and Jian Anqi standing aside were curious, wondering what the Beast King was waiting for. Fortunately, it didn't take long for everyone to see a black spot rushing from a distance. Yenrui narrowed his eyes, took a closer look, and finally realized it. "Isn't this Ma Yao? Shoujun is showing off his skills to the people of Tianjing district first. Why are you so slow?" Although Shoujun's tone was a bit blaming, his expression was incomparably proud. "Didn't I tell you to follow the car? Why didn't you catch up? The snow is a bit thick. If it were summer, I would definitely catch up." Ma Yao scratched his head with a smile. His expression was not unhappy at all, but he said sensibly, "I didn't delay too long." Shoujun looked at Rinshan. "Sorry. We are late." Rinshan was shocked beyond words. Even though she knew that someone in this tribe had developed superpowers, she was still greatly shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. "Let's go in." Yenrui was shivering with cold, and Shoujun walked into the house leisurely with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the house, Yenrui saw two familiar people. LV Jimin, the district head of Tianjing district, and Huang Dingjun were both in the house. They were dressed thinly, but their expressions looked a little bad. It seems that the warm clothes in Tianjing district cannot protect against the extremely cold temperature brought by such thick snow and wind for a long time. I don't know how long the two have been waiting here. After hearing the introduction, Beast King saw that the two people who came were important figures in Tianjing district. Beast King nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You are still sincere. Of course. What is this person's name? The two knew nothing about Beast King's origin. Beast King laughed sarcastically. You come here without knowing anything. And you are not afraid that I will kill you. Hearing this, Renshan subconsciously drew the gun at his waist. And Huyun beside Beast King smashed the heavy and huge grinding table in front of him with a fist. The huge crash startled Yanrui. Renshan pointed her gun at the Beast King. There were also exclamations outside the door. It must be that the Beast army of Beast 1 collided with the guards ambushed outside the Tianjing district. It seems to be true. What Boss Yin said is true. You have actually evolved abilities that ordinary people don't have. The Beast King waved his hand and patted Huyun beside him. You are so startled. You are useless. How can you talk business without a table? Go out and bring another one back. Huyun bowed his head and nodded. He completely lost his domineering attitude. He looked back at Yanrui embarrassedly, then trotted out of the door. In less than a minute, he brought back a huge stone that looked heavier than the table just now. Huyun stood at the door against the light, holding a huge stone that was as high as a person in his hand. The cloth in front of the door was lifted by him, and the biting cold wind poured into the house through the gap, freezing Yanrui so much that he couldn't help sneezing. Okay. Come in. Only after hearing Yanrui sneeze did the Beast King let Huyun in. Otherwise, he would have to open the eyes of the people in Tianjing district again. As you can see, we have some physical changes here. If nothing unexpected happens, this change should be called evolution. The Beast King knocked on the table lightly. But we can have this development thanks to your help. If you hadn't killed us, we wouldn't have such an opportunity. Listening to the Beast King's words, Yanrui realized that everyone's explosive emergence of superpowers was the potential that burst out when they were surrounded. It can only be said that it was a blessing in disguise. Seeing that the tone of the Beast King began to mix with gunpowder again, Yanrui immediately began to smooth things over. Since this is the case, the misunderstanding between the two sides has been resolved, and everyone should not dwell on the past and imagine the future together. Yanrui gave Huang Dingjun a look, and Huang Dingjun immediately understood and reached out to the Beast King. I'm so sorry that we have such a big loophole. Fortunately, you are all gifted. Unlike us mortals, if we make a big mistake, we will definitely regret it. What mortals and non-mortals? We didn't drink the fairy dew. The Beast King wrapped his fur coat and didn't answer. Tell me how to cooperate. It's cold, and I don't have time to chat with you. Huang Dingjun and Lu Jimin listened to the Beast King, but were not angry, but said with satisfaction, what we need is a way to quickly turn humans into superpowers. I wonder what special superpowers you have evolved. Me? The Beast King shook his head. I have nothing. I was an adult when the end of the world happened. It's better to stimulate superpowers at a younger age. Hearing this, the people in Tianjing district seemed a little regretful. But since there is already this direction, then for the future, humans will definitely develop better and better. But I think you seem to have your own special features. Yanrui interrupted and guessed. Didn't you just successfully predict the time when Ma Yao would arrive? What guess? I just heard his footsteps. He runs fast, and is easy to distinguish. Shou Jun waved his hand. Nothing special. So you are a super-ears. Yanrui suddenly got excited. You are also a person with superpowers. Shou Jun realized it belatedly. Does this count? Of course it counts. Yanrui stood up excitedly. And then, he spoke slightly. Everyone thought he was just sighing casually. But Shou Jun turned his head away, and didn't look at Yanrui. It's not that great. Just a little bit stronger than ordinary people. Yanrui smiled. And seeing the reactions of others, the Beast King suddenly realized his specialness. What's wrong with being a little bit stronger? As long as he is stronger than others. That's his ability. I didn't expect that he could still have such a change when he was old. Which proved that the emergence of this ability had nothing to do with age. The eyes of the three people from Tianjing district became even more fiery. Don't look at me like that. If you want me to teach you, you can, but I have conditions. After being surprised, The Beast King quickly accepted this gift from heaven, and then said in a businesslike manner, "First of all, I will not reveal the location of our gathering place. Secondly, we will not send people to your Tianjing district for guidance. This tent is our meeting point. Finally," the Beast King coughed lightly, "we want 500 copies of the things on this paper, and provide them for 10 consecutive years, which will be the tuition fee. This paper looks quite old, and the edges have been worn out. The handwriting on it does not look like it was written in one breath. But there are several handwritings and several colors." Yan Rui suddenly realized that this old man had already prepared to trade with Tianjing district, and his appearance gave him an opportunity. Good guy. He has been waiting for several years? He is really patient. Yan Rui did not show it on his face. Even if he had such a guess, he did not feel disgusted at all in his heart. In the end times, people who are truly innocent cannot survive at all. This is human nature. What's more, those bags of gold are still in Jian Anqi's space button. Okay. Huang Dingjun and Lu Jimin took a quick look and saw that the items were all daily necessities. So they readily agreed and said, "For 10 consecutive years, we will provide you with supplies according to the contents of the list every year, with an annual increase of 10%. How about it? Deal?" Seeing that the other side had no doubts, Shou Jun also felt that they knew the situation. It was getting dark outside, and it was still a bit dangerous in the wild at night. The main thing was that he had Ma Yao, who had no car to ride. "Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, I will wait for you here. Now we are going back." Shou Jun stood up, hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand to express his friendliness. "I hope you can survive the beast tide in a few days." Lu Jimin also shook Shou Jun's hand. "Thank you." "Wait a minute." Huang Dingjun suddenly spoke, which seemed a bit inappropriate. Everyone's eyes were all on him at this moment. Huang Dingjun cleared his throat. "I wonder if you can lend me one person." "No." Beast King didn't think twice. "The conditions have been negotiated. No additional charges." After saying that, he quickly withdrew his hand and grabbed Beast One beside him, especially using his body to isolate Huang Dingjun's eyes from Beast One. "Let's go. Lend me someone who can command wild beasts. Even if it's hiring, we will pay you." Yan Rui noticed that Beast One quickly grabbed the corner of Beast King's clothes after hearing this, and Beast King patted the back of his hand. "No. I know what you are up to. It's impossible. We need him to lead us to defeat the beasts one by one and prevent them from gathering. I will ensure that he can go home before the beast tide, and I will send a whole team to protect him." "Uncle, I want to go," Shoei begged softly in Shou Jun's ear, making Shou Jun so angry that he wished he could be deaf and could not hear. "I thought this kid didn't want to go out, but he turned out to be restless." "No. The date of the beast tide is uncertain. How can you guarantee that my child can go home before the beast tide? You can tell fortunes. So what? If you can, why not tell me whether I will come tomorrow to keep the promise?" Seeing that the Beast King was angry, the Beast One gritted his teeth and continued to whisper, "Let Ma Yao go with me. If the situation is not right, let him take me away." "That won't work either." The Beast King did not back down at all. "You can solve your own problems by yourself. Don't drag us into the water. The materials mentioned just now will be doubled, and we will provide 500 copies of the new technological products in the 3 districts to your tribe free of charge in the future. You will lend it to us for 3 days. After 3 days, I will personally send the person back intact. 1 day. 1 day tomorrow." The Beast King took out the clothes that had been deformed by the Beast One, and said helplessly, "Otherwise, forget it. 1 day is a bit short." But Huang Dingjun knew that the opportunity was precious, so he immediately agreed. 2 days. I will send people to this tent at sunset." The Beast King was still hesitating, and at this time Yan Rui spoke at the right time, and sent his advertisement to the Beast King in his ears in a voice that no one could hear. "I have protective tools here, both high-tech and metaphysical. As long as you use your heart, 1 life can be used as 9. Shou Jun looked up at Shou Yi, whose face was covered with the word pray, and then looked at the leaders of Tianjing district, who were breathing rapidly but pretending to be calm, and finally looked at Yan Rui and Jian Anqi, who were looking at him with a smile. Shou Jun struggled with his expression, but finally gave his reluctant answer. "Bye." Chapter 31. "Aw? Bye again? What good stuff does Boss Yan have?" Everyone looked at Yan Rui at the same time. Yan Rui smiled, sat down at the table, raised his hand to the Beast King. Please sit down. Then he looked around again. If you have any needs, you can also buy from me. After that, Yanrui took out the amulet he bought for himself and Jiananchi. It can withstand 3 fatal crises. Then he borrowed a prototype from the system, which was a button-style brooch that could be hung on clothes. It can resist particles. Anyway, basically nothing here can penetrate the nanoparticle shield. There are no more. Just these two. It is already very good to be able to resist particle light waves in this plane. The rest of it ignores 6-dimensional attacks in the black hole. He can't change it even if he is given a mountain of gold. Just these two? At first, Shojun felt that there was nothing to choose from, and was a little dissatisfied. But after seeing the real effect of these 2 items, he immediately said, just these 2. I want 10 of each. Do you have gold? I want gold. Yanrui waved at Shojun. Plenty of gold is enough. There is no gold. I have already given you the gold. Or diamonds. I still have a few diamonds, some of which are colored gems. Yanrui thought for a while, and finally said helplessly, that's fine. Boss Yin. This price. Wang Dingjun looked greedy. How much is this amulet? The amulet is 250,000 yuan. And this brooch is 500,000 yuan. Hearing the price, everyone in the room took a breath of cold air. And Shojun also began to feel a little embarrassed. Then what I gave is a little too little. Yanrui waved his hand. You are different from them. Shojun was relieved. And then an incomparable sense of superiority rose in his heart. He looked at Huang Dingjun and Lu Jimin. Are you going to buy it or not? If not, let's go. It's getting dark. 250,000 is not a small amount. The 2 of them don't have so many Tianheng coins personally. But there are not many such opportunities. Which is really tempting. Then I buy it? Renshan spoke carefully at this time. I have some savings. It turned out that Renshan often went on various dangerous missions, and went out to collect various materials. Over the years, she has saved a lot of money. I just want a brooch. Renshan looked at Yanrui. How do I pay here? I'll go back to the supermarket tomorrow. And you can find me then, Yanrui said. After we go back? Will it be summer soon? Yes. Summer is coming soon. When everyone thought that Yanrui would leave in the summer, they couldn't help but feel anxious. Then let's go back now. Everyone ended this short and purposeful conversation at the same time. Where are we going back? Jiananchi looked at Yanrui and asked. We have done everything on both sides. Do you want to go back to the supermarket? Yanrui thought about it and shook his head. I still want to go with Shojun. I want to see what level they have evolved to. Since that was the case, Jiananchi naturally wanted to go with Yanrui. When he heard that Yanrui was going to go with him, Shojun also looked at the 3 people from Tianheng district with pride, then raised his head and opened the car door for Yanrui. Please come in. After returning to the gathering place, Yanrui returned to his cave and whispered to Jiananchi. I don't know if he heard what we said before. Probably not. But even if he heard it, what can we do? Jiananchi patted Yanrui soothingly. It's okay. The 2 of them didn't even take a break. They went out to find the Beast King, and told him that they wanted to see the new gathering place. And the Beast King readily agreed. On the way, Yanrui said, I always feel that you are more resistant to cold than the people in Tianheng district, and seem to be less affected by this ice and snow. Of course, they use technology to affect their own adaptability to the weather, and sooner or later they will backfire. It's only been 40 years. If it's 80 years, I guess they will all be extinct. Yanrui looked at the hard-mouthed Beast King and smiled. I want to ask, when did you start to feel that your body had changed? Yanrui didn't believe that the cunning Beast King would accidentally discover his difference during the negotiation. Don't worry. I won't tell them. 5 years ago, Shojun didn't hide it. At first I just thought I was sick. It might be because I was trapped underground for too long. I had hallucinations in my brain. I always felt that there was a sound in my ear. But when I turned around, I found that there was no one around. Then I lived separately from Shou-Yi. I remember that mentally ill patients in the past could easily hurt people around them uncontrollably. At that time, Shou-Yi was so sad that he didn't talk to me for a week, until I heard him tell others that he was going to sneak into my cave to steal my pillow and quilt, which forced me to look for his plan. When I went back and found that my pillow and quilt were really gone, I realized that I didn't have a mental problem, but I could really hear. Then what? Yanrui listened with great interest. Then I beat up that brat. recalling the past. The Beast King laughed out loud. Actually, there was nothing special. I just slowly discovered my own specialness. But Hu Yun was quite thrilling that time. After he went out, he was attacked by wild beasts. He was protecting his friends and staying behind. When the reinforcements came to find him, Hu Yun fainted on the ground covered in blood. Later I learned that he suddenly found that he had become stronger that day. If it weren't for this, Hu Yun might not have come back that day. Shou Jun said this with some emotion. The road to evolution is not so easy. Yanrui also sighed and didn't continue talking. But at this time Jian Anqi spoke up. Maybe the miracle of evolution begins to change according to human will? Not necessarily. Others slowly discover their own abnormalities in life. My purpose for cooperating with Tianjing District is very simple. Just to know the real conditions for evolution. Shou Jun sighed. We still have too few people here. If Tianjing District suddenly attacks, we really have no power to fight back. He glanced at Yanrui. So I still hope that Boss Yang can take care of us more. The foundation of peace is still the matching of strength. Yanrui paused, and suddenly realized in his heart. Isn't this still asking him to sell more weapons to them? It's a pity that he can't control it. There will be weapons. Do you want Shoei to take them out tomorrow? Of course he will take them out. Shou Jun said without hesitation. I'm ready to take out my private collection. If he doesn't take it, he's asking for a fight. After hearing this, Yanrui immediately stretched out his hand to Shou Jun. Show me what good stuff you have hidden. Shou Jun reluctantly took out the small cloth bag that had been prepared long ago from his pocket and carefully put it into Yanrui's palm. Be careful. These are all the most transparent diamonds that I carefully selected. Yanrui put his fingers into the cloth bag and carefully picked out 2 diamonds. He handed one to Jian Anqi. Open the cloth bag again, and look carefully at the situation inside the cloth bag. This small bag doesn't look like much, but the diamonds inside are very large. It is estimated that the smallest one is 3 or 4 carats. Jian Anqi looked at it against the light, and then returned it to Yanrui. Yanrui looked at the diamonds in his hand for a long time without saying a word. But Shou Jun beside him began to get anxious when he saw them like this. Are these enough? Shou Jun's tone was a little anxious. But he didn't know that Yanrui and Jian Anqi knew nothing about jewelry at all. Now they were completely in the dark, and the progress of their souls had stagnated for a while. Beast King added, these are the biggest ones I found in the mine. I was going to keep them for Beast One when he got married. Now it makes sense to exchange them for the amulet. Yanrui looked at the glass-like object in his hand that looked like rock candy, gritted his teeth, and simply took a gamble. Even if it was fake, he would have made money now. Okay. Exchange it for 10 amulets, 10 brooches, and enough weapons for 100 people. Yanrui estimated. I'll leave you a car. You can't always rely on Ma Yao as a means of transportation. Deal. After hearing Yanrui's promise, Beast King finally put his heart at ease. At this time, the 3 of them had already walked to the new gathering place. Seeing that everyone in the tribe was laying the foundation and cement in an orderly manner, Yanrui couldn't help but feel a little envious. If our world becomes the end of the world, everyone can work together to overcome difficulties like this. Yanrui sighed. It's a pity that people's hearts are unpredictable. Don't think too much. Jian Anqi reached out and patted Yanrui on the shoulder. You can ask them what they felt before they had superpowers, and record them down. Maybe we can use them in the future. Okay. Yanrui regained some spirits. He stood up, took out his mobile phone, and found Shui first. Can I ask you what you felt before you realized that you had superpowers? In addition to Shui, Yanrui interviewed more than a dozen people. Without exception, everyone was particularly confused after hearing this question. Yanrui almost got nothing this time. He finally sighed, returned to Jian Anqi and said, there is really no way. Why can't anyone explain it clearly? It doesn't matter if it can't be explained. At least we have a direction now. Jian Anqi lowered his head and patted Yanrui's back gently. Do you want to eat potatoes stewed with meat? Yes. Yanrui didn't feel sad for half a minute, and his mood was comforted by the potatoes stewed with meat made by Jian Anqi. The next morning, the 2 of them set off together with Shui. He looked at Shui, who had at least 3 guns on him, and sighed, you should be wearing more than 1 amulet on your body. 3. Shui stretched out his finger and gestured. If you don't wear it, my uncle will cry. Who's crying? Shou Jun hit Shou Yi's back hard and checked the quality of the bulletproof vest by the way. Okay. Uncle will wait for you in the tent. Shou Yi nodded and gradually disappeared from Shou Jun's sight with the members of the Tianjing District Guard, who were already waiting in the tent. Shou Jun stood in the cold wind and kept looking in the direction where Shou Yi left until he shivered a little. Then he returned to the tent, took out 2 fire spirits sent by Tianjing District and placed them in front of himself, and sighed. If we had fire spirits, we might not choose to adapt to the environment. Shou Jun looked at the fire spirits and communicators prepared by Tianjing District on the table, and said frankly, everything is arranged by God. Hearing this, Yin Rui had a flash of inspiration in his heart, and wanted to catch it, but it was gone in a flash, making him a little confused. Let's go back to the supermarket today, Jian Anqi suggested. You should have a good rest too. Chapter 32. After not returning to the supermarket for just a few days, Yin Rui felt as if he had been away from home. After seeing the natural scenery for a few days, Yin Rui found that he still preferred the atmosphere of modern society. Are we too equivalent to traveling? Yin Rui lay on the mattress and stretched heavily. Jian Anqi. I want to sleep. Do you want to sleep? Jian Anqi did not answer, but just covered Yin Rui with a quilt. After seeing the lights on in the supermarket, someone might come to find you. Yin Rui nodded. His eyelids were so heavy that it became difficult to open them. He was not very tired, but after smelling the familiar smell, he no longer had the energy and spirit to shake outside, and only fatigue was left. Jian Anqi touched Yin Rui's head with a gentle look, went out to prepare a cup of warm water in a thermos, and then went downstairs with peace of mind. Sure enough, people from Tianjing District were already waiting outside the door. You are? Jian Anqi had never seen this person before. Not even once. But he was wearing the uniform of the guard. This person was Zhao Cheng, the team leader who received the first guest when Yin Rui first came to this plane. Facing Jian Anqi, he did not dare to relax at all. Team leader Ren asked me to ask if you two need anything. They are doing field activities today. I am afraid that you two will not be able to find anyone when you come back. Don't delay your business any longer, Zhao Cheng said sincerely. Looking at the expressionless Jian Anqi, he felt a little scared. Jian Anqi refused without hesitation. If you don't need anything, you can notify your residents to continue shopping. Hey. 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 Zhao Cheng was waiting for this answer. He had wanted to buy something for a long time. Asterisk. 2 days later, Yin Rui received an endless stream of residents, as if he had returned to the time when he first came to this plane. Although he was busy, he suddenly felt bored compared to the experience of the previous few days, thinking that the last time should be the last time we saw the Beast King. I feel a little regretful. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi, who had just replenished the goods and was sitting beside him to rest, sighed. I wonder if he will come to Tianjing District before we leave. Don't think too much. Jian Anqi took a sip of water. We are just doing business. Although Yin Rui felt that Jian Anqi's words were a bit too unkind, he thought about it carefully and felt that this was the real mentality he should have. I know. Yin Rui still pouted unwillingly. It's always uncomfortable to get used to parting. Not to mention that it's a big customer who made so much money. Hearing Yin Rui's childish words, Jian Anqi couldn't help but curl his lips. Come to think of it, not to mention the diamonds, the gold alone has made them multimillionaires. Moreover, the money earned in Tianjing District is only used by the system to calculate data, and the real income is still in Yin Rui's card. Such a profitable place. No one can leave. I suddenly have a little. Yin Rui suddenly had the idea of staying here for a while. But before he could say it, the second half of his sentence was interrupted by a huge alarm outside. The two immediately turned their heads to look outside the door. At this time, the residents in the supermarket didn't even have time to continue choosing. They just threw the shopping baskets everywhere and ran out of the door. Some brave residents did not forget to remind Yin Rui as they ran. Boss Yin, hide quickly. The beast tide is coming. Ah? Why are they coming again? Didn't Beast 1 and the guard team attack many beast nests in the wild in batches? I heard from Zhao Cheng that Ren Shan and other colleagues in the guard team have solved most of the beasts in the outer circle in the past few days, especially with the help of foreign aid, which saved them a lot of effort. Yin Rui immediately closed the door, opened the protective cover of the supermarket, and then said to the system, "Can you see outside?" "Yes." The system immediately called up the image outside the city. Looking at the rushing beast tide, Yin Rui couldn't help but black out. This is not much less. Where do so many beasts come from? Yenrui opened his mouth wide, and couldn't help but get a little nervous. Painful memories flashed into his mind instantly. Jian'anqi saw Yenrui's face was slightly pale, and immediately held his hand. It's okay. They will definitely find a way to solve it. I want to go too. Yenrui was a little restless. He stood up, walked around twice in a panic, and then rushed out to see the situation outside. Jian'anqi pulled him. Don't panic. Look. Jian'anqi called up the photos of the previous beast tide, compared them with the photos of this time, and then pointed at the two photos and said, Look. In the previous beast tide, most of the beasts were young and strong, and they stood more densely. But this time it's different. You see, those gathered are old, weak, sick and disabled, with white hair around their mouths, and they have no fighting power at all. After Jian'anqi's explanation, Yenrui noticed these details. His eyes made a few circles between the two pictures, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Jian'anqi hugged Yenrui's shoulders. What are you worried about? Don't be afraid. If you want to go out, you must take precautions. Yenrui nodded. Put on the protective clothing. Put on the amulet. And finally check the gun and bullets with Jian'anqi before going out together. As soon as he went out, Yenrui shivered in the cold wind. Jian'anqi stood in front of him silently to block some of the wind and snow. But after a while, the two of them walked to the border area, and the guards had already started fighting with the beasts. Tianning District has a high wall that can enclose all the residents inside. It's just that because there was a beast tide last year, the wall was only simply repaired and not repaired. So even if we are facing the remnants of the beasts now, there are many loopholes on the wall. Boss Yin, why are you here? It's too dangerous here. Go back to the residential area. Someone saw Yenrui and immediately reminded him. Yenrui shouted loudly, I'll help. Although he was not skilled in using a gun, he had experienced many beast tides in his previous life, and he felt that he could deal with it calmly. Just before going up the city wall, Yenrui did not forget to stick his head out and said to Jian'anqi in front of him, Don't forget to follow me later. If someone wants to go with you, don't go with him. Jian'anqi smiled, turned around and took Yenrui's arm. I will only follow you. After Yenrui got Jian'anqi's guarantee, it was as if a big stone was lifted from his heart. Jian'anqi noticed that he was uneasy in the corner of his eyes and frowned, but still didn't ask anything. At the sniper point on the city wall, Jian'anqi set up his gun, and Yenrui prepared to buy another box of grenades from the system, waiting to distribute them to the surrounding guards. Boss Yen? Rinshan also saw Yenrui at this time. She ran over immediately, and saw a box of weapons under Yenrui's feet with a look of surprise. Although they'd bought a lot of weapons before, they had always used them sparingly. It would be good to have a little supplement. Huh? Boss Yen? Another head popped out from behind Rinshan. Yenrui looked closely, and saw that it was Beast 1. Why are you here? Does your uncle know? Yenrui was surprised, and pulled the safety of the grenade to throw it towards the city. Beast 1 smiled, and did not treat himself as an outsider. He bent down, and threw grenades with Yenrui. The two chatted like this. My uncle knows. It was my uncle who asked me to help. He said that he would come to Tianning District for a visit after the beast tide. Beast 1 looked innocent, but he was really strong. He threw farther than Yenrui. This beast tide is not large in scale. It should be over in about 3 days, and then it will turn into extreme heat. Rinshan took the opportunity to change bullets to say a few words to Yenrui. Boss Yen. Thank you. Yenrui nodded. He knew what Rinshan was thanking him for. He bought 2 boxes of bullets this time, and found that the system did not have any obstacles. He was immediately excited and bought 10 more boxes. Jian'anqi kept an eye on Yenrui's movements. There is no need for so many bullets. This batch has begun to show signs of retreat. Yenrui him twice, and also took out his gun and shot at the wall. Jian'anqi did not persuade him anymore, but Shui was a little eager to try. Boss Yen, let me play with the gun. Yenrui tilted his head and glanced at him. Didn't anyone teach you not to mess with weapons? It's easy to get hurt. Beast 1 sighed with some regret, and could only turn around and tentatively communicate with the beasts outside the city wall. Beast 1 does not need to speak to communicate, which is a bit similar to the mental power in novels. Yenrui envied him so much that he whispered to Jian'anqi, the system is not as good as Beast 1. If you want to communicate with him, you have to speak, and you have to be careful of people around you discovering. The system was not happy. Why don't you upgrade and try it? Yin Rui sneered and ignored the temptation of the system. As Jian Anqi said, it didn't take long for the first wave of beasts to retreat. Everyone on the city wall stood up and cheered. Rinshan also smiled and explained to Yin Rui, if it weren't for Ba Xian's help, we would definitely have to go down and fight with cold weapons today. And the losses would be immeasurable. Yin Rui smiled and waved his hand. That's not called helping. It's just a deal. Jian Anqi's voice came faintly behind Yin Rui. When is the next wave? Based on this situation, there may be another wave tomorrow morning. Rinshan said, they lost a lot this time. Yin Rui looked at the guards, who had opened the city gate and went out to clean up the battlefield. And a bad premonition ignited in his heart. He subconsciously turned back and asked Shouyi, do you feel anything wrong? Shouyi shook his head. But seeing Yin Rui's expression, he nodded again. I think I can still hear some sounds. Yin Rui looked outside the city wall. The scene was harmonious. He hoped that he was overthinking. But unfortunately, the next second, the scream confirmed his guess. That jackal actually pretended to be dead. Yin Rui looked at the bitten person and shouted, come back quickly. It was too late. When they just reacted, the beast jumped out from nowhere, biting the people present and rushing towards the city gate. Rinshan looked at the situation below. Her eyes slightly red, clenched her teeth, and trembled as she shouted, close the gate. The moment the city gate closed, the heavy sound of landing shocked everyone's heart. Yin Rui's Adam's apple moved, and he didn't know how to comfort them for a while. Everyone took up weapons to attack the beasts under the city wall. But after the city gate was closed, the beasts realized that they had no way to enter the city. So they vented all their grievances on the guards, who did not escape back to the city. Yin Rui looked at the battlefield with blood splattering, and he was a little breathless. He was cold all over. Even though he had seen many similar scenes before, he still couldn't prevent this thing from appearing in front of him again. How come they seemed to have human-like wisdom? Chapter 33. Indeed, even Beast One felt something was wrong. I can command the beasts, but when I get to them, I can only communicate unilaterally, and the other side does not respond. Is it because the distance is too far? Yin Rui guessed, or is it because there are too many beasts here, and they can't hear your voice? It shouldn't be. When I called them, they turned back to look at me. Beast One scratched his head. I'll study it again. Yin Rui also had some guesses about this situation. You can start the experiment with some beasts that are not threatening. In short, pay attention to safety. Beast One nodded and left with a puzzled look. Jian Anqi took Yin Rui back to the supermarket, looking at the dark blue under Yin Rui's eyes. Jian Anqi persuaded, you should take a rest first. You just consumed too much energy. Yin Rui nodded. But after returning to the room, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He opened his mobile phone and saw the discussion of the residents in the forum. It feels like this beast tide ended a little too fast. It's not good to hurry up. It won't last as long as before when so many people died. And this time, there are no wild beasts rushing in. It's Christmas Eve. Yin Rui kept flipping through the forum messages. The posts in the forum were refreshed very quickly. Everyone was trying to find a little comfort in the strong anxiety. But the situation this year seemed to be much better than last year. The city wall was not breached, and no civilians were injured. After Yin Rui flipped through his phone for a while, he went downstairs and looked at Jian Anqi, who was standing in front of the window looking at the direction of the city wall. Yin Rui asked, what are you thinking about? When Jian Anqi saw him coming downstairs, his first reaction was, why don't you sleep? Yin Rui rubbed his head and handed the phone to Jian Anqi. I can't sleep. Everyone is the same. Jian Anqi took the phone and read the content on it, and continued, maybe there is really something wrong with that group of beasts. Indeed, there is a problem. Shui came to the supermarket after a while. Your place is much better than the place where they received me. Shui hurried to Yin Rui's supermarket and wanted to talk to him about the news about the beast tide first. But he forgot everything as soon as he opened the door. Yin Rui threw him a chocolate. Why don't you replenish your energy first? After Shui put the chocolate in his mouth, his eyes widened. Yin Rui's reaction was not surprising. When he was in the tribe, he had never seen Yin Rui take out such a thing. Go ahead. Watching Beast One eating one by one, Yin Rui couldn't help but interrupt. Talk first and then eat. You can't miss it. Beast One took Yin Rui's tea and drank it all. That beast can understand what I say. Rinshan and the others found a way to catch one, and he had no choice but to communicate with me. I could only give orders to the beasts before. They couldn't give me feedback. And they listened to whatever I said. This one is different. It has evolved. Beast One's eyes were flashing with excitement, as if he was not annoyed by his own lack of ability. He told me that they can understand human language. And the annual Beast Tide is for hunting. For them, hunting humans is also a way of survival. Hearing this, Yin-Rui couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. Isn't this just cannibalism? But in the eyes of the beasts, their eating of humans is no different from humans eating beasts. But Yin-Rui still felt sick. Go on. He also poured himself a full cup of tea and drank it all, and continued to listen to Shou Yi's discovery. Didn't a lot of wild animals die this year? Their food is not short all of a sudden. Although they didn't gather much help along the way, they still organized some wild animals to besiege Tianheng District. After all, Tianheng District looks richer. Shou Yi said casually. They are quite picky about food. Don't say it. Yin-Rui wiped the goosebumps on his body. Survival of the fittest. But he still kept a distance from creatures that regarded him as food. What's the next plan? Yin-Rui asked curiously. Is there a leader similar to the Wolf King over there? Yes. It's an orangutan. Rinshan decided to send a few people with me to negotiate with the orangutan. She might come to you to buy amulets in a while. Before she finished speaking, Rinshan pushed the door open. Seeing Shou Yi chatting with Yin-Rui, Rinshan knew that the two had already known what happened. How much do you want to buy? Yin-Rui was not surprised. What are you going to exchange this time? As far as Yin-Rui knew, they were out of money now. Rinshan lowered her head and said helplessly, We don't have anything worth trading. It's precious to us, but it may be worthless to you. Yin-Rui opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But Rinshan continued, I don't know if Boss Yin would like this. Rinshan carefully took out 2 metal boxes from her arms and handed them to Yin-Rui. This is the most valuable original species that we dug out in the crystal mine that can make fire essence and ice crystal. What does this mean? Yin-Rui opened the box of the original species, and a wave of heat hit him. Yin-Rui quickly closed the lid of the box. As long as you place resources of the same level next to the original species, there will be a certain probability that the resources will be converted into fire essence or ice crystal. After Rinshan finished speaking, Yin-Rui was so surprised that he didn't know how to answer. He opened his mouth and asked cautiously, Will this affect your future resource output? Yin-Rui said cautiously. But what he meant was that if this was given to them, and no new ice crystals and fire essences were generated in the future, then all the weight would be placed on human evolution like the tribe of the Beast King. Not to mention failure. Even if the progress was slow, it might lead to the overall destruction. Although this original seed is precious, we still have it in stock, so you don't have to worry about it, Rinshan said. Tianheng District just hopes that Boss Yin will not return the original seed to other areas. Yin-Rui immediately put the box away. Don't worry. I definitely won't. How much do you want? Yin-Rui frowned as he listened to the sound of electricity constantly churning in the system beside him. Rinshan took a deep breath and said, I just want an amulet that can guarantee the safe return of the 15-man team from the beast's lair. 15 people are not a small number. But the value of this original seed is definitely priceless even if the system cannot estimate it. So he will not lose money no matter how he does this business. But what's wrong with this system? Since the original seed appeared, it has been buzzing as if it was connected to electricity. Until I don't know what Jian Anqi did. The sound stopped. Yin-Rui used points to exchange for 45 amulets and prepared a large amount of ammunition. In addition, there are special medicines and even strength enhancers. Yin-Rui equipped each person with 3. When Yin-Rui came out of the warehouse with some stuff, Shou Yi came over curiously. Seeing that Yin-Rui had a lot of props they had never seen before, the two of them were really convinced. If I have these things on me, even the devil can't take my life. Shou Yi rushed to equip himself before others inside. You don't need to recycle this equipment in the future, Rinshan said. If you don't recycle it, you can use it at will. Then I'll take it back to my uncle. Shou Yi happily put away the amulet, and then urged, Let's go out now. The people have been selected. Let's try to solve the problem tonight. Rinshan, it's better to think about it in the long run. After all, we don't know. But Langzhou has promised me that he can join me in pleading for their boss Ho. Isn't it an orangutan? Yin-Rui spoke, and then shook his head. Why is the orangutan called Ho Boss? Oh, that's because the orangutan thought he was a monkey at first. And then one day, he went to the ruins of the zoo. Wait a minute. Renshan interrupted their conversation. Do you mean that you have already discussed it? The beast nodded. Yes, but I have to make sure he can return to the nest. I think we need him to lead the way anyway. He also said that they don't really want to fight. But since they are here, good guy. Such a familiar code of conduct. That's it. Let's go now. Renshan didn't say much. Even if the other party had any conspiracy, the equipment given by Yin Rui alone would allow them to retreat unscathed. Yin Rui looked at their hurriedly leaving backs. Feeling a little worried, Jian Anqi approached and stretched out his hand. Can I see the original seed? Yin Rui came back to his senses, and his attention was immediately diverted. This thing seems to contain some kind of energy. The system just told me that he wants to bring this original seed back to the main control. That won't work. Yin Rui immediately refused, no matter how much fire essence and ice crystal we take back. It's just a drop in the bucket. Bringing this original seed back is really useful. Yin Rui then called out the system. Does the fire essence and ice crystal contain energy? The system replied, the energy is very small. Far less than the original seed. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi. I don't think this can be given. Jian Anqi also agreed. This thing we carry it with you. The system was a little anxious. Why not give it to the main control? If you offer this energy stone to the main control, the main control will definitely give you a generous reward. The rare polite tone made Yin Rui more determined not to offer this original seed. First, change the fact that I have to speak when communicating with you. With your level, I doubt whether you can bring me a return of equal value. Although the system was silent, the sound of the electric current bursting back and forth showed his anxiety. Yin Rui rubbed his ears that were disturbed by it and pointed him out a clear way. Why don't you go back and discuss with your main control how to upgrade or exchange items of equal value with me? I am a businessman, and I will definitely not make a loss. Okay, wait for me. The system seemed to have returned to the main control for discussion, and Yin Rui sat back in his chair and sighed deeply. I don't know if Shi will be successful this time. Whether it's successful or not, we have to leave soon. Jian Anqi reminded again. He saw that Yin Rui had an attachment to this place that shouldn't exist, so he could only remind him from time to time. Yin Rui also found out that he was soft-hearted. After thinking about it, he opened the screen to check how many points he had left and whether it was enough to buy what he wanted. He suddenly wanted that flying technique. If he learned it, why are my points so much less? Chapter 34. Yin Rui looked at his points, wanting to cry but unable to. He knew that he had spent too much points recently, but it still hurt to see that he had lost a single-digit number of points. Jian Anqi glanced at him. Did the system calculate it wrong? Yin Rui covered his chest and shook his head. No, it's just less. He had earned more than 200 million points in Tianjing district before, plus the gold that had not yet been deposited and settled, which could be exchanged for more than 100 million points. Yin Rui, who thought he was a points-rich man, couldn't help but feel dizzy when he saw that he only had more than 8 million points left. We gave too many bullets and amulets before, but we can't convert them into points. Although we didn't lose money, we are getting further and further away from what I want to exchange. Yin Rui was distressed. After adding the gold, there are only more than 100 million points. I need to upgrade when I go back. After the upgrade, I also want to expand the area of the basement. It's not enough. It's okay. It's just the first plane. At worst, we can save slowly and treat it as a vacation. Jian Anqi thought that the heartbroken Yin Rui was a little cute. Go to a few more planes. I will definitely earn more. Yin Rui nodded. That's the only way. But fortunately there is still gold. Yes. When he gets the gold and exchanges it into the system, he will buy himself and Jian Anqi an indestructible body. At night, Yin Rui looked at his watch and said, I guess they won't be back today. It's already past 12 o'clock. Just when they were about to close the door, they heard the sound of a car outside the door. They both thought that Beast One had returned. But as soon as they opened the door, they saw Beast King running towards them angrily. Do you know that he ran away? Ah? Yin Rui was a little caught off guard. Shoei told us that you knew everything. Shou Jun was so angry that his cheeks turned red. He pointed a finger at Tian Dao, God in heaven. I didn't know anything. I thought he just wanted to visit Tianjing district. Who made him come here to risk his life? Yin Rui hurriedly handed him a glass of water. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not a big deal. Tianjing district has protected him inside and out at public expense. He will definitely come back unscathed. Shou Jun couldn't vent his anger to Yan Rui, and even felt a little embarrassed because Yan Rui was willing to persuade him. This child is really worrying. Yan Rui gave Jian Anqi a look, and Jian Anqi understood. He turned around and sent a message to Rinshan, and then received a reply from Rinshan. They are already on their way back, and they will be back in about 2 hours. Humph! When Shou Jun heard this, he must have known that Shou Yi was not injured on this trip. But he was still furious. If he hadn't suddenly wanted to say goodbye to Yan Rui before he left, he really didn't know that Shou Yi was so bold. Seeing that Shou Jun was so angry, Yan Rui simply waved his hand and said, "Today I will treat you. You can eat whatever you want in the supermarket." Shou Jun then carefully looked at Yan Rui's supermarket. He stood up, and tears welled up in his eyes. For so many years, how many times have he dreamed of returning to his carefree youth at midnight, when life was convenient, and he went out to party with friends? How many supermarkets like this would be ignored by them along the way? And what they ignored and didn't care about at the beginning now appeared in front of him. And he didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing this, Yan Rui simply opened the steamer, took out a custard bun and stuffed it into Shou Jun's hand. "You must be hungry after running here so late at night without eating anything. Eat while waiting for Shou Yi to come back." Shou Jun was scalded by the scorching temperature, and at the same time pulled him back from his memories. I didn't bring any gold when I went out today. It's okay. It's yours." Yan Rui waved his hand. "You've given me enough." Shou Jun looked at the custard bun in his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. Yan Rui sighed in his heart and silently took a step back. If he could have seen a supermarket like this, he might have lost his composure more than Shou Jun. Jian Anqi silently handed over a shopping basket, and Shou Jun was a little flattered to accept it. He kept turning his head to look around in the supermarket, touching the left and looking at the right, with a very cherished expression. Yan Rui had sold him a lot of things before, but the variety was not as complete as in the supermarket. He picked and chose, filled the shopping basket half full, and then returned to the cashier. "That's all." Shou Jun pursed his lips. "Thank you. Not only thank you for the hospitality, but also thank you for letting him return to the days he missed for a short time." During this short period of relaxation, Shou Jun temporarily put Shou Yi's matter behind his mind. But what was coming would still come. Just when Jian Anqi persuaded Yan Rui, who was about to close his eyes, to go upstairs to rest, the sound of a car came from outside the door again. "Shou Yi is back." Yan Rui immediately patted his cheek and watched Rinshan enter the door. Yan Rui looked behind him curiously. "Where is Shou Yi?" Rinshan was a little helpless. "Shou Yi is worried about something. I will make his worries come true now." Yan Rui saw this and hurriedly stopped Shou Jun. "It's good for the child to have some adventures when he grows up." "Yes. And he's not injured. Right?" Yan Rui immediately gave Rinshan a cold look. When had Rinshan ever seen such a scene before? She didn't react for a while and said honestly, "He got a little injured. But it's not serious. He's still injured. This kid." Shou Jun couldn't help but rush out the door. Yan Rui hurriedly blocked him in front of him. "Quick! Quick! Let Shou Yi come in and tell me how he got injured. If you pretend to be pitiful, Shou Jun will definitely lightly cover up this matter. And the rest is heartache." After a long time, Rinshan brought Shou Yi, who was a little embarrassed with his arm hanging, into the door. Shou Jun looked at Shou Yi, who was injured and stiff, and was furious. Just when he was about to raise his hand, he was concerned about the injury on Shou Yi's hand. It was not right to hit him, and it was not right not to hit him. Damn! It's so hard to educate children. Shou Jun was so angry, but he still clenched his fists and sat on the chair. "Tell me, what's wrong with your arm?" That's it. It's nothing anyway." Shou Yi's eyes turned, and he didn't want to speak. Seeing that Shou Jun was about to get angry again, Yan Rui quickly asked Rinshan to tell the whole story. "Our trip was very smooth, and we found the leader of the beasts. That is, the gorilla. Although the gorilla can't speak, it's a bit difficult to communicate. But fortunately Shou Yi was coordinating, and finally agreed to retreat. Instead, we will trade with them in the future." "Ah? There can be trade exchanges?" Rinshan saw Yan Rui's confusion and said, "They will provide wild fruits and grasses that grow again in the wild. And we will provide them with ice crystals and fire essences. So that's how it is. As long as you have something to ask for, Then things will be easy. But Rinshan said it went so smoothly. Why did Shoei still get hurt? Did there appear to be a conflict when negotiating the price? Okay. I'll talk to you myself. Shoei finally couldn't help it. Raised his chin and didn't look at anyone. Gritted his teeth and said, I was riding an elephant during the celebration. And I didn't sit firmly and fell off him. Yenrui. Jian Anqi. Shou Jun? The scene fell into an awkward silence for a while. I'll beat you to death. You stinky boy? Shou Jun couldn't control his temper anymore. He had been worried for so long. But he didn't expect it was because of this reason. Yenrui didn't stop him anymore. He could imagine what Shoei did on the elephant's back. Anyway, he definitely didn't sit quietly. And maybe he even scared the elephant. After solving the big problem, Rinshan also looked relieved. Yenrui walked to Rinshan with a smile in her eyes and reminded her in a low voice, they are beasts after all. We killed so many of them this time. They may have other tricks. Rinshan nodded in response. It's okay. We are ready. While they are recuperating, we will also develop rapidly. Not to mention that we have a guide like Beast King. Seeing this, Yenrui finally put his mind at ease, took 2 steps back, turned around and looked at the heavy snow outside the window. Stunned for a while. Boss Yen, pay attention to the weather these 2 days. It's going to be very hot soon. Rinshan slapped her forehead as soon as she finished speaking. Just be careful when you go out. Sure enough, the extremely hot weather didn't make them wait for long. The next morning, when Yenrui opened the door, he saw that the heavy snow that was there yesterday had melted completely, and the road surface was no longer smooth and insecure. Instead, the snow water gathered into a gurgling stream, flowing from the upper reaches to the depression. Yenrui took a look at his clothes, changed into a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, and then called Jian Anqi to go out together. I'll go. Yenrui had just stepped out of the protective range of the supermarket when he was almost burned by the heat wave. He hurriedly took a step back and pulled Jian Anqi, who was following him. Be careful. Seeing the concern hidden in Yenrui's wide eyes, Jian Anqi felt warm in his heart. It's okay. I'll just experience it. Yenrui then let go of his hand, and then watched Jian Anqi take a step. After persisting outside for about half a minute, he returned to the protective cover sweating profusely. Yenrui patted him gently, then went back and took out a towel to wipe his sweat. Why do you have to make yourself suffer when it's so hot? We may experience such weather in the future. I'll get used to it first. Jian Anqi smiled. I'll go wash my face. After hearing this, Yenrui thought it made sense. Then I'll go out and stand for a while, and get used to it in advance. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Jian Anqi hesitated for a moment, then continued. You have a supermarket anyway. Then you have a supermarket too. The same for us. Yenrui shrugged. When we go out, we don't have to work so hard. Or just don't go out. Yenrui had never thought about this problem. And now, he was suddenly stunned by this situation. Jian Anqi said calmly, it's okay. Take it one step at a time. After all, there is still some time before the end of the world. This made Yenrui feel a little relieved. Yes, we have to face it sooner or later anyway. And we don't have any bad intentions. At this time, Zhao Cheng, who had delivered the message to them before, appeared at the door of the store. Zhao Cheng was only wearing a vest on his upper body and loose shorts on his lower body. The outfit looked cool, but it still made him blush in this weather. Boss Yen, hand in these first, and the rest will be completed within 3 days. The weather is too hot, so we still have to distribute some to the residents first. There's no rush. But it seems that we really don't have much time left. Chapter 35 The Extreme Weather Ends. After sending Zhao Cheng away, Yenrui sat on a chair and realized belatedly that he had been here for about 3 months. 3 months. He still felt reluctant to leave. What's wrong? Jian Anqi came over. Reluctant? Yenrui nodded, without hiding anything. My experience here makes me reluctant to leave. You can buy a time converter and stay here for a few more days. Then forget it. Yenrui immediately woke up. The time converter is so expensive, and there is nothing worth grabbing here. I will leave in a few days. Perhaps they already knew that Yenrui's supermarket was going to close. And there were also many residents who came to the supermarket to shop in the past 2 days. And the two made a small profit. It's just a little different now. Before, there was a bus every hour, and the number of people was controlled very strictly. for fear that the residents would be harmed by this extreme weather. But many people carried an ice crystal in their arms and walked from the residential area to the supermarket by themselves. The short distance of 300 meters made them sweat profusely. It seems that Tianjin district has begun to make changes. If they get used to it slowly, even if it takes a long time, one day, the residents of the entire Tianjin district will be able to truly survive in such an apocalypse. This is today's share. Rinshan brought a full box of ice crystals to the supermarket. This was her last time to deliver things to the supermarket. She knew that when the goods were delivered, Yanrui would leave. Yesterday, Yanrui and Jiananqi had collected all the items they had exchanged with the other two districts. Rinshan still didn't know how they made such a large amount of goods disappear in the blink of an eye. At the end, Rinshan wanted to ask. But the moment she looked into Yanrui's eyes, she knew that it was a gift from God that she could peek into a corner of that world that she could never get close to. Let me buy the last order. Rinshan stayed in the supermarket until the evening. And several leaders of Tianjin district also came to the supermarket to express their gratitude and reluctance. Everyone wanted him to stay. But everyone knew that he would not stay. Rinshan unceremoniously bought all the goods on the shelves in the supermarket. I'll help you clean it up. Rinshan smiled and looked at Yanrui. And Yanrui bowed to her. Thank you very much. When the two were packing, there was a noise outside the door. Yanrui poked his head out and saw Shou-Yi and Shou-Jun fighting at the door. Why don't you come in? Yanrui called out loudly. Come in and enjoy the air conditioning. All the things have been bought by Rinshan. You are late. We don't really need the things in the supermarket. Shou-Yi stood in front of Yanrui, a little embarrassed. I just want to give you a gift. What gift? Yanrui was curious. And then Shou-Yi took out a wooden box from behind. After opening it, he saw two stones that looked as big as thumbs. Shou-Yi continued, my uncle said that this thing should be valuable. This is the two largest I have dug. I give it to you. It must be an unpolished gem. Yanrui was a little surprised. It must be of great value to let Shou-Yi pick it out for him. Thank you. Yanrui accepted it without hesitation. He thought about it, and then took out a small bag of seeds from the drawer and gave it to Shou-Yi. When this thing is grown, cats like it very much. This is the famous catnip. What about canines? Shou-Yi asked casually. Shou-Jun patted him, and Shou-Yi immediately shut up. Thank you very much. Recently, there is a silver-white long-haired tiger that I like very much. I will try to grow this. It was approaching midnight. Yanrui looked at the time, sighed, and then said, our business hours will end here today. Even if there is a lot of reluctance, there is still a time to say goodbye. Yanrui closed his eyes and listened to the voice of the system in his ears. Excuse me, is the host out of this plane? Yes. The next second, Yanrui heard the noisy environment in his ears, and the scene around him became a little different. I'm back. What time is it now? Yanrui looked back at the time. It was already June, and it was closer to the real doomsday. Don't think too much. Do you want to go out and relax first? Jiananqi pushed open the door, and the faint sound of square dancing outside the door instantly hit Yanrui's eardrums, pulling him back to this prosperous and peaceful era. Let's go! Yanrui walked out of the supermarket without hesitation. He didn't even have time to take a look at the newly renovated bedroom. He was already immersed in the fireworks of this world. After watching the square dance for a while, he went to the snack street to eat a big meal. When he returned to the supermarket, the moon was already bright, and the stars were sparse. The square in front of the supermarket was empty, and the whole world returned to peace. Yanrui sat on the swing at the door, with an ice cream cone in his hand, swaying with his eyes closed, enjoying the pleasure brought by the evening breeze, and then said to Jiananqi, I miss it so much. Miss this night breeze. Miss this world. Miss this dull, but slightly boring life. Jiananqi sat beside him, looking at him with a smile, not urging him, holding the kebab prepared for Yanrui in his hand. Okay. Yanrui finished the cone in his hand, took the kebab from Jiananqi, and gave it back to Jiananqi. I'm tired. I need to have a good sleep today. Go home and sleep. Jiananqi sent Yanrui, who wanted to see the bedroom decoration, home. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Although only 7 days had passed in normal time, in Yanrui's eyes, he hadn't been home for 3 whole months. Now he has resumed normal sleep. After a simple wash, he slept comfortably in bed for a whole night. When he opened his eyes the next day, It was already 11:30. Yin Rui blinked his eyes, yawned loudly, and didn't dare to stretch too much. Even so, he still heard the crackling sound from his back. Could it be that he has aged for 3 months? Yin Rui suddenly woke up. He hadn't asked the system how his lifespan was calculated yet. He hurriedly pushed open the door, thinking that he might as well ask for clarification at this time. But he saw Jian Anqi sitting on the sofa waiting for him early. "I'm here to return the key to you." Seeing Yin Rui standing there in a daze, Jian Anqi quickly turned his eyes away. Yin Rui then remembered that he had given the key to Jian Anqi to help look after the house, and he had forgotten it after so long. Oh! Just in time. Yin Rui quickly walked to Jian Anqi, knelt down, and then suddenly approached Jian Anqi with his face, startling Jian Anqi and moving back. Yin Rui didn't put on any clothes after getting up. Now his upper body was naked. Jian Anqi had deliberately avoided his gaze, but he was still distracted by the whiteness. "Jian Anqi, do you think I have bags under my eyes?" Yin Rui's tone was a little uneasy, and he didn't notice Jian Anqi's discomfort at all. "Did I suddenly age 3 months? I didn't eat well or sleep well during these 3 months, and I became haggard." Yin Rui pulled Jian Anqi's hand and forced him to look at him. "I won't become a 70-year-old man when the end of the world comes. Will I? What's the point of living then?" Jian Anqi's Adam's apple moved, blinked, and suppressed his inappropriate thoughts. No bags under the eyes. Still very beautiful. Yin Rui laughed when he heard his words. "What beautiful?" A grown man said this. Then he put on the watch and called the system out. "How do you calculate time?" The system had already seen what Yin Rui did in Jian Anqi's watch carrier, and now he finally got the opportunity to speak. "When the host goes to other planes, the main body will not be affected by the time dimension. Otherwise it will cause the plane to collapse. Speak in plain words." Yin Rui, who had just woken up, couldn't react. "I just didn't get older." "You won't get older even if you stay in other planes for 100 years. "Ah. So that's the case? I'm relieved." Yin Rui collapsed on the sofa. The chaotic fatigue came again, and his voice became a little lazy. "I'm sleepy again." Jian Anqi raised his hand to pat Yin Rui, but looking at Yin Rui who was sweating, he didn't know how to start, so he could only withdraw his hand in dismay, and said somewhat helplessly, "I'll make you a bowl of noodles." "Tomato and egg noodles?" "Yeah." Yin Rui nodded randomly. "I'm going to get a massage later." Although Yin Rui was still tired, he couldn't sleep. He closed his eyes, and his head was spinning wildly. He is different now. He is a rich man now. Things that I couldn't afford to buy before. Services that I enjoyed, I have to enjoy now. In the past, I only went to the hospital for massage. 30 yuan for half an hour. And I had to pay medical insurance. This time, I went to that kind of luxury club to experience what a 2,000 yuan massage feels like. Also, I have to eat more at high-end restaurants. This opportunity can be said to be less and less now. I can also replace a batch of clothes I stocked up before. He now has the capital to talk about style. But apart from these, Yin Rui thought about it. But he couldn't think of any other way for him to enjoy. When has he ever had this trouble since he was a child? "The meal is ready. Come and eat." Jian Anqi's voice came from the kitchen. Yin Rui opened his eyes, got up and walked to the kitchen. Halfway through, he realized that he was not wearing a shirt. "I'll get dressed and wash my face. You eat first." Hearing this, Jian Anqi breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. But when Yin Rui sat at the table, his expression was a little unhappy. "Why are you unhappy?" Jian Anqi was curious. "Do you miss them now?" Yin Rui shook his head. "No." After saying that, he slurped a mouthful of noodles, then raised his head and blinked and said, "Too much money. What should I do if I can't spend it all?" Jian Anqi. Yin Rui rarely saw this speechless expression on Jian Anqi's face. He laughed. "I should have taken a picture for you." Jian Anqi was helpless. "The goods in the supermarket are almost sold out. We need to restock. Or we can donate some," Yin Rui suggested. "But don't donate money. Donate some supplies to welfare homes or something. When the end of the world just started, they are the first to die. They are young and have little food. And adults can't take care of themselves, let alone these children who have no survival skills. Then I'll buy the supplies. After that," Jian Anqi continued, "I found someone who can handle gold. If the end of the world really comes, I suggest that we keep some of it. I listen to you." Yin Rui did not hesitate. Make it into a small 100-gram gold bar. If the points are not enough, we will go to a few more planes. But next time, you go directly with me. Chapter 36. Yanrui felt that he had lived a luxurious life these 2 days. He felt a little embarrassed when he saw the bills. Besides, a massage costing more than 2,000 yuan was not much better than the TCM department of the hospital. They just asked me to apply for a card. Yanrui complained to Jian Anqi across from him in a low voice. Their skills are not as good as those of the TCM department. And when I left, the doctor in the TCM department told me to take good care of myself. But they told me to come back and apply for a card next time. They don't care about my health at all. They just want my money. Yanrui lowered his voice and listened to the violin in the empty restaurant. Feeling a little uncomfortable. I still can't live like a rich person. I can't even understand the menu. Yanrui coughed. I can't get used to the food I ordered. Jian Anqi said calmly, it's not dead. Let's go to the barbecue stall downstairs of your house after eating here. The dishes cost more than 2,000 yuan. But he felt a little tasteless because he didn't know how to taste them. Enjoy the last day and continue to prepare tomorrow. Yanrui finally escaped from the world that did not belong to him. But the crabs are so fresh. They feel better than anything I've ever eaten. Then we'll prepare the crabs tomorrow, as we haven't prepared these seafood before. Yes, because of the limitation of funds and warehouse space. Some things that can improve the quality of life were not prepared before. Now he has to make the previous stockpile look brand new. I have almost replenished the supermarket's goods in the past 2 days. But the supplier asked a few questions because the delivery volume was too large. So I plan to buy some from other areas. Are you leaving? Yanrui felt his heartbeat stop for a moment. When will you come back? It's not that I'm leaving. You forgot that I asked my comrades for help. They are trustworthy. I told them before that I wanted to open a security company. Jian Anqi's words reminded Yanrui of his last life, when Jian Anqi was thinking about opening a security company. Yes. 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 I remember now. Then you can ask them to buy it. Yanrui patted his chest. Just now you said you were leaving. It really scared me. Jian Anqi laughed. If you don't let me go, I will definitely not leave. In the end times, we will depend on each other. Yanrui used the back of his hand to lightly hit Jian Anqi's chest twice. And Jian Anqi shuddered at the numb touch. Yanrui was completely unaware of this. What size clothes do your 3 comrades wear? Let's prepare them. And leave some extra food and drinks. And weapons. I also bought so much military rations. I feel I can't get used to it when the time comes. Yanrui felt that he was a little ungrateful. If it was in his previous life, it would be amazing to have some military biscuits in his hands. Jian Anqi then said, isn't there a kitchen on the 2nd floor of the supermarket? I can cook when the time comes. Don't be too much. Yanrui smacked his lips. When the time comes, everyone will eat braised vegetables. And our supermarket will smell of braised beef. If someone comes to the door, will they say it smells like instant noodles? Then I'll make more in the next plane. And store it in the basement. And take it out when I want to eat. Thinking of Jian Anqi's cooking skills, Yanrui swallowed his saliva. That's fine. Since Jian Anqi was going to cook for him, Yanrui was not polite. He first ordered 300 double-layer lunch boxes online, with 3 dishes in one layer and rice in the other layer. In the next plane, I want you to fill these lunch boxes. Do you have the confidence? Yanrui pointed at Jian Anqi in the tone of command given by the instructor during his military training. Jian Anqi glanced at the pictures on Yanrui's mobile phone and said calmly, buy some more round boxes. I will make hand-rolled noodles for you. Ah? Why is Jian Anqi so nice? Make some rice balls when the time comes. Didn't you say that you will go out often? Let's take the rice balls out to eat. Although he didn't remember it, Jian Anqi thought more carefully than him. Should we expand the area of the basement? Although the points per square meter are doubled, it is still very cost-effective. 40,000 points per square meter. It would cost 4 million to buy 100 square meters. Then let's change to 50 square meters first. The previous basement is basically empty. We have sold everything that could be sold before, so there is no rush. Jian Anqi analyzed. Let's buy more shelves. There are not enough shelves. Yanrui called the system out. Change me 50 square meters of static space. The static space exchange has been completed. May I ask if the host would like to upgrade the system? The cold mechanical sound of the system was mixed with some expectations. No. Yanrui refused mercilessly. I think it is enough now. You didn't say that? You didn't say that? The system was about to say something else, but was forcibly shut down by Jiananqi. Yanrui smiled and said, actually, I am a little looking forward to the new features of the system upgrade. But it seems that he also wants to upgrade. So I won't be in a hurry. Even supermarkets have gifts for membership cards. How can we just do whatever the system says? Yanrui snorted coldly. Let's go to a high-end mall to buy things. Yanrui didn't know what to buy when he went to a high-end mall. Let's buy some tableware. Or pots and pans. I heard that this brand of pots is expensive, but very durable. Also this refrigerator, which can make ice. Give me one. Buy 2 sets of knives. These things will be hard currency in the future. If we don't need them, we can also exchange them for things. Also quilts. Although the cotton quilts we bought before are enough. We should buy a few of these duck-down quilts to change them. Yanrui now began to spend money freely. The clothing area had no appeal to him. But he really wanted to buy everything he saw in the home living area. After all, there was no furniture on the second floor of the supermarket. Quilts and sheets. For sets? These are not to mention. And pillows of various materials were bought more than a dozen. And there were also mattresses worth hundreds of thousands. Yanrui was comfortable lying on them. So he simply asked for 4. It's just that the supermarket is not big. Otherwise, I would have to buy 2 sets of sofas. Yanrui said with some regret. It's really comfortable to lie on. If you want, you can put it on the second floor. There is enough space now. Yanrui was tempted. But after hesitating for a long time, he shook his head. Forget it. Just buy an ordinary one on the second floor. This money can buy nearly 10,000 kilograms of rice, which can last for a long time. The two of them ordered a bed and basic furniture, and then went back to the supermarket directly. Yanrui had time to take a closer look at the area where they would live in the future. Not bad. Seeing the real scene, Yanrui was a little surprised. Originally, he wanted a simple decoration with white walls and floor tiles. As a result, under the supervision of Jiananqi, the walls were painted with light yellow paint, and the floor was also covered with wooden floors. The ordinary ceiling lamp also has a simple shape, and his room looks like a proper home. How can you make a 2-bedroom and 1 living room with such a messy layout? It's no different from decorating your home. I gave them 3 times the overtime pay, and they called another team to help. They renovated everything inside and outside, including part of the first floor. Jiananqi looked at Yanrui's satisfaction, and he was relieved. The time is a bit short. Yes, what we lack most now is time. Yanrui put his hands in his trouser pockets, hesitated for a moment, and then said, otherwise, I will go to the next plane first. No! Jiananqi interrupted directly. I will take the gold back tomorrow. Exchange it for points. And then exchange it for a time converter with a larger ratio. Yanrui wanted to persuade the two to act separately, but was interrupted by the news of furniture delivery. The two bought 2 beds, 2 wardrobes, and small and large things. And they were busy again. After all the things were placed, this place finally looked like a place where people could live. I'll enjoy the next plane. Yanrui clapped his hands. I'm so tired. Let's take a break and choose where to go next. Before, among the 6 planes, Yanrui chose the extreme weather that didn't sound very dangerous. For the next plane, he still wanted to choose a place that was not dangerous. How about the zombies? Jiananqi looked at the 6 options on the screen and was eager to try. It's disgusting just thinking about it. The supermarket has a protective shield, and the zombies shouldn't be able to get in. And we have our own protective measures. This zombie plane doesn't look like a high-level dangerous area, so there should be no need to worry about safety. Zombies are too disgusting. I'd rather go to the nuclear contaminated plane. Yanrui looked at the 6 options in front of him. Wait a minute. The nuclear contamination is marked in red. Yanrui picked and chose, trying to avoid the zombie plane, but found that this plane was the best choice among the existing options. He obviously couldn't handle the nuclear contaminated B level. The prehistoric plane had poor conditions and was difficult to communicate. The translator was an additional expense. There was also the Dark Demon Cave and the Dead Sea Journey. There was a sense of déjà vu that the game would end as soon as he entered. Then it can only be the zombie plane. Yanrui was defeated. But before going to the zombie plane, he had to watch zombie movies and novels first. Jiananqi turned off the screen. The zombie plane sounds like it's short of food and clothing. Do you want to go out and buy some delicious food and pack it up and store it in the basement? Of course. It was already night. And Yen Rui first went to the snack street. Like last time, Jian Anqi pushed the borrowed car and followed Yen Rui to sort it out. He had been reluctant to buy more than a few servings of frog and beef patties before. But this time he bought 100 directly, which made the store owner very happy. Seeing the roasted lamb leg, he even asked if they could make roasted whole lamb. After getting the affirmation from the store owner, he directly ordered 10 roasted whole lambs and said he would pick them up tomorrow. Jian Anqi helped to collect things while following Yen Rui to answer questions from the owners of various stalls. For example, for the roasted whole lamb, Yen Rui only said that the company wanted to have a dinner party. Jian Anqi directly added that colleagues from the branch and other places were together, so they wanted more. After booking the stalls, they went to the famous fried chicken chain and cake chain nearby. Because of the price, Yen Rui only ate there 2 or 3 times a month. Now he directly said that he wanted to order a family bucket for 100 people, and a cake for 100 people. And he didn't even pay a deposit. Just the full amount. The supermarket has been replenished, and our rations have been replenished. Tomorrow, when we get the gold, we will go to the next plane. Jian Anqi agreed. You could upgrade the shield before you go. You could also upgrade the system. The system finally waited for the opportunity. Seeing that Yen Rui was not interested, the system no longer avoided the topic and wanted to start introducing the new function seriously. Of course you can let me upgrade. Yen Rui raised his eyebrows and interrupted the system. Seeing this, the system suddenly fluctuated greatly. Before upgrading, let's take a look at some benefits. Chapter 37. Yen Rui, who had vowed to have this and that function before, now only wants benefits. The system was stunned. If you satisfy me, how about I directly add 1,000 yuan to your account so that you can read novels? Yen Rui's devilish words lingered in the ears of the system, making him feel numb as if he had been electrified. Then, I'll go back and apply for it. The system was shaken again, especially after Yen Rui directly added 300 yuan and said it was a deposit, which made his admiration reach its peak. The next morning, Yen Rui got up early, but he didn't expect Jian Anqi to get up even earlier. When he opened the door of the room, he could already smell the fragrance from the kitchen. What are we going to buy today? Yen Rui asked. Suddenly I feel like there's nothing to buy. Jian Anqi served Yen Rui porridge while counting them carefully with Yen Rui. We don't have many goods in our supermarket now. At least not enough for you and me to survive for 10 years. But I want to get used to the changes in the end times by then. And I can't always live in the past. Yen Rui drank a mouthful of porridge and said somewhat disapprovingly. Now that he has the system, and has already experienced a doomsday plane, the sense of security brought to him by the system makes him a little lazy. When it's extremely hot, don't you want a glass of cold watermelon juice? Just like now. Do you want to add a salted duck egg to your porridge? Yes. So convincing. Jian Anqi smiled. Go shopping? Then they must go shopping together. Jian Anqi took Yen Rui to the largest shopping mall in the city. It was a holiday, and there were not many people in the mall. Yen Rui was curious about Jian Anqi taking him to the largest high-end supermarket in the local area. What are you doing here? It's expensive to buy things here. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. There are a wide variety of products here. Buy one of what you want first, and then go to the basement to sort and replenish them in batches according to the categories on the bill. This will save effort and reduce the chance of insufficient preparation. There is such a thing? Yen Rui secretly gave Jian Anqi a thumbs up. He was so thoughtful. If he couldn't live well, he might as well kill himself. The first place Yen Rui and his companions came to was the daily necessities area. Some odds and ends seemed inconspicuous and easy to be forgotten, but they were indispensable in life. For example, needles and thread, nail clippers, and small things like pens and paper clips. Just buy the plastic wrap here, and don't touch the stock in the supermarket, Yen Rui said as he picked 2 of the largest capacity. There are also paper towels and wet wipes. Not to mention the supermarket. Our own stock has been bought out by Shou-Yi and his men. Then pick the 2 you like best, and we will wholesale them later. I thought there was nothing to buy in the living area, but after leaving this floor, the entire shopping cart was still filled. Yen Rui looked at the things in the cart and said, There is laundry detergent in the supermarket. Do we have to buy such a big bucket? Don't you like this smell better? You said it's like white camellia. And the supermarket doesn't have this kind. Jian Anqi tapped the lid of the laundry detergent. You said so when I came back from vacation and used your laundry detergent to wash clothes. Is there such a thing? Yin Rui had no impression of it in his mind. He laughed. Ah. Yes. Yes. I like this smell. What smell? Jian Anqi said it was. Let's go to the fresh produce section. The fresh produce section is huge. The main attraction of this supermarket is that it is open to all kinds of people. There are seasonal and non-seasonal fruits from all over the world. There are many more varieties than in the fresh produce market. Yin Rui took a box of everything he saw and tried it while taking it. He took 2 more boxes when he saw something delicious. Soon the whole car was full again. I'll take these 2 cars to check out first. And you can find an empty car. I'll come back to find you later. Looking at Jian Anqi's back as he left, Yin Rui sighed in his heart that he was reliable. But while he was waiting, he heard the system prompt again. Since Yin Rui came back and wanted to be quiet for 2 days and shut down the system, he could hear the system prompt from time to time. What's the matter this time? Yin Rui had nothing to do, and finally had time to talk to the system. The main control just gave me a message, saying that if you upgrade, you can be provided with a plane channel. What plane channel? Is it the plane channel that I bought with points to connect 2 planes? Forget it. I don't need these points anymore. No. No. This channel is different from that one. And this one is not a channel. It's just that before you step into each plane, you can watch the real situation of the plane 1 day in advance. And the system will provide 3 store locations for the host to choose. What's so good about this? The first one is also called a benefit, isn't it? Yin Rui was about to say that this function is useless. But after thinking about it, he suddenly felt that he was a bit narrow-minded. Not only can you be mentally prepared in advance, but more importantly, you can understand the distribution range of various forces. The end of the world is not as peaceful as a civilized society. The forces are complicated and complex. Maybe one day, they will start a war for resources. There are very few places like Tianheng District. The system no longer directly delivers, but increases the freedom of the 3 store locations, and allows the host to choose what kind of development to have. He didn't expect this benefit. He just wanted the main control to give more points or upgrade the protective shield. Okay. Then can you upgrade? The system's voice was a little excited. If you upgrade now, I will be the first system to upgrade among all systems. Then what personal benefits can you give me? Yin Rui asked casually. Then opened the screen panel and counted the length of his points. And he had a plan in his heart. The system was not surprised by Yin Rui's question. Yes, I can accidentally upgrade the shield while upgrading the system. You're still sneaking around. Okay, let's upgrade now. Yin Rui got what he wanted and finally agreed to the upgrade request. The system cheered. The system upgrade time is 12 hours. And the host will be able to review the latest features after 12 hours. Yin Rui turned off the system and continued to stroll in the supermarket. While strolling, he tasted and put things into the shopping cart. Do you like this flavor of roast chicken? Jian Anqi came back and asked while looking at the things in the car. Yin Rui did not hesitate. I just saw the chef brushing honey, and it tasted delicious. Then I'll try to make it at home in the future. Jian Anqi smiled at Yin Rui. The fruits are almost all taken, and the cakes are almost bought. Let's go and see the raw materials. Okay. The raw materials are easy to buy. In order to facilitate customers, supermarkets now want to name and price every part of chicken, duck, fish, cattle and sheep. Which one is better? Beef ribs or beef brisket? Yin Rui looked at the 2 boxes of meat and hesitated. They look similar. They are different. You like stewed beef brisket and roasted beef ribs, but you may not be used to them. Jian Anqi answered calmly. Take a box of everything except this. I just contacted Wan Jiaming and asked him to find a slaughterhouse to help with the packaging. The slaughterhouse will not be too detailed in packaging. The rest will be done by ourselves. We will store and classify according to the supermarket categories. Jian Anqi said while shaking the box in his hand at Yin Rui. Eat this tonight? Okay. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi and became more and more satisfied. Jian Anqi looked tall and strong, but he was much more careful than him. If he was alone, he would definitely not be so well prepared. And he can cook. This cart is for meat. This cart is for snacks and drinks. Pick the types that are not available in the supermarket. After hearing Jian Anqi's words, Yin Rui immediately came back to his senses. I know. By the way, I just agreed to the system upgrade. Then Yin Rui introduced the system's benefits to Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi pondered for a moment, and then said, "This is very good. When the time comes, we can choose a strategic location that is more important, and analyze the personalities of leaders from all parties in advance to prepare." Yin Rui suddenly realized that he could do this, and he wrote it down. There are still 12 hours before the system upgrade ends. We will go get the gold bars after we buy things. Jian Anqi glanced at his watch. I've made an appointment at 1 p.m. There was still enough time. So Jian Anqi went to settle the bill twice. The two of them bought 8 carts of things this time. And they finally bought enough. Send the things back first? Yin Rui looked at the back seat of the car that was full. There are too many surveillance cameras now, so it's hard to move. Go get the gold bars first. I thought it was still early, but after Jian Anqi told me the destination, Yin Rui gave up the idea of persuading him. The two drove for more than an hour before arriving at a nearby small county town. Then, according to the address, they walked around the bends and finally stopped at the door of an inconspicuous small courtyard. When he opened the door, Yin Rui saw a familiar face. Captain. When the three saw Jian Anqi, they stood up subconsciously, and their movements were even a little awkward. Jian Anqi got straight to the point. Are you ready? Wang Jiaming, who had met him once in this life, spoke first. I'm ready. At this time, a man with a beard and a suit that didn't fit in here dragged a red cloth bag. Are you the person in charge? Jian Anqi frowned. You are? The man immediately handed the bag in his hand to Jian Anqi. That's all. It's all here. If there's a chance to cooperate in the future, you can contact me again. Jian Anqi weighed the weight, nodded with satisfaction, and handed it back to Yin Rui. I will. Jian Anqi turned around and was about to leave, but the person behind him spoke again. I wonder if you want to sell it. I can give you a slightly higher price than the market. Yin Rui and Jian Anqi stopped at the same time, and the two looked at each other. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui with a questioning look in his eyes, waiting for Yin Rui's decision. Yin Rui looked back and looked at Jian Anqi's inquiring eyes. After thinking for a moment, Yin Rui turned around and looked directly at the man in the suit, and made a decision in his heart. Tell me first, what price can you give me? Today's international gold price is 435. The gold price has fluctuated greatly recently. I will charge 425 and settle it all at once. It will arrive on the same day. If you give me all the gold in your hand, how about our price of 1,300? After hearing this, Yin Rui was silently shocked in his heart. 1,300 was more than he thought. Presumably, the gold given by Beast One was of higher purity than he estimated. This price was just in his mind. Sorry. Yin Rui walked forward and saw Jian Anqi's 3 comrades automatically standing beside him. Let's talk about this deal later. Chapter 38. The zombie plane begins. Why don't you trade with him? After returning to the car and the two left, Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui's expression was a little serious. This person is not the same person as you said. I don't trust him. When you and I just entered the door, he didn't know where he was hiding to observe us. In addition, I think he looks familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen him. I always feel weird. Speaking of this, Yin Rui said, didn't you say that the person you contacted is an old man? This person doesn't look very old. Indeed. I will go back and ask. You see if there is a mark on the gold. If not, we will go to a few more gold shops to distribute it. Take out the gold and have a look. The reason why they didn't check the goods just now is not because they trust each other, but because this is not an area they are familiar with. Even if there is any problem, they can't solve it immediately. Yin Rui took out 2 gold bars and weighed them with his hands. I can't tell them apart. But there's no mark on them. Can I get a good price at a gold shop? At most, I can go to a few more shops. Jian Anqi made the final decision, and the people following the 2 people were in a heated discussion. Is this the man who almost got the captain punished? Why is he a man? Why do you care about men and women? The captain told you that this person got him punished? Stop talking nonsense. Wang Jiaming, don't bring me into your quarrel. I've done what the captain asked me to do. Wang Jiaming was not concerned. Jia Zhenglin, Tong Jiashu, you two might as well ask the captain directly. What can you guess by guessing here? The two immediately put out their anger. Who dares to ask about such things? Do you want to live? I envy calmly so much. He even retired and still had the opportunity to be sent out by the captain. even if it was just to buy fruit. Coincidentally, at this moment, Wang Jiaming received a message on his mobile phone. Seeing that it was sent by Jian Anqi, Wang Jiaming replied immediately, "Okay, Captain. I will send you the address now. The other party has contacted me. You can get the goods now." After replying the message, Wang Jiaming shook his mobile phone. See, the captain doesn't care about what happened just now. Jian Anqi really didn't take the matter just now to heart. Now he and Yan Rui went directly to the cold storage introduced by Wang Jiaming. "Tell me the last number of your mobile phone." The old man who was guarding the door looked up and down at Yan Rui and Jian Anqi. "Is this your first time here? What business do you do?" Yan Rui readily replied, "Open a restaurant. A chain." The man was about to ask more, but Jian Anqi had already taken the opportunity to pull Yan Rui away. After the two got in the car, Yan Rui sighed. "I have more and more experience in talking nonsense now. Unlike before, when I would be stunned for a while when I encountered such a question. This is a good thing." Jian Anqi smiled, and the two drove the car directly to the cold storage. This place is similar to a large transfer station. Many fresh products that need cold storage from other places to the city stop here. Wang Jiaming specially rented an inconspicuous small warehouse here. After opening the warehouse, a cold air first hit them, relieving the heat between the two, and then boxes of meat appeared in front of them. The two looked at each other, closed the door at the same time, and then began to put the boxes of meat into their own space buttons. In the end, they deliberately left a few boxes and moved them into the car. Very considerate. They have written down all the parts of pigs, cows and sheep for us. However, with so many, we have to pack them by the end of the day. No problem. I'll do it. Jian Anqi took the task without hesitation. Just manage the supermarket. If there is a shortage of goods again this time, I can ask my comrades to prepare the goods directly. I have asked them to rent a warehouse for a long time. Okay. This is much more convenient. And Jian Anqi doesn't have to be tired all the time. On the way back, the two of them would get off the car to exchange money whenever they passed by a gold shop. The gold was divided into small gold bars of 100 G each. Each time, Yan Rui would decide how many bars to buy according to the size of the store. The larger stores sold 7 or 8 bars, and the smaller ones sold 3 or 4 bars. In total, about 40 or 50 gold bars were sold at night, and the total sales were only more than 200,000. I suddenly regretted it a little bit. Yan Rui, who was still holding a large bag of gold bars in his arms, was lying on the sofa on the second floor of the supermarket and said weakly, "If it's 1,300, I would have sold it to him directly. Don't regret it. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the next city tomorrow to have a look." Jian Anqi comforted, "Anyway, there is no place to use points for the time being." Yan Rui nodded helplessly. "I'm hungry." Jian Anqi skillfully entered the kitchen and began to prepare meals for Yan Rui. The dinner was very rich. In less than an hour, Jian Anqi made 4 dishes and a soup. "Take out a few lunch boxes. I made a lot this time." Jian Anqi first served Yan Rui's dishes, then filled 5 lunch boxes, and finally sat down at the table, looking at Yan Rui who was waiting for him. Jian Anqi softened his heart. "Why don't you eat?" "Waiting for you," Yan Rui said casually, and then continued, "Let's watch a movie." The violent scenes, the gushing blood, and the various special effects made Yan Rui lose his appetite. Until the end of the movie, Yan Rui still couldn't taste the food in his mouth. "I just said I don't want to go to the zombie apocalypse." Yan Rui bit the apple that Jian Anqi handed him to relieve his discomfort. "Even if these things don't go to the supermarket, they are disgusting to look at." Jian Anqi patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Next time, let's ask the system to find a plane with a beautiful environment." How can there be a beautiful environment in the apocalypse plane? Yan Rui realized that he was a little unkind. But this is really too much. Jian Anqi didn't know how to comfort him for a while, so he could only change the subject. "The system will return tomorrow morning, so we will go directly." Yan Rui nodded. "The sooner we go, the sooner we will come back. I will come back when I earn 100 million points here." The next morning, Jian Anqi and Yan Rui looked at the system that had returned and carefully turned it on. The next second, the watches on their wrists disappeared. Just as they were panicking, a dark blue logo appeared on the wrists that were originally wearing watches. The logo was on the wrist, a curved symbol whose meaning was incomprehensible. A bit like infinity. but with a triangle on the basis of this symbol. Yin Rui rubbed his wrist, and the lines on his wrist instantly glowed. I'm back. The familiar voice of the system reached their ears. Have you missed me during this period? Yin Rui was very satisfied with the change of this watch. So he responded in a good mood. I thought about it. Is this a replacement watch? The system replied, that's right. The host of other systems lost their watches and had a series of side effects. However, he was chasing his wife to the crematorium and the impact was not big. The master controller was afraid that other systems would have the same problem. So the first thing to do was to implement this function. Yin Rui took a breath. Are there any other new functions? Yes. Didn't you say you wanted a portable space? Now you can. You can buy space props in the mall. After binding your own account, you don't need to carry it with you. The system can help you keep it at any time. That's it? Yin Rui was a little disappointed. But it was better than nothing. What else? Also, as long as we do a second binding, we can communicate in our brains. In the future, we will no longer be afraid of being eavesdropped by others when we are outside. Finally, there is a function that satisfies him. And Yin Rui is satisfied with it. Finally, I want to tell you a new preview. The system continued, in the next upgrade, we will open the online mall function. And you can sell the goods you don't need online. Didn't you say that this function will be available after the update? There is also a training room. Yin Rui was a little crazy. I spent $1 million to upgrade, and you gave me this. Black Heart. 3 new functions. And 1 more needs to be paid for by yourself. It will be available in the next update. The system's current surged. And the tone was a little guilty. I have reported your request. Yin Rui helplessly collapsed on the sofa. This small system didn't have the ability. Okay. Send out the map of the plane. We are going to trade in the new plane. Okay. A huge map appeared in front of Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. This is it. The two took a look. This doomsday plane still had only 3 large gathering areas. But unlike the previous plane, in addition to these 3 gathering areas, there were many small gathering areas distributed in various corners. The 3 optional landing points were also different. One recommended location was in the center of the largest gathering area. It was safe and had a large flow of people. It should be the most stable area. The other 2 locations were in the center of a small gathering area and between 2 areas. They were not close to any place, but not far from any place. The map indicated that it would take only 2 or 3 hours to drive there. Yin Rui was a little undecided. He looked at Jian Anqi. Which one do you think is better? If you don't like zombies, I think the first location is good. There shouldn't be zombies in the human gathering area. But here, it is very likely to be restricted by the leaders here. And the trading scope is not very wide. As for the middle of the small gathering place, it should be the exclusive area for the king. If you have the Dragon King system, it should be a good place to use it as the starting point for development. Yin Rui pointed to the middle area. Let's go here. After saying that, he glanced at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi did not object. This is not bad. It is outside the gathering place and is more suitable for pure business. Hearing Jian Anqi's agreement, Yin Rui was relieved. And the system reminded, do you need to buy a time converter? Buy an advanced one. Yin Rui looked at the price. The primary one is 100,000. The intermediate one is 500,000. And the advanced one is 1 million. Time is really money. Hearing Yin Rui's decision, the system immediately placed an order for the time converter, fearing that Yin Rui would regret it. Host, are you sure about this plane? You cannot change it after you select it. After Yin Rui selected confirm, the scenery outside the door changed immediately in the next second. Yin Rui stood up from the sofa and walked to the window, wanting to see the scenery outside. As soon as he approached the window, he couldn't help squatting and retching. The specialty of this plane was still a bit too much for him. Chapter 39, Inverted V, ends. Jian Anqi immediately squatted down, stuffed a mint candy into his mouth with ease, then patted his back and said, do you want to lie down for a while? Yin Rui shook his head. Forget it. I'll be fine soon. After that, he raised his head and said to Jian Anqi pitifully, I want to drink orange juice. Jian Anqi immediately stood up. I'll make it for you right now. Looking at Jian Anqi's back as he left, Yin Rui took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally again, and then stood up again and looked out the window. Perhaps because he was not in the gathering area, there were zombies that had begun to rot from time to time outside. Yin Rui didn't want to take a second look, but this thing was unavoidable. so he could only try to get used to it. Yinrui used his tongue to collide the mint candy in his mouth with his teeth, making a clicking sound, while using his hands to keep breathing, trying to suppress the disgusting feeling. After a while, he heard Jian Anqi coming upstairs. Yinrui turned around, took the orange juice and drank it all. Only then did he really recover. Why don't you drink it? Yinrui looked at Jian Anqi, who only took 1 cup, and asked, this can suppress nausea. Jian Anqi smiled. I'm not nauseous. These things are okay for me. Yinrui envied and gave Jian Anqi a thumbs up. You are still awesome. After recovering, Yinrui opened the map and began to observe the situation around him. Although this place is not close to any gathering place, humans often come to the vicinity to encircle and suppress zombies. The crystal cores in the zombies' brains can be provided to humans as energy. At first, I thought the crystal cores of the zombies here were the same as in the novels, with gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. Yinrui sighed as he looked at the plain introduction. It turns out that this crystal core is still the same as the ice crystal fire essence. Both have only one attribute, but people are different. The people here have evolved superpowers. We can observe and buy the same type of skills in the system when the time comes. Fortunately, there are not many zombies here. Yinrui got used to it after watching for a while. He went downstairs and asked the system, are the zombies here divided into levels? Yes. Zombies and human superpowers are divided into levels. The highest is level 1, and the lowest is level 5. Now the strongest superpower of humans is level 2, and the highest level of zombies is the same. Our protective shield should still be able to hold up. This is the question Yinrui is most curious about. Anyway, he doesn't want to go out unless it is necessary. The system said firmly. Even if the zombies or superpowers in this plane are above the first level, our shield can withstand at least 5 attacks from them. That's fine. Yinrui was relieved. Let's go! Let's do business. Asterisk. It's been 3 days since you came out. How many crystal cores have you got? In an abandoned self-built house, 5 people were sitting in a corner to rest. Not many. I only got 8. The man said with some complacency. With the last one, I won't starve to death if I don't go out next month. Can you still stay at home? You don't raise your children. Others laughed, and there was some envy in their laughter. Your wife is still willing to marry you at this time. You are lucky. It's because our brother Ming is responsible and earns a lot, so he feels secure and gets married. If you want to get married, you have to learn from Mingzi. The man called Mingzi scratched his head, coughed lightly to cover up his shyness, and said, we all earn money together, and we can all have it. We can all have it. Just when everyone was immersed in a happy atmosphere, a discordant voice immediately broke the atmosphere. Oh no! There is a group of zombies rushing towards this side, about 1 kilometer away. Is it towards our direction? Qi Ming took out the thermal map and found that as expected. There were 20 to 30 zombies attacking them. Even if the zombies are not fast, they will call friends based on the smell. Now there are 20 to 30. And when they gather together, there may be 40 to 50. There are only 5 of them. And their bullets have been used up, so they can't fight face to face. Let's go! Everyone made a quick decision, packed up their things, went downstairs, and jumped into the car. The sound of the car and the smell of people made the zombies excited. And the appearance of several people made the zombies even more excited. Hurry up. Go southwest. There are only 5 or 6 scattered zombies over there. Wang Ming looked at the map and gave orders. He leaned out of the car with a gun, aimed at the zombies passing by, and bang bang, shot them in the head twice. Oh no! There are not enough energy blocks in the car. The gasoline is almost gone. The driver shouted in fear. The tank is leaking. The people in the car felt nervous. It was bad. There was no refueling point nearby. And there was a zombie team behind. Why was their luck so bad? Qi Ming clenched his fists. After parking the car, everyone run in different directions. If you can, run as many as you can. Everyone was silent, although this was the best way to protect teammates. But maybe we can't go back. Everyone silently checked their weapons, hoping that they would have better luck and meet other teams, or pick up weapons that were left behind by the previous team members. Whoever goes back, tell my wife and ask her to find a better one. Qi Ming smiled and patted the shoulders of his brothers beside him. It's not a big deal. Don't be sad. We'll be fine if we die. Brother Ming, Before he finished speaking, the jeep, which had already been overloaded, suddenly stopped after a big bump. The people in the car got out of the car without thinking too much. Chi Ming glanced at the map and then commanded, Shunzi continues to go southwest. Lao Ba and Lao Ke goes south. And Shaoli goes northeast. After that, he turned around and smiled. See you in the city. Listening to Chi Ming's command, everyone's eyes were sore. He pointed to the direction with a higher chance of survival for others. But he had to face the zombies head-on. Even if everyone can return to the city. What about Chi Ming? Can he really go back? Go! At this time, the zombies had gathered. Chi Ming took out the gun and wiped the muzzle with his hand. The originally black barrel had turned silver white. Are you waiting to die if you don't leave? Not hearing the footsteps of the people leaving, Chi Ming turned back to urge them again. But what he saw made him stunned for a moment even in this life-and-death situation. A young man wearing a pure white hoodie and jeans was looking at him with a smile, waving at him and saying, Do you want to buy something? I have a wide range of goods here. Yen Rui, who had been bored for an hour because of the lack of customers, had already been lying on the table playing Candy Crush. Hearing the sound of brakes and banging against the wall outside, Yen Rui was very happy. Jian Anqi, there will be customers. I'll go out and take a look. Without waiting for Jian Anqi to answer, Yen Rui ran out of the door, and then saw 5 people at the door who were dirty, wearing uniforms, and carrying weapons. They were the assembled team who came out to fight zombies. These people didn't look happy. Some of them had tears on their faces, and some were crying and pulling another person who was about to rush forward. The person in the front didn't look very good, and frowned and wanted to curse. Yen Rui didn't care, and Yen Rui spoke directly. Everyone, what are you doing? Yen Rui, who didn't have a map and didn't know that the zombies were about to surround this place, didn't have any sense of crisis at all. After he finished speaking, the 4 people standing closer to him choked at the same time, and looked back to see him with some disbelief in their eyes. Yen Rui smiled at them and asked patiently again, Do you want to buy something? I have a wide range of goods here. Go quickly. The zombies will be here soon. Shunzi was a little anxious. This man looked clean and white, not much different from the rich young masters in the big city. It was obvious that he had never suffered. He appeared here. Maybe he got lost from his family. There are a lot of goods. Where did they come from? How much can he take out of the goods that are all monopolized? Even if he is really a young master from a big family who comes out to sell goods, there is no guard around him, and he doesn't have any weapons in his hands. He may die earlier than them. Do you have a car? Yen Rui felt relieved when he heard a man with a scar on his face speak. He looked the fiercest, but he was the most cooperative. Yes. Do you want to come in and take a look? Yen Rui turned sideways and pointed at the door of the supermarket. The car is at the back. The old scar who wanted to rob the car said nothing, stepped forward and grabbed Chi Ming, and walked into the supermarket. As soon as they entered the supermarket, everyone's footsteps stopped at the door. How could it be? He said there was stock. And he really had stock. Yen Rui pushed away several people who were standing still, and squeezed into the supermarket from outside. Pick whatever you want, and come to the cashier to pay after you've made your choice. You? Several people looked at each other, with disbelief in their eyes. Car! We want the car! One of the men who looked the strongest was impatient. He knocked on the table and pointed a gun at Yen Rui. Give me the car, and I'll spare your life. Yen Rui raised his eyes and looked at the gun pointing at him. TSK! Chi Ming behind him shouted, Lao Ke. Put the gun down. No. You can't run away if you don't come now. Aw fuck. Lao Ke's arm hurt, and before he could react, he knelt down in front of the counter with his back to the counter. The arm that was pointing at Yen Rui was bent backwards in an extremely weird posture. You're brave enough. Yen Rui jumped down from the cash register, kicked Lao Ke, who was speechless because of the pain, and then looked at the others as if nothing had happened. Do you want to buy something? Pay with energy crystals. After saying that, he smiled and reminded, Don't have any evil thoughts. Everyone didn't expect that Yen Rui, who looked harmless, would be so vicious. His action just now was at least steady, accurate and ruthless, and his ability was not inferior to theirs. Hello. We don't want anything else. We just want a car to escape from here. Chi Ming stood in front of Yen Rui with a stiff upper lip. The map shows that zombies are approaching this town. Why are they approaching this town? What attracts zombies here? Yin Rui's expression was not obvious, but his heart had already made a sharp explosion. A large wave of zombies is about to attack, and the thought of it makes my scalp numb. Maybe there are zombies upgrading here, or there may be something they like here. Anyway, I advise you to leave quickly now. Otherwise you may not be able to save your life when the zombies come. What can't be saved? At this time, Jian Anqi also returned to the first floor from the basement. But his outfit was completely different from Yin Rui, who was clean and sunny. The apron that Jian Anqi was wearing was covered in blood, and there was a drop of blood on the tip of the sharp knife in his hand. In addition, Jian Anqi had a dark face, and the whole person released an aura of not being easy to mess with from the inside out. Lao Ke, who had just broken his arm back, wanted to cry, but had no tears. If the person he just received was Jian Anqi, he would never point a gun at the other person. Yin Rui glanced at Jian Anqi, and his eyes fell back on Qi Ming. He said, there will be a group of zombies here in a while. When he said this, there was not only no fear in his expression, but even a little disgust. Jian Anqi casually wiped the knife on his apron. You receive the guests. I'll go out and kill some zombies. The two had discussed it long ago. If there were always zombies at the door, it would affect the business. So Jian Anqi volunteered to go out and kill zombies. Yin Rui also selected a few weapons for him in the system. Go and come back quickly. Don't forget to record it. Yin Rui was going to use Jian Anqi's video to desensitize. Such ordinary words caused a huge wave in the ears of several people. Even Xiao Li, who had always been reluctant to speak, couldn't help but remind him. There are more than 30 zombies outside, and there may be special zombies. Then, he was speechless. The equipment on this person is too good. It feels like he can really kill the zombies in their hometown. Chapter 40. The equipment Yin Rui prepared for Jian Anqi was enough to make people jealous. Not to mention the large number of accessories in the space button, with more than a dozen boxes of bullets alone. Yin Rui was afraid that Jian Anqi would not have time to change bullets, so he bought dozens of identical guns as backups. Even if Jian Anqi said it was unnecessary, he would not agree. The amulet bought in the previous plane was also used now, and only after the system's repeated assurances did Yin Rui agree to let Jian Anqi go out to kill zombies. It's just that these have never been shown to a few people. There may be high-level zombies outside. They will be very fast and have strong attack power. So you better not go. If you don't go, won't this place be surrounded by zombies? Otherwise, why don't you find a building to hide and wait for the storm to pass? Yin Rui waved at Jian Anqi. Go quickly. I'll wait for you at home. I don't know what Jian Anqi thought of, but a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yin Rui looked at him and felt a little puzzled. But thinking that there were customers here, he immediately turned around and said, Hello. May I ask what else you want to buy besides the car? Can you show us the car first? Xiao Li was still thinking about the car. He didn't believe that Jian Anqi could clean up all the zombies outside by himself. Even if he was fully equipped, this was too unrealistic. Yin Rui smiled. Do you really want to see the car first? Are you customers not satisfied with the goods in the supermarket? Several people looked at each other. It seemed that they had to buy something. The few people who had been a little panicked just now gradually relaxed to the soothing music in the supermarket, seeing Yin Rui walking back and forth at the door. Several people knew that they could not leave, so they simply stayed to see what tricks were being played. Just one look. They couldn't take their eyes away. Brother Ming, there might be a scam here, several people whispered. This kind of packaged goods has long been monopolized by the upper class. How can it be sold here? And the price is? A large piece of chocolate only needs a level 5 crystal core. If you take it back and sell it, you can at least exchange it for a level 2 crystal core. Several people looked at each other. No matter what, buy it first. If you need it, you can get a shopping basket at the door, and come to the cashier to pay after selecting the goods. Yin Rui looked at the 5 people and felt relieved. In the end times, it is normal to be vigilant about unreasonable situations. Yin Rui understands. But there are no customers now, so he has to force it. If he doesn't force these 5 people to leave, he doesn't know when he will meet the next wave of people. He doesn't want to wait forever. Here's the medicine. Yunnan Baiao. Lao Ke, do you want one? Lao Ke's arm still hurts, but she rolled her eyes at Xiao Li, who was talking. No, I have my own medicine. Only 3 level 5 crystal cores. Cheaper than what I bought before. Xiao Li continued. If you don't want it, forget it. I'll buy it. Xiao Li's words attracted the attention of several people. Seeing the efficacy and price tag, everyone paused for a moment, and then stuffed the medicine into their shopping carts at the same time. Yunnan Baiao was added to the shelf by Jian Anqi's suggestion, as well as anti-inflammatory drugs and bandages. It is normal to get injured in the end times. The two of them went to many pharmacies to collect such a pile of goods, but they were divided up by these 5 people. I didn't bring any crystal cores with me today. I wonder if the boss will accept other things. When people go out to gamble, those who have families leave their things with their families, and those who don't have families hide them somewhere. So the crystal cores in the hands of several people are the number of crystal cores they have harvested this time. Qi Ming still has the most, but he only has 7 level 5 crystal cores and 1 level 4 crystal core. Let's talk about other things later. Buy the medicine first. Qi Ming made the final decision. Now medicine is more expensive than food. Yin Rui was a little shocked when he saw that there was no food, but only medicine in the shopping carts of several people. You don't like food now? Qi Ming replied, no. It's just that we didn't bring extra crystal cores when we went out. That's good. Otherwise he and Jian Anqi would have bought the wrong goods. Okay. The total is... Yin Rui glanced at the screen. 30 level 5 crystal cores and 3 level 4 crystal cores. It took several people to get all the crystal cores together. Yin Rui felt a little sorry, and could only remind them, do you still have money to rent a car? Ah? The people in front of him paused, forgetting about it. But at first, several people didn't want to rent a car at all. They thought, forget it. It's too shameful to say it. Now Yin Rui asked for crystal cores to rent a car, and several people couldn't take it out at all. No crystal cores? There's nothing we can do. Yin Rui shrugged. We still need a deposit to rent a car. Qi Ming looked at Yin Rui, who sat back in his seat and no longer entertained him, and his ears blushed. When you go out, it's normal for humans to help each other. We promise to send the car back later. This is my ID. Qi Ming took out a card. Can I leave my ID card here? Yin Rui looked at Qi Ming's ID card thoughtfully. He hesitated for a moment, then pushed it back. Forget it. I don't want it. You guys find a way to go back. Several people immediately became anxious. Boss, our ID card is unique. We can't move without it. If one is not enough, we can all put it on. But we have to keep one. Otherwise we can't get through the monitoring station. What do I need your ID card for? Things that are valuable to you are not valuable to me. Yin Rui waved his hand. Take it back. Take it back. Several people were a little desperate. There was no car, and there were so many zombies outside. Even if another person cleaned up some, their journey back would be extremely difficult, unless they stayed here. But the boss obviously didn't want to. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Yin Rui turned around and saw Jian Anqi, who was dirty but excited, coming back. Yin Rui immediately jumped out of the cashier counter and checked up and down. Seeing that Jian Anqi was really not injured, he was relieved. It's a little dirty. I'll take a shower and change clothes first. Jian Anqi took out a bag from somewhere and put it in front of Yin Rui's cashier counter. This is the crystal core I dug out from the zombie's brain. You keep it. Okay. Yin Rui watched Jian Anqi go upstairs, opened the bag, and poured out all the crystal cores inside. The crystal cores were only the size of a fingernail, but Jian Anqi collected a whole pile of them. About 50 or 60. Didn't you say there were more than 30 zombies here? How could a zombie have 2 crystal cores in its brain? Several people looked at Yin Rui, and then looked at the crystal cores on the table, and their hearts were filled with shock. Of course, there are no 2 crystal cores in the brain of a zombie. These 50 or 60 crystal cores are proof that he has killed 50 or 60 zombies. There are a few crystal cores in the pile that look bigger and brighter. They are obviously either special zombies, or 4th level or 3rd level zombies, or both. So many, all done by that person alone? The strongest combat power is just like this. Excuse me, what is the superpower of that person just now? Qi Ming was really curious. How could there be such a strong person? And how did this person train his superpowers? And whether he had fully developed them? Yin Rui did not hesitate. He? No superpowers. Of course not now. But he will find a way to buy superpowers for Jian Anqi in the mall in the future. Impossible. Lao Ke, whose arm was aching just now, exclaimed. No matter how good his weapons and equipment are, he can't kill so many zombies alone and remain unscathed. If he is alone, it's good enough to come back safely. It's impossible for him to bring back so many crystal cores and wash them clean. Unless he attacked another team. Lauka's voice did not subside. He wanted to confront Yanrui. But when he met Yanrui's eyes, he suddenly shuddered. Yanrui leaned his elbow on the counter and looked at the few people with a smile. If you don't believe it, go out and check it yourself to see if there are any zombies outside. After Yanrui finished speaking, there was a slightly weird silence in the air. Originally, Yanrui wanted to face these people with a better attitude and find a way to attract some customers. But who knew that he would question Jiananchi? So he didn't want to give him a smile. I bought everything. Goodbye. Yanrui sat back in his seat and started fiddling with the crystal core in front of him, looking like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Qi Ming saw this and could only bite the bullet and continue. Can't we really rent a car? Yanrui looked up at Qi Ming, then reluctantly said, don't you have a car? Just fix it. Take the energy block from the car next to you and install it in your own car. They knew it, but it would take at least an hour. What if the zombies smelled it and came looking for them? But in this situation, they couldn't stay any longer, so they could only put away the medicine and walk out the door. Fuck. I'll die. But it's really annoying to meet such a person before I die. After going out, several people complained at the same time. I don't know which young master from a large gathering area came out to play. Not taking human life as life. Stop talking. Look at the map. How far are the zombies from us? After wasting so much time without renting a car, several people have lost the opportunity to run separately. And it is very likely that several people will die here together. Why don't you talk? How far are the zombies from us? Qi Ming found an energy block on a nearby car and unloaded it. Then looked at Xiaoli and asked, is 1 hour enough? Brother Ming, my map seems to be broken. Take a look at your map. Xiaoli clicked up and down on the unresponsive screen. Frowning, Qi Ming handed him his map and turned to his car. The front of the car was a little worn, but the internal components were still intact, and the tires were not damaged. As long as there was time to replace the energy block, several people could drive away. Brother Ming. Qi Ming suddenly turned around. The voice sounded wrong. It was anxious and had some unknown meaning. He hurried to the side of several people. What's wrong? Are there zombies nearby? No. Xiaoli swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, it seems that there are really no zombies around here. No zombies? How is that possible? In the cleanest areas, except for the gathering places with closed doors, there will be a few zombies wandering around. It is impossible for such wild areas to have no zombies at all. Could it be? Several people opened their own maps. 1 or 2 maps may have problems. Could it be that all 5 of their maps have problems? This is impossible. A terrible idea appeared in the minds of several people. What the boss in the supermarket said just now may be true. That person really cleared all the zombies nearby. He also cleared the areas that were not visible on their maps. Chapter 41. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. This map cannot be wrong. Just now, they were still complaining about the supermarket's young master who disregarded human lives and let them go out to die. But they found out that they had wronged them? A sense of guilt that came from nowhere arose spontaneously. After tidying up, Jiananchi went downstairs and looked at the empty supermarket and asked, how they all left? Yanrui, who was restocking the goods, nodded. They all left. They bought some medicine and left. I don't think they can bring back customers. After saying that, Yanrui put the appearance of those people just now behind his mind. Tell me quickly, are those zombies easy to fight? Jiananchi sat down and played the system's video while recalling. The system is a great help. It can tell me where there are zombies in advance. I encountered 2 difficult zombies. According to the evaluation of this plane, one should be level 4 and the other level 3. Level 3 zombies are far away. So I drove the car from the previous plane for a while. Yanrui watched the video of Jiananchi fighting zombies in the first-person perspective while eating oranges to suppress the discomfort in his stomach. This zombie runs faster than other zombies. Yanrui was startled when he saw the zombie that suddenly jumped in front of Jiananchi. Oh my god! Jiananchi gently patted the back of Yanrui's hand. This is a special type of zombie. A zombie with superpowers. And his superpower is speed. Yanrui nodded and continued to watch. Yanrui watched carefully. Even though he knew that Jiananchi was unharmed when he came back, he couldn't help but clench his fists nervously when he saw more than a dozen zombies surrounding Jiananchi in the video. Does it hurt? The zombies have sharp claws and teeth, and they look disgusting. Although there are no wounds on his body due to the effect of the amulet, it will still hurt when he is attacked. Jian Anqi retracted his arm. It's okay. How much attack power can a dead person have? Yanrui wanted to lift Jian Anqi's sleeve to see, but Jian Anqi couldn't stop him. He had no choice but to stretch out his left hand and wave it in front of him. Look! It's actually nothing. Yanrui looked at the blue on it, pursed his lips, pretended to be relieved and put down his left hand, then took advantage of Jian Anqi's inattention, pulled his other hand, and lifted his sleeves in a way that covered his ears and could not steal the bell, and looked at the large purple on it, and his breathing stagnated. You still say that there is not much attack power? Yanrui suddenly stood up. He looked at Jian Anqi with some unclear expression, and sat down again. Where's the system? Where's the system? Yanrui clenched his fists. Why didn't the system protect me? Didn't it promise me before? The system was wronged. Jian Anqi was so brave. His eyes lit up when he saw zombies. He rushed to where there were more zombies. Sometimes he didn't even need a gun and just chopped with a long knife. He was able to come back without any skin broken. It was all thanks to his system. Jian Anqi didn't expect Yanrui to react so strongly. He stood up quickly and patted Yanrui's shoulder helplessly. Sit down first. I'll tell you slowly. It turned out that he encountered the 4th level zombie not long after he went out. He didn't pay attention for a while and lacked experience. So he was injured. He used to think that with the amulet, he would not feel pain like having steel bones. But he found that it was not the case. He really paid attention to safety in the subsequent actions. I really didn't charge forward later, especially when facing another level 3 zombie with superpowers. I was very cautious and consumed more than half of my bullets before I got rid of him. Jian Anqi watched the video play to the point where he jumped into the zombie pile, and pretended to inadvertently turn Yanrui's shoulders to let him face him, and repeatedly assured him, the video perspective is a bit confusing. Let the system record it in the 3rd-person perspective next time. Yanrui was still worried, but he couldn't find any loopholes in Jian Anqi, so he could only turn his head and continue watching the next video. Jian Anqi was actually not out for a long time. The system could remind Jian Anqi of the zombie's position at any time, which not only ensured his safety, but also pointed out the most suitable angle for him to attack. The little injury on his body was nothing to him. Just after seeing Yanrui's distressed eyes, Jian Anqi regretted it. All he could do now was to keep explaining his experience along the way to Yanrui. Wherever the level 3 zombie passed, all the zombies gathered around him. Before I met them, more than 20 zombies had gathered near him. Later, I decided not to fight head-on, so I found a high place with a sniper rifle to shoot it in the head. As a result, I found that this zombie actually dodged my bullet and let all the zombies chase me. Jian Anqi said calmly, pointing to the image on the screen. Actually, it's not bad, except that this level 3 zombie is a bit troublesome. But it may be because he has just upgraded or is not used to using his superpowers. So it is relatively easy to kill. Easy to kill is good. Yanrui stared at the screen, watching Jian Anqi running in the alley, and watching Jian Anqi solve the zombies that had been chasing him one by one according to his visual blind spots. It was not until he finally chopped off the head of the level 3 zombie with a knife that Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. This zombie runs quite fast, even without superpowers. It's not slower than humans. I thought all zombies walk slowly. No wonder those people were nervous. Yanrui turned his head. But next time, don't be so aggressive. Don't think I don't know. You deliberately rushed forward several times. Jian Anqi immediately sat up and promised, I will definitely correct it in the future. This is the way. Yanrui raised his chin and suddenly found that he didn't seem to be nauseous anymore. He slid the progress bar of the video and found that it was real. He didn't feel sick watching zombies anymore. And he didn't have to eat sweet and sour food while watching videos. Great. Yanrui clapped his hands. Let's go out together in the future. Okay. Jian Anqi agreed. Level 3 zombies are not very dangerous, and it should be fine outside. Little did he know how many people died at the hands of this level 3 zombie. Jian Anqi didn't find his specialness because the superpower of this level 3 zombie is mental control, which can control not only zombies, but also humans. Who let Jian Anqi have such a system? When the system was turned on, his mental band was consistent with the system, which was very different from other humans. This time it was purely an accident. However, Yanrui and Jiananqi had already put this question behind them. System. How is the exchange rate between points and crystal cores calculated? A level 5 crystal core is 10 points. A level 4 crystal core is 20 points. A level 3 crystal core is 40 points. And so on, doubling the increase. Yanrui looked at the crystal core in his hand and felt something was wrong. He continued to ask, how many level 5 crystal cores can be exchanged for one level 4 crystal core? 10. After the system finished speaking, Yanrui immediately cursed, I'm losing too much. Why can others grow tenfold while we grow twofold? The system hurriedly left a sentence. Pricing is determined by the main control according to energy evaluation, and the rest of the system cannot influence it. Yanrui was furious, but he couldn't do anything to the system. He hugged his shoulders and thought for a while. Then thump thump thump, ran to the warehouse, took out a piece of cardboard and a signature pen, swiped, wrote a few words on it, and then posted it on the door. Jiananqi went forward and took a look. This store only accepts level 5 crystal cores. Jiananqi turned around and quietly put a large cardboard box next to the cash register. Damn the system. It actually wants to take advantage of me. What a wishful thinking. Yanrui muttered to himself. And the system continued. This system recycles crystal cores. 10 points for a level 5 crystal core. 100 points for a level 4 crystal core. And so on, increasing by 10 times. Wait a minute. Does this mean that the system wants this crystal core? Ha! Yanrui raised his chin, crossed his hands, and chuckled. Just tell me if you want a crystal core, and discuss it with me. I might agree. Jiananqi looked at the silent system and frowned. This crystal core can stimulate the functions hidden deep in the human body. Even if ordinary people cannot become superpowers by absorbing the energy in the crystal core, they can strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. It seems that this crystal core is a good thing. Yanrui rubbed his hands, picked out the brightest crystal core, and then took out a small bag, divided the crystal core in his hand into two, poured it into the small bag, and finally put the brightest one in, tied it tightly, and handed it to Jiananqi. Keep this with you, and see if we can develop a superpower without spending money. After receiving it, Jiananqi turned on the system screen and observed the situation nearby. There are still a few zombies here. Otherwise we can practice with zombies. Jiananqi seemed to recall the exciting fight just now, and the blood in his heart was a little excited. How is the car? Is it suitable for driving in this environment? Yanrui asked, and was also preparing for his future outings. Jiananqi replied, very good. But it can be improved and changed to dual drive of solar energy and energy blocks, which is energy saving and environmentally friendly. Energy blocks are also made of crystal cores in the brains of zombies. Yanrui is ready to find a way to trade energy blocks with people here later. This time the business was not as smooth as the last time. Apart from the first wave of customers, there were no new customers for 2 consecutive days. Yanrui was a little anxious, but Jiananqi comforted him. It's okay. At most you can stay here for a while. You won't lose the points of the time converter. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard at the door. Yanrui was overjoyed and stuck his head out, and saw that the customers who came were none other than the 5 people who bought only a small amount of medicine here a few days ago. But this time, there were not only the 5 of them, but they led the way, and a total of more than a dozen people appeared at the door of Yanrui's store. Yanrui stood up. Welcome. The shopping basket is at the door. You can come here to check out after choosing the goods. Okay. Qimeng, the leader last time, looked at Yanrui, who seemed to have no aversion to them, and felt relieved. When everyone else was rushing to pick up the goods, he came to Yanrui. Boss, I'm sorry. We were too suspicious before, Qimeng said sincerely, and Yanrui felt relieved. It's okay. You bring people here today. It will be offset. Qimeng was relieved. He nodded slightly to Yanrui, and then joined the shopping army. They didn't believe in evil a few days ago, and on the way back, they deliberately walked around the area twice, and found that it was exactly the same as shown on the map. The zombies here really disappeared, and after several people went back, they sold the medicines they bought at the market price privately, and really made a small profit, which was much more than the hard work of fighting zombies to dig out crystal cores. They also knew that such a good place could not be hidden by them all the time. So they contacted people they could trust, and went out to purchase together. If they were one step faster, they could make more money. Boss, Do you still have the medicines you bought before? Someone came to the cashier and asked. Yanrui nodded and shouted to the basement. Jian Anji. Medicine. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Jian Anji running up with a knife and an apron. What do you want? Medicine. Gauze and Yunnan Biao anti-inflammatory medicine. The shelf is empty. Yanrui didn't know that Jian Anji, whose apron was covered in blood, had scared people. When Jian Anji went back to restock, Qi Ming finally couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss, he has? Oh, cutting meat? Then don't you wear an apron? If you are in the basement, the zombies shouldn't be able to smell it. Yanrui realized it later, and asked with some worry. Qi Ming. Oh, no. No. So what was he afraid of before? Chapter 42. This time, Qi Ming brought all his wealth and his fiancée with him. His fiancée had not been out of the city for a long time. Qi Ming took advantage of the fact that Jian Anji had cleaned up the place and there was no major crisis. So he brought her out with peace of mind. Qi Ming's fiancée was called Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao was nervous about Qi Ming's sudden proposal to take her out. The last time she went out, she had nightmares for 2 days after seeing Qi Ming fighting with a group of zombies. After that, she never left the city again. She only worked as a teacher in the city to supplement the family income. The two of them had no worries about food and clothing. But even if they no longer had to worry about food and clothing, she would still be eager to smell the smell of grilled sausages. Qi Ming understood her thoughts. When she kept glancing at the grilled sausage machine, he had already come to her with a grilled sausage. Eat quickly. If one is not enough, we will buy another one later. Xiao Yao swallowed her saliva, took a bite, and pushed the sausage back to Qi Ming. You eat it too. Qi Ming felt sweet in his heart. He took a small bite and whispered, This sausage only costs 1 level 5 crystal core. We can still afford it. So cheap? Xiao Yao was surprised. You know, the price of this kind of snack that can't fill your stomach is at least 10 times higher in large gathering places. Why is it so cheap here? It can't be a scam. Xiao Yao questioned in a low voice. It's a bit strange here. The system repeated the conversation of several people to Yanrui. It was not only Xiao Yao who raised doubts. Basically, all the guests who came here for the first time had the same reaction. What's more, there is no official endorsement like Tianjing District. It's okay. It's just doubt, not robbery. These speculations are normal. Yanrui had nothing to do, so he chatted with the system in his mind. What if someone really wants to rob? The system was curious. What are you going to do? Yanrui raised his eyebrows, and his expression couldn't help but look forward to it. You will know when someone robs. The dozen people who came to shop here went back and forth on the shelves of the supermarket. Now part of the production capacity has been restored. So many things are not as scarce as in Tianjing District. For example, the land is not polluted on a large scale now. So normal fruits and vegetables can still be eaten by spending some money. And the zombie virus in this plane cannot pollute water resources. So there is no shortage of water, including the daily necessities that were robbed in Tianjing District. Although the production capacity is not high now, it is still possible to maintain people's basic life. The main target of these people is snacks and various seasonings. You can't die without seasonings. As long as you keep taking salt, the human body will not have any major problems. Especially the body strengthened by the crystal core, which can basically guarantee health. But it's hard to adjust the taste of snacks. Yanrui was a little surprised to see these people stuffing chocolate, potato chips, biscuits, jelly and various kinds of fine candies from their shelves into their baskets. Fine white rice and white flour were also among their choices. After reacting, he sent a message to Jian Anji, who had returned to the basement after replenishing the goods, explaining what he had observed. After seeing Yanrui's message, Jian Anji copied it, deleted it, and sent it to Wang Jiaming. Wang Jiaming, who was preparing medicine, received another message from Jian Anji asking him to wholesale various snacks. He was really confused, but he didn't dare to ask. So he quickly replied with a familiar received. The first person to pay was Lauke, whose arm was broken by Yanrui before. Lauke had a bad mouth and was always alone. Today he brought his nephew, who had lost his parents, with him. How many crystal cores are there in total? Lauke was a little embarrassed to look at Yanrui. I don't think I have enough level 5 crystal cores. I didn't see the reminder at the door when I came here before. And I don't know why such a rule suddenly appeared. Oh, that's okay. You can help me pick it off. Yin Rui didn't care about the little conflict between him and Lauka before. I wrote it for fun. Hearing Yin Rui's relaxed tone, Lauka finally felt relieved, and then waved his hand behind him. My nephews and I count together. Lauka's nephew looked about 20 years old, and looked a little shy. After listening to Lauka's introduction, he just smiled shyly at Yin Rui. You are more likable than your uncle. Yin Rui laughed, and Lauka laughed when he heard it. Yes, my nephew is much more likable than me. However, Lauka filled 2 baskets with things, while his nephew only filled half a basket. Lauka kept telling him not to save money for himself, but he was still like this when he came to the cashier. This kid is so sensible, Lauka said proudly. I'll bring you here in the future. Yin Rui also liked it, and gave him a sausage. Lauka pointed at the steamer and said, Are there any stuffed ones here? Put some in for me. Yin Rui introduced them to him one by one, and finally packed 2 of each flavor. Seeing the uncle and nephew eating with satisfaction, the others couldn't help themselves. In the end, in order to eat something hot and sweet, they drank all the sweet soy milk in the soy milk machine. This wave of customers made Yin Rui earn enough. He collected a lot of level 4 and level 5 crystal cores. In the end, everyone brought large and small bags, and the car could hardly fit them. Yin Rui waved to them with a smile, and after sending them away, he returned to the cashier and said to the system, How many points did you earn this time? A total of 36,582 points. The system said, the host can provide the crystal core to the system for secondary recycling, and the transaction points will not be reset to 0. The system is spending a lot of money, recycling it twice, and making more money. Yin Rui thought about it, nodded and said, Okay, but I can't sell them all to you. Yin Rui picked and chose, and finally gave most of the level 5 crystal cores to the system. The few remaining level 4 crystal cores were divided equally with Jian Anqi, and the 2 of them wore them. In this way, Yin Rui earned another 30,000 points. Finally receiving the crystal core, the system finally felt happy. He promised Yin Rui, I will definitely give you a share of the reward given by the master controller this time. Another reward? Yin Rui sat up straight. What reward did the master controller give you before? The system hesitated. Actually, there are not many rewards. I replace some of the reward conditions with protective shields for you. I am only a little better than other systems now. Yin Rui waved his hand. Why are you still nervous? It's not normal for my system to be the first. You think too bad of me. After that, Yin Rui continued to coax. Your success is my success. Let's take the first place together, and let others envy us. Is that so? It's not credible to hear this from Yin Rui. Asterisk. I don't know if it's because of the detection of the previous level 3 zombies. Everyone can't go out for safety. Recently, no one from the nearby large or small gathering areas has passed by the supermarket. Are they treating our house as a wholesale market for goods? If so, why haven't they come for so many days? Was they caught for distribution? Yin Rui was bored and ate the cookies baked by Jian Anqi for him, leaning on the table and looking out the door. These 2 days, after Jian Anqi cut all the meat, he started cooking. Every time he listed the menu for Yin Rui to order, Yin Rui felt that he had gained weight. Not only that, Jian Anqi also made homemade cookies and cakes for Yin Rui according to the recipe, saying that it was for health. Now, Jian Anqi comforted him. Wait 2 more days. If no one comes, we can take our things to their gathering place to set up a stall or something. Or go to advertise. This is also a way. But Yin Rui still resisted going out. When will your training room be online? I want to practice shooting in it. Yin Rui chatted with Jian Anqi and started to talk to the system again. I have to practice frequently to ensure my safety. The system can only say that it has reported its needs to the main control, and the function will be online in the future. Boring. 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 Yin Rui walked around the supermarket bored. Now as long as someone comes, even if it is a zombie, I will greet them with a smile. Yin Rui raised his fist to the sky and promised. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a car outside the door. His eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, is it possible that prayer is so effective? Is it too late for him to start to be superstitious now? Yin Rui looked at the 6 cars outside. These cars looked much more advanced than the car that Qi Meng saw last time. Whether it was the appearance or the sound of the engine, they were all top-notch. And there were 6 cars at once. A big order. Yin Rui immediately walked to the door, wanting to welcome the guests in. And at the same time, he was secretly excited. This time, they have to go back to help promote it. They can't just wait for orders passively. The time converter is precious. While thinking this, he prepared an expression, trying to give people a home-like experience. Just, why did the people who got off the car carry weapons and surround his door? These people were dressed in uniform. When they saw their supermarket, they had no intention of entering the door. Instead, they gave people a sense of déjà vu that if someone outside wanted to enter the door now, they would also drive them away. What are you doing? No matter how dumb Yin-Rui is, he can feel something is wrong now. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the back door of the car in the middle open, and a man in a suit was helped out of the car. Are you the boss here? The man didn't even enter the door, but spoke to Yin-Rui through the glass door. With a condescending tone, Yin-Rui looked the man up and down, then looked around, and asked the system in his mind, "Is our protective shield on?" The system replied, "It is on. After testing, these people's weapons will definitely not hurt at all. That's all." Yin-Rui rolled his eyes at the leading man. If you don't want to buy anything, don't block the door. If you block someone's money, you'll be in heaven soon. Don't you know? Why are you? The man on the armrest next to the man in the suit was unwilling, and wanted to curse, but was stopped by the man in the suit. It's okay. It's normal for people with ability to have a little temper. The two of them performed a play, but when they turned around, they found that Yin-Rui had returned to the supermarket, and didn't give them a chance to perform. The man in the suit choked up. I'm here to discuss cooperation on behalf of Wancheng. Wancheng. The information provided by the system says that Wancheng is one of the largest gathering places nearby. It's normal for them to find out about any disturbance here. He welcomes you to buy things. But if you come to make a scene, you have to see his iron fist. Yin-Rui turned around and shouted excitedly to the house, Jian Anqi. Turn off the fire. Someone is here to provoke. Chapter 43. Gao Xian stood at the door and laughed angrily when he heard Yin-Rui's voice inside the door. What on earth was this person doing? He came to discuss cooperation on behalf of Wancheng, but he dared to ignore him. He had already found out that this store had no background at all, and except for himself, the other forces seemed to have no idea of the existence of this store. The person who provided him with the information also assured him that those who knew about the existence of this supermarket would definitely not take the initiative to leak the information to other forces. Although he was relieved, he still integrated the forces as quickly as possible to visit this store. There are many good things in the supermarket. It should be opened by a small private research institute. Looking at the scale, they dare not open a large store, nor dare to advertise in several gathering places. Originally, I thought that if this boss knew what was going on, after getting the things, I would provide them with a protection umbrella, and it would be normal for them to pay protection fees. As a result, after coming here face to face, this person actually didn't take him seriously. He was really rebellious. Gao Xian, who had always been smooth sailing in Wancheng and had never suffered any hardship even in such a doomsday environment, was angry. No one dared to ignore him like this since he was born. Do it. Gao Xian ordered the people behind him. Protect everything in the house for me. You teach him how to be a man. Understood. Listening to the strong and uniform response behind him, Gao Xian felt a little better. But he suddenly thought of something and immediately stopped them. His guards were a little surprised, and then heard Gao Xian continue to shout, I forgot to introduce you just now. My father is the highest manager of Wancheng. You can also call him the city lord. We really want to cooperate. Just now, he only said that he represented Wancheng, but forgot to mention his identity. What a big mistake. He didn't believe that this small shop would dare to continue to fight with him. Gao Xian didn't wait for a long time for the reply from the people in the store. He leaned forward and didn't see any figure. Gao Xian had never been so angry before. He walked forward quickly. After reaching the door, he swung his arm and tried to push the door open. As a result, he raised his hand and tried hard, but found that this seemingly fragile door was motionless under his hand. Gao Xian sneered. Really think that a door can stop me? Come on! Smash this door for me. The door is worthless. Gao Xian doesn't care at all. Before Gao Xian turned around to make room for his guards, he was still quite angry. He turned around and kicked. As a result, the next second, he felt as if he was electrocuted. He twitched all over in front of everyone and fell to the ground. Master! Everyone was surprised and rushed forward to check. Gao Xian was of noble status. If anything happened to him, not only would they lose their lives, but their families would also be implicated. But before they could help him up, they saw Yan Rui holding a heavy black weapon similar to a gun and pointing it at them. Before they could react, they saw Yan Rui's innocent smile. Everyone suddenly felt as if their brains were hit hard by someone, and they couldn't control their whole body and fell to the ground. At the same time, Gao Xian, who had lost consciousness, floated into the supermarket in a supine position. The guards around Gao Xian were still dizzy, but they woke up immediately after seeing this scene. They immediately gathered at the entrance of the supermarket, wanting to push the door open and grab the person out directly. It was a pity that the glass door looked extremely fragile, but for some reason, whether they elbowed or shot with guns, they could not hurt the door at all, not even a mark was left. Look! They tied up the young master, someone exclaimed, and everyone was stunned for a moment after hearing the voice, and looked up into the house. Gao Xian was sitting on the ground in the house. His neat suit was already sloppy, and the young master, who was just high and mighty now, just rolled his eyes and half opened his mouth, lying on the ground and letting others do whatever they wanted. Hurry up and let our young master go. If you offend Wan Cheng, the consequences will be disastrous. The leading guard was called by Sheng, the man who just helped Gao Xian get out of the car. He didn't have any special skills, but he was very good at observing people's expressions. But in this situation, even if he can't read people's expressions, he knows that he is finished. Gao Xian can go back. He can't escape Gao Xian's anger. If Gao Xian can't go back, his whole family will be buried with him. I tell you, don't be arrogant. Do you know who you caught? If you let him go now, I will convince my master not to pursue the matter. Bai Sheng was still shouting at Yan Rui in the house. Yan Rui picked his ears, turned back to look outside the door, and finally gave Bai Sheng his first look today. Yan Rui looked at Bai Sheng, who was shouting outside, and kicked Gao Xian hard in front of him. Bai Sheng screamed "Ah!" and it was painful as if Yan Rui kicked him. When Bai Sheng raised his head again and wanted to glare at Yan Rui, he saw Yan Rui stepping on Gao Xian, standing tall, with a contemptuous smile on his face. Bai Sheng immediately stopped talking, and the curse that was about to come out of his throat was stuck in the middle. He stared at Yan Rui with wide eyes, fearing that his actions would push Gao Xian into the abyss again. Brother Bai, do you want to call the city lord for reinforcement? Someone asked behind him. What the hell? You don't want to live. But I still want to live. Bai Sheng cursed. At this time, Yan Rui and Jian Anqi were pulling people into the corner. Yan Rui looked at Gao Xian and said with a smile, the magnetic sound wave children's handheld cannon funded by the system is really useful. I think the people outside really didn't get hurt. When the people outside surrounded the door just now, Yan Rui asked the system if there was a weapon that looked powerful but would not hurt people. The system immediately selected the answer. All weapons in the system mall are highly offensive. Of course. Except for this children's model. That's great. We haven't gotten rich by paying compensation yet. This guy looks rich. In this apocalyptic environment, people who can still wear iron suits and spotless white shirts are obviously wealthy. What did he just say? Wan Cheng. Is it the largest gathering place nearby? Yan Rui rubbed his hands. How many do you think we should ask for? Jian Anqi thought for a while. Ask if there are any second level or first level crystal cores. Zombies of this level are not easy to find. The two hit it off immediately. After confirming that Gao Xian would not wake up in a short time, they casually left him aside and asked the system to help keep an eye on him. Then they all walked to the door and gently opened it in full view of everyone. Bai Sheng, who thought the stalemate would last for a long time, shuddered all over, then stood up quickly, wiped his hair, and then stood in front of Yan Rui leisurely. Excuse me, can you bring my friend out? Yan Rui chuckled and turned sideways. Go in and help him out. What a vicious heart. He actually wanted him to fall into the trap. Bai Sheng could no longer maintain a calm expression, and shouted angrily, Give my young master back to me. Yan Rui tilted his head and looked at all the guards in front of him who raised their weapons and pointed them at him. He tilted his head and chuckled. You can come and try to rob him. Bai Sheng collapsed. What do you want? We just want to discuss cooperation with you. Why do you have to fight? And what is that weapon that is as big as 8? This door is also very evil. If he had known this, He should have stepped forward to provoke first. At least it is not Gao Xian who is caught now. Talk about cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Robbery-style cooperation? Yin Rui touched his chin. Let me guess. Have you secretly investigated us behind the scenes? Found out that we don't have any backers. So you want to directly annex us? Wancheng is only more than 2 hours away from the supermarket. Considering the power of the family of the Lord of Wancheng, investigating them is just a matter of order. There is such a long time in between. And he is still so arrogant after coming. He must have done a good job of background check. It's a pity that Yin Rui's backers are not even clear to himself, let alone others. Okay. I won't talk to you about anything else. 10 first-level crystal cores. Take the people away when the crystal cores are in hand. Yin Rui waved his hand impatiently. If his father wants to rob people, it's okay. It's his ability to rob them. I'm always here to accompany him. Bai Sheng was stunned by Yin Rui's arrogant tone. There were actually people who had no respect for the military strength of his Wancheng. And there was, how is it possible? 10 first-level crystal cores. There are not so many first-level crystal cores in the entire Wancheng. Since he could remember, he had only heard of 3 first-level zombies. Those 3 first-level zombies directly brought immeasurable losses to humans. Not to mention that none of the crystal cores of these 2 first-level zombies were in Wancheng's hands. Ah? No, Yin Rui said casually. Then 10 level 2 crystal cores. Bai Sheng could see that he was being perfunctory. He was so angry that his face turned red. But he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only grit his teeth and said, 10. It's a deal. What's your tone? If you're not satisfied with 10, then 20. Yin Rui raised his index and middle fingers, made a yeah gesture, then nodded at his eyes, and then shook them at Bai Sheng. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you're not ready in 3 days, I'll chop off one of his fingers a day. Bai Sheng, who had been showing off for a long time, finally met a tough guy this time. He took 2 deep breaths and shouted to the door, Gao Xian, wait for me to save you. 20 level 2 crystal cores. The city lord should have them. Bai Sheng himself was not sure. A while ago, the city lord took people to harvest nearby, and he didn't know how much they harvested. Wait a minute. Just as Bai Sheng turned back to the car, his brain was frantically thinking about how to tell the city lord. Yin Rui's voice came from behind. Don't leave yet. Buy something before leaving. How dare Bai Sheng not listen to Yin Rui? He pursed his lips tightly and turned around reluctantly. Come again next time. Don't you want to see your young master? He's still unconscious at the foot of the wall. Yin Rui crossed his arms and teased. Then I'll tell him when he wakes up that you ran away without even looking at him. Let's see how he treats you in the future. Poisonous. Too poisonous. Bai Sheng walked towards the supermarket angrily. But Yin Rui not only targeted himself, but also the guards brought by Gao Xian. Come in and buy them all. I don't believe you don't have crystal cores with you, Yin Rui said loudly. I'm happy today. I can give you credit. You just need to pay in full next time. Everyone didn't dare to enter the door. Just now, the boss almost knocked them all over when he stood at the door. If they really entered the door, wouldn't they be caught in one fell swoop? At this time, 2 people looked at each other. And while Yin Rui was looking down, they flipped their fingers. Yin Rui immediately felt his knees sink and almost fell to the ground. The next second, the amulet on his body became slightly hot. And Yin Rui immediately realized that someone was secretly attacking him. Although I don't know who it is, I'll just put the blame on Gao Xian. Seeing that he just stumbled, the people who made the move became particularly anxious. And at the same time, they secretly sighed in their hearts that it was no wonder that this person had such confidence. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. As soon as Yin Rui made a move, the other guards brought by Gao Xian also made a move. For a moment, Yin Rui felt like he had urticaria, and it itched everywhere. Okay. Don't do it secretly. Can your little trick still move me? Yin Rui shook his neck. And everyone was panicked, as if looking at Yin Rui with the eyes of a monster. I'll put the blame on your boss. Yin Rui opened both doors. Come in. You've tried and failed. What else are you unwilling to accept? Everyone really didn't know what Yin Rui wanted to do, so they could only listen to Yin Rui and line up slowly to walk into the supermarket. Bai Sheng was the last one to enter the door. The moment he stepped into the supermarket, a tear slowly flowed down his cheek. Yin Rui felt a little sorry for him, patted his shoulder and said, Don't feel bad. You won't die. After hearing this, Bai Sheng couldn't help sobbing. He couldn't die here. But after returning, it was uncertain whether he would die or not. Jian Anqi was annoyed when he saw Bai Sheng, who looked like he could complain as long as Yan Rui asked. So he said in a low voice, "Get out if you don't want to buy anything." "I'll buy. I'll buy." How could Bai Sheng not dare not buy? He wiped his tears with his sleeves, raised his head, and wanted to take something and leave. But after looking at it, he couldn't take his eyes away. He sniffed, and his sense of smell was immediately bewitched by the aroma of food. He looked at the food in front of the cashier, and then looked at the various snacks on the shelf, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Are there any tastings?" Bai Sheng put Yan Rui's cruelty behind his mind. Yan Rui seemed to have heard a joke. "Others may have. But you don't?" Bai Sheng immediately lowered his head and kept putting snacks into the shopping basket. When he walked to the last row of the shelf, he saw Gao Xian, who was tightly tied up by Yan Rui. "Master! Master!" Bai Sheng didn't even care about the shopping basket. Threw it aside, lowered his body, and shook Gao Xian with both hands, trying to wake him up. "Master! Gao Xian! Xianzi! Wake up!" No matter how hard Bai Sheng tried, Gao Xian didn't respond. He lowered his head, and his brain was working fast. Before he could think of anything, he felt a shadow covering him from above. Bai Sheng turned back in fear. As expected, he saw Jian Anqi standing behind him with a stern face, and said indifferently, "What did I just say?" "I'll buy it. I'll buy it." Bai Sheng was about to cry again. What kind of monsters are these two people? Why can't the supernatural power have any effect on them at all? Bai Sheng hurriedly picked up the shopping basket at hand, and then threw whatever he saw on the shelf into it, until the shopping basket was full. And then he stopped. "I only bought one basket." Yan Rui looked at the shopping basket in Bai Sheng's hand, his tone regretful and a little disgusted. Bai Sheng immediately explained after hearing it, "I forgot to bring the crystal core when I went out today. I will definitely buy more next time." After saying that, he also raised 3 fingers in front of himself to swear. "That's fine." Yan Rui temporarily let him go. "There are 5,672 level 5 crystal cores in total. I'll round it up for you. 5,700. Bai Sheng took a breath of cold air, for Yan Rui's reverse rounding, and for the shamelessness of these guards. But he would never dare to offend Yan Rui again. He looked at a group of people who were eating happily, glaring, and said viciously, "You didn't bring any crystal cores?" Everyone nodded. Gao Xian had always been the one to treat them. Besides, before they went out, they all knew that they were here to buy for free this time. Who would bring crystal cores to take up space? "I just said that you can buy on credit. But the profit is 30% a day." Yan Rui smiled and said shyly, "It's a special case for you." Okay. Let's buy it on credit first. We'll come back to redeem you right away." Looking at the backs of these people leaving in a hurry, Yan Rui laughed heartily. He held his stomach and supported Jian Anqi's shoulders, laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. How could these robbers be so stupid? Did you see the last person who came in? He was crying. Yan Rui couldn't stop laughing when he thought of Bai Sheng being caught by him and his tearful face. Seeing Yan Rui like this, even Jian Anqi smiled so hard that his eyes were bent. Only after Yan Rui had laughed enough did Jian Anqi ask, "Did those people use their superpowers on you just now?" Yan Rui then remembered. "Yes. I felt itchy and numb just now. It must be that they used their superpowers on me." Jian Anqi nodded. "It's the same for me. They also attacked me in the supermarket. But I didn't feel much. Is it because of the amulet? The amulet is really a bit strange. It can't block the pain of zombie attacks. But this superpower doesn't make people feel much. Maybe it's the difference between magic attack and physical attack? If you have a chance, you can go to the plane where the amulet is made." The system appeared at this time, with a resentful tone. "Why don't you two ask me? Then tell me. Explain the principle to us. It's just as Jian Anqi said, but we don't call it magic attack. The superpower attack method in this plane is energy conversion, and the human body is the conversion container. Different containers have different carrying capacity and properties. Comparing people to conversion containers still sounds a bit strange, but Yan Rui understood it. Low-level zombies are just physical attacks, without any energy fluctuations, or the energy is offset by the amulet. Just like if I am shot by a gun, it will hurt, but I will not be injured. The amulet is really the right thing to buy. I felt so comfortable in my heart when I killed the enemy just now. It was really thanks to the protection of the system and this gun. It was so wonderful. Those guards thought it was a heavy weapon with lethality, and dared not move at all. They dared not move for the sake of face. But they did a lot of small movements in private. Just like their master. Jian Anqi spoke bluntly. And he shouted to the corner, "Stand up by yourself." Jian Anqi spoke suddenly loudly, which startled Yen Rui. Jian Anqi gently patted his back, and then looked in the direction of Gao Xian. "Don't pretend to be fainted. I saw Bai Sheng wake you up just now." Yen Rui was surprised. "How did you know?" Jian Anqi immediately changed his tone. "After Bai Sheng called him, I saw that he closed his eyes, but his eyeballs moved slightly twice, and his eyelashes also trembled. But the amplitude was a little slight. It's normal that you didn't notice it." At this time, Gao Xian was still a little unwilling. He looked at the direction of the door, threw Jian Anqi's words behind him, and rushed straight to the door. Seeing this, Yen Rui picked up the unopened hard candy at hand and threw it at his knees. Gao Xian couldn't control his balance, so he fell directly to the ground. "Kill me if you have the guts. I'll wait for you on the road to the underworld. Otherwise, I will avenge today sooner or later. Don't bully the poor young man." Yen Rui rolled his eyes. He was a psychopath. It was obvious that he had no worries in the end times. He must have learned a lot of second-year dialogues from novels and comics. "Right. Bai Sheng went back to find your father. Guess how many crystal cores you are worth. I made a price." And he bargained. After Yen Rui finished speaking, he looked at Gao Xian, who was glaring at him, and said with a smile, "If you guess right, I'll untie you." Heh. 50 level 2 crystal cores. Gao Xian raised his chin, not knowing what he was proud of. Yen Rui cursed inwardly. The crystal cores were going to be less. "Tell me, how many crystal cores did you want? How did Bai Sheng bargain with you?" At that time, Gao Xian, who was still dizzy and missed everything, urged, "No need to say anything else. He bargained for you to get 22nd level crystal cores." Yen Rui spread his hands. "He also said he didn't know if your father had so many." "Nonsense! How could I be worth so few crystal cores in his eyes?" Gao Xian was furious. "When did he say he would come to pick me up?" "I don't know. But I said, if you don't come after 3 days, I will cut off one of your fingers every day." Yen Rui was a bully for the first time, and he still felt fresh. And he was addicted to acting again and said, "You may not be able to keep your fingers." Gao Xian, a little panicked. Jian Anqi saw that Yen Rui was having fun, so he didn't expose him. Little did he know that Gao Xian was more panicked than they thought. His ability was invalid in this supermarket. The reason why Gao Xian has been so arrogant is not only because of his identity, but also because his ability can also be superior to others. Others only know that Gao Xian has a special ability, which is to control people's shadows, and can reversely control people's behavior based on the actions of the shadows. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to directly turn people into puppets. But he has another unknown skill, which is the ability to read minds. Sometimes he would turn people into puppets in his hands while listening to the curses that the person on the other side dared not express, but could not control. The feeling of being able to control people is really great. He likes the way that he can't kill him, but has to submit to him. But these two superpowers are all ineffective in this supermarket today. What's wrong with these two people? Are they human? I won't really fall into this life. Chapter 44. Yen Rui looked at Gao Xian, who was hesitant to speak and had something to say, and raised his eyebrows. "Do you have anything to say? Little 20. I'll give you a chance, and I'll listen to you." Yen Rui finished speaking and hooked his fingers. "Don't struggle too hard, or you'll be hungry and have nothing to eat." "What, little 20? As soon as Gao Xian moved, he grimaced in pain at the pain on his wrist. "I tell you, when my dad comes, you're done." Okay. I know you have a dad." Yen Rui was a little annoyed to hear that he couldn't leave his dad out of his sentence. He pointed to the wall on the other side that wouldn't block the way and said, "Go squat over there." Gao Xian was about to say something with his neck stiff, but when he looked up, he saw Jian Anqi's eyes behind Yen Rui, and his momentum relaxed. As he left, he was still mumbling, "Just go. Who's afraid of who? I won't go to that corner." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards another corner, while looking up and looking at Yen Rui provocatively. Yen Rui didn't know what this man was thinking. He looked at him with a hard-to-describe look, then patted his stomach. "Jian Anqi, I'm hungry. Jian Anqi immediately went upstairs and served Yin Rui a bowl of soup. Warm up your stomach first. I have a dish left. I'll cook it soon. Yin Rui nodded, raised the bowl and drank. Gao Xian next to him drooling. Can you give me a sip? After such a mess. Gao Xian was also hungry. I'll give you the crystal core. No. Yin Rui didn't hesitate. Go find your dad. Gao Xian was so angry that he took a deep breath. He turned his back. Out of sight. Out of mind. And at the same time cursed Yin Rui's shamelessness in his heart. At the same time, Bai Sheng, who had returned to Wancheng at full speed, finally met Gao Xian's father, Gao Xiyun, the mayor of Wancheng. Gao Xiyun was over 50. But he looked only in his early 40s. Elegant and graceful. And he didn't look like a ruthless person to outsiders. What's the matter? Who did Gao Xian offend again? Gao Xiyun was not surprised at all when he saw Bai Sheng rushing in. Every time Gao Xian did something and couldn't get rid of it, Bai Sheng would come to him to support him. Gao Xiyun didn't care that his son was a little more lively. He thought that he was just a boy. And he was still young now. And he would be fine when he grew up. Who is it? How to describe it? He still doesn't know the name of the supermarket owner. Gao Xian said he wanted to prepare a surprise for you. He saw a store outside and wanted to buy it as a gift for you. But the store owner saw that the young master was rich. So he tied him up. What? Gao Xiyun immediately stood up. And the chair behind him was overturned because of too much force. Who dares to tie up my son? Did you tell him who I am? I did, city lord. After that, the man said that since the young master's status is so noble, he should pay more. He wants 20 level 2 crystal cores. Fuck. My son is only worth 20 crystal cores. You dog with no vision. When he got angry, the elegance and easygoingness just now disappeared, and his true colors were immediately revealed. Let's go! Let's go now! He also wants 20 level 2 crystal cores and smashed his store. Gao Jiyun raised his leg and left. But he saw Bai Sheng staying where he was, and he was a little hesitant to speak. If you have something to say it now, Gao Jiyun said dissatisfiedly. By the way, how can we let you go back? Where are the guards? Where are the guards? Are they dead? No. Lord, listen to me. Bai Sheng then told the story of Yanrui's supermarket one by one, and finally added, Lord, let's take more people with us. That place is weird. Gao Jiyun pondered for a moment, put his hands behind his back, and finally said, I don't believe it. Bai Sheng, it's true. If one word is false, I will be the master. Cut off the finger. Gao Jiyun nodded and said nonchalantly, if that's the case, then bring more people. Since Xianxin's guards are still here, let them make up for their mistakes. Okay. Bai Sheng was overjoyed. This means to forgive him. Asterisk. After this battle, Yanrui deeply realized that only by having a fighting force that others cannot resist can he have a chance to reason. So now that he is free, while there is no one around, Gao Xian is not counted. He asked Jian Anqi to teach him fighting moves again. He learned some in his previous life. But because of lack of time, lack of food and the desire to maintain physical strength every day, he did not study in depth. Most of them were from actual combat exercises. Some movements are not standardized and can easily hurt the body. Do you think I can lift it to this? I can't tighten my legs. How can I tighten this posture? Jian Anqi followed Yanrui's request and asked him to start from the basics. Time is not tight. So Jian Anqi asked him to lay the foundation for the time being and do simple movements. It's not difficult. You just need to practice more. Jian Anqi raised his leg and kicked, and performed the action 100% standard. Yanrui was so upset that he waved his hand impatiently and said to him, Hurry up. Go cook. Jian Anqi smiled, patted him on the back, and said, Don't tire yourself out. Call me if you have any questions. Okay. Okay. Yanrui's forehead was slightly sweaty, and the breeze blew gently, which dispelled the heat in his heart. The weather in this plane is good. Not as bad as the previous plane. Yanrui left the supermarket and stretched casually on the road at the door. No one was watching and no one cared. He was very comfortable. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. After practicing for an hour without interruption, Yanrui was sweating profusely. After returning to the supermarket and kicking Gao Xian, who tried to knock down the shelf, He ran upstairs to ask Jian Anqi to help look after the store. Although no one should come today. It was almost sunset. At night, it was a paradise for zombies. It seemed that Gao Xian would spend the night here tonight. Before going upstairs, Yin Rui suddenly turned around and saw Gao Xian winking at him. It seemed that he was scolding him behind his back, but didn't expect him to turn around. Yin Rui laughed, made a face back at Gao Xian, and then said in a bewitching voice, "Your father doesn't want you." After that, he went upstairs thump 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 and watched Gao Xian's reaction from the system screen. Gao Xian was so angry at Yin Rui that he rolled his eyes, thinking how this man was childish and bad. Little did he know that his previous behavior towards others was hundreds of times worse than Yin Rui's behavior towards him. "I'll call you for dinner tonight," Jian Anqi said. Yin Rui nodded, turned around and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Jian Anqi immediately turned around and went downstairs, and saw Gao Xian, who was struggling to open the steamer with his upper body to steal corn. He glared at him with contempt, but did not stop him. He just crossed his arms and watched his next move. Gao Xian felt hatred for the first time. He hated them so much. How could these two people be so obsessed with each other? One of them went to sleep, and the other one was cooking? Who can stop cooking just because they want to? He hated them. But he was so hungry. "Give me one to eat, and you can keep the account however you want. I'll pay you when my dad comes." Gao Xian was desperate. "Give me one to eat." "That's fine." Jian Anqi picked up a pen and wrote a few lines on the paper, then untied the rope on Gao Xian's hand without any care. "Sign, and put your fingerprints on it." Gao Xian moved his wrist and glanced at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi knew what Gao Xian was thinking, so he pointed to the door and said, "Run." "You said it." Gao Xian ran away, and the moment he ran to the door, he felt something hit his face, which bounced him into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Jian Anqi looked at Gao Xian, whose nose was bleeding, and wrote 2 more words on the paper. "Come and sign." Gao Xian was dizzy from the collision, but he also found that he really couldn't run away, so he could only return to the cashier in dejection to see what Jian Anqi had written for him. "I owe you?" Gao Xian didn't know what kind of expression he should use to respond. "When did I use your toilet paper?" Jian Anqi took out half a pack of toilet paper, wiped the nosebleed, waiting for him here. Gao Xian had nothing to say. He had just wiped his hands clean and wanted to pick up the pen when he heard the sound of a car outside the door. He looked back with hope, and sure enough, he saw his father hurriedly getting out of the car and jogging towards the supermarket. Gao Xian threw the pen to the ground and returned to his yesterday's mentality of a big master. "I'll sign it for you. Dream on." Looking at the broken pen on the ground, Jian Anqi's expression remained unchanged. He took out another one and continued to write on the IOU, a gel pen. "Who caught my son?" Gao Jiyun raised his hand and pushed, trying to use his supernatural power to open the supermarket door from a distance, but found that the door did not move at all. Jian Anqi frowned, pressed the IOU in front of him with a water cup, then walked to the door, opened the door, and said in a steady voice, "Keep your voice down." "Bah!" Gao Jiyun was so angry that he didn't notice that his casual attack just now didn't even leave a ripple on the supermarket door. Jian Anqi looked at the people who surrounded his supermarket and felt a little dissatisfied. Gao Jiyun brought quite a lot of people. At this point, there were about 50 or 60 people, and each of them was well trained and powerful. "Did you bring the crystal cores?" Jian Anqi thought of Yin Rui, who was still resting upstairs, and hoped that these people could abide by the rules. 20 level 2 crystal cores, 5,700 level 5 crystal cores, and the 30 level 5 crystal cores of the corn he just stained. "We'll be even after we settle the bill." "Okay." Gao Jiyun laughed in anger. "You think we're even now? Let me see my son first." After Gao Jiyun finished speaking, he saw Gao Xian appear behind Jian Anqi. At this time, Gao Xian still looked a little embarrassed because he hadn't wiped off the blood from his nose. "Dad, you're finally here." "Dad." Although only a few hours had passed, Gao Xian felt like he was suffering a lot of injustice. Gao Jiyun was furious. "Do you really think this little broken place can protect you?" The system was a little unhappy when it heard this. "This person is really annoying. And he even questioned our system's products. So give the crystal core?" Jian Anqi was a little impatient. "I will let you go after you give me the crystal core." Gao Jiyun did not answer, but raised his hands instead. 2 tornadoes visible to the naked eye appeared in the palms of his hands. Jian Anqi had a serious expression and took 2 steps back. Gao Jian thought he was scared and shouted, "If you let my son go now, I will spare your life." Jian Anqi did not answer, but only asked the system, "Is the sound of his move hitting the door loud?" "Not loud. Not loud." The system quickly answered, "Not only is it not loud, we can also directly absorb the energy of his moves to increase the energy of the protective shield. Maybe if we accumulate more, we can upgrade it." "Upgrade?" Jian Anqi was relieved. "That's good. Wait a minute. Lord." Bai Sheng rushed over from behind, trying to interrupt him. "Have you forgotten what I told you before? Don't be impulsive. That's because you are too weak. I am now a superpower who is about to reach level 1. How can I be the same as you who are level 4 or 5? Then it's still level 2. Jian Anqi heard it, and felt that the two of them were indeed father and son. And they both liked to flatter themselves. "You don't want to make peace." Jian Anqi's words were full of doubts. But he didn't look doubtful at all. "Then there is no way." Everyone watched Jian Anqi's hand appear the heavy weapon that made them dizzy. And Bai Sheng shouted, "Everyone be alert." Then everyone fainted. Jian Anqi looked at the man who had fallen to the ground before he could make a move. And he was worried for a moment. "Forget it. Just ignore it for now." He turned his head and looked at Gao Xian, who was already standing there in a daze, wondering what he was thinking, and said, "Have you signed the IOU?" "Sign. Sign. Sign." Right away. Gao Xian's hands were shaking a little. After signing his name on the IOU with trembling hands, he clapped his hands and slapped a huge bloody handprint on the paper. Jian Anqi picked up the paper with some disdain, folded it in half, and put it in his pocket. At this time, Yin Rui came downstairs angrily. "What's going on? Who is making noise?" "It's not me." Gao Xian raised his hands high, his eyes wide open. "I can't use my supernatural powers anymore." Yin Rui saw Gao Xian's sloppy appearance, and said TSK with disdain, pointing to the bathroom, "Wash your face. It's so disgusting." This was the first time that Gao Xian was called disgusting. On the contrary, he was a little happy that Yin Rui didn't kick him. "It's his father. His father brought some people to rescue him. He didn't mean to pay." Jian Anqi answered truthfully, "If you can't sleep, go back and lie down and rest." Yin Rui shook his head and looked out the door curiously. "Let me see what's going on with them. Gao Xian and Gao Zhiyun are really father and son. Their dressing styles are exactly the same. And even their lying postures are very similar. The people his father brought with him weren't that great, but their weapons were pretty unique. That's because my father's guards are all for fighting zombies on the battlefield. And their weapons are specially made according to their abilities. So each one is unique." Gao Xian felt much better after washing his face. And the cold water also made him more sober. When he saw his father just now, he was carelessly overwhelmed. There was no good result if he fought against these two evil people. "If you two have nothing to do, you can let me go out and find my father to bring the crystal core." Gao Xian sighed in his heart. If you say that he was arrogant before, it could be because he had confidence in his father. But now, alas, my father is old and suffered a lot of injuries when he was young. He may not live for long. The cold ground is not good for his health. I will help him up and then let him apologize to you too. Gao Xian's flattering tone was a little stiff. This was the first time he bowed his head. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Yin Rui said unsatisfiedly. "I'll let you go out, and then you can deal with me together?" "Don't dream." Yin Rui pointed to the door. "Go squat over there." It was too embarrassing. But he had to go. Gao Xian felt humiliated. He slowly squatted down, hugged his knees with his hands, and buried his head hard. Yin Rui saw him like this, and his anger was relieved a lot. He looked out the door. Sure enough, he guessed right. Gao Zhiyun had woken up and was shaking his head to figure out what happened. Yin Rui walked out of the supermarket door. He took 2 quick steps and stood beside Gao Zhiyun, smiling, "Uncle Gao, I'm here to pick up the child." Gao Zhiyun blinked hard, and his memory came back instantly. He turned over and stood up. When he turned around, he saw his son squatting pitifully in the corner, and he was immediately angry. "You're not going to accept my toast, so you'll have to drink the wine for punishment." Gao Zhiyun's palm was whistling, and he slapped Yin Rui's head hard. Yin Rui dodged Gao Zhiyun's attack with a slight dodge, then bent his waist, and held Gao Zhiyun's shoulders with one hand, and covered his waist with the other hand. Then Yin Rui took a big step and flipped Gao Zhiyun to the ground. Uncle Gao, are you here to pick up the child? The child has been waiting for you and crying. Yan Rui chuckled, then turned back to look at Bai Sheng. What's the matter? Didn't you tell your Uncle Gao about the real situation here? Bai Sheng died unjustly, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. He bit his lip, looked around, and then said reluctantly, I'll pay the debt. Here are 6 level 3 crystal cores. Bai Sheng carefully took out 6 crystal cores. Young master should have eaten 2. Are these enough? Enough. Yan Rui accepted them without hesitation, turned around and left, leaving a sentence before leaving. If you want to pick someone up, come in and pick them up. All the people he brought were useless. And he also lost face in public. Gao Zhiyun lost face. After being helped up by Bai Sheng, he looked around and saw that everyone didn't dare to say a word. He snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the supermarket. Before entering the door, Bai Sheng did not forget to remind him, after entering, just hand in the crystal core. Everything will be fine. Indeed, after Yan Rui threw the man sideways with a solid throw, the anger of being woken up had completely dissipated. In addition, when he heard Jian Anqi praise his standard movements, Yan Rui felt even happier. It's okay. I haven't done it recently, so I don't have any feeling for it. Yan Rui smiled. And then, the two heard Gao Xian sobbing behind them. Dad? Why did you come in? Go out quickly. I can do it myself. Gao Xian was crying and persuading him. You should leave. I can do it myself. What are you talking about? Dad doesn't want anything but you. What a great father-son love. Yan Rui interrupted cruelly. Where are the crystal cores? Fortunately, Gao Zhiyun listened to Bai Sheng this time and agreed to take 22nd level crystal cores out. He reluctantly handed the crystal cores to Yan Rui, and secretly planned to avoid Yan Rui in the future. The superpowers can't be used on him, and he can't beat him, and he can't smash this store. No wonder Bai Sheng said that the boss of this store is his own backer. Okay, we're even. Yan Rui checked the crystal cores and found that they were correct. He immediately changed his expression. Do you two want to spend money in the store? Our products are different from other stores. What can be different? Gao Zhiyun now just wants to leave this damn place quickly and return to Wancheng, just as if nothing happened today. Let's go! Gao Zhiyun pulled Gao Xian to leave, but he exerted his arm and found that he didn't pull Gao Xian. Gao Xian looked at Gao Zhiyun hesitantly, swallowed his saliva, and then said with some hesitation, Dad, how about we go shopping first? He was starving. Now he couldn't wait to go back to Wancheng to eat. He just wanted to eat the steamed buns in the steamer at the cashier. The bun smelled especially good. No. You. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yan Rui took out a freshly grilled sausage and handed it to Gao Xian. No fight. No acquaintance. This one is for you. Gao Zhiyun just wanted Gao Xian to refuse, but he saw that Gao Xian didn't even take it, and he ate it clean in Yan Rui's hand. After eating, he realized it belatedly and looked up at Yan Rui with a fearful expression. Yan Rui didn't care about it. Is it delicious? If you want to eat more, you can buy a few more and continue eating. Gao Xian swallowed his saliva. Dad, I'm hungry. What to do if your son is hungry? Just buy some. Although Gao Zhiyun dotes on his son, he doesn't want to show Yan Rui a good face at all. He just watched Gao Xian sweeping a lot of things on the shelves and almost cleared out the cooked food in front of the cashier. Feeling a little confused. It smells good, but the food at home must be more delicious. After all, they are all chefs he has collected from all over the place. Gao Zhiyun walked forward. Eat less of these. Our family's food is. Before he finished speaking, Gao Xian stuffed a tea egg into his mouth. Dad, I haven't eaten this kind of egg. His family conditions are indeed good, but it is only limited to comparing with other people in the end of the world. No matter how good the chef is, he can't compare with the seasoning package containing hundreds of seasonings. Gao Zhiyun wanted to refuse. His pride would not allow him to show weakness now. But this thing was too delicious. He had never tasted this kind of taste in his 50 years of life. If you like it, buy more. Hurry up. It will be dark soon. Gao Zhiyun snorted. Dad will wait for you in the car. After that, Gao Zhiyun walked out of the supermarket quickly without even saying hello, as if he was afraid that Yan Rui would keep him. It doesn't matter. We are now clear. I won't do anything to normal customers. Yan Rui waved to the outside of the door. Come in and take a look. Maybe there is something you want. Gao Xian's guards did not move, with the momentum of being wherever the boss is. But Gao Xian's guards were eager to move. They just tasted the sweetness. Bai Sheng, who could talk to both sides, hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't help but step forward and ask Gao Xian, City Lord, this boss is so evil. It's better not to make enemies. He is making money a little crazy now. Let's let him make money, so that other cities will not be able to win him over and let him turn against us. Gao Xian glanced at Bai Sheng, pondered for a while, looked at the sky, and then waved his hand. Let's go within 20 minutes. Okay, City Lord. Bai Sheng was overjoyed, and he had to ask Yan Rui for credit. When he was about to take the guards to enter the door in batches, he heard Gao Xian speak again. Ask him how to make the egg just now. I am willing to buy the recipe. He is still savoring it now. Chapter 45. Yan Rui smiled as he saw the supermarket full of people. Although Gao Xian was not a good person, he was as generous as his son. For example, now Yan Rui asked Bai Sheng to help pass on the message that he was not allowed to buy on credit this time. Gao Xian directly took out a bag of crystal cores and gave it to Bai Sheng to pay the bill. Gao Xian had quite a few guards, more than 30 of them, plus Gao Xian's guards, who had already experienced the good things in Yan Rui's supermarket. Yan Rui made a lot of money this time. It's okay. Just take it. I have enough stock here and can replenish it. Yan Rui's cheeks were sore from laughing. These guards followed Gao Xian to fight zombies every day, and they earned a lot of money. Gao Xian didn't want their spoils, and he could keep whatever he killed. Hello. You have consumed a total of 6,700 level 5 crystal cores. We support the replacement of advanced crystal cores here. Yan Rui looked at the man who took 4 or 5 shopping baskets and smiled. This man should be Gao Xian's bodyguard. He is tall and strong. It is obvious that he needs to replenish his energy. In addition, he has already bought 2 rounds and is now on his 3rd round. He is exactly the type of customer Yan Rui likes most. Sorry, I don't want this basket. I don't think I have enough crystal cores. After searching all his pockets and confirming that he could not find any more crystal cores, he said with some regret, I didn't bring many crystal cores with me today. Sorry. It is indeed a pity. But it is really tiring to scan the goods again. Yan Rui doesn't want to do it again. He suddenly came up with an idea. It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. What is your ability? Yan Rui asked. Gravity. I can control the gravity index of a designated area. The man was a little nervous. The stumble that Yan Rui had at the beginning was caused by him. Unexpectedly, Yan Rui didn't think about this at all. He pointed to the door. Try using your ability at the door. Ah? I really didn't mean it. The guard was frightened and stepped back repeatedly. I didn't. Yan Rui frowned. You're not going. Gao Xian. Gao Xian was full now. Although the blood stains on his clothes looked a little embarrassed. He was very energetic. You go. I'll take care of anything. After saying that, he looked at Yan Rui as if to ask for credit. Am I right? Yan Rui was satisfied. He's right. The guard was skeptical. After watching Yan Rui help pack with ease and send him away with a smile, he felt even more uneasy. He had seen what Yan Rui looked like when he got angry. He stood at the door, still a little nervous, and wanted to take action, and frequently winked at Gao Xian. But Gao Xian only had a face full of trust, and had no intention of letting him stop. Yan Rui was getting impatient waiting, especially when there was another small group of people queuing in front of the cashier. Even though they didn't dare to urge Yan Rui was still anxious when he saw them. If you don't move, I'll chop off Gao Xian's fingers. Gao Xian, who was involved out of nowhere, didn't dare to refute at all, and could only urge. Hurry up. Hurry up. Listen to the boss. This man dared to take action. And Yan Rui immediately asked the system to monitor the energy of the protective shield. Sure enough, after seeing this man hit twice, he heard the system say, some fluctuations, but not big. Is it improving? Yan Rui asked. The system replied, yes, it is improving. That's good. Yan Rui immediately shouted to the outside, 50 hits. That's it. Everyone was watching, and no one knew what Yan Rui was doing. Yan Rui was too lazy to explain. While paying the bill for the guests, he asked the system in his mind, is there anything that can quantify their supernatural energy? The system replied, wait a minute. After a while, his answer sounded in his mind. There is a measuring device used for exams in a school on a certain interstellar plane. It mainly measures the concentration of students' pheromones. You know pheromones. In some planes, pheromones are also a kind of energy from nature. They can be used to attack enemies on the battlefield. But I think a gene basically uses them as a catalyst for the relationship between the two sides. This system doesn't just like to watch infinite streams. Now even the knowledge of ABO is so well understood. I know. Let's buy one and put it at the door first. If they don't have the crystal core, we can use the energy of supernatural powers to pay for it. The measuring instrument appeared on the table in a dignified manner. But no one who saw it dared to ask. Jian Anji, who happened to have finished replenishing the goods, came over and said, "Let me do it." Yin Rui nodded and handed the settlement work to Jian Anji. He took the measuring instrument to the door of the store. He first hung the measuring instrument on the handrail at the door. And the measuring instrument immediately displayed the energy value of the store's protective shield. Why is it only 20? Did you cut corners on this protective shield? No wonder they were willing to give it as a reward. But the energy value was only 20. This value is just right for the energy level of this plane. If it is too high, it will easily cause plane fluctuations. You know, you can't buy too many weapons before. Okay. Yin Rui temporarily gave up the argument. After he hung up the energy meter, he pulled another person over at random. Use your superpower to attack the supermarket. Ah? This guard is under Gao Xian, and his superpower level has reached level 3. Before he could be surprised, Yin Rui urged again, "Hurry up." This man saw that nothing happened just now, and he should be fine. So he put the bag in his hand on the ground, waved his hand, and a fire dragon hit the plaque of the supermarket. But after the fire dragon hit the plaque, it was like a mud cow into the sea, leaving no trace. Although everyone knew the strangeness of this supermarket, the face-to-face impact of the fire dragon still shocked them. 20.00000001? Yin Rui counted 3 times, laughed in anger, and blurted out angrily, "Are you kidding me? I didn't." The person who just took action spoke faster than the system. He raised his hands and said, "I really didn't." Yin Rui was speechless and waved his hands. "I'm not talking about you. You did a good job." Directly flipped the system's mask. Just now, they attacked 50 times, and the value of 20 on the meter didn't change. After my meter was hung up, he hit it, and it would show up. What's wrong? Did I give the meter a stimulant? Of course not. The system's voice was a little louder, shaking Yin Rui's brain a little numb. It's like this, because the person before was very weak and could only produce a tiny energy increase. The unit was too small for the meter to show. But when this person took action, the quantitative change caused a qualitative change. Then it increased by more than 8 decimal places. Right? Yin Rui took a deep breath. What you said had better be true. It must be true. I will never lie about this. If the system had a physical body now, he would pat his chest and guarantee. We have detailed information about every energy income in the background. You can check it. Hearing this, Yin Rui's anger dissipated a little. He took a deep breath and asked, "How many values does the shield need to be promoted to the next level?" The system replied weakly, 50. Yin Rui. Good guy. Where can he get so much energy? He looked around, hoping that these people could give him some inspiration on how to charge quickly. Yin Rui returned to the supermarket with a sad face. Jian Anji knew that Yin Rui had hit a snag by looking at his face. So he comforted him, "It's okay. At most we can earn more, and then use the points to upgrade." That's the truth. But it's really uncomfortable for Boss Yin to not be able to take advantage. Bai Sheng watched the whole process. He had good eyesight and saw that Yin Rui was disappointed because he saw the value of the measuring instrument. So he gestured and asked someone to call Gao Xian out again. "What are you doing?" Gao Xian asked in confusion. "My father gave me a deadline of 5 minutes. Come with me." Bai Sheng pulled Gao Xian and trotted to Gao Xian, telling him all the suggestions he had just thought of. Bai Sheng said excitedly, "City Lord, Master, although the owner of this supermarket is not easy to mess with, as long as you buy his things, he will treat you with a smile." What does it prove? It proves that he is a thorough businessman, and anything is fine as long as it does not harm his interests. Speak to the point, Gao Xian urged. Do you need to tell me? What do you want to say? What I want to say is that we met this guy first, so we have to seize the opportunity. He is in the best position. If he goes crazy, It will not affect Wancheng. When we need him, we can drive there in a short time. So it is best to make friends with him. Now I have a way to make friends with him. But I don't know if it will work, Gao Xian urged. Then you tell me. Gao Jian also acquiesced to him to continue. I just saw that he first glanced at the screen of the measuring instrument, and then asked people to attack the supermarket. After the attack, he seemed to be dissatisfied with the ability of our people. Why should he be dissatisfied? There are several level 3 superpowers in the whole Wancheng. How arrogant! Gao Jian snorted coldly, and said with some dissatisfaction. Bai Sheng responded immediately. Of course not. We are one of the best in terms of strength. But we can't even reach their standard at level 3. I guess he needs a stronger psychic. After saying that, the two looked at Gao Jian at the same time. And Gao Jian immediately yelled, Don't look at me. Bai Sheng felt a little regretful. But it was impossible to ask Gao Jian to help. So he continued, We can send some people to help us frequently, buy things, and communicate with each other. If other gathering places go to war with us, if they can help, then the cannon will blow up, and all the people will fall down. Then we will be invincible. After listening to Bai Sheng's words, Gao Jian thought that there was some truth in it. But he still couldn't get over it. He just thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Leave it to you too. Bai Sheng was happy. He took Gao Xian with him, and said cryptically, When you talk to the boss later, don't be too arrogant. But don't be too flattering. You can't say these 2 words. Read more books. Gao Xian left Bai Sheng aside. As soon as he entered the supermarket, he walked to Yan Rui and said, Boss, I want to discuss a deal with you. Yan Rui sneered. Is this the first sentence you said when you came here? Or was it the second sentence? Gao Xian turned his head and said in a brotherly tone to Yan Rui, How can it be the same? I have grown a lot now than I was before. You must be satisfied with my deal. Then you can say it. We are going to send people here to help you. You only need to give our Wancheng residents a little discount each time. It doesn't have to be too much. We all agree to a 95% discount. Send people every day? Yan Rui became interested. If it's every day, I can consider it. Of course. Send people every day. I will bring my guards with me. Gao Xian wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Yan Rui. Your guards are not good. They are too weak. Then, I will borrow 2 level 3 superpowers from my dad. No more will work. The main reason is that there is a level 3 zombie hiding somewhere recently, and no one can be transferred. Yan Rui wanted to bargain, but he didn't expect that although Gao Xian was not a good guy, he was an expert in admitting defeat and winning over. That's fine. When the time comes, people who come with your Wancheng ID card can get a 90% discount. After Yan Rui finished speaking, Gao Xian jumped several times in excitement. He thought of Bai Sheng's instructions and added, I will bring the agreement tomorrow. And we will sign an agreement? Yan Rui agreed indifferently. Okay. Yeah. Gao Xian cheered loudly in his heart. Then we will leave first. It happened that the last member of the escort team also paid the bill. Gao Xian couldn't wait to go out and find Bai Sheng to share the good news. When the two met, Gao Xian gave him a big hug first. And then, they huddled together and whispered something until Gao Jian called for help. And the two left side by side. Today was a great harvest for Yan Rui. He opened the cash register and began to count the types of shipments today. The guards should be considered high-income people in Wancheng. Look at them. They buy the most flavorful and energy-boosting things, like candy and chocolate. Each person only buys 3 or 5 bags of potato chips on average. But why don't they buy compressed biscuits? This proves that they are not short of food. Jian Anqi analyzed. The situation here is better than we thought. The zombie virus has not spread on a large scale. I heard them chatting and said that even if they are injured, there are vaccines that can isolate the zombie virus and prevent people from becoming zombies. Then the zombies will become fewer and fewer as they are killed. Yan Rui asked curiously. Who knows? The zombie virus may also be transmitted from other places. In short, the number has not decreased. A lot of daily necessities were sold today. Don't they have laundry detergent and washing powder? And toilet cleaner? Yan Rui didn't expect these things to become so popular. And he didn't stock up much. I asked Wang Jiaming to buy the goods. There shouldn't be a shortage of stock. Don't worry. Jian Anqi saw Yan Rui's thoughts and comforted him. See if there are other goods that are selling quickly. I'll ask Wang Jiaming to prepare more. Yan Rui flipped a few pages. Floral water. They bought a lot of floral water. The previous group of people bought a few bottles of floral water. I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect that almost everyone here had 2 bottles. Ask the next time there are customers. Jian Anqi took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Wang Jiaming. Wang Jiaming looked at the text messages with increasing requirements and was a little confused. But after seeing the quantity required by Jian Anqi, he turned back to the warehouse area and rented a larger warehouse. Another day later, Yin Rui got up in the morning and opened the door, and saw Gao Xian waiting at the door. And behind Gao Xian, there were Qi Meng and others. Seeing that he opened the door, the 2 people had different expressions. Gao Xian went to greet them in advance. Boss Yin, good morning. Did you have a good rest last night? Yin Rui smiled. You came so early? How many people did you bring? Just like what I said yesterday. 2 level 3 psychics, 10 level 4s and 6 level 5s. A total of 18 people. Where are they? Yin Rui looked behind Gao Xian and saw neither a car nor a person. Gao Xian hurriedly explained. They went to the nearby place to prepare their accommodation. Bai Sheng and I came first. We plan to live nearby in the future. Ah? Qi Meng and others were also surprised along with Yin Rui. After hearing Gao Xian's words, they immediately felt a sense of crisis. Yin Rui was a little curious. What are you doing here? Do you have any other plans besides the contract you signed? Gao Xian said, of course not. We are mainly here to monitor the zombie situation in this town. Or if you need anything, you can tell us directly. We will do our best to meet your requirements. There are no zombies in this town. Yin Rui was puzzled. Without zombies, what can you monitor? So you sent us here? Even if I don't come, someone else will come. Recently, the 3rd level zombies have been making a lot of trouble, and monitoring points have been arranged in almost all nearby gathering places. Gao Xian said with some pride. We in Wancheng are the most experienced in this regard. Yin Rui was speechless. Okay. You can stay if you want. And when you start later, go to the back and don't disturb me doing business. Yin Rui turned his head and looked at Qi Meng. Welcome. Do you want to buy something now? Qi Meng nodded. He looked at Gao Xian with some fear. It seems that he knows this person. Seeing this, Yin Rui waved at Gao Xian. Don't stand at the door. It's affecting my business. Okay. Gao Xian saw Yin Rui come in, and immediately turned his head to look Qi Meng up and down. How much can you buy? Qi Meng was speechless for a moment. He knew this arrogant young master too well. When I went to Wancheng before, I often saw him wandering around the street in a domineering manner, and everyone avoided him. He looked annoying. But fortunately, he was not from Wancheng, and the 2 of them didn't have many opportunities to meet. It was just that I heard him say that he wanted to monitor the 3rd level zombies just now, and I felt a little confused. Are you talking about the level 3 zombies that appeared in this area before? Just a few days ago. Qi Meng couldn't help but ask. If it was in Wancheng, Gao Xian would not bother to answer. But now here, he had to give Yin Rui some face. Yes. What? Are you scared? Gao Xian stood on the steps with his arms folded and said condescendingly, if you are afraid of even level 3 zombies, then don't go out. Qi Meng cursed in his heart, but continued to confirm. Is it the group of zombies that gathered a lot of zombies at that time, but suddenly disappeared at a certain point? Gao Xian figured out something was wrong. Do you know where they are? It seems that the 2 people are talking about the same group of zombies. I know. Qi Meng's waist stiffened unconsciously. Okay. I'm going to go in to buy something. Don't go. Gao Xian stepped to the right and blocked Qi Meng's way. Where did they go? Before Qi Meng could answer, he heard Yin Rui's voice coming from the supermarket. Gao 20. What are you doing? Gao Xian shivered subconsciously, and Qi Meng also slipped into the door. Gao Xian grabbed the thinnest one in the group and asked impatiently, what happened to that level 3 zombie? The one who was caught was Lauka's nephew. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, don't you know? The level 3 zombie has been eliminated, along with the zombie group around him. After saying that, he smiled shyly and said, otherwise my uncle would not have brought me out, because it is temporarily safe here. What? How come he didn't know this kind of news at all? He asked with a stiff tone. Who solved those zombies? Was it your people? How is that possible? It was another person in the supermarket who solved the problem besides the boss. My uncle said that he did it all by himself. It is conservatively estimated that he solved dozens of zombies. It was because of him that there was no large-scale zombie tide. Ah! Hearing this, Gao Xian always felt that he had heard some fairy tales. How could this be possible? Even if they were powerful, they would not be so powerful. Gao Xian let go of his hand and turned around to look at Yin Rui, who was smiling at the cash register, and then saw Jian Anqi standing beside Yin Rui with a gentle face. What's wrong? Bai Sheng exhausted his superpowers in the backyard and came to the front to change shifts with Gao Xian. But he only saw Gao Xian standing at the door in a daze, not saying a word. Bai Sheng was startled and thought that Yin Rui had done something to him again. He shook Gao Xian's shoulders twice, and saw Gao Xian stagger and almost fell into Bai Sheng's arms. Gao Xian pushed Bai Sheng hard, then pulled him back, and repeated what he had just said, and then said, "Do you think this can be true? It's not impossible. The weapon in his hand is so strange. Maybe there is something that can specifically deal with zombies," Bai Sheng said. But the two people didn't dare to ask now. They both saw that they would be scolded by Yin Rui if they disturbed his business. They could only wait until the people inside left. "Boss, how did you offend Gao Xian?" When settling the bill, Qi Meng still asked with some concern. "He is not easy to mess with. You have to be careful." "It's okay. He just came to sign a contract with me." Yin Rui didn't want to explain too much, and suddenly remembered his previous doubts. Why buy toilet water? He could understand other things, but he really couldn't figure out toilet water. She shook the bottle in his hand and replied, "Don't you know? Spraying toilet water on the body can confuse the 5 senses of zombies. Not only toilet water, but anything that can cover the original smell of the human body will do." Are the zombies here really like this? Their eyesight is not good, and their noses are so easy to fool. I feel like I can move my hands a little. Chapter 46. What are you thinking about? Seeing Yin Rui's absent-minded look, Jian Anqi asked with concern. Yin Rui came back to his senses. Nothing. Just a little entangled. Whether to go out and experience fighting zombies. He experienced extreme weather in the last plane, and he must experience the characteristics of this plane. Then you have to practice the movements later. You can't just rely on the amulet. It will be very dangerous. Jian Anqi pondered for a moment and agreed. When you practice well, we will go to kill zombies together. Great. Yin Rui didn't know why, but he was relieved when he heard Jian Anqi's agreement. After Qi Meng left again, Gao Xian walked into the door with some hesitation. Without buying anything, just looking back and forth between Jian Anqi and Yin Rui. What are you going to do? Yin Rui looked at his behavior, a little puzzled. Where are your people? Why are there only the two of you? They will be here soon, and we will definitely be able to handle everything today. Gao Xian thought about it. Still a little hesitant, boss. Do you two have superpowers? Yin Rui answered without hesitation. No. What's wrong? You two don't have superpowers. So how can you, Gao Xian said with a hint. I'm really curious. I heard that there are people who have superpowers that all superpowers can't work on them. I thought you were the same. Yin Rui said nonchalantly. No. We don't have superpowers. The reason we can beat you is because no one in your family has accumulated virtues. So we fell into my hands. Yin Rui said with a hint. You must have done a lot of bad things in the past. How? How is it possible? Gao Xian stuttered. How can I have done a lot of bad things? I am fine. Gao Xian felt guilty. He was silent for a while, lowered his head, and looked like he was recalling something. What's wrong with you? Bai Sheng walked in at this time, patted Gao Xian, and then reported to Yin Rui, Boss, half of our people are here. After their abilities are exhausted, they will take turns to come. From now on, we will work in 2 shifts every day. Is that okay? Yin Rui naturally had no objection. He said to the system, keep an eye on it. If anyone is lazy, tell me quietly. Understood. The system that was assigned the task was a little excited, but Yin Rui was not very satisfied with the value reported back. After such a whole day, they only added the number after the 8 zeros after the decimal point to 5. Others also knew the existence of this measuring instrument, seeing that their daily workload could only bring such a small fluctuation. These guards began to have enterprising spirit. We will take turns to work 2 shifts every day in the future, and strive to get the value to 20.1 as soon as possible. Do you have confidence? No one responded to Bai Sheng's words, which made Bai Sheng a little embarrassed. His goal was indeed a bit high, but everything depends on human effort. Gao Xian was also a little jealous when he heard this goal. He walked to Bai Sheng and patted his shoulder, which was rare. Forget it. Don't make it too difficult for others. Bai Sheng. Okay. At night, after closing the store, Yanrui picked out all the crystal cores he had earned recently and piled them on the table. Suddenly, a small mountain with brilliant light appeared in front of the two of them, covering the entire table. The crystal cores were shiny and sparkling, and when piled together, they looked quite brilliant. Are we going to start exchanging points? The system was somewhat positive. Do you want to exchange them all? You will earn a lot of points. Don't worry. Yanrui waved to Jian Anqi. Bring the crystal core bag I gave you before. The crystal core bag before was mostly level 5 crystal cores. After Yanrui poured out all the crystal cores, he put the level 2 crystal cores in Jian Anqi. Their abilities look pretty powerful. I hope we can also be stimulated to have abilities. Yanrui said with some anticipation. I think that fire dragon is so cool. And there is also the one that can make it rain. If we can do this, we can save the ice crystal fire essence in the future. It may also be the ability to spit bubbles. Jian Anqi smiled and gave an example. To be honest, I was really surprised when I saw that huge bubble. Speaking of the bubble ability, Yanrui also laughed out loud. That psychic was a level 4 psychic, but his psychic power was useless. He could release bubbles of various shapes. There was nothing special about those bubbles. They were just like ordinary bubbles, bursting at the touch. I don't know what use he has. Gao Xian brought him out purely because he was 2 meters tall and had strong melee ability. And Yanrui was not picky about psychic power. Yanrui continued to fiddle with the crystal cores on the table. He felt a little reluctant to give these shiny little stones to the system. Jian Anqi saw Yanrui's hesitation and understood. If you don't want to change, then don't change. We can bring more goods to other gathering places to sell. And we can sell them at a good price. We won't be short of points then. How can we not change it? The system was anxious. So many level 5 crystal cores take up so much space. And the space button is also very precious. A word awakened the dreamer. Change. 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 Yanrui gave most of the level 5 crystal cores to the system. And the rest were divided equally between himself and Jian Anqi and put into a small cloth bag. Although they were all level 5 crystal cores, the system was still very happy. And even the tone of the broadcast was much lighter. This time, 228,956 level 5 crystal cores were exchanged. Congratulations to the host. And another 2 million points were credited. The messy crystal cores in front of him disappeared immediately. And the table and the ground immediately became clean, leaving only a few scattered ones, and the excited voice of the system. It was only more than 2 million. The big money in the previous plane had raised his appetite. Now 2 million points even seemed a little too little in his eyes. Don't think it's too little. The Love System, the host who participated in the Love Variety Show, ranked second in the total score ranking. But it's still 3 or 4 digits less than you. There's no reward for the first place. What's the point of comparing with this? Yanrui waved his hand speechlessly. Shut down. The voice of the system disappeared immediately, leaving only Jian Anqi and Yanrui looking at each other. I don't think this will work. The progress is too slow, Yanrui said. Now only Qi Ming and Huacheng people come here. And both sides have kept our existence a secret. If we only do their business, we won't make much money. Otherwise, let's make some flyers tomorrow and go out to distribute them. In this way, there will be scattered customers. Yanrui was silent for a while, nodded. Then let's go together and let the system help watch the store. Asterisk. Due to the shortage of floral water, Yanrui had written a sign early on, reminding that it would be available again in 3 days. However, before the restocking, Gao Xian had waited for the person he disliked the most in his life. Ha! Why are you here? When Gao Xian just got off the car and was about to check in with Yanrui and buy 2 buns to eat. He had been eating like this every day for the past few days here, and it had been almost a week. But today, before he could think of what to eat, he saw the person he hated the most in his life. You are here. Before Gao Xian could speak, a man wearing a black tight leather jacket, black sunglasses, chains of different materials, and hair dyed bright red got out of the car in front of him and whistled at him. After seeing Gao Xian, the man laughed loudly. Did your father exile you again? Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. Gao Xian raised his hand to control the man's shadow. But the man got ahead of him and moved his fingers slightly. and Gao Xian floated up out of thin air. Bai Sheng saw this, and calmly grabbed one of Gao Xian's legs. Then the man with gravity ability immediately ran over, and put Gao Xian back to the original place. Gao Xian was so angry that he pointed at him and cursed. You ran. You are so wicked. This man is called Yuran. From Xingqiang. Xingqiang's combat power has always been second only to Wangcheng. Yuran's father is the mayor of Xingqiang. How did you find this place? Gao Xian looked at Yuran vigilantly. Did you send spies to Wangcheng again? You know that this behavior violates the cooperation agreement. Yuran laughed disdainfully. Why should I be sneaky? I found us spies with a keen sense of smell. I can catch you by following your smell. Why do I need spies? After that, Yuran smiled again. Why are you talking so loudly all of a sudden? Are you remembering the time when you were caught sending spies to Xingqiang? Go to hell. Gao Xian spat at Yuran. Then ran into the supermarket quickly. The first thing he said when he saw Yin Rui was, the man outside always refuses to pay his debts. Don't trust him. Who always refuses to pay his debts? Yin Rui looked at Gao Xian with his eyes wide open, and didn't react for a while. The next second, he saw a person who was so fashionable that people wanted to avoid him walk in. Gao Xian, are you saying bad things about me again? Yuran stepped forward and extended his right hand to Yin Rui. Hello. I am Yuran, Gao Xian's good friend. Stop talking nonsense. Who is your friend? Don't dream. Gao Xian angrily slapped Yuran's hand away. His family is so poor. Don't agree to buy on credit. Ha. No matter how poor Xingqiang is, I can afford to buy something. Before entering the door, Yuran saw the word supermarket on the plaque, and was actually confused. He had known Gao Xian's movements in the past few days, and didn't know what Wangcheng was going to do. Basically, Gao Xian's location was the focus of Wangcheng's observation. It's just a supermarket, and I don't know why it is so valued. But fortunately, now that time is short. The two parties should not have reached a cooperation. Do you want to eat? Yin Rui casually took out a lava bun. Have you had breakfast? If not, take the crystal core. No. Gao Xian saw that Yuran should have no appetite. But Yin Rui put the lava bun under his nose and shook it around. And he took out another one and ate 2 bites in front of him. I got hungry all of a sudden. Gao Xian quickly paid the bill and snorted at Yuran before leaving. Yuran didn't care. Instead, after he left, he discussed with Yin Rui, can I go shopping? Yin Rui naturally welcomed it. Yuran looked much calmer than Gao Xian. Yin Rui could see the surprise in his eyes after he took the items off the shelf and studied them carefully. However, he walked around but didn't buy anything. Instead, he stood in front of Yin Rui. Excuse me. If I say I want to reach an exclusive cooperation with you now, is it too late? Yin Rui asked back, who will take the initiative to reduce the pie in his hand. Hearing this, Yuran felt relieved. It seemed that he could also get a share of this pie. Then let's talk about cooperation now. Chapter 47. Yin Rui was quite surprised. This man didn't look reliable, but he was very decisive when making decisions. Okay. How do you want to cooperate? Yin Rui was curious. I'll state in advance that I won't supply you alone. Of course. What I want to say is, have you ever thought about finding a joint venture partner? Find a joint venture partner? Yin Rui was surprised. He had never thought of this path before, and he was interested at once. Tell me in detail. I'm not sure if your supply is sufficient. I just saw that the floral water is out of stock, so I just put forward an idea temporarily. Seeing Yin Rui's interest, Yuran also had the confidence to continue speaking. I can provide you with raw materials. I think you need a lot of raw materials here. We have resources here. As long as you give us 30% of the profit, it will be fine. Is this a partner? Yin Rui lowered his eyes, and his shoulders relaxed. Forget it. I have my own way to get raw materials. He also put a lot of seeds in the basement. And there are tools that can be catalyzed in the system mall. Even if he wants to make it himself, he doesn't need to cooperate with others. I originally thought that he could have some novel ideas, but the results still disappointed him. You can buy if you want. Someone bought it here before, and then sold it at a higher price to make a profit. You can do the same. As for other things, we won't talk about it, Yin Rui said, pointing to the shelf in front of him. You can also bring some souvenirs to your friends. Okay. Seeing Yin Rui's refusal without hesitation, Yuran smiled, turned around, and thought about countermeasures in his mind. This person was very arrogant in front of Gao Xian, and Gao Xian himself didn't dare to say anything more. It seemed that the two sides had already fought, and the outcome was obvious. Yu Ran was very interested in people who could make Gao Xian convinced. He looked at Yen Rui and curled his lips with a playful expression, which made Yen Rui feel numb. It was too trendy. If he met someone dressed like this when he went out, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to talk to him. Yen Rui shuddered and turned back to pretend to organize the shelves. At this time, Jian Anqi came downstairs with a plate. It's time to eat. I just had a lava bun. Although Yen Rui said so, he looked at the plate expectantly. Jian Anqi now makes a richer breakfast. This morning, he cooked a bowl of wontons, fried 2 egg pancakes, and several pickled vegetables. Yen Rui especially likes the wontons made by Jian Anqi, especially the stuffing that Jian Anqi made himself. It is completely different from the ones bought outside, and it is fresh and fragrant. There are also egg pancakes, which are also thin. I don't know what seasoning is added. I miss them if I don't eat them for a few days. Have you eaten? Yen Rui and Jian Anqi were chatting in the dining area, while Yu Ran stared at them blankly. Jian Anqi didn't want to pay attention at first, but the burning gaze behind him was too hard to ignore. He turned his eyes away from Yen Rui and turned to look at Yu Ran. If you don't want to buy anything, get out. Are you selling this? Yu Ran pointed at the breakfast in front of Yen Rui. How much? No. Yen Rui didn't even need Jian Anqi to answer. He just dismissed them directly. This is what we eat at home. If you are hungry, buy something else. Yu Ran heard the two people's answers without hesitation, and felt a little unwilling. Isn't a 4th level crystal core enough for a breakfast? Level 4 crystal core. Good money, but not for sale. Yen Rui still refused mercilessly. Jian Anqi had to take this opportunity to prepare meals for them in the doomsday period, which was already very hard. If he was asked to work as a chef, wouldn't he be exhausted? This loophole couldn't be opened anyway. Yu Ran was disappointed, but after thinking about it, he still picked up the shopping basket and started to pick things on the shelf. Unlike Gao Xian, he seemed to have extra patience. He would pick up every product carefully, look at the ingredient list, and look at the price. Even if he couldn't find the information he wanted on it, he still looked forward to whether there were any fish that slipped through the net. During this period, Gao Xian's people went in and out of the supermarket. They didn't buy anything, but just entered the door to observe Yu Ran's actions, and then went out to report to Gao Xian. The two sides outside the door were also on the verge of a fight. Yen Rui looked curious and asked the system to broadcast the sound to him, but it was all some brainless and childish quarrels, and there was no way for him to analyze what the grudges between the two sides were. You look like a zombie dog in a snowdrift, and your tongue can touch your instep when you yawn. This is Gao Xian's guard scolding a superpower who can transform into a beast. You are so brave. You are so brave that you can fill the moat with zombies. This is Yu Ran's guard scolding a superpower who cried when he saw zombies for the first time. Yen Rui listened and felt that it was quite interesting. More interesting than the TV series. Until Yu Ran came to the cashier and said with his 5 full baskets, "Hello? I want to check out." Yen Rui immediately stood up. Yu Ran was very particular about buying things. He bought 2 of almost every kind of things. Yen Rui thought that he probably wanted to take them back for research. Xingqing probably also had a scientific research area. There are 7,843 level 5 crystal cores in total. We accept high-level crystal cores in exchange. How do I pay? I'm different from Gao Xian. We still have money in Xingqing. Yu Ran readily took out 8 level 2 crystal cores and said generously, "No need to change." Yen Rui happily accepted them and gave Yu Ran a bottle of floral water in return. I keep them privately. Save them. Another level 2 crystal core, and 8 at once. Yen Rui felt that his ransom for the first days seemed to be less. Beware. Yu Ran just went out, and Gao Xian came up to him. It seemed that he wanted to have a fight with him. Yu Ran also raised his chin and prepared to fight back. Before the two of them started, they heard the alarm from outside. They immediately let go of each other and ran to the corner where the sound came from. Yen Rui stood at the door, not knowing what was going on. He asked the system, "What happened? Are there zombies coming?" The system replied, "It's like this. A zombie just appeared and injured Yu Ran's guards. They must have smelled their scent and followed them." What scale? Yen Rui was a little nervous when he heard the news. The system calmly repeated, "There are 10 level 5 zombies, 6 level 4 zombies, and 2 level 3 zombies. Ah, this is too much. Last time, there was only 1 level 3 zombie, which made them particularly nervous. This time, there are actually 2. There was a painful wail outside the door. Yin-Rui couldn't see the scene on the street corner directly, so he could only let the system broadcast it live. There are zombies outside. I'm going to go out for a while. Jian-Anqi also received the system's message and hurried downstairs. Yin-Rui was very upset when he saw that the 2 people who were just arguing with each other were now seriously injured and lying on the ground. And it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Especially the guard who could transform into a beast, regardless of the zombies' bites, used his huge beast body to block the attack of the zombies in front, giving everyone a chance to breathe. I'll go too. Yin-Rui took out his gun. I have an amulet. Yin-Rui had already prepared for the equipment. Amulets, weapons, nothing was missing. Just the mentality to go on the field. Jian-Anqi hesitated. 2 level 3 zombies are very dangerous. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous. I have a lot of amulets. After saying that, he took them out to show Jian-Anqi. There were about 30 or 40 of them. Yin-Rui also gave half of them to Jian-Anqi. 250,000 points each. It will definitely save your life. Jian-Anqi was not worried about Yin-Rui's safety. He was just worried about Yin-Rui's mental state after seeing this scene. But this day will come sooner or later. Jian-Anqi didn't have time to think about it and agreed. Follow me. Okay. The 2 of them went out immediately. As soon as they reached the corner, Yin-Rui was shocked by the scene in front of him and took a half step back. It's one thing to see it on the screen, but when you see it in person, the visual impact is too heavy. In order to charge Yin-Rui's supermarket, several guards don't have superpowers for the time being, but they are also using weapons to resist the zombies' attacks. Among them is Bai Sheng. Gao Xian, stand behind me. Don't get hurt. Bai Sheng picked up a wooden stick from somewhere and shouted to Gao Xian behind him. I'll cover you. You go to the car to get weapons. Gao was behind him now, trying hard to control the zombie in front of him to offer his head. The 2 cooperated well, but their abilities were limited, and Bai Sheng had already had many wounds on his body. I'll stop you from running in a while. Just run to the supermarket. Those 2 people will definitely save you. They both won't come out now. Coward bastard. I bought so many things. Let him earn so many crystal cores. And he still can't make friends with this guy. Yin-Rui rolled his eyes in his heart when he heard it. But time was tight, and he couldn't scold him now. So he first made a note of this kid. Bai Sheng. Take it. Bai Sheng heard someone calling him, subconsciously raised his head to catch it, and took a closer look. It turned out to be a gun. He didn't have time to think about it, and fired a few shots at the front of him, which solved the crisis of being bitten to death. Thank you, Boss Yin. Bai Sheng shouted at Yin-Rui, and saw Yin-Rui circled around them and distributed weapons to the psychics, who were almost unable to hold on. With Yin-Rui's help, the situation has improved slightly. But this situation has only eliminated most of the level 5 zombies and driver zombies. And there are zombies with superpowers among the level 4 zombies, which is very tricky. Where are the 2 level 3 zombies? Yin-Rui asked the system anxiously. He looked at the situation in the field and felt nauseous for a while. He suppressed his discomfort, took out his pistol, and shot at the zombie's head. But Yin-Rui's shooting skills were really not good enough, and the surviving zombies now had some abilities. So for a while, the 2 sides were deadlocked. Of these 2 level 3 zombies, one can release a large area of corpse poison, which can infect people into zombies, and the other is a strength zombie with superpowers, which means it has great strength and is mainly used to catch people next to the corpse poison zombie. How can this zombie start to cooperate? Yin-Rui's expression was solemn. Without waiting for his reminder, he saw that the power zombie grabbed one of Gao Xian's guards and sent him to the corpse poison zombie. This won't do. Yin-Rui simply put down his gun and took out a long knife. This long knife was what he was used to in his previous life. Now it can bring more lethality than using a gun. Seeing Yin-Rui change to a knife, Jian-Anqi subconsciously protected him in front of him. But Yin-Rui used his body to push him. You kill another level 3 zombie. Don't worry about me. Jian-Anqi had no choice but to dodge according to Yin-Rui's words. Although these zombies are extremely powerful, and they took advantage of the sneak attack, Yin-Rui's side has more people. After being caught off guard at the beginning, they are also on the right track. At this time, there are only 2 level 3 zombies left. The power zombie saw that something was wrong and roared at Yin-Rui. His body suddenly increased. His height, which was originally 2 meters high, soared to 3 meters. Yin-Rui's pupils trembled. This third-level zombie seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yin-Rui's joining. And now it was targeting Yin-Rui. He opened his mouth wide, bent down, and bit down at Yin-Rui's position. Yin-Rui closed his eyes, quickly turned sideways, and cut off the zombie's right hand that was grabbing him. Then he turned back, turned the handle of the knife, and the tip of the knife pierced into the zombie's thigh fiercely. The zombie roared and became more manic. Yin-Rui's eyes were firm, and his big bag of amulets flashed in his mind. He jumped up and inserted the blade fiercely into the zombie's chest, then held the handle tightly and slid down with the help of gravity, cutting a huge wound on the zombie's chest. After Yin-Rui landed again, the zombie returned to its original size. He still stretched out his remaining hand to grab Yin-Rui, but Yin-Rui turned around and chopped off his head. The zombies on this side were dealt with, and the third-level zombies on the other side were unwilling to die with the help of Jian Anqi. Everyone looked at Yin-Rui and forgot to apply medicine to themselves for a while. They knew Jian Anqi's martial arts level. Qi Ming had told them that Jian Anqi could deal with the third-level zombies and his fans alone. But Yin-Rui actually used cold weapons to show off his skills. Gao Xian was overwhelmed. He regretted that the time was too tight just now. This scene was so cool. He used a knife in this way and that, and dealt with the third-level zombie. And he was invulnerable to swords and guns. Even the zombie's nails couldn't do anything to him. How did he practice? If he learned it, he could walk sideways outside. Boss Yin. Gao Xian wanted to go up and talk about his excitement, but he saw Yin-Rui quickly running away and ran to a corner. Yin-Rui was so disgusted. Zombies were ugly to begin with, and he was facing a larger version. He could even see the brain behind the zombie's eyeball. Damn his 5.0 vision. He wanted to poke himself blind the moment he saw it. Are you okay? Jian Anqi immediately ran over and handed the water bottle to Yin-Rui. After he calmed down a little, he stuffed a mint candy into his mouth, and finally sprayed a few drops of floral water on his side. Yin-Rui recovered a little. I'm fine. I want to go back. Yin-Rui rubbed his face. Can you help me dig out the crystal core of that level 3 zombie? I really don't want to get close to him. Of course. Jian Anqi agreed. But Gao Xian ran up and volunteered. Let me do it. I promise to prepare the spoils for you too. That's fine. Yin-Rui nodded and stood up. But his ankle hurt, and he lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. Sprained your ankle? Jian Anqi sighed and squatted down without saying a word. I'll carry you back. It seemed that he had more than just sprained his ankle. He was now in pain in his neck, wrist, and everywhere. Although the amulet could protect him from external injuries, the internal injuries were too torturous. After returning to the supermarket, Jian Anqi asked the system to give Yin-Rui a full-body examination. The results showed that he had a slight fracture in his wrist, a fractured ankle, a contusion in his cervical vertebra, and countless internal injuries all over his body. It was estimated that he would swell or turn purple in a while. Go back. Let the doctor treat you at the hospital. Jian Anqi frowned, unable to hide the worry on his face. How could you be injured like this? You said to me before, saying that I would fight without caring about my life and would hurt myself. So I should learn from you, Yin-Rui said, and took a breath of cold air because of the pain. It's nothing. I have time in this life. Just in time to change my fighting style. System, can you treat my injury or put on a plaster or something? It will take too much time to go back. Yin-Rui was still a little reluctant to give up the time converter. If only the system could solve it. There are healing props in the mall. The host can choose by himself, the system said. I think the second one on the first page is the best. Yin-Rui had not used it before, so he had never paid attention to the medical props column in the mall. This time he opened it and looked at it according to the system's recommendation. And he saw an unknown prop. You're selling me a medical plaster for 100,000 points. Isn't that too much? Yin-Rui was speechless. He thought it was some high-tech stuff, but it turned out to be a hospital plaster. And a suit. The main control product is different. Didn't you just mention the plaster? This one is made with reference to the plane you live in. But the effect is better. It only takes 7 days to restore the wound to its original state. If that's the case, it's worth it. Let's buy it first. Other props are several times more expensive than this medical plaster. And the effect is better. It seems a bit of a waste of resources. It's hard not to guess that this thing is specially prepared for him. Where are you injured? Yanrui suddenly thought of Jian Anqi. You just fought with that zombie. Are you injured? Jian Anqi shook his head. No. It's about the same as last time. Yanrui didn't believe it. System. Where is Jian Anqi injured? The system answered honestly. He really didn't get hurt too much. And he's even better than last time. Then by 3 sets. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Yanrui put on the 3 sets of plaster suits according to the instructions. He didn't feel as uncomfortable as he imagined. The texture is not hard, but rather a little fluid. It's hard to say. And the movement restrictions are not big. You can still move in a small range. And it doesn't have much impact on your life. Anyway, it's different from the plaster he used to wear after his fracture. It's really high-tech. Yanrui is satisfied. After the two went downstairs again, they saw Gao Xian and Yu Ran standing together for a rare time without quarreling. Yanrui limped to the chair behind the cashier, passively tilting his neck. Are you two here to give me crystal cores? The gun before should also be counted. Count it. Of course we have to count it. Gao Xian took the lead. This is your level 3 crystal core. We don't have any materials at hand for the time being. Only this small gift box. Yanrui looked carefully and saw that Gao Xian found a small red velvet box from somewhere, which looked quite solemn. It's my box. Yu Ran saw that Yanrui's expression was not unhappy, and immediately asked for credit. He stole it from me. I don't want the box. Yanrui returned the box. It looks good, but I don't need it. Yanrui picked up his trophy, the level 3 crystal core. He picked up the small crystal core with his fingers and observed it in the sun. The sun slightly penetrated the crystal core, and the tiny stars fell into Yanrui's eyes. Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui like this, with a smile on his lips. Yanrui also opened his mouth slightly, and watched the transparent crystal core with a little light green, with some satisfaction on his face. I want to make a necklace. Yanrui admired it for a long time before putting it down. Do you know how to make it? Gao Xian and Yu Ran shook their heads at the same time. I don't know. Then do you know anyone who can make a necklace? Yanrui looked Yu Ran up and down, seeing that he was covered with all kinds of chains, and asked in anticipation. Yu Ran took a step back. I don't have any. I bought them all. Yanrui lowered his head with some regret. He found a small bag, packed it carefully, and then stuffed it into the drawer under the cash register with his only intact hand. A series of actions last night. Yanrui started to count. How many guns should I give each of you? We have 8. And Yu Ran only has 2. Gao Xian raised his hand high, then hissed in pain and explained. A rib was broken. This injury sounded more painful. Yanrui stiffened his neck, raised the hand wrapped in plaster, pointed at Gao Xian and asked, do you want me to take back the gun? Or do you want to buy more bullets for my son's equipment? I want to buy weapons. Gao Xian endured the pain and continued, but we don't want to buy a big one. We want to buy the big one. Which big one? Yanrui didn't react for a while. Gao Xian immediately reminded him, it's the one that knocked us out with one shot. Oh! Yanrui was quite surprised. That one is not cheap. I'll try it. Gao Xian rubbed his hands and felt that Yanrui's attitude was loosening. He coughed twice excitedly, and then saw a stream of blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. You guys go back and heal your wounds first, Yanrui said with a bit of disgust. Don't drop blood on my floor. Okay. Okay. Please think about it carefully. In addition to this, we can also acquire other things. We are really rich in Wancheng. Yanrui waved his arms to Gao Xian with stiff arms. Seeing Gao Xian leave, Yu Ran also asked tentatively, we are not very poor in Xingqiang. Let's go. Let's go. Come back to me after you recover from your injuries. Yanrui felt that the corners of his mouth seemed to be swollen, and his speech began to become unclear. Jian Anqi heard that Yanrui's voice was not right, and immediately walked up, held his face, and carefully checked, where is it swollen again? Yanrui licked his cheek and said vaguely, probably here. It feels a little hot and a little sour. After Yanrui finished speaking, he saw Jian Anqi's face change slightly, hurriedly put down his hands, turned around and walked upstairs. Your injury is not serious. I'll go upstairs to get you some medicine. Yanrui looked at Jian Anqi's back disappearing in front of him. Feeling a little puzzled, he rolled his eyes and then thought of something. Then he stood up anxiously and shouted upstairs, Jian Anqi. The medicine box is in the basement. Why are you going upstairs? Chapter 48. Watching Jian Anqi running up and down the stairs. Yen Rui was confused. Why are you going upstairs again? I don't need to apply the medicine. After Yen Rui finished speaking, he couldn't help but hiss and cursed in his heart which zombie hit him in the face. He couldn't even remember. Yen Rui spent a week leaning on a cane, but he lived more comfortably than he imagined. He had everything he needed, and even Jian Anqi did the washing for him. Our facial cleanser is almost used up. Don't forget to buy it when you go back. These little things are only remembered when they are needed. And he didn't prepare many things completely. Jian Anqi said him in a sullen voice. I've made a note of it. Take down the sign that says the toilet water is sold out tomorrow. Wang Jiaming is really reliable. He can stock so many products in such a short time. What's wrong with you? Have you been worried about something these past 2 days? Yen Rui raised his face. The water on his face had not been wiped clean yet. His bangs were wet, and there was a small drop of water on his eyelashes. When looking at Jian Anqi, Yen Rui blinked his eyes, and the drop of water fell down with a force. After falling to the ground, Yen Rui raised his hand and shook it. What are you thinking about? Jian Anqi came back to his senses and said uncomfortably, Nothing. Just thinking about what brand of facial cleanser you want. Anything is fine. I'm not picky, as long as it can wash clean. Yen Rui leaned his face forward. Wipe my face. Jian Anqi turned his head away, picked up the towel, and gently wiped Yen Rui's face. Yen Rui sighed comfortably. I don't want to think about it anymore. Your technique is better than mine. Jian Anqi laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? The plaster will be taken off tonight. Yen Rui slowly moved downstairs, and after opening the door, he saw Gao Xian and Yu Ran waiting at the door. It has been like this for the past 2 days. Sometimes Gao Xian comes here to sit, and sometimes Yu Ran comes here to exchange feelings. They are very comfortable when they are alone, but they always quarrel when they meet. What are you doing here today? Yen Rui was a little stressed. No quarreling. Hearing Yen Rui say no quarreling, the two suddenly choked, and they lowered their heads to think about how they greeted each other when they came. It was Gao Xian who spoke first. My dad said he wanted to visit, and wanted to discuss with you the attack strategy of the 3rd level zombies. My dad is also coming to visit. He said he wants to buy a batch of weapons. I don't know if it's okay. You buy weapons? Don't be ridiculous. How can a place so poor that even eating grass as a delicious meal have money to buy weapons? Gao Xian still couldn't help but sneer. That's the extremely strong grass. A small piece can give people enough satiety. And the taste is the same as seaweed. How can it not be eaten? That was one of his father's few successful investments. Yeah. Just say that. Gao Xian subconsciously hugged his arm, and then couldn't help but cry out in pain. It hurts. You deserve it. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Yen Rui immediately stopped. You can come. Your father won't quarrel. Of course not. The two said in unison. Yen Rui shook his neck. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you are not allowed to quarrel in front of me. Otherwise I won't sell anything. After sending the two away, Yen Rui took out the magnetic sound wave children's handheld cannon. 30,000 points. How many crystal cores do you think we should sell? This thing doesn't have much killing power, so we can just make less money. Jian Anqi suggested. We can recommend them other more important things. Okay. Let's just give them the 3,500 level crystal core. We won't make any money from them, so we can find something else for them. Yen Rui rubbed his hands. It just so happens that I will be healed tomorrow, and I can be regarded as a model example by then. Sure enough, the two city lords were surprised to see Yen Rui early the next morning. When the two received the news, they said that the store manager was very capable, but was seriously injured, and it was unknown when he would be healed. So they asked them to pay attention when they came. Is this called a serious injury? The two old men were confused. This is the list of items we want to buy. I don't know how many crystal cores we need. Gao Jiyun took out a piece of paper from his arms and pushed it in front of Yen Rui. Just as Yen Rui was about to take it, Gao Jiyun immediately took back the paper, added another stroke on it, and then handed it back. If yours looks good, we sincerely want to buy it. Yen Rui took the list and found that this man had a big appetite. He wanted 10,000 bottles of toilet water alone, and 100,000 pistols. He wanted the least magnetic sonic wave children's toys. 5,000. Too many. I may not be able to help you get even 1/10 of the items on the list. Yen Rui returned the note. Sorry. This deal can't be done. It's possible to prepare toilet water for them. But he wanted 100,000 guns. It's impossible for everyone to fight a town robbery war. He would never let such an imbalance appear in the plane. The main thing is that the plane itself will maintain order. What about you? Yin-Rui looked at Yuran's father Yu-Liming. Do you want so much too? Even if he thought so in his heart. He dared not continue to speak when he saw Gao Jian hit a wall. He could only say sorry. I don't have a list. The main thing is that Ran doesn't know much about your goods. So I want to ask first. Plus, our Xingqing is not as wealthy as Wancheng. So we can only save money and buy a little. Yu-Liming glanced at Gao Jian at this time and continued. I haven't thanked you for saving my Ran. I heard that the scene was very chaotic at that time. You could have stayed out of it. But you still took action and saved many lives. You are really righteous. Yin-Rui's ears were a little red because of the praise. Actually, it's nothing. The main thing is that we all get rid of the zombies together. That's the most important thing. Gao Jian glared at Yu-Liming fiercely, cursing in his heart that he was really cunning. I have 3 main products here. One of which is this. Yin-Rui took out the magnetic sonic wave children's cannon. This is not expensive. 3,500 level crystal cores will do. Yin-Rui lifted up the huge children's toy and secretly complained in his heart. What kind of people's children's toys are so big? This is a magnetic sonic wave cannon, which is useful for humans. But it is hard to say whether it is useful for zombies. I can lend one to each of you. You can take it out and try it. After speaking, Yin-Rui took out the pistol. You should be familiar with this thing. I don't have much in stock. If you need it, you can buy some as a backup. So that when the superpowers are empty, you will be powerless to fight back. After Yin-Rui finished speaking, he took out the plaster. This is why I can recover within 7 days. As long as there are no wounds on my body. No matter how serious the fracture is, it will heal within 7 days with this. What if there are wounds? Is there a medicine that can quickly heal wounds? Yin-Rui was ready. He had thought about selling amulets to them before. But the unit price of amulets was too expensive. There were so many of them. So it might not be cost-effective for them. Then this is it. Healing spray. Yin-Rui took out a small spray. 100 milliliters per bottle. 350 level crystal core. The wound will heal in a week after spraying. But the side effect is that it will be very painful at the moment of spraying. And if you are bitten by zombies, you can't grow new flesh. After Yin-Rui introduced, he asked, do you have any healing psychics? If he can make people grow new flesh and blood, don't use this spray for the time being. Good. 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 Yu-Liming said 5 good words in a row. But Gao Jian was very excited when he heard about the effect of this spray at first. But his face turned black in the end. He doesn't have a healing psychic at home. Don't blame him. Boss Yin. Although Yu-Liming explained, there was a hint of gloating in his explanation. Among the nearby urban areas, only our Xingqing has a healing psychic. No wonder Yin-Rui suddenly realized. It's okay. At least there will be fewer casualties later. The last time Yin-Rui participated in a battle, a total of 3 people died, including the psychic, who could transform into a beast. After seeing this, Yin-Rui didn't want this situation to happen again. So he searched a lot in the system mall, and finally found this relatively cheap and hugely effective prop. Do you think we need to check and fill in the gaps? I always feel that the items we provide them are a bit too few. Yin-Rui still hesitated. Even though he knew that this arrangement should be the most appropriate, he still felt that he had not done enough. It's enough. Each plane has to rely on people to save themselves. All we can do is to help. The arrival of Yu-Liming and Gao Jian made the neighborhood more lively. The guards of the two would come to Yin-Rui's supermarket every day to buy some small things casually. After buying, they would take turns to charge the protective shield. However, this time everyone became cautious and only used 50% of their superpowers each time to avoid the last incident from happening again. However, the people in this plane are in good health. So many seriously injured superpowers before appeared in front of Yin-Rui alive and kicking in a few days. How are your injuries recovering these 2 days? Don't you want to rest well? Looking at Bai Sheng, who was wearing a plaster cast and had to be carried by Gao Xian to go out, he said with a smile, not bad. I will be well soon after wearing your plaster. Me too. Gao Xian broke a rib. But he didn't rest for a day and kept running around. The joint guard team of our 2 cities will find zombies soon. And then we will know whether the magnetic sonic wave cannon is useful. Yin Rui had lent them two before, and thought they would test them separately. But unexpectedly they formed a team, which surprised Yin Rui a little. But although they were surprised, it was much safer this way. Are you prepared for it not to work? Yin Rui asked with concern. If it doesn't work, run quickly, and don't just stare at it. That's for sure. The guards who went this time are my father's guards, who are much better than my guards. Speaking of his guards, Gao Xian sighed. They still need to continue training. Unexpectedly, in the evening of that day, Yu Liming and Gao Zhiyun came to him with excitement. It's done! It's done! Gao Zhiyun rolled his eyes at Yu Liming, who interrupted him, took two quick steps, stood in front of him, and was closer to Yin Rui. This magnetic sonic cannon is really useful. Just shoot at the zombies, and they will lose consciousness immediately. We tested it, and found that the level 5 zombies will be stunned for 3 minutes. And the level 4 zombies will be stunned for about 2.5 minutes. We can't find level 3 zombies for the time being. But I think the effect should not be bad. That's good. Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Then how many magnetic sonic cannons do you want each? 10. And there are rechargeable magazines. One magazine can only be used 10 times. You used them all up. Yin Rui sighed. That's fine. This time, Gao Zhiyun's shopping list was much more realistic. He needed 10 magnetic sonic cannons, 1,000 sets of plaster, and 20,000 bottles of spray. The rest of the toilet water, drinks, snacks, and various small things were also written on the list. From the shopping list, it can be seen that Wancheng is really richer than Xingqing. What does Wancheng do? How come it is so rich? After the two left, Yin Rui curiously asked the system. Xingqing seems to be quite large, and the city construction of the two sides is similar. Why is the level so different? Because when the zombies broke out, the world's largest cargo distribution center was in Wancheng, when everyone was short of food and clothing. Wancheng had already discussed how to proceed with the next plan. The system continued. Don't think Gao Zhiyun looks unreliable. His elders are smarter than each other. In Gao Zhiyun's generation, he is doing business while going out to kill zombies. And his business is more successful than his father's. When did the zombie crisis here start? 100 years ago? Almost. 83 years ago. So the current generation has coexisted with zombies since birth. And the physical fitness of children nowadays is much stronger. In addition, everyone is used to this lifestyle. So when we came here, the contradictions were not prominent. Indeed, Yu Liming and Gao Zhiyun, two of the top city lords, only quarreled when they met. Although they did not maintain superficial peace, they felt that if the other party had any problems, they would help each other. Forget it. Let's prepare the goods first. Yin Rui divided the goods into two parts. Thanks to the help of Wang Jiaming and Jian Anqi, Yin Rui is not short of goods now. In just one afternoon, all the goods needed by both parties were prepared. Wait a minute. Yin Rui suddenly felt dizzy. Did we make a lot from this order? Why? How much did we make from this order? Jian Anqi took off his gloves for carrying goods, walked over, and looked at Yin Rui's notebook. Hundreds of millions. Yin Rui picked up the notebook and danced with joy. Gypsum alone can make a turnover of 110 million points. And there are 2 cities. So it will double. That's great. We are finally richer. Seeing Yin Rui happy, Jian Anqi's smile became more abundant. I will move the goods soon. How are we going to deliver the goods later? I can't give them the space button. At night, find a larger abandoned house nearby and put the goods inside. No one will steal them anyway. Just let the system watch them. Yin Rui made the final decision. If there is any movement here, the 2 groups will find it. Who dares to go here? Yin Rui waved his hand indifferently. As for the 2 of us, if we are discovered, we can just send them away. Jian Anqi agreed to this. After sorting out all the goods, the 2 of them went to find 2 adjacent houses nearby at night. This house should be where the superpowers who often pass by live. Some signs of maintenance can be seen, and there is no need to worry about getting wet even if it rains at night. The next day, both parties tacitly brought their guards to the door of Yin Rui's supermarket. Yin Rui walked out of the door and waved his hand. Come with me. When they arrived at the temporary warehouse, both parties looked unsurprised. Except Yuran, who had remained silent, pretending to be surprised. Oh my god! Boss Yin is really amazing. He was able to move so many things directly to such a far place without alarming anyone. I didn't even feel it last night. Yes, Yes. I couldn't sleep last night, and didn't hear any movement outside. Is it because my five senses have become less sensitive? I used to wake up at the slightest movement. At this time, Bai Sheng and Yuran sang the same tune. Yin Rui thought to himself. These two people are really good at pretending. The system told him last night that when they were placing the goods, someone came to investigate nearby, and saw that it was Yin Rui himself. So they retreated quietly. Now they are acting it out. You two cities, one on each side, Xingqiang on the left and Wancheng on the right. Give me the crystal core after acceptance. Yin Rui had no doubt that they would default on the debt, and gave them 100% trust. As a result, Yu Liming was moved to tears because of this. How did Xingqiang do business before? Yin Rui really didn't understand. Should we settle here or go back to the supermarket? After checking the goods, the two walked towards Yin Rui with a smile on their faces. It can be seen that they are really happy, especially Gao Zhiyun, who has a magazine of the magnetic sonic wave cannon on his waist, and doesn't care that it doesn't match his outfit at all. Let's go back to the supermarket, Yin Rui said without hesitation. Don't forget, you can get a 10% discount. Yes, yes, yes. The two city lords smiled brightly, saving a lot of money. It's really reassuring to do business with Boss Yin. If Boss Yin needs to buy any raw materials, we can provide them. Not yet, Yin Rui said. All I need is the crystal core. This place is not like the previous plane, where there are two types of ice crystals and fire essences. There is only one energy body, the crystal core. But I don't know if there are original species, like ice crystals and fire essences. After harvesting a large number of crystal cores, Yin Rui stopped Yu Liming, who was excited to go out and charge the protective shield of Yin Rui's supermarket himself. I want to ask, do you know how zombies are formed now? Yu Liming shook his head immediately. I don't know. For so many years, we have been studying it. Not only will we hold seminars in this area, but we will also contact gathering places in other areas. But until now, there is no definite answer. Yin Rui nodded. Then forget it. Why not? Yu Liming wanted to say something, but Gao Zhiyun saw this and retorted before he could open his mouth. No! Don't talk nonsense. He hasn't said it yet. You tell me what it is first. Yin Rui was a little interested. I'm not stupid. I can judge for myself. Just a few days ago, someone discovered a huge energy fluctuation coming from a crack, and speculated that it might be the cause of the formation of zombies. Why is the energy fluctuation speculated to be the cause of the formation of zombies? Not the cause of the formation of superpowers? Could it be that the cracks will spread zombies upwards? Virus? I don't know about that. Anyway, there will be such statements every few years. Just like 3 years ago, someone said that the corpse of Zombie Zero was dug up, but it turned out to be an ordinary corpse buried hundreds of years ago. A zombie died next to it, and the bones were contaminated with some zombie viruses. At that time, I really thought there was progress, and I donated 1 million level 5 crystal cores as research funds. When Yu Liming thought of this, he clenched his fists in anger. Let them return my crystal cores. And they said it was a contribution to science. Ah, the reason why Xingqiang is not rich has finally been found. Do you often donate research funds? Yin Rui asked curiously. Yes, but it's good if there is really a result once in 10 donations. Yu Liming was a little helpless. But there is no way. There is no such scientific research condition in our urban area. We can only bet on other research institutes. Then Wancheng never invests? Yin Rui turned his head and looked at Gao Zhiyun. Gao Zhiyun heard this question and proudly folded his arms. Of course, we have our own research institute, and we don't accept any donations from the outside world. All the scientific research results we get belong to us. Gao Zhiyun said to Yu Liming with some sarcasm, I told you not to believe it, but you insisted on believing it. I'm happy to do so. It started again. And it started again. Anyway, the crystal cores had been collected. Yin Rui asked them to leave quickly, and then when he saw that there was no one outside, he pulled Jian Anqi to the basement together. Let's enjoy it. Yin Rui deliberately came to the corner of the basement that was not filled with debris. And before Jian Anqi wanted to ask questions, he released all the crystal cores on him from the space button. As a result, because there were too many crystal cores, all the crystal cores piled up into a mountain, and buried Yin Rui and Jian Anqi. Ha ha ha. Yin Rui struggled to stick his head out of the countless crystal cores. and then looked around for Jian Anqi's figure. Jian Anqi also stuck his head out. But he didn't expect that he would misjudge the number of crystal cores, and his expression was a little helpless. It was the first time that Yin Rui saw Jian Anqi's expression. He waved his arms and swam towards Jian Anqi. This is my favorite sea. What about you? Do you like it? After Yin Rui swam to Jian Anqi, he grabbed a handful of crystal cores and handed them to Jian Anqi. Do you like my gift? Jian Anqi looked at the shallow dimples on Yin Rui's face after he laughed, and his heart beat wildly again. Oh, he is so cute. I don't know if Yin Rui, who was evaluated as cute for the first time in his life, was still immersed in the joy of being surrounded by wealth. This crystal core was converted into a string of numbers. But when it actually appeared in front of him, the satisfaction was different. Excuse me. Do you want to exchange all the level 5 crystal cores for points? The system came out at the right time. After all are exchanged for points, there will be segmented rewards provided by the master control. What segment? Yin Rui asked. When will the segmented rewards be available? It is a reward system launched by the master control to urge all hosts. Host, you are the first owner of the segmented reward and will receive a surprise prize. Then let's exchange it first. Yin Rui shrugged indifferently. Anyway, he had to exchange it sooner or later. But he was really not curious about what the segmented rewards were. What good things can the master control give? Okay. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first stage goal. The master controller's reward will be credited soon. Please check the storage box. What storage box? Yin Rui was stunned for a moment. I didn't bind the space button. Where did it come from? Yin Rui suddenly had an idea. Could this be the reward given by the master controller? A portable space. Yin Rui opened the system operation interface in surprise. Sure enough, in the bottom corner, a particularly conspicuous message prompt icon appeared. It was emitting a faint white light and was covered with a bright red one. Yin Rui opened it excitedly, and the description interface of the storage box popped up on the interface. Storage box, level 1. Can store 10 items of the same type, based on the first item placed. Unlimited space. Time stagnation. And can be upgraded. Spend 5 million points to upgrade to level 2. And level 2 can be bound to a second host. Yin Rui. This is another trap for him to spend points. It's a trap. But even if it's a trap, what can it do? Yin Rui still couldn't hide his excitement. We now have a portable space. Yin Rui just transferred hundreds of millions of points. And he didn't feel sorry for the 5 million. He immediately upgraded the portable space to level 2. We will have a portable space in the future. If you want to upgrade to level 3, you need 8 million points. But even if you upgrade, he will only add 10 grids. And he doesn't need it for now. I really want to kiss the main controller. He really listens to our suggestions. Yin Rui walked around in the basement excitedly. Let's put the crystal core in the grid first. Yin Rui followed the prompt and touched the crystal core with his left hand. The crystal core in front of him disappeared immediately. This strange feeling made him a little fascinated. It's like I suddenly know magic. Jian Anqi. You try it. Yin Rui immediately waved to Jian Anqi. Come on. Let's do it together. Seeing this, Jian Anqi also installed 2 crystal cores and entered the space. He didn't expect that this space could be classified. Although the 2 crystal cores were assigned to the same grid, the 4th level crystal core and the 3rd level crystal core were clearly separated, and there was a conspicuous dividing line in the middle. Amazing. Amazing. I guess the energy types scanned are the same, but the energy content is different. So they are divided like this. Yin Rui was more and more satisfied. I won't be afraid of cold lunch when I go out in the future. That's what you were thinking about. Jian Anqi smiled and said, try to pack lunch boxes and see if it works, since the first item is used as the basis. Yin Rui took a lunch box from the shelf, and then found that if the 4 dishes were the same, they could be placed in the same box. But if the 4 dishes were different, even if the positions of the dishes were different, they would be assigned to another grid. I don't know if this is considered smart or not, but they have a portable space. To celebrate today's good day, Yin Rui returned to the cashier from the basement and shouted to the outside, I'm happy today. 10% off for the whole store. And it can be combined. This is good. Discount on discount. They have to take advantage of this bargain. The news spread quickly, and the 2 groups of people nearby all knew about it, and immediately came to the supermarket to buy. After a while, even Qiming came. But this time Chi Ming brought someone with him. This person was thin and small, but his attitude was quite arrogant. He raised his neck and looked down on people, especially like Gao Xian, who came for the first time. Moreover, seeing Chi Ming's attitude, you know that this person's status should not be low. Chi Ming stood behind this person a little stiffly. This person stood in front of the supermarket, looked at the plaque, then smiled, and then walked into the supermarket and glanced at Yan Rui, who was checking out. Because the news of discounts spread quickly, and everyone now knew that there would be no zombies nearby in the near future. They all dressed more casually. The old uniforms are gone. Those who are more particular wear t-shirts, trousers and sneakers, while those who are not particular just wear flip-flops when going out, fearing that the goods will be snatched away by others. Are you the boss here? The people brought by Chi Ming raised their chins. Do you sell this supermarket? I don't sell. Yan Rui was a little puzzled. He glanced at Chi Ming behind him, and saw Chi Ming's helpless face. Yan Rui immediately understood that Chi Ming might have been caught for reselling, and was forced to provide the source of goods. Not selling? Then are you willing to move your supermarket to another place? The man said as he approached. This place is very remote. You see, the people who come here to buy things are just low-level supernatural people with little money. Gao Xian and Yuran, who were eating popsicles at the same time, pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. What kind of words are you talking about? Why are you attacking people personally? Yan Rui found it funny and asked in a gentle voice, which gathering place are you from? What is the scale? What kind of help can you provide me? I can provide you with security. Recently, the zombies have fluctuated frequently. Maybe there will be a zombie tide at any time. You will be attacked by zombies sooner or later here. It will be more troublesome to become a zombie at that time. As for which gathering place I am from, you will know if you follow me. I will definitely ensure that you will be rich and prosperous for the rest of your life. Yan Rui secretly looked sideways at Chi Ming. Judging from his expression, he should have deliberately not told this person that Jian Anqi could fight a level 3 zombie alone. And they didn't even know what happened here a few days ago. Forget it. Moving is tiring. I don't want to go. Yan Rui refused without hesitation, and did not point out Chi Ming's thoughts. Temporarily tactfully refused. Okay. Don't regret it. After the man made a harsh remark, he turned around and left. But when he reached the door, he was stopped by Gao Xian. What, regret or not? Brother. What do you mean? The man looked Gao Xian up and down, and saw that Gao Xian was wearing thin clothes and had no valuable weapons on him, and felt Gao Xian's ability level. Well, it's confirmed that he can live to this day because of good luck. Nothing. But do you want to move? Do you want to go to Shuinyu City? We have good benefits recently, and you should be able to get some benefits. What a mess. What do I need your welfare for? Gao Xian said impatiently. I'll teach you a lesson for me. I'll teach you a lesson for my dad. Yan Rui, who heard Gao Xian's words in the supermarket, suddenly laughed out loud. This man really didn't change his original intention. Are you sick? The man looked at Gao Xian with contempt. How old are you? And you're still looking for your dad? I'll beat you. Gao Xian restrained himself a little in front of Yan Rui, but he still fought with other people when they didn't agree. But Gao Xian's strength was really not good. In a few seconds, the man in front of him controlled the grass under his feet and entangled him. Just when he was proud, Bai Sheng knocked him out from behind with a wooden stick. What the hell? Come here to show off your power. After dealing with this man, Chi Ming immediately ran into the supermarket and apologized to Yan Rui. Sorry, boss. I didn't mean it. But he caught me and forced me, and I really had no choice. Yan Rui pointed to the side. Stand there and talk. I'm listening. Not only Yan Rui was listening, but even the other people in the supermarket were reluctant to leave and wanted to hear what happened. After we bought the goods from you before, we went back to sell them on the black market and made some money. At this time, Chi Ming didn't care about being embarrassed and told everything. When we were trading goods, his name is Huang Dong, the younger brother of our black market manager, found out. Chi Ming spoke intermittently, but the people present understood most of it. This man saw that Chi Ming and his friends were unusual, so he took advantage of Chi Ming's going out to fight zombies and secretly kidnapped Chi Ming's fiancée, Lao Ke's nephew, and other people's families, forcing Chi Ming to hand over their source of goods. He can just come directly. Why do we have to kidnap him? Yan Rui didn't understand. What's there to kidnap? His store is not closed. And there is no shortage of goods. Just buy if you want. Chi Ming continued. He asked me about the background of the supermarket. I said it was opened by a researcher from a small gathering place, and his friend, who often went out to shop. You are really good at lying. Yin Rui was not very angry after hearing this. And he made others angry. Or maybe they were pretending to be angry. Anyway, the performance was a bit exaggerated. Especially Gao Xian. Let's flatten his gathering place. Brothers, are you going? Just bought the weapons and haven't practiced them well. This finally found an excuse. Forget it. When he wakes up, we can ask him to release the people. Humans should not kill each other. Let him learn a lesson, Yin Rui said, pointing at Gao Xian and Yuran. Do you want to move? There is room for both of them. Don't come to our Wancheng. Go to his house. I'm a little annoyed with you. Gao Xian, as always, crossed his arms and still resented Chi Ming's previous eye roll. Yuran, with his red hair, smiled kindly. Come to my house. My house is in Xingcheng. I should be able to make room for you. Chi Ming knew Yuran. He didn't expect that Yin Rui had already established a good relationship with the young masters of the two cities after he hadn't been there for a few days. At the same time, he was particularly grateful for his luck. Huang Dong was a coward. He never participated in going out of the city to fight zombies. He relied on his status to show off in the black market. He didn't care about the problems in the outside world. He only cared about the black market. So he didn't even know Gao Xian and Yuran, who were celebrities nearby. Well, I'll wake him up. Yuran's tone was gentle, but his hands were dark. He slowly floated Huang Dong to about 3 meters, paused, and then heard Gao Xian urging, higher, higher. Yuran slowly raised it a little higher. Then his hands loosened, and Huang Dong fell heavily to the ground. After this fall, Huang Dong really woke up. Huang Dong opened his eyes with a cry of pain. He raised his hand to cover his neck. It hurt so much. How dare you do that to me? Do you know who I am? What? Who are you? Gao Xian smiled. Do you know who I am? I don't care if you are. Huang Dong was very angry. He came here to threaten Yin Rui. But he hadn't done it yet. Why did the other party take the initiative? He had never suffered such a loss in his life. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. I ask you, where are his family members? Gao Xian slapped Huang Dong in the face. With a pop, Huang Dong was stunned on the spot. It's a good look when a little playboy meets a big playboy. Yin Rui didn't want to pay the bill. He found a chair and sat next to a few people. Ask him what he will do to me if I don't move? Huang Dong wanted to ask for help, so he naturally brought people with him. However, there was no movement outside, and he realized that things were not good. What happened to my people? Huang Dong wanted to struggle. I'm going to be a level 2 psychic soon. But you haven't reached that level yet. Have you? Yin Rui didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Hurry up. Don't waste time. Seeing that he was unmoved, Yuran once again took him up slowly. This time to 3 meters. He shouted to Huang Dong in midair, if you don't say anything, I will drop you directly. You dare. I'm injured and my brother won't. Ah! Huang Dong's body suddenly dropped and stopped suddenly, when it was less than half a meter from the ground. Are you going to say it or not? Yin Rui asked again. Seeing that Huang Dong wanted to continue to curse, Jian Anji next to him said, just kill him. It's a waste of effort. You dare. Huang Dong was really scared this time. He had been walking sideways in the city with his identity that was about to reach the 2nd level. But he didn't expect to be directly controlled here. And what about his superpowers? Why can't he use his superpowers? Huang Dong's panic deepened again at this time. His superpowers are fed with medicine. And there is no threat. Chi Ming saw that these people could actually subdue Huang Dong. So he spoke up next to him, with a little anxiety in his tone. It is very likely that our family members were sent to the laboratory by him. Chi Ming clenched his fists and simply told the whole story. Xuanyu City has been conducting human experiments. They will extract the energy from the bodies of people with special abilities, convert it into medicine, and then provide the medicine to the upper class in the city. Chi Ming worked so hard to earn crystal cores for this reason. He was running around outside every day and heard some news. But he didn't dare to confront the people behind the scenes. He just wanted to earn more crystal cores and take his family away and move to other gathering places. However, the conditions for moving are very strict now. Each gathering place has very strict control over the number of people. including the allocation of resources. So it is not easy to move. Yen Rui is his opportunity. He knows the danger, but he still wants to grasp it well. But he didn't expect that he was discovered by Huang Dong and others before he completed his goal. What was even more unexpected was that they dared to kidnap all their family members for profit. It was really terrible. Chapter 49. Are you sure? The experiment they did? Yen Rui's expression was serious. You can't talk nonsense about such things. Yes, even if it is true. Do you know the geographical location of their laboratory? And what research results have they had? As for the medicine you said that can enhance the ability of the superpowers. Is it true or false? It's false. Hearing this, Huang Dong immediately refuted. What laboratory? What medicine? What human experiment? Are all fake. Even if we are the black market. It is impossible for us to do such a thing. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their heads and stared at Huang Dong blankly. You actually did human experiments. Are you human? Huang Dong realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. So he just threw it away. You can either kill me, or you will be killed when my brother finds out. Don't worry about it. Let him come to Xingchun to find me. Yu Ran shook his hair. What's your brother's name? Huang Xian. The last time I saw him, I still had green hair. Then when you were hiding from zombies, you almost got eaten by a giraffe. Right? Gao Xian deliberately shouted this sentence to make sure everyone present could hear it. Don't talk nonsense. The giraffe bit me because there were zombies following behind. And he wanted to trade me for one. Yu Ran stepped forward and wanted to kick Gao Xian. But Gao Xian dodged accurately and turned around to make a face at Yu Ran. Huang Dong, who felt that he was not respected, was so angry that he jumped up and down. He saw that these people would not kill him at all. So his attitude became arrogant. You want to know about our Shuingyu city? Impossible. Just kill me. Huang Dong was tough at this time. If I don't go back tonight, my brother will flatten this place tomorrow. Do you believe it? Yeah. Very powerful. Gao Xian looked perfunctory. But he was already looking at the map with Qi Ming. Yen Rui put his words behind his head. Shuingyu City was not far from their location. But it was a bit late today. So everyone discussed going out tomorrow to find out. Gao Xian and Yu Ran were going to discuss this matter with their father. After the two went back and talked about it, both sides unexpectedly wanted to go out and practice with great interest. I really bought a new weapon and wanted to try it out. But Yen Rui persuaded me to give it a try, saying that the situation of being caught by the younger generation and the elders going out was different. The two gave up. Qi Ming was so angry that he poured cold water on them after Huang Dong and his men were tied up in an abandoned warehouse. It was a pity that no matter how he asked, these people gritted their teeth and refused to tell him the location of his family. Qi Ming could only use his reason to suppress his dissatisfaction and prepare for the counterattack the next day. After everyone left, Yen Rui asked the system, Did you do something with Huang Dong's superpower? The system admitted without hesitation. Of course. It was me. It just made his body unable to convert energy. He still knows this little trick. Then can you make my body produce energy conversion? Yen Rui asked with some expectation. You also know that if I have superpowers, I can save a lot of money. I don't know what Yen Rui needs so much money for. He obviously has more money than he can spend in the real world. He may become the richest man in a few worlds. The same goes for points. He is the host who can earn the most points. In time, he will definitely be able to buy whatever he wants. But why is he so stingy? The system doesn't understand at all. Can I? Yen Rui thought. If the system had a human form now, he would want to shake his shoulders and ask. No. Your body does not have the ability to form that kind of energy rotation. If I force the energy into your body, it will only make you explode and die. There is no need for this. That's true. Yen Rui sighed. He really can only wait for his body to adapt to the energy. The next morning, Yen Rui packed himself neatly and put on his specially equipped fighting suit, a jacket on the upper body and slim pants on the lower body that are not very tight, so that there is no worry in fighting. And it's easy to wipe the blood splashed on the clothes. When Yen Rui went out, he saw Jian Anqi's outfit, which was similar to his. It was at this time that he remembered that Jian Anqi had taught him to dress like this in his previous life. Yen Rui ran to Jian Anqi and touched his arm. Good job. We are in sync and wear brotherly outfits. Jian Anqi was originally guilty and wanted to go upstairs to change. But after hearing what Yen Rui said, He felt that if he changed down, it would only make things worse. Did you bring the amulet? Jian Anqi pretended to be calm and changed the subject. How many did you bring? Don't you know how many I have? I cherish my life the most. After Yan Rui finished speaking, he opened the system and asked, do you know where they hid the person? I don't know. The distance is too far, and there is no target. Maybe we can find it when we get closer. After the system finished speaking, it continued, there is another possibility. That is, they turned on the energy shielding device, so that even I can't scan it. After hearing this, Yan Rui could only secretly pray that they ignored this. Before leaving, Yan Rui saw Qi Ming. But in just one night, Qi Ming looked very haggard. Yan Rui took a step forward and wanted to persuade him. But he felt that words were very pale and powerless now. Don't worry. We will definitely rescue everyone. Where are your friends? Are they still in Xuanyu City? Qi Ming replied, yes. As long as we go back, I can find a way to contact them. Xuanyu City should be difficult to enter, so we should not enter the city if we can. When all the cars came to the vicinity of Xuanyu City, Yan Rui asked the system again, have you found them? The system still answered, no. They may be in the blind spot. Although Xuanyu City is not large in area, it is also a gathering place with more than 100,000 people, and the area is not small. There are 4 gates in the city: east, south, west and north. Only the gate in the east is open during the day, and the other gates will only be opened and used under extremely special circumstances. Yan Rui and Jian Anqi greeted the others, and the two of them explored along the edge of the city defense. The system has been searching, but in the end, no abnormality was detected. It won't be in the center of the city. Right? I read novels that are all underground laboratories in the center of the city, or underground laboratories in the suburbs. Is there any more secret suburbs nearby? If we knew what you said, we wouldn't have to let you search so hard. Yan Rui spoke slowly. Bewitching. After all, you are the system. And in my heart you know everything. I know everything. The voice of the system lingered in the ears of Jian Anqi and Yan Rui. Just wait. I will definitely find it. After a round, Yan Rui and Jian Anqi returned to their gathering point. At this time, Qi Ming had found someone who helped him pass the message into the city. Seeing Yan Rui coming back, he said to him, they have started looking for Huang Dong, but did not make a big fuss. They only sent the message in the black market. What about the mayor of Xuanyu City? What is his position? He is not good, Qi Ming said realistically. If he had the ability, he would not let the black market develop so prosperously. That is to cooperate with the black market. Yan Rui has seen too many such things. Then we can only wait now. Yan Rui returned to the car and looked through his mobile phone with some boredom. Now he was looking at the forum of his original plane. Sometimes someone would post about the recent weather anomalies on the forum, speculating whether something big would happen. However, after seeing the post, most people would only say that the poster was alarmist, or explain the future direction from various metaphysical perspectives. But no one could predict the real future. But what if he predicted it? No one would believe it, or his account would be directly banned. Yan Rui sighed, but still reminded under the post, it doesn't matter what. My family has been out of water and electricity recently, so it's always a good idea to stock up on food at home. After that, he found a picture of a bucket on the internet. It's just this big. I stored 2 buckets, and there will be no problem even if the water is cut off for a week. This person replied to ask Yan Rui to contact the property management, and Yan Rui just thanked him and said that he felt relieved to have stored water. After that, he closed the page, hoping that someone would actually implement his suggestions because of doubts after reading his suggestions. What's wrong? Seeing Yan Rui's somewhat depressed look, Jian Anqi asked with concern, don't worry. At most the 2 of us can rush in and definitely rescue people. Yan Rui nodded. Look at how excited they are with their weapons. They can't wait to rush into the city gate now. Yan Rui said. But that's not what I'm worried about. I'm just worried that the situation we will face in our home in the future will not be much better than it is now. But he didn't think about what to do, and what he could do. It was really difficult. Don't think about it. At worst, we can just buy a starship and drop the supplies wherever we need them. We don't need points. Jian Anqi comforted gently. Buy one with an invisible coating. Yan Rui believed that although it was outrageous, it was still feasible when Jian Anqi said it. That's not impossible. Yan Rui, who was relieved, looked out the window to see if there was any movement outside, and saw someone coming out of the city. He didn't know the person who came out, but he was wearing the uniform of Shuingyu City. So he thought he should be the guard of Shuingyu City? Why did they fight? Yin Rui looked at a guard of Shuingyu City, who first stood in front of Qi Meng and talked. Qi Meng looked emotional, but the two sides were still peaceful for the time being. Just when everyone was relaxed, the guard took advantage of Qi Meng's inattention, grabbed his neck, lifted him up, and then another black shadow passed by, and the three people immediately disappeared from everyone's sight. Block the city gate. Their man has the ability of speed. Yin Rui listened to the system's prompt and shouted loudly. As soon as Yin Rui finished speaking, he saw Yu Ran waving his arms at Gao Xian, and the next second, Gao Xian stood at the gate of the city. Fuck you. Hack you. Gao Xian was inexplicably pulled out by Yu Ran as a shield, and he was so angry that he screamed. However, while he cursed, his hands did not stop moving. The speed ability person did not seem to expect Yu Ran to give him such a big gift, and his speed slowed down before entering the gate. Gao Xian shouted, raised the magnetic sound wave cannon in his hand. First fired a shot at the ability person in front, who was about to take Qi Meng away, and then turned around and fired at the guards of Shuingyu City, who had been alarmed in the city gate. Great. After knocking down 7 or 8 people at once, Gao Xian felt that the whole world belonged to him. He was noble and successful, and he was the pinnacle of power in the world. Until Yu Ran withdrew a skill. Are you sick? Falling on the ground, Gao Xian glared at Yu Ran angrily, then turned around and saw that behind the 7 people he knocked down were Lao Ke and Xiao Li. Where is Qi Meng? The first thing Lao Ke asked when he saw Gao Xian. Gao Xian rolled his eyes and didn't bother with him. He pointed behind him casually and ran with his people to his spoils. In his heart, Gao Xian silently called them spoils. After tying up all the people, he put on gloves and stepped forward to slap the leader hard. He just saw that when he was trying to catch him, this person rushed the fastest, and his eyes were full of desire for credit. You really? What kind of superpower do you have? The man woke up and looked around first. Seeing that the people he brought were wiped out, he couldn't help but be terrified. I won't tell you. Gao Xian put his hands behind his back and proudly touched his magnetic sonic wave cannon, thinking about going back to buy some more magazines. This thing is too useful. I ask you, who asked you to come? Gao Xian kicked the man in front of him and said, where did you receive the order from? You are not guarding the city gate at all. The man gritted his teeth and said nothing. It doesn't matter. We don't care. Gao Xian clapped his hands, took off his gloves and threw them hard on his face. It's just Shuingyu City, and you dare to show off in front of me. At the same time, Yin Rui also began to ask about the speed superpower who had just been woken up by Yu Ran. This speedster is called Yuan Hao, and Qi Meng also knows him. He looked at this man and felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He is the city lord's man and is loyal to the city lord. That means the city lord is also involved in this matter. Yin Rui was upset. Even Xingqing, a poor city that used all its money for investment, did not engage in these evil ways. Shuingyu City was small, but it was still rich, and there was even the legendary collusion between officials and businessmen. I hope to hear the truth, instead of rehearsing the lies that the city lord gave you over and over in your mind. Yin Rui's threatening tone shocked Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao thought, how could this man know what the city lord told him to say, and what he shouldn't say before leaving? How is that possible? The city lord is an upright person. He doesn't have the conspiracies you think. The man looked up at Yin Rui. As for what you want to know, I won't say a word. Otherwise you will kill me. After saying that, he smiled at Yin Rui complacently, as if Yin Rui couldn't do anything to him at all. Yin Rui was silent for a moment. Everyone thought that Yin Rui was so angry that he couldn't speak. But in fact, Yin Rui was communicating with the system in his mind. Do you have any truth serum? Any truth spray? The kind that can make him tell the truth when he uses it? Yes. The system immediately displayed the search results in front of Yin Rui. Looking at the string of numbers on the upper screen, Yin Rui went from fake silence to real silence. Turn it off. I'll find a way myself. The regret and pain in Yin Rui's eyes didn't seem fake, and everyone looked at Yin Rui with a wrong look. Boss Yin. It's nothing. Just a failed interrogation. Yu Ran said. It's always hard to pry open the mouth of such a loyal person. Ah? Ah. Yin Rui then realized what their comfort came from. Or I'll let him float up to see if he's afraid of heights. Or I'll control him to do a split. Anyway, there's no use for his legs. At this time, Gao Xian, who had arrested the man, heard their conversation and thought they were going to use lynching. No need. Jian Anqi walked forward and pulled out Yuan Hao's arm. Yuan Hao struggled for a while, but found it useless and gave up. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do. The moment Jian Anqi held the man's forearm, the man cried out in pain. What did you do to me? Where's my arm? Yuan Hao wanted to struggle, but was horrified to find that his hand no longer obeyed his command. What did you do? Yuan Hao looked at his naturally hanging arm, raised his eyes to Jian Anqi. When our city lord's people arrive, you won't even leave a complete corpse. Jian Anqi smiled and spoke for the first time. Do you think you are the first person to threaten me? You are not as good as... Yen Rui looked around and pointed at Gao Xian and said, You are not as good as him. Don't mention the past today. Gao Xian embarrassedly covered his face, took 2 steps back, and waved his hands. I am mature now. Jian Anqi saw Yuan Hao's smug expression, and simply stepped forward. And I don't know when a pliers appeared in his hand. Okay. Forget it if you don't say it. Jian Anqi raised Yuan Hao's arm together, raised the pliers, and clamped Yuan Hao's little finger. Ah! Yuan Hao once again bit over in pain, and he put his head on the ground, enduring great pain. Seeing that he still didn't want to talk, Jian Anqi sighed with some regret. It's a good arm. Forget it. Let's move your legs. After saying that, Jian Anqi kicked Yuan Hao over, and the pliers in his hand were replaced with a sharp knife at some point. He raised the sharp knife in his hand high, and then said, You seem to have a good healing ability. I wonder if this knife will be inserted into the artery and bleed for a while. Can you still use your legs in the future? After saying that, in Yuan Hao's horrified eyes, the knife was inserted fiercely. Yuan Hao didn't feel any pain at all. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the sharp knife that was supposed to be inserted into his leg was inserted into Yuan Bo next to him. Yuan Bo is his brother. The two of them went out to do the mission together. Yuan Bo was responsible for diverting attention, and he was responsible for taking people away. As a result, how did the knife stick into Yuan Bo's body? What are you doing? Yuan Hao didn't care about the pain in his arm. He struggled to get up and wanted to move to Yuan Bo's side. Yuan Bo's voice sounded worse than death. Yuan Hao would rather have the knife stuck into himself. Let him go. You kill me. Yen Rui pulled down the corner of his mouth and pouted. Not good. Why should I kill you? You seem to know a lot more than him. Then I say, let him go. Yuan Hao gritted his teeth and chose his brother in the face of loyalty and family affection. Yuan Bo was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. The blood on his legs had soaked through his pants. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Stop the bleeding. Then I'll ask you, does the city lord have private transactions with the black market? Yes. People in the black market bring him bribes every month. Sometimes medicine, sometimes crystal cores, and sometimes weapons. Yuan Hao spoke quickly. He accounts for 20% of the profits of the black market. No wonder. He went from private transactions to shareholders. Then did the city lord or the black market boss give the order to arrest Qimeng's family? Boss Huang wanted the source of goods, but when investigating them, he found that the two people had special physiques. So he simply took advantage of the fact that no one was at home and captured them. What special physique? Whose special physique? Yen Rui continued to ask, and vaguely felt that he had asked the key question. It's Qimeng's girlfriend, and Laoke's nephew Lu Xing. They are about to awaken their superpowers, and this is the kind of people they need most in their laboratory. Hearing his nephew's name, Laoke also got angry. What happened to my nephew? Where is the laboratory? I don't know where the laboratory is. Yuan Hao laughed. And you should not be able to run away now. If you stop the bleeding for my brother, I will tell you a small road into the city that they don't know. What other small roads can Qimeng and Laoke? A local? Not know. But Yen Rui really didn't want to kill anyone. So he simply took out the spray and sprayed it on Yuan Bo's legs. Then, he heard Yuan Bo's painful voice gradually disappear, replaced by confusion. How can this? Okay. Where is the small road? There is no time now. And Yen Rui is too lazy to explain here. They look like they can't afford the goods. Yuan Hao said directly. After entering the city gate, go west, and you will see Lao Lu restaurant. When you enter the gate, tell them that I called you here. They will take you to the cellar. Inside the cellar is the road to the city center. Once you reach the city center, it will depend on you how much time you can buy. That's fine. Yanrui temporarily let them go. Before leaving, Gao Xian used the magnetic sonic cannon to stun them, and then turned around and followed the main force to leave. Do you think what he said is true? Yuren always felt that there was a trap here, but he didn't know how to say it. Even if it is a trap, what can it do? Don't worry. I'm in front, and I can't hurt you. That's true. With Yanrui in front, nothing can happen. He won't blow up the whole city directly. It is estimated that Yanrui will not be the one who dies in the explosion. After entering the gate, everyone went west and saw the small restaurant that Yuan Hao mentioned. When Yanrui wanted to enter the gate, he was stopped by Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi entered the door first, and waited for about 3 minutes before he reappeared in front of everyone. It's true. There is indeed a road under the cellar, and the direction is also facing the city center. Seeing that Jian Anqi had already found out, everyone's heart settled down. Then let's go now. Yanrui walked into the door quickly, but when he saw the cellar, he was still a little hesitant. Jian Anqi conjured up a flashlight again, and the strong light could illuminate about 5 meters in front. Let's go! Walking into the cellar facing the light, Yanrui couldn't help but ask, why do you have everything? Did you buy it before? Yes. I saved some things that might be useful before, and I didn't expect it to be so convenient. Jian Anqi said, it's the emergency tool box you bought. Yanrui then remembered that he bought it online when he was just reborn. But after he had the system, he put aside some of the bits and pieces he bought before. Unexpectedly, Jian Anqi found it and used it. I'll sort it out after I go back and see if there's anything I can use. Yanrui and Jian Anqi were chatting quietly, while Lao Ke and Qi Ming were exchanging information they knew. I asked someone to check it out last night. I only know that the laboratory should be near the city defense building, but no one knows where it is or how to get in. Lao Ke said worriedly, my nephew awakened his superpower so late. What can be special about him? Why did they capture them? What experiment are they going to do? Lao Ke pulled Qi Ming beside him. Do you feel Xiao Yao's specialness? Qi Ming shook his head. No. She doesn't even have a low fever. Nor is she thirsty. There is no sign of awakening her superpowers. How could she awaken? Qi Ming couldn't figure it out. And Lao Ke couldn't figure it out either. But there was no way now. The most important thing was to find the location of the research institute. The road to the center of the city was long for Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi looked at the detection map given by the system and thought for a while. It will take a long time for us to run there now. Then run. And stop when you are almost there. Yanrui thought to himself. This is really going to cost him his life. But he couldn't help running. Even a minute is precious now. After running, Yanrui realized that he was still naive. He was already panting with exhaustion. But as a person who had experienced crystal core strengthening since childhood, he didn't have much reaction. Just a little short of breath. Even Gao Xian, who he thought was the most spoiled, was spreading the benefits of running like a loudspeaker behind him, asking Yuran to run more in the future to save opportunities for his escape in the future. Jian Anqi looked at Yanrui, whose breathing rate was not right, and asked with concern, are you okay? I can do it. After that, he drank a bottle of physical enhancer for himself. I can still afford this stuff. I bought a few more bottles. If you can't do it, drink a few sips quickly. Yanrui knew that Jian Anqi was much better than him, but he didn't expect that he was almost the same as the talented people behind him. Who can he reason with? Almost there. After running for about half an hour, Yanrui drank 5 bottles of physical enhancer and finally heard the system prompt. There are still 30 meters to go. The city center is above. There should be no ambush. Yanrui also shouted to the back. We are almost at the destination. Do you want to take a break? No. The ones who said no were Qi Ming and Lao Ke. However, except for the two of them, no matter how strong the others were, they were too tired to bear it now. Yanrui thought about it and bought dozens of bottles of physical enhancers. While passing them back, he said, 1 bottle per person. Drinking too much is useless. Take a 10-minute break and ensure you are in the best condition. There are so many of them, and they are all strangers. After going up, many people will definitely pay attention to them. If they go up in this state, they will be caught. But at this time, Bai Sheng suddenly realized. Are we a little impulsive now? No. We have this cannon. What are we afraid of? If we are caught, the worst thing is to ask my dad to come and redeem us. It's okay, Gao Xian comforted. I'll give you this later. I'll use the gun. Bai Sheng took the magnetic sonic cannon, thought about it and refused. This is too big. I can't use it. You use it. At this time, he was still humble. Yin Rui couldn't stand it. After you go up, follow me. And at the same time you observe the situation nearby. If you really can't find it, then fight to Huang Dong's hometown. Okay. Yin Rui made the final decision. He went up the steps of the tunnel and found that this was a small alley. Seeing that there was no one around, he dared to call others up. This is near my home. Qi Ming frowned and said, this is not far from the black market. Let's go. There are often people from the black market patrolling here. No one is patrolling. A strange voice came from the front. We have been waiting for you here. A man who looked 60% like Huang Dong walked out in front of him. But he was a little stronger than Huang Dong. At a glance, you can tell that this man is Huang Dong's brother. Who are you looking for? Yin Rui smiled. I am? Forget it. I don't want to find an excuse. He conjured a magnetic sound wave cannon out of thin air. Huang Dong's brother exclaimed, space power. Then he fainted on the ground. How can it be so useful? Yin Rui thought that this thing should be increased in price. Huh? The people in the black market were easily dealt with. But another wave of people came up again. It seems that today they are going to deal with this group of people here silently. Can't we solve our problems peacefully? The man came out. Qi Ming looked at him carefully and blurted out, City Lord. Hey. Hey. The City Lord looked to be in his 70s, with a head full of silver hair. But the condition of his face was basically inconsistent with his appearance. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, shiny and wrinkle-free. Yin Rui felt that his face was as good as that of a young man who had never worked in his life. This was too scary. A bit like rejuvenation. Only the face was restored. I didn't expect you to really find this place. The child behind? I held you when you were young. The old man pointed at Gao Xian. Later, when you grew up, you called me Uncle Wu. I can't remember. Gao Xian pinched his waist righteously, and the magnetic sonic wave cannon in his hand made him fearless. Where are they? Oh, there is another kid. City Lord Wu looked at Yuran. Is your father in good health? Yuran looked puzzled. He had no memory of seeing this person in his mind. But why did this person seem to be very familiar to him? As the young masters of the two cities. You came to me to violate the peace treaty? Have you forgotten that war is prohibited between gathering places? This is not a war. We just want to take someone. You give me the person, and we will leave. Gao Xian thought it was simple. It's not a difficult thing. This is too difficult. City Lord Wu shook his head. You two sneaked into Shuanyu City and wanted to take action against the city master. You insisted on doing so despite repeated admonitions. So I can only kill you on the spot. What did you say? Gao Xian hadn't reacted yet. Yin Rui heard the deep meaning in his words. He immediately raised the magnetic sonic wave cannon and fired in his direction. As a result, the old man raised his hand slightly, and the magnetic sonic wave cannon in his hand immediately lost its effect. What happened? An uneasy feeling surged in his heart. Jian Anqi subconsciously stopped Yin Rui with his hand. And then the two felt a huge impact. And both took off and fell to the ground. What kind of superpower does this old man have? Yin Rui coughed heavily. He turned around to check Jian Anqi, and saw that Jian Anqi was fine. So he was relieved. He can rebound? As long as you attack him, he can rebound the supply back. The system was so angry that the sound of the electric current was hissing. How can there be such a hateful superpower? Then you stop him. There is no way to fight it, Yin Rui urged, but found that the system was silent. System. System. Yin Rui shouted anxiously, and saw that the left hand of City Lord Wu turned into a sharp claw similar to an eagle, grabbing Bai Sheng's neck, and the right hand was a palm. Looking like he wanted to suck, he ran to his side. Boss Yin, please save Bai Sheng. I'll give you crystal cores. You can have as many as you want. Gao Xian hugged Yuran's waist tightly to prevent him from being sucked away, and turned around to ask Yin Rui. I will definitely not let him get hurt. Yin Rui stood up and thought hard about countermeasures in his mind. The energy in his body is too complicated. I can't limit it. And his energy does not come from the outside world, but from his body. There is something different in his body from others. Then do you have any props in your system that can restrain this person? Any number of points will do. Yin-Rui's words really meant that he was going to spend a lot of money. Wait for me to find it. The system was silent, and the old man was alone in front. A group of superpowers appeared behind him, all attacking them. Jian Anqi and Yin-Rui fought with each other. The two of them were at a disadvantage without superpowers. But the magnetic sonic wave cannon helped a little here. It seems that as long as it is not used on the old man, this thing is still invincible in this plane. Seeing the weapon in Yin-Rui's hand, the old man seemed to be very interested and said, "Oh?" Then he let Yuran go, and turned to rush towards Yin-Rui. Yin-Rui held the magnetic sonic wave cannon tightly in his hand. He was sucked over by City Lord Wu without paying attention. Jian Anqi wanted to follow him, but was tripped by the vines under the feet of City Lord Wu. Your stuff is interesting. I want all the extra. City Lord Wu looked at Yin-Rui with a smile. But I'm a little tight on money recently. Are you willing to contribute to the development of Xuanyu City? Even though Yin-Rui was held by the neck, he still said with disdain, You stole someone else's superpowers. The moment he was caught, Yin-Rui had an idea. In this plane, it is impossible for one person to have so many superpowers. Coupled with the laboratory experiments, he immediately figured out the trick. Do you want to be young again? So you steal the superpowers of young people in an attempt to live forever? Yin-Rui's face became redder and redder. It's a pity that even if you have plastic surgery to become a young man, you still exude the smell of a corrupt old man. Just like the zombies outside. Little friend. What's your name? City Lord Wu loosened his left hand and released Bai Sheng, who was already unconscious. He tapped Yin-Rui's face with his beastly fingertips. Your face is better than mine even when I was young. I like it very much. You pervert. Either kill me or wait for me to kill you. Yin-Rui began to struggle desperately. One of us must die today. City Lord Wu's face changed slightly, and his right hand became more and more powerful. But he was also muttering in his heart. What's wrong with this guy? If it was someone else, he would have pulled off 10 heads. But why is Yin-Rui's head so hard? Did he practice some evil skills? It seems that you will die today. Yin-Rui's face gradually turned purple. His eyelids lost their elasticity, and his eyeballs could not help but roll upwards, looking like he was dying. Yin-Rui finally couldn't hold on anymore, and let go, and the magnetic sonic wave cannon fell to the ground with a bang. Jian Anqi's voice came from behind. Yin-Rui. Yin-Rui. So your name is Yin-Rui. City Lord Wu smiled. I almost didn't know your name. Goodbye, little friend. Yeah. Goodbye. In an instant, the situation changed. Yin-Rui held a slender white blade in his hand and stabbed it fiercely into City Lord Wu's chest. City Lord Wu looked down in disbelief and saw the knife on his chest. The blood at the blade turned gray and black and spread outward. He looked up at Yin-Rui, who looked very proud. Yin-Rui was choked by him, but his expression was proud. What do you think? You can't refuse to accept your old age. City Lord Wu realized it later, and the pain in his chest immediately spread. He subconsciously loosened his hand, covered his chest, and took 2 steps back. How did you do it? Yin-Rui coughed hard a few times. It was the first time he had experienced a real-life crisis after his rebirth, and he couldn't recover for a while. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to talk to City Lord Wu. Yin-Rui shook his body a few times, and then fell into a warm embrace. He looked up and saw Jian Anqi's worried expression. I'm fine. The system is very powerful. He didn't find any products in the system mall that could resist this anti-armor skill. So he immediately ran back to apply it to the main control. The main control was afraid that his best host would have problems. So he urgently transferred a knife from the host in the magic world. It's just that the side effects are very large. Here, Jian Anqi felt that the feeling of holding Yin-Rui was not right. He raised his hand and saw his hands full of blood. It's okay, Yin-Rui said. It's just a little side effect. I'll be fine after spraying some medicine on me. After saying that, he endured the severe pain and smiled at the people who surrounded him. This knife ignores all protections. It costs 20,000 for a level 2 crystal core. Anyone want to buy it? Yin-Rui pulled the corner of his mouth. The side effects are actually... Before he finished speaking, he fell straight into Jian Anqi's arms. Chapter 50. Yin-Rui gradually regained consciousness, but he felt some noisy noises in his ears, which made him want to open his eyes and complain immediately. But he was too weak to do it. He could only accept it awkwardly. It took a long time for his brain to hear what was in it. There were mainly two voices coming from the system. On one side, the system was reading him a literary masterpiece from somewhere, and he couldn't understand a word. On the other side, Gao Xian, Yu Ran and others were arguing with Qi Ming, and they couldn't hear it for a while. Eh? What smells so good? Yan Rui sniffed. It smells so good. So hungry. And so thirsty. So annoying. Can someone come out and tell them to stop arguing? And feed him some water by the way. He lost a lot of blood and should replenish water. Yan Rui couldn't move, but his brain became clearer and clearer. That knife was made by a frustrated magician in the 902 plane. He was a great builder, but he was poor. The only reason was that the magic tools he made were very powerful. But without exception, they all had side effects. The side effect of this white blade is that it will give back the same level of pain to the user, which will not affect life and can ignore all defenses. It is relatively easy to use. I heard that someone used it to assassinate the archbishop. Yan Rui thought that it would rebound anyway, so he might as well use it. It is also good to be able to break through the defense. It can't bring him double damage. There is no magic attack in this plane, and there will be no magic blessing. Yan Rui used it, and then he became lying here unable to open his eyes. It should leave scars. Is there any scar removal cream? I heard that some scar removal creams will grow hair after use. Where will the hair grow? Is it hair? He wants to try it. Yan Rui's thoughts were out of control, floating in the sky. And then a cool touch touched his lips. His lips are dry. Why doesn't anyone give him water? I heard Jian Anqi's voice. Yes, Jian Anqi is still the best to him. No one else can do it. And the system is the same. His brain has been working for so long. Why hasn't it found that he woke up? And he didn't turn it off. Just thinking about it, I felt something cold and soft on my forehead. Is he having a fever? No wonder I feel so dizzy. And I still want to drink water. I tried to open my eyes. You're awake. Just as Jian Anqi was about to leave, he saw Yan Rui slowly open his eyes. He quickly took out a towel to wipe his face, and then asked with concern, Are you dizzy? Yes. Yan Rui's throat was dry, and he felt uncomfortable as soon as he uttered a word. Jian Anqi immediately took out a bottle of water, and Yan Rui raised his head and drank it all. Okay. Yan Rui wiped his mouth, then tilted his head and leaned on Jian Anqi's shoulder. The system is so noisy. It's giving me a headache. And what are Yu Ran and Gao Xian doing? Why are they arguing with Qi Ming? Where are we now? Yan Rui sighed. I'm so tired. After he let out his strength, he lay back down. Jian Anqi turned his head and looked at Qi Ming and Gao Xian unkindly. Gao Xian immediately raised his hands. It's not me. Jian Anqi snorted coldly and said to Yan Rui in a gentle tone, We are just discussing when to attack the laboratory. The city lord is dead, and the whole city is now looking for the murderer. We are hiding in Xiao Li's house now. I also picked up your knife for you. Don't worry. Jian Anqi gently wiped Yan Rui's face again. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat porridge? Yes. Yes. It seems that what I smelled just now was the smell of porridge made by Jian Anqi. Does the wound still hurt? Seeing Yan Rui turn over and sit up, Jian Anqi looked at his chest with some concern. Yan Rui then noticed that he was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, and was exposed to everyone. He felt a little embarrassed, but he lowered his head and touched his chest, and found that the penetrating wound had healed now, and even only left a shallow mark. It works. That thing is really good. Yan Rui touched his chest excitedly, and even grabbed Jian Anqi's hand and put it on his wound. Look! You can't even feel it. Good. Jian Anqi's palm was stiff, and he subconsciously retracted it immediately after Yan Rui grabbed his hand. Yan Rui accidentally fell forward again. Jian Anqi hurriedly supported him, but his body was connected. But his head turned in the opposite direction, and he didn't dare to look at Yan Rui. Put on your clothes. Jian Anqi didn't bring any clothes in his space button, so he could only wash his previous clothes and dry them quickly. There were still traces of the knife wound on his chest. This clothes is more damaged than me. Yan Rui used his fingers to pry open the hole of the knife wound and said with a smile. Jian Anqi had no way to deal with Yan Rui. He could only cough lightly, and then said in a low voice, Don't do this next time. Yan Rui's hand paused for a moment, raised his head, and narrowed his eyes slightly. There's nothing we can do. Someone has to do it. I'll do it next time. Jian Anqi did not hesitate. You saved me. No way. Yin Rui didn't want to repeat the same mistake as in his previous life. He couldn't face the same scene again. Jian Anqi wanted to say more, but Yin Rui quickly put on his clothes, jumped out of bed, and said, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Xiao Li's house was not big, with only one room. Everyone was trapped here. So Yin Rui could hear someone talking loudly just now. What's wrong? What were you arguing about just now? Yin Rui asked while drinking porridge with a bowl. Are you okay? Everyone looked at Yin Rui. Just now I wanted to go out again in the evening, and they said they would go now. So we had different opinions. It's nothing. Gao Xian blinked, but couldn't help but step forward and gently patted Yin Rui's arm. Are you really okay? You scared me to death when you lost so much blood. It's okay. What can happen to me? Yin Rui drank the porridge in 2 mouthfuls. What time is it now? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You fainted for less than 3 hours. Jian Anqi came over. We are going to split into 3 groups and sneak into the city defense building. It's unnecessary. There are not many people. If you really meet another city Lord Wu, can you handle it? Yin Rui disagreed with the 3-way split. Let's go together. But they may not be able to wait. Lend me some weapons. I will find them myself. And I will definitely pay you back later. Qi Ming clenched his fists and stood in front of Yin Rui. He lowered his head and dared not look into his eyes, but still made his request. If you don't agree, we will save him ourselves. If we can't save him, I will die with him. Lao Ke slammed the table in anger. This sounded a bit strange to other people. And Gao Xian immediately turned around and reprimanded. You seem crazy. How much do you think you are? You want to pay it back? How can you? A person who can only earn 2 crystal cores by reselling Boss Yan's goods. Pay it back? And you? Save yourself? Without us? You can't even get out of this door. What can you do to save yourself? You will die in front of your nephew. Gao Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be someone stupider than him. Impulsive and stupid. No wonder his father said he was smart. Compared with this kind of person, he is indeed smart. He shouldn't be modest. Yin Rui originally wanted to persuade him, but after hearing Gao Xian said everything he should say, he decided to ask directly. This magnetic sonic cannon has a level 3500 crystal core. How are you going to pay for it? Yin Rui raised his chin and looked at him. You want to buy it? I can let you pay in installments. But you can't even give a down payment. At least 30% down payment. Yin Rui finished speaking and stretched out his hand to the 2 of them. Level 1500 crystal cores. Give it to me, and I'll sell it to you. The 2 of them are now penniless. How could they possibly take out 1,000 crystal cores in their hands? Yin Rui obviously didn't want to sell it. But this is considered a step. We have no money. We can't buy anything. You can say whatever you want. Lao Ke sat back on the sofa, snorted coldly, turned his head, and didn't speak. Qi Ming also pursed his lips, and was in a dilemma for a while. I have now analyzed where the laboratory is roughly. The voice of the system appeared in Yin Rui's mind. I wanted to tell you when you just woke up, but I never had the chance. There is an inconspicuous small door surrounded by wire mesh just below the garbage truck passage on the west side of the city defense building. It looks abandoned. But in fact, I saw a group of people coming in and out in the past 3 hours. They were all wearing Shuanyu City Guard uniforms. And they were all very stylish. Ah, so this is the analysis method. But it does make sense. Yin Rui didn't give up and wanted to confirm it again. Didn't you scan any energy anomalies? Of course not. The system was not justified at this time. This is beyond my knowledge. Well, Yin Rui had no choice but to tell them the results of the system. And then said, I can't guarantee whether this guess is accurate. But this is indeed the most likely situation. You can't guarantee it? Lao Ke spoke first again. Ah, what if he can't promise? Can you promise? Gao Xian pinched his waist and said to Lao Ke bluntly, why don't you show us a clear way? Anyway, we have killed the city lord. So it doesn't matter this time. I didn't say anything. Lao Ke muttered in a low voice. At this time, Qi Ming hardened his heart. Okay, I'll trouble Boss Yin to lead the way. After going out, the journey was very difficult. There were many patrols on the road. And some people randomly checked the supernatural attributes to find supernatural owners similar to the crime scene. Fortunately, there is a system which will remind Yin Rui of the situation on the road in advance. But it took about an hour this time to walk a distance that could only take 20 minutes. But now, no matter who it is, they have begun to believe in Yenrui. If Yenrui hadn't led the way, they might have been caught before they had walked halfway. We'll be there soon. Don't be impulsive when the time comes. Yenrui looked behind him and pointed out, I'm talking about you. Lao Ke. Lao Ke was happy because he felt he had found the destination, and immediately gestured to him to show that he understood, and then waved to Yenrui, signaling him to hurry up. Jian Anqi stood in front of him this time. I'll go in and take a look first. Goodbye. Let's go together. Yenrui held Jian Anqi. That was an accident just now. I'll tell you when I get back. Without waiting for Jian Anqi to object, Yenrui walked to the small iron door, gently stepped back, pushed the door open and walked inside, and indeed saw a different scene. Unlike the dilapidated outside, the decoration inside was rigorous. The floor tiles and walls were white. The lights were dim, but it was spotless. Yenrui immediately turned around and asked people to come in. After entering the passage, everyone even breathed lighter. I'm so nervous. I've never stolen anything before. Gao Xian lowered his voice and excitedly shared his feelings with Bai Sheng beside him. Stealing things? What are we stealing here? Bai Sheng was puzzled. Stealing people? Gao Xian patted Bai Sheng. You don't even know what you're doing here. Bai Sheng. Let's go. Yenrui walked to the door and found the password lock. He asked the system to unlock it, but the system said it was powerless and had not learned this skill. Then put this skill on your learning list now. You can't even unlock a lock. Let me do it. Jian Anqi stepped forward and analyzed the situation of the lock. It's biometric recognition. It requires a specific biometric imprint. Jian Anqi looked at the small crystal plate in front of him and shook his head. What should we do? As expected, Lao Ke was impulsive again. We can't just go home like this. Before Lao Ke finished speaking, the surrounding alarm sounded. The door outside closed automatically, and unknown smoke began to spew out from all around. You are a thing that can only cause trouble. Gao Xian hit Lao Ke beside him hard, and at the same time looked at Yenrui for help. What should we do? What else can we do? Break the door. Yenrui simply took out the magnetic sonic wave cannon and fired at the door in front of him. However, this cannon didn't seem to work very well against the door in front of him. The door didn't move, but everyone began to feel the burning sensation in their throats. Change it. Jian Anqi didn't know what he bought in the system mall. He took out a hammer that looked no bigger than a palm and smashed it hard at the upper left corner of the door. The first time it was hit, it didn't move at all. The second time, cracks began to appear. The third time, fine cracks spread all over the door. Finally, Jian Anqi kicked it hard and turned the door into pieces. Is this the hammer you brought with you? Yenrui asked uncertainly as he ran inside. Jian Anqi replied, No, I just bought it from the system. It says that it can break any material, but the upper left corner is the fastest. Then he was relieved. It was not enough to pass the first door. There was actually a second one. There is a monitor on the upper right. The system reminded. I found this. Okay. Then you destroy this monitor. Yenrui rubbed his hands and waited behind Jian Anqi to attack the second door. I can't do it. The master controller didn't teach me this. Yenrui. Okay. Do what you need to do. Soon the second door was also broken by Jian Anqi. After he broke it, a circle of light appeared at the door. The sense of crisis made him take a step back. Sure enough, the next second after he jumped away, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of him. Then 3 people wearing Shunyuching protective suits appeared in the door. They were obviously superpowers. Yenrui was relieved when he heard the system determine that they were ordinary superpowers. He patted his chest and said, It's okay. The 3 people on the opposite side really didn't understand what Yenrui meant, but they immediately lost the ability to think. Gao Xian had knocked them out with a magnetic sonic wave cannon. Enter the door. Yenrui waved his hand and rushed in first. Jian Anqi followed closely. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a group of people in white coats, staring blankly at the direction they came in, with a look of horror on their faces. Where are the people? Yenrui knocked out 2 psychics, who were about to rush up. Where are the people you caught yesterday? Who? The person closest to Yenrui was still pretending to be stupid. We don't catch people here at all. In the back. There is a room with an open door in the back. They are trying to escape. The system reminded loudly. Quick! 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 They opened the door. Yin Rui rushed up immediately without saying hello. And sure enough, he saw a group of guards surrounding 2 space capsules. Through the glass of the space capsule, he could see Xiao Yao's face inside. Right there. Let's hurry up. Yin Rui rushed up immediately. The psychics on the opposite side didn't know that Yin Rui had a weapon that could deal with him, and were still wondering why these people could rush here so quickly. Wouldn't this ruin their plans? But before they could do anything, they all fell to the ground unconscious, like everyone else. After opening the space capsule and checking Xiao Yao and Lu Xing's breath, Yin Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at Qi Ming and Lao Ke, who were looking at him nervously, and nodded with a smile. The two breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then they relaxed. Their legs softened, and they knelt on the ground. Yin Rui asked them to calm down, and then stepped forward to look at the researchers who had been forced by Yu Ran to stand in a row. Yin Rui just didn't say anything, just hugged his arms and looked at them. After a while, someone on the opposite side finally broke down, and said with tears in his eyes, "The information is in the second door on the right. Go and see what you want." Yin Rui glanced at Jian Anqi, and Jian Anqi immediately understood. When he pushed open the second door, he heard a huge explosion from inside, and the sparks from the explosion made Yin Rui's eyes go white. "Jian Anqi!" Yin Rui panicked and dropped everything to run towards the room, ignoring the laughter of the researcher who was pointing the way behind him. He didn't control his speed and bumped into a wall of flesh as soon as he entered the door. Ouch! Yin Rui regretted 2 steps because of the pain in his nose, and 2 tears flowed from his eyes. "What's wrong?" Jian Anqi stepped forward and held Yin Rui's face with concern, regardless of the fact that he was covered in dust. The roles of both parties were reversed, and all the researchers were confused and full of doubts. "Are you okay?" Yin Rui recovered a little, blinked his eyes, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and asked worriedly, "It's okay. Just 2 amulets are used up," Jian Anqi said with some heartache. "I have to spend points again. System, what's wrong with you too? You are so rich, but you still care about these points. Also, I copied all their information. You can ask whatever you want." The system just searched for information in this room, and he found an area with the largest energy fluctuation. Unexpectedly, this place is powered by zombie crystal cores, and all the data is recorded on a chip with zombie crystal cores as the main material. If it were something else, he might still have some trouble. But since it is controlled by energy, it is his comfort zone. Just after copying the information, he just wanted to come back and ask Yin Rui and Jian Anqi for credit. But he heard this sentence. "It's really stingy." Hearing the system's words, Yin Rui looked at the system with new eyes. "You are awesome. These people are of no use to him, and he plans to leave the rest to Gao Xian and Yu Ran. The situation here is all in your hands. You must make the situation in Chuanyu City public. We will not take care of the rest." Okay. The two were full of confidence. Yin Rui did not know how the 2 men dealt with the temporary supervisor of Chuanyu City. He just wanted to relax. So he went to the black market with Jian Anqi, and his choice to go to the black market was really the right one. "You mean this?" Yin Rui stood next to a stall and asked, "Are you sure?" The system said excitedly, "This is it. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. Please." The stall owner looked at Yin Rui standing in front of the stall, but not buying anything, and waved his hand in annoyance. "Go away. Go away. If you don't want to buy anything, get out." Yin Rui was not angry. "I want this. How many crystal cores does this cost?" Yin Rui pointed to the pear-shaped statue next to the black pebble that the system liked. "Is this hand-carved? It looks pretty good. 10 level 5 crystal cores." The man replied unhappily. "No bargaining. You're taking advantage of me, and you're not bargaining. Then I'll give you 10 level 5 crystal cores, and you sell me this, and this together." Yin Rui pointed at the things on the stall, crossed his arms, and tilted his head. "If I were you, I'd sell them now, if I had the chance. You might not be able to run your stall later." "What do you mean?" The man thought Yin Rui was threatening him. "Are you scaring me? Why should I scare you? Your black market is about to close, let alone your stall. Do you know the boss of the black market? Huang Xian. He and his brother were killed by their enemies, as well as the city lord." After Yin Rui finished speaking, he said with some regret, "You know, it's a pity. You won't be able to buy cheap things in the future. I don't know if Yanrui's words worked. The vendors around him began to become uneasy. Are you telling the truth? I knew that Huang Laodo was looking for his brother yesterday. Dead, Yanrui said. He was killed by a big shot in another gathering place. I heard that his brother offended a lot of people in his brother's name. He was fine before, but this time he offended a big one. So, Yanrui gestured on his neck. I advise you to find another way out quickly. The man was also panicked by what Yanrui said. The 15 level 5 crystal cores. All the things on this stall are sold to you. The two people pulled for a while. And seeing that this person was really stubborn, Yanrui still bought it reluctantly. After going out, Yanrui held up the small black stone and observed it carefully in front of his eyes. What is this? It has a lot of energy. Give it to me as a reward, the system requested. I will treat you better in the future. The system suddenly spoke like this, and Yanrui suddenly felt that there was something fishy. So this thing. Yanrui suddenly had an idea. Is it the original species of this plane?